At the beginning of the story, some men were running. When they arrived at their destination, they see a person wrapped around some clothing and sitting close to a bonfire. The man who seems to be their leader brings out a knife and throws it at the person. To the leader's surprise, there was no one in the cloth. When he turns around, he sees a young boy looking at him. This boy is the target of the man and his team. The boy was shocked that they tried to ambush him. He said that since they tried to ambush him, he has a reason to kill them. The boy picks up his arrow and broke a tree branch. The man and his team laughed at the boy. They asked him what he was going to use the branch to do. As they continued laughing, one of the man's teammate got his head destroyed by the branch. The man couldn't believe what he just saw. One of his teammates shouts that the boy is using this. Immediately he says this. The boy shot him down. The leader could only look in fear. Before he knew it, all his teammates were dead. When it was his turn to die, he begged the boy to spare him. The boy told him that if he has the intention to kill, then he should be prepared to die too. The boy used his tree branch to blow the man's head away. After killing them, the boy packed up his clothes and put out the bonfire. As he was about to leave, the boy said that compared to what Darion said, the human world is boring to him. After the boy left, we are taken to a meeting. The meeting was held by high-ranking priests of a church. In the meeting, the priests said that the forest of roots still has traces of demonic energy, but the barriers they set will stop it from spreading out. The problem they had was that they could not use the huge amount of land the forest possessed. While they were discussing, a man who seems to be their leader said that if the forest is filled with demonic energy that no one can survive, why don't they just send people who need to die there? The priests were shocked to hear this. The leader said that since they are certain troublesome people they can't handle, won't it be easy for them to banish those people to the forest? When the priests heard this, they immediately accepted the idea. In the next scene, we see a knight holding a woman. He tells her that the seed of darkness has sprouted in her baby. The baby is given to a bunch of priests. The priests prayed on him and he began to glow. The mother called the baby's name, which was Helmut. The Forest of Roots was a place that no genius scholar, brave commander, or incredible mage can survive. Every criminal that entered this place has dropped dead. If anyone by chance makes it out of the forest, their sins will be forgiven. Helmut woke up in the forest and began to cry. The forest was filled with demonic energy. The coldness and hunger was too much for him to bear, but the boy was able to overcome it thanks to the seed he had inside him. The seed provided an energy that protected him. 10 days passed and the boy still pushed through. A leopard approached him. The leopard picked him up and left. 10 years later, we see Helmut chasing after a rabbit. He successfully held the rabbit down. He tells the leopard called Elaga to look at what he achieved. Elaga approached Helmut and killed the rabbit. She asked Helmut if he has gotten used to hunting. Helmut says he can only hunt rabbits for now. After killing the rabbit, Elaga brought out an odd-looking object out of it. She told Helmut that the object is called a core and all demonic beasts have them. She said that if one eats a core, it will recharge their core and increase their lifespan. Helmut was going to collect it from her, but she kicks him away with her tail. Helmut started crying. He said that he is the one that is supposed to eat the core because he hunted the rabbit. Elaga told him that he can't eat it because he is not a demonic beast, and if he should eat it, he will become a demonic beast, and if that happens he will have to live in the forest forever. Helmut says that it doesn't matter if he eats the core because there is no way he is getting out of the forest. Elaga tells him that there is a way out of the forest. Helmut was shocked to hear this. He asked Elaga how this was possible because she said it was impossible to do. Elaga said that she didn't think it was possible, but someone told her that it is possible. Helmut asked her who told her. Elaga said that a human she met before. Helmut was shocked to hear this. Elaga told him that he shouldn't bother to find the human because he is probably already dead. Helmut asked her if she saw him die with her own eyes. Elaga said that the human was a very strong person in the past, but he has grown old. She said that no matter how strong a human is, they will grow weaker because they can't endure the demonic energy in the forest. The reason Helmut can't feel it is because he has a seed of darkness. Elaga said that the last time she met the human he was already old, and if he is still alive then he would be 90 years old. Helmut asked her where she met the human. She tries to hit Helmut with a stick when he asked this question. She said that Helmut already wants to leave her after she raised and fed him. She told him that the man might not be there when gets there. Helmut said he will come back if he doesn't meet anyone. Elaga was angry to hear this. She told Helmut that the place is east from their location. She told him to do whatever he wants. Immediately Helmut heard the location. He began to run. Elaga was shocked that he actually left. She said that she doesn't care if he dies. Helmut was happy to hear that there was another human in this forest apart from him. When Helmut arrived there, he saw a fence made out of woods. He jumped over the fence and saw a house. When he landed, the house made him believe that a human lives there, since it is only them that can make such a construction. While looking around, Helmut gets his face pinned to the ground by a man. The man asked Helmut who he was and who sent him. Helmut said that Elaga sent him here and she was the one who told him that a human stays here. The man recognized Elaga's name. He released Helmut and asked what he wants. The man told Helmut that if he came to see another human then he should just leave. Helmut said that the reason he came here is because he wants to leave this forest. The man introduced himself as Darion. He asked Helmut if he really wants to escape. Helmut replied that Elaga told him that he knows a way out of the forest. Darion asked him why he wants to leave. He says that the outside world is not as peaceful or beautiful as Helmut thinks. Helmut asked Darion how the outside world is. Darion said that in the outside world people don't have claws or fangs. They have weak bodies, but they are very cunning and cruel in exchange. They also tend to join forces and betray each other when needed. Darion asked Helmut if he was born in the forest. Helmut said that he was sent here as a baby. Darion immediately understood that Helmut has a seed of darkness. Darion told Helmut that the fact that he wasn't killed when people found out he had a seed of darkness means that he was born into a powerful family and is a noble. Helmut didn't know what a noble was. He told Helmut that the reason he was left in the forest was because of his seed of darkness. He said that as long as the seed is in Helmut's body he will be chased and hunted down after he gets out of the forest. Darion asked Helmut if he still wants to leave the forest. Helmut says he does. When Darion heard this he picks up Helmut. Helmut asked him what he was doing. Darion tells him that if he wants to live in the human world, he has to first become one. He said that he will turn Helmut into a human. Helmut asked Darion what he has to do to get out of the forest. Darion said that he has to get through the forest barrier. He told Helmut that it is impossible with his current strength and he should forget about it for now. He said that after Helmut becomes stronger, he will introduce him to the person that will help him get out. Helmut asked him how he could get stronger. Darion told him to just follow his command and he will get stronger. At Darion's house, he gives Helmut a broom to sweep the ground. Helmut says that he doesn't want to. Darion said that all humans do it, so Helmut must do it. Helmut asked Darion how he could live in a house that is so dirty. Darion asked him if he wants to continue to live the forest. When Helmut heard this, he reluctantly began to sweep. When Helmut was done sweeping, Darion shows him his bed. Helmut was so happy that he got a bed. He asked Darion if he could sleep immediately. Darion told him that they had a lot to do. He gave Helmut some clothes to wear. He warned him not to damage them because he made it out of his own clothes and he doesn't have plenty to spare. Darion takes Helmut outside to harvest some plants. He told Helmut that he is going to teach him what to eat and how to make things edible. Darion takes out a plant from his bag. He tells Helmut that all the organisms in this forest have cores, and even if one takes out their cores, the organisms still have demonic energy in them. The only way to completely purify the demonic energy is by getting it cleansed in water. After cleansing it, he gave Helmut to eat. Helmut was shocked that it was actually edible. After showing this to Helmut, Darion decided to return home. The next day, Helmut was angry that Darion sent him to fetch water by using the excuse that he needs to act like a human. While Helmut was thinking about his situation, something was looking at him at his back. The thing attacked him and it turns out to be Elaga. She asked Helmut what he was doing. Helmut said that Darion asked him to fetch water. Elaga was shocked to hear this because Helmut never listened to her. Helmut said that he is doing it because Darion promised to make him stronger. Elaga asked him what he wants to do when he becomes stronger. Helmut said that he is going to leave the forest because he is not a demonic beast. Elaga asked Helmut if he expects something good to happen to him when he gets to the human world. Helmut said that he doesn't know what will happen, but he is sure that nothing will happen to him if he stays in this forest. After fetching the water, Helmut left Elaga. As Helmut was leaving, Elaga couldn't help but feel sad. At Darion's house, Helmut is practicing a difficult stance while Darion pours the water he fetched on him. Helmut begged Darion to stop the training. Darion asked Helmut if he wants to leave the forest. When Helmut heard this, he continued the stance. Darion was surprised that Helmut was lasting longer than he expected. He says that apart from the seed of darkness, Helmut was born with talent. At sunset, Helmut finally gave up. Darion picked him up and cooked some food. Helmut wasn't excited to eat the food until he tasted it. He rushed to finish the food. He couldn't believe how delicious the soup was. While they were eating, Darion stands up. He tells Helmut that he should listen to him while he eats. He said that Helmut wants to get stronger to leave the forest, but he is not a demonic beast. He is just a weak human with limits. Because of this, he has decided to teach Helmut how to use a sword. Darion picked up a wooden sword and told Helmut to watch carefully. He gently moved the sword in a beautiful pattern before he swung it with so much force that Helmut thought that he saw the sword produce lightning. Darion used the wooden sword to smash a boulder into pieces. Helmut was so shocked to see this. He couldn't believe what he had just witnessed. Helmut asked Darion about the lightning he saw. Darion told him that the energy he saw is called vis, an invisible source of power that only humans can use. He said that the seed of darkness in Helmut's body is also another source of power like vis. Helmut was very happy to see this power. He told Darion that he wanted to learn how to use it. Darion smacked Helmut's head and told him that his body is not yet prepared to use vis. He needed to get a proper understanding of a sword first. Darion told him that the way of the sword is hard and it can cause a lot of pain, but if he should stick to training, he will definitely become strong. Helmut accepted Darion's offer without a second thought. While training, Darion told Helmut to improve his forms. Helmut shouted at Darion and told him he was doing it correctly. Darion told him to watch his tone and address him respectfully. Helmut immediately changed his tone. He asked Darion what problem was. Darion told Helmut to think of the problem himself. Helmut said he didn't know the problem at all. Darion was upset to hear this. He asked Helmut if he has to explain everything to him. Helmut was angry to hear this. He said Darion must explain to him because he doesn't understand anything. Darion found Helmut to be a strange kid because Helmut had no appreciation for learning, yet he learnt most things very fast. Darion found Helmut strange because the seed of darkness which is in his body usually makes people violent and crazy, but Helmut is a rational kid who is more logical than most adults, and he is quite tenacious and doesn't give up easily. Darion believed that there was something different about Helmut. He decided to offer Helmut training advice. He attacked Helmut on his hand twice. He then asked Helmut if he understood the problem with his form now. Helmut said he didn't understand a thing. Darion told him that if he doesn't do his best to understand the problem, there will be no dinner for him. Helmut was terrified to hear this. He begged Darion to wait while he thought of his issue. When Helmut thought about it, he realized that the amount of pain he experienced when he was hit were different. He found out that Darion hit him in different places and at different speeds. This was odd to Helmut because Darion used the same movement to hit him, yet the pain was different. Darion told him that his problem was that he was imitating the form, and that isn't enough. He said that Helmut needs to know the difference in his muscles, the tremors in his fingertips, the speed, the flow, and the movement that follows, and more importantly, he needs to understand the sword and his mind. Darion told him that only when he has these things under his control will he truly have learnt something. He said that Helmut must devote his heart and soul to each movement he makes in order to truly understand the sword. He told him that all he is doing right now is meaninglessly swinging his arms, and this does not make him a swordsman. He is simply a woodcutter. After hearing what Darion said, Helmut continued to practice. After he was done, Helmut went to the river. There he met Elaga. Elaga was shocked to see that Helmut had built up muscles from training. When Helmut sat on the ground, he asked Elaga why Darion said he was indebted to her. Elaga said that she gave Darion special permission to live in her forest. Helmut was shocked to hear this. He asked Elaga why she allowed Darion to live in the forest because she doesn't like anyone living close to her. He asked Elaga if she didn't want to fight Darion. Elaga was angry to hear this. She told Helmut that she is the owner of the central area of this forest and she will fight anyone who challenges her. Immediately after she says this, she told Helmut that the reason she didn't want to fight Darion was because she was being cautious. She didn't want to be tired from the fight and killed by a snake. Helmut realized that the snake Elaga was referring to was Naho, a two-headed snake in the southern region of the forest. Helmut asked her that if she was to fight Darion without any interruptions, would she win? Elaga thought about it and said that she is not sure. This is because demonic beasts like them usually expose their demonic energy so they can instinctively tell if they will win, but it is different with humans because they can hide their energy. Helmut was shocked to hear that Elaga couldn't win. Elaga corrected Helmut and told him that she simply isn't certain, and the reason she allowed Darion to live in her part of the forest is because Naho hates Darion. Helmut asked Elaga why Naho hates Darion. Elaga told Helmut that Darion destroyed a disgusting area that Naho built up. Helmut was curious about the disgusting area. Elaga decided to carry him on her back and show him. She took Helmut to a farm, but it was an unusual farm because it was a place where humans are being reared. Helmut was very shocked to see a farm where humans were being reared. In the farm, one of the men carrying a heavy load accidentally dropped it on the ground, and for this, the man was beaten. Helmut didn't understand why the man was beaten. He asked Elaga what the man did wrong. Elaga said that the man was not working properly and for this he had to be punished. Helmut was surprised to hear this. He sees some girls in the farm and Elaga why they look different from him. Elaga told him that those girls are human females and he is a male. She said that Naho prefers the meat of women because they are tender and for that he makes men work while he feeds on the women. Among the humans in the farm, Elaga points to a bald man and calls him the leader of the humans. This man called Erugo saw the man that was being beaten for his mistake and told the men to forget about the man and prepare the sacrifices for Naho. He looks at one of the girls and removes her from the group of sacrifices. He tells her that he will let her live longer if she satisfies him. Helmut was shocked that such a man was the leader of the humans. Elaga told him that she doesn't know how the man does it, but he is able to find humans that have entered into the forest, and if he had found Helmut, he would have also become a slave. Helmut asked Elaga why she saved him and why she doesn't treat him like a slave. Elaga said that she saved Helmut so that Naho's human livestock won't increase. Helmut smiled because he knew that Elaga was lying. After their conversation, Elaga decided to return back home. When she turned around, she sensed some demonic energy. Suddenly, out of nowhere, Naho attacked her. She stood her ground and pushed Naho back. Naho stood up and Helmut was scared because of the demonic energy he felt. Naho asked Elaga if she was raising Helmut. He told her to eat Helmut while he is still young because that is when males are delicious, and if she does not eat him she can give Helmut to him. Elaga said that he only eats females so Helmut won't taste good. Naho said that he actually does not want to eat Helmut at all, but he had one issue with Helmut and that was his smell. When Naho got Helmut's scent he asked him how he knew Darion. Elaga immediately pushed Naho away. Naho told her to calm down and that he was just angry because of what Darion did to his farm some years ago. Elaga told him that Helmut does not know Darion and he only took Darion's clothes to wear. Naho told Helmut that he is lucky because if he knew Darion, he would have killed him. When Elaga heard this she released a lot of energy and told Naho that if he tries anything she will rip him into shreds. Naho got scared and told Elaga that there was no need for such action. He told Elaga that he has no interest in fighting her. He told her to leave his territory and never come back. After saying this he left. When he left, Helmut fainted from the fear he experienced. When he regained consciousness, Elaga told him not to set foot in Naho's territory and he should stay near Darion. When Helmut heard this, he was sad. He asked Elaga if he could become as strong as she and Darion. Elaga told him that Darion is strong. She said that she doesn't know how strong he is, but she knows that he is at a level most humans cannot get to even if they struggled their whole lives. She told Helmut that if he wants to get out of this forest, he has to do his best to become stronger. After saying this, she decided to leave because she could feel Darion approaching them. When Darion met Helmut, he told him to follow him home. Helmut was happy to see Darion. He was very happy to know that he had two people to watch over him. In the next scene, we see Helmut crying in pain. In that moment, he remembered the conversation he had with Darion. Darion gave him some herbs to eat every night before he went to bed. Helmut asked him what kind of herbs they were and Darion told him that they are poisonous herbs. Helmut was angry to hear this. He was about to shout at Darion, but Darion quickly hit him with his vis. He told Helmut that the herbs are meant to suppress his seed of darkness. Helmut ate poisonous herbs every night before he slept, but he did not know it would cause him extreme pain. He couldn't do anything but scream in pain. In the next scene we see Helmut training with a wooden sword. While he was training, Darion approached him. He was surprised that Helmut was enjoying sword training. Helmut said that his vision has become better and his body has become much lighter. He asked Darion if it was thanks to the poisonous herbs that he experienced such changes. Darion told him that it could be thanks to the demonic environment. He asked Helmut if he could no longer feel the pain from the poison. Helmut said that he doesn't feel anything and his body usually feels refreshed in the morning. When Darion heard this, he realized that it had been a few months since Helmut began to consume the herbs. He asked Helmut if he could remember the energy he called vis. He told Helmut that if one's body is not on the basic level, one cannot learn how to use vis, and that was why he didn't teach Helmut how to use it, because his body was not yet on that level, but now Helmut was in the right level. Upon seeing this, Darion has decided to teach Helmut how to use vis. Darion picked up his wooden sword and covered it in vis. When Darion did this, Helmut felt an unknown pressure. Darion told Helmut to melt the energy in the atmosphere into his body. He should control it freely and he should use his sword to incarnate the energy. After saying this, Darion told Helmut to pick up his sword. He told Helmut that he should keep breathing deeply while he is fighting him. Helmut has to do this in order to absorb the energy. After saying this, Darion attacked Helmut with vis. He told Helmut to be careful of the flow of the energy because if he does not handle it well, his body will break. After Helmut managed to block the attack, Darion closed the gap between them and attacked Helmut. Helmut managed to dodge the attack. He asked Darion if he was actually trying to kill him. After saying this, Helmut did his best to breathe steadily. When he regained his composure, he rushed to attack Darion. Darion easily brushes the attacks. He told Helmut to feel the energy around him and control it. Helmut tried to feel it, but he was pushed back. Darion told him not to worry because no one can get it perfectly on their first try, so he and Helmut have to continue fighting like this every day in order for Helmut to achieve it. As time passed, Helmut continued to train hard every day. Slowly he was able to feel the energy in his body and eventually he was able to control this. 4 years later, we see Helmut cutting down the trees in the forest with his wooden sword. When he was done with his training, Darion came to meet him. He told Helmut that he has gotten a bit better at using vis. Helmut asked Darion to duel with him so he can improve. Darion told him to first show him his vis. When Helmut brought out his vis, Darion was surprised. He couldn't believe that Helmut would be able to manifest vis at such a young age. He knew Helmut had the seed of darkness, but he was very sure that Helmut was quite talented. He was sure that Helmut would change the world, but he wasn't certain if it would be a good or evil change. After seeing his vis, Darion realized that it was time to let Helmut go to the outside world.
Darion told Helmut that it is time for him to leave. Helmut was shocked to hear this. He told Darion that he is not yet strong enough to go outside. Darion told Helmut that he will not be able to pass through the divine barrier if his seed of darkness continues to grow. He asked Helmut to listen to him carefully. He told Helmut that the human world is on the south side of the forest of roots. He told Helmut that he has to pass through the divine barrier to reach the human world. He revealed to Helmut that there is a weak spot in the divine barrier which may allow him to pass and enter the human world. He told Helmut that he will be able to pass through if he can withstand the weakened barrier. Helmut asked Darion for the location of the barrier. Darion told Helmut that he does not know where the weakened barrier is. He told Helmut that he was never interested in finding it. He told Helmut that Erugo, who leads the human farm, is the only person who knows the location of the weakened barrier. Helmut was shocked to hear this. He remembered how scary and powerful Naho was. He was surprised to hear that Erugo knew the location of the weakened barrier. Darion told Helmut that he will experience countless things once he steps into the human world. He knew that Helmut would see these things as exciting and outstanding. He told Helmut that tragedy can strike any time. He told Helmut that he cannot stop tragedy by having his guard up, and he cannot avoid it. He told Helmut that in his time of pain, he will experience frustration and despair, and he may even want to reach out to the darkness within him. Darion placed his hand on Helmut's shoulder and begged him to not lose himself any time he feels lost. After saying this to Helmut, Darion asked Helmut if he has any questions for him. Upon seeing how Darion was speaking, Helmut asked Darion if he has no intentions of leaving the forest. Darion coughed and told Helmut that he has no interest at all. After saying this, he told Helmut that he wants to take a nap. He told Helmut that he has something for him. He asked Helmut to visit him in the morning. He turned around and told Helmut that he wants to spend some time alone. Helmut did not know what was wrong with Darion, but he could sense that something was wrong with his master. At night, we see Helmut sitting by the riverside. Elaga comes to greet him. She noticed that Helmut was not happy despite getting close to his lifelong dream. Helmut told Elaga that he can finally leave the forest, but he is feeling complicated. He asked Elaga about why he is feeling so weird. Elaga was surprised to hear this. She told Helmut that the feelings he has is proof that he is slowly becoming human. The next morning, Helmut and Elaga went to visit Darion's cabin. When Helmut opened the door, he sees Darion sitting in a lotus position with a sword and bag in front of him. Helmut noticed that Darion's eyes were closed. He was terrified to see this. He called out for Darion, but Darion did not respond. Helmut already had a feeling that Darion was dying. After seeing Darion's body, Helmut realized that it is time for him to leave the forest. He picked up the bag and sword which Darion left for him. He looked at Darion's body and told Darion that he will always remember him. Helmut was completely heartbroken that his master, who was like a father to him, had passed away. He put himself together and stepped out of the cabin. Elaga was not surprised to see that Darion had passed away. Helmut asked her if she already knew about it. Elaga told him that Darion already told her that he was dying. Elaga noticed the sad expression on Helmut's face. She told Helmut to not be sad. She told him that Darion lived and died as his lifespan dictated. She asked Helmut to not feel guilty about Darion's death. Elaga decided to give Helmut a package to cheer him up. She told him that the package came with him when he entered the forest. When Helmut untied the cloth, he saw a gold necklace inside. Elaga told Helmut that the necklace is made of raw gold, which is a rare metal. She told Helmut that he must be a child of a noble family. When Helmut opened the necklace, he saw a message inside. The message was written by Margaret Freen. In the message, Margaret prayed that there will be light in Helmut's path. Elaga asked Helmut if Margaret is the leader of his family. Helmut told Elaga that Margaret is probably his mother. Elaga told Helmut to find Margaret once he arrives in the human world. Elaga told Helmut that Naho is in hibernation, so he won't sense it if he enters his territory. The only way for him to wake up is if there is a huge commotion. Elaga told Helmut that she cannot enter Naho's territory because he will sense her. Helmut told her not to worry about it. He told her that he can handle it by himself. He picked up his bag and began to walk. As he walked forward, he told Elaga to live long. Elaga smiled when she heard this. She asked Helmut to take care of himself. The scene shifts and we see Erugo moving around the farm. He steps into a room and used his magic to lit a candle. The moment he lit the candle, Helmut came out of hiding and put a sword to Erugo's neck. Black magic is an evil power that can make a weak mage strong. Among numerous mage, there are people who cross the boundaries that they are not meant to in order to get strong magic and power. Erugo was a mage that was always envious and jealous of others. He dreamt of becoming the strongest mage, but he chose the path of black magic because he felt that he was not talented enough. In order for Erugo to accomplish his goals, the dark emotions of humans were needed. Erugo got this emotions via activities like human trafficking and kidnapping. The suffering and fears that came out of his materials made Erugo more evil and powerful. However, because of a certain mage's pursuit, Erugo's atrocities were exposed to the world. Erugo was captured and sentenced to death or exile. Because Erugo did not want to be executed immediately, he chose to be exiled to the Forest of Roots. Eventually he met Naho in the forest. Erugo got Naho's permission to stay within his territory in return for sacrifices. Erugo used his magic to gather all the humans in the forest. After that, the humans submitted themselves to Naho so that they would not die immediately. That was how the human farm was created. Erugo became the king of the farm while the other humans were treated as mere livestock. Naho never interfered in Erugo's work as long as he got his sacrifices. Due to this, Erugo became ambitious again. The only time Erugo was ever worried was winter season because the surrounding demonic beasts attack the farm anytime Naho goes into hibernation. Despite his challenges, Erugo really enjoyed his new life. The scene shifts and we are taken back to Erugo and Helmut. Erugo asked Helmut about what he wants. Helmut asked him to give him the method to leave the forest. Erugo was surprised to hear this. He called Helmut a nasty brat. He asked Helmut if he is Darion's disciple. Helmut did not answer him. He asked Erugo to tell him the way out of the forest. Erugo did not see a reason to fulfill Helmut's wish. Helmut moved his sword closer to Erugo's neck and gave Erugo a small cut. Helmut told Erugo to answer him if he does not want to die. Erugo told Helmut that Naho will wake up if he dies and he will kill Helmut. Erugo asked Helmut if he can take on Naho. Helmut told him that it does not matter. He told Erugo that nobody will be able to revive him if he dies. Erugo was shocked to hear this. He told Helmut to not be reckless. He told Helmut that he's the only one who knows how to get out of the forest. Helmut told Erugo to stop lying. Darion had told Helmut that mages like to record what they do. Helmut knew that he could find the book he wants if he simply looks around. He told Erugo that he only asked him to make the work easier. Erugo was shocked to hear this. He realized that Helmut was not joking around. He accepted Helmut's wish. The scene shifts and we see Helmut and Erugo going down a stairs. Erugo asked Helmut for his name. Helmut told him to mind his own business. Erugo told Helmut that the method he wants to use has never been done before and it is only possible in theory. Erugo told Helmut that this method might be good for someone as powerful as Darion, due to the fact that Helmut was alone. Erugo deduced that Darion wants to stay in the forest. He asked Helmut about what Darion is doing. Helmut did not answer him. Thanks to the fact that Helmut did not respond to him, he realized that Darion is dead. Erugo brought out the book which contained the method. Helmut asked him to hand over the book to him. Erugo offered Helmut the position of his successor. Helmut believed that Erugo was saying nonsense, with a smile on his face. Erugo told Helmut that everyone in the farm is weak. He believed that Helmut was worthy of the position because he is Darion's disciple. Helmut put his sword on Erugo's neck and asked him to stop saying nonsense. Helmut told Erugo that he will make it out of the forest. Erugo told Helmut that he found the book in a mage's hideout before he settled down in the forest. The mage talked about how one could use stealth magic to escape. Unfortunately for the mage, he was not able to escape from the forest. According to the book, there is a huge waterfall at the southern end of the forest. The water and the demonic energy weakened the divine energy of the place. Erugo told Helmut that he will be able to pass the weakened barrier. He told Helmut that while the divine energy is weakened, it is still a very powerful magic that will crush anyone that has the seed of darkness. Upon hearing what Erugo said, Helmut put his sword back and told Erugo that he will spare his life. Helmut did not like Erugo at all. He wanted to kill Erugo, but he remembered what Darion told him. Darion told Helmut to value all life. He told Helmut that he only survived thanks to Elaga's kindness. Helmut punched Erugo in the stomach and knocked him out. After tying Erugo up, Helmut woke him by pressing his pressure points. Helmut told him to not do anything. He assured Erugo that he will be released later. Erugo noticed that he could not activate his magic. He called Helmut an arrogant bastard and asked him if he really believes that he will make it out of the forest. With a smile on his face, Helmut told him that he will make it out of the forest. After Helmut left, Erugo forcefully activated his magic. He said that he will crush Helmut's confidence into tiny bits. He activated his magic and screamed Naho's name. The ground began to tremble and Naho came out of it. Naho asked Erugo if he summoned him for no reason. Erugo told Naho that Darion has died. He told Naho that Darion's disciple is in his territory. Naho was extremely happy to hear this. He believed that he was given an opportunity to get rid of everything he hates. He passed through the wall and began to chase after Helmut. Erugo was happy to see Naho going after Helmut. With a crazy smile on his face, Erugo said that Helmut will pay for treating him so badly. The scene shifts and we see Helmut running in the forest. While running, Helmut wonders if he should have just killed Erugo. Helmut noticed that the beasts of the forest were running next to him without taking a glance at him. Helmut realized that the demonic beasts were afraid of something. Helmut felt a horrifying presence approaching him. He realized that he needs to run faster. After running for a while, Helmut stops to see how far he had gotten. Helmut was still in Naho's territory, but he believed that he had gotten far away from the farm. When Helmut looked up, he noticed that everywhere was engulfed by demonic energy. While checking his surroundings, Helmut feels something terrifying in the air. Helmut quickly placed his hand on his sword and took a stance. Before Helmut could make a move, Naho appeared in front of him. Naho welcomed Helmut to his territory. He told Helmut that he always knew that he would return to his territory. He told Helmut that he cannot just let him leave. Helmut told him that he will leave after he kills him. Naho laughed when he heard this. He was surprised to see that Helmut was more confident than before. He told Helmut that he cannot defeat him. He told Helmut that he should not resist him. Immediately he said this, he rushed to attack Helmut with his head. The attack created a large explosion. Helmut was able to dodge the attack, but he could not see Naho because everywhere was covered in dust, while the dust was in the air. Naho commended Helmut on dodging his attack. When the dust cleared up, Naho had used his body to surround Helmut. With a horrifying look on his face, he asked Helmut to keep struggling. Helmut was overwhelmed by Naho's demonic energy. He quickly calmed himself. He told himself that he will get an opportunity to strike Naho. While Helmut was calming himself, Naho used the opportunity to amass a large amount of energy. He attacked Helmut with this energy. Helmut was able to dodge the attack. He realized that he finally had an opportunity to attack Naho. One of Naho's head tried to swallow Helmut as he got close. Helmut dodged the attack and used the head to climb Naho's body. Helmut knew that he could not cut Naho's body easily thanks to Naho's demonic energy. But he was certain that Naho would have a weak spot which this can penetrate. Helmut decided to cut Naho's eyes. Naho began to scream in pain when he felt the attack. Helmut knew that his attack was not enough to take Naho down. He knew that his attack could only stall Naho for some time. He wanted to fight Naho, but he knew that he would die if he continues to fight with the vis he has left. As Helmut was running away, we see Naho screaming at his injured head. Helmut knew that he had to get away from Naho's territory while he is distracted. Before Helmut could get away, Naho removed his own head and ate it. Helmut was horrified to see this. After eating his own head, Naho rushed to attack Helmut. Helmut tried to block the attack, but he was overwhelmed by Naho's strength. After getting pushed back by Naho, Helmut quickly hit himself. Naho was annoyed to see this. He could not find Helmut easily because he had lost his other head. He told Helmut to come out of hiding. The scene shifts and we see Helmut trying to catch his breath behind a tree. Helmut knew that Naho was strong, but he never expected that it would be so difficult for him to fight Naho. He could not believe that he was only able to cut Naho's eyes. He used his sword to pick himself up and decided to escape while Naho was still confused. Before Helmut could take a step, he feels a large amount of demonic energy coming towards him. Naho was releasing his demonic energy in order to sense the living things in the area. He smiled when he found the spot which Helmut was hiding in. He told Helmut that he cannot hide from him in the forest. He quickly rushed to attack Helmut with his head. Helmut grit his teeth and told himself that he will not die in such a place. Helmut was about to attack Naho when he saw something shocking. Elaga had come to rescue him. Naho smiled when he saw Elaga. He welcomed her to his territory. Helmut was shocked to see Elaga. Elaga roared and released a large amount of demonic energy. Helmut was surprised to see how strong Elaga was. Elaga commended Helmut on surviving. She told him to leave the rest to her. She asked Helmut to leave the area. Helmut, who was struggling to withstand the demonic energy, told Elaga that he wants to help her. Elaga reminded Helmut that he has something important that he wants to find. She told Helmut to find his freedom. Helmut was shocked to hear these words. He did not know what to say to Elaga. Elaga told Helmut to not waste her efforts. Helmut wanted to help her, but Elaga asked him to leave. Helmut was annoyed to hear this. He thanked Elaga and began to run. Now Elaga had to face Naho on her own. Naho was annoyed to see Elaga. He could not believe that she would interfere in his territory. Elaga told him that she is doing what needs to be done. Naho began to laugh when he heard this. He mocked the relationship between Elaga and Helmut. He believed that Elaga was a disgusting cat. He thanked Elaga for coming into his territory on her own. He told her that he will kill her and devour Helmut. Elaga thought that Naho was stupid for saying this. She asked Naho about how he wants to defeat her with only one head. Naho was annoyed to hear this. He rushed to attack Elaga. The scene shifts and we see Helmut killing different demonic beasts. After coming out of Naho's territory, Helmut had been running for several days while standing in a pool of blood. Helmut says that the other demonic beasts are not a problem as long as they are not as powerful as Naho. While walking in the forest, Helmut realized that he would not have survived in this place if he hadn't met Elaga and Darion. while standing next to the waterfall. Helmut tells himself that he has to get out of the forest for the sake of Elaga and Darion. The area around the waterfall was much different from Naho and Elaga's territory. Helmut could barely sense any demonic energy, and his seed of darkness was reacting. Helmut realized that his seed of darkness was reacting to the divine barrier. Fortunately for him, he used his vis to cover his seed of darkness. Otherwise, he would have a very horrible experience. While looking at his body, a feather falls on Helmut's hand. Helmut was surprised to see the feather. A giant bird flies over Helmut and lands in front of him. The bird was surprised to see a human child. The bird asked Helmut about what he wants in his territory. Helmut was shocked to see the bird. He realized that Erugo purposely told him about the waterfall because there was a demonic beast in the area. The demonic beast introduced itself as Agrel. Agrel asked Helmut for his name. Helmut also introduced himself to the giant bird. Helmut realized that he had heard about Agrel. Agrel is the ruler of the northern part of the forest. Elaga told Helmut that Agrel is a demonic beast that is very curious about things. Agrel realized that he could smell the scent of Naho on Helmut's body. He was surprised to see that Helmut also had Elaga's scent on him. He asked Helmut if he is Naho or Elaga's child, with a confident look on his face. Helmut told Agrel that he is Elaga's family. Agrel was surprised to hear this. He released his terrifying demonic energy and said that Elaga's family has intruded into his territory. Helmut told Agrel that he came on his own. He told Agrel that he has his own personal reasons. Agrel told Helmut to tell him his reasons. Helmut told Agrel that what he came to do will be meaningful for him too. Agrel was surprised to hear this. He told Helmut to explain himself. Helmut told Agrel that he has an opportunity to satisfy his curiosity. He told Agrel that he will be the first being to pass through the divine barrier. Agrel began to laugh when he heard this. He told Helmut that the seed of darkness within him makes him the same as a demonic beast. Helmut asked Agrel to give him a chance. He told Agrel that he is the only one willing to come to this part of the forest and try to get past the divine barrier. Agrel believed that what Helmut was trying to do was stupid. He also did not see a reason to let his human prey be burnt by the divine barrier. Helmut told Agrel that there is no shortage of humans that will step into the forest. He told Agrel that he is the only human that can cross the barrier. Agrel became intrigued with what Helmut said. He told Helmut that he wants to see him do what he said. He believed that Helmut is the only human stupid enough to do such a thing. Helmut told Agrel that he will be the first demonic beast to witness a human passing the divine barrier. Agrel accepted Helmut's offer when he heard this. He told Helmut that he will protect him from the other demonic beasts while he attempts to escape. He asked Helmut to tell him his final words in case anything happens to him. He told Helmut that he will share the words with Elaga. Helmut asked Agrel to tell Elaga that he made it out of the forest. Agrel was surprised to hear this. He realized that Helmut wanted him to tell Elaga this information regardless of the result. After thinking about it for a while, Agrel accepted Helmut's wish. Helmut was relieved to see this. Helmut jumped into the waterfall and began to dive. He swam to the bottom of the waterfall. Helmut used his vis to cover his body. When he arrived at the bottom of the waterfall, he saw a hole in the barrier. Helmut began to swim into the hole. He assured himself that he will survive and go beyond the forest of roots. Divinity is the power of purification that protects humans and rejects negativity. The divine barrier rejected the seed of darkness in Helmut. The power was penetrating through Helmut at a frightening speed. Helmut felt pain on a whole other level. His consciousness began to slowly fade away. Helmut was terrified to see this. He did not know if he was becoming a demonic beast. The scene shifts, and we see a group of mercenaries moving near the forest of roots. A boy in the group asked his leader called Tanya about why they are resting in such a place. Tanya told the boy called Pin that they will be able to travel further if they rest for a while. She told Pin that they will all die if they come across a demonic beast while they are tired. Pin was terrified to hear this. Tanya told Pin to fetch some water. Pin was annoyed to hear this. He believed that everywhere was already dark. Tanya was annoyed to see how Pin was behaving. She kicked him and told him to fetch some water. As Pin got closer to the river, he felt something strange. When he arrived at the river, he sees something which he believes is seaweed. When he carefully looks into the water, he realized that he was holding the hair of an unconscious Helmut. Pin was horrified to see Helmut. He quickly ran back to his group in fear. The members of the group asked him about what was going on. Pin told them that there is a dead body in the river. The members of the group began to laugh when they heard this. They thought that Pin was lying. They believed that Pin saw a stick and called it a body because he is a coward. Tanya asked Pin to show her the body. Pin pointed towards the riverside. Tanya kicked him and asked him to show her the way instead of simply pointing. Before they reached the riverside, Tanya told Pin that she will kill him if he made a mistake. When they arrived at the river, Pin showed Tanya Helmut's body. Tanya was surprised to see Helmut's body. She assumed Helmut was dead. After carefully looking at Helmut's body, she noticed that Helmut was still breathing. She asked Pin to assist her in carrying Helmut. Pin was horrified to hear this. Tanya quickly pulled Helmut out of the water. The scene shifts and we see Helmut wake up with bandages around his body. Helmut did not know where he was and he did not know if he had escaped the forest of roots. Tanya welcomed Helmut to her group. She told him that he is safe with them. She asked Helmut for his name. Helmut introduced himself to Tanya. She asked Helmut to tell her about himself. Helmut told her that he does not remember anything about himself. Tanya was surprised to hear this. She knew that Helmut did not have any external injuries. She asked Helmut if he hit his head while he was in the water. Tanya introduced herself to Helmut. She told him that she is a rank 3 silver medal mercenary from the Face Mercenary Corps. Helmut was surprised to see another human like him. Tanya asked Helmut if he knew where he was. Helmut told her that he does not know their current location. Tanya told Helmut that they are currently at Decay Forest. Tanya was surprised to hear that Helmut did not remember anything. She realized that Helmut memory loss is very severe. She asked Helmut if he remembers anything at all. Helmut told her that he remembers his name and how to wield a sword. Tanya was happy to hear this. She realized that Helmut simply needs to meet a doctor in order to solve his problem. She told Helmut that her group will help him until he can remember things about himself. She told Helmut that he is now her responsibility. Helmut was shocked to hear this. He thanked Tanya for her help. The next day, we see Helmut resting on a boulder. Helmut was very happy that he was able to come out of the forest. He realized that he needed to rest for some time before he can recover. He could not believe that his body was in a worse state than when he started training. He could barely even feel his vis. Helmut was surprised to see that the seed of darkness was still in his body. He knew that he could not let other humans find out that he had a seed of darkness within him. He decided to continue pretending that he had lost his memories. He brought out his necklace and said that he wants to find the owner. Helmut knew that he could not rush anything at all. He decided to take things slow. The scene shifts and we see the members of the group commenting on Helmut's new look. One of the men believed that Helmut was a noble. He could not believe someone could look so elegant. Pin was also surprised to see Helmut's new look. He remembered how Helmut looked like a corpse when he first found him. He asked Helmut if he is the son of a wealthy man. Helmut told him that he does not know. Tanya placed her hand on Helmut's shoulder and asked him about how he is feeling. She told Helmut that he looks much better now that he has freshened up. Pin was annoyed to see this. He told Tanya that she is nice to Helmut because he is handsome. Tanya quickly punched Pin in the face. She ordered him to assist the other members of the group. Tanya told Helmut that they will arrive at a village in 4 days. She asked Helmut to bear with them for a little while. She told Helmut that she will introduce him to a doctor when they arrive at a village, with a smile on his face. Helmut thanked Tanya for helping him. Tanya pat his head and told him not to worry about it. After doing this, she ordered the rest of her men to prepare for departure. Helmut and Pin were both surprised by how Tanya treated them. The scene shifts and we see Helmut moving with the group. Finn asked Helmut to move slowly because of his body. He told Helmut that their carriage is fast and it will be difficult to catch up with it. Helmut told Finn that he wants to walk to loosen up his body. Helmut began to pet their group's horse. Finn asked Helmut if he likes horses. Helmut told him that he is not sure. Due to the way Helmut treated the horse, Finn realized that Helmut is not a noble, but he was certain that Helmut was not an ordinary person. Helmut, who was shocked to see a horse, called the horse a docile organism. Finn was surprised to hear what Helmut said. He had never heard anyone speak like Helmut. He was certain that Helmut was around his age, so he did not understand why Helmut spoke in such a weird manner. While moving alongside the horse, Helmut began to breathe heavily. Finn asked Helmut to get on the carriage after seeing his condition. He told Helmut that the group will fall behind if he continues to walk slowly. Helmut told Finn that he is fine. He told Finn that he will not fall behind. Finn was surprised to see how stubborn Helmut was. He believed that Helmut might be a noble. Helmut did not understand why he was so tired. In the Forest of Roots, it usually takes him a day to recover his strength. He decided to continue walking in order to increase his stamina. The scene shifts and we see a doctor looking at Helmut's body. The doctor tells Tanya that there is nothing wrong with Helmut. He told her that Helmut has a strong constitution, so he recovers faster than other people. Tanya asked the doctor if he has properly looked at Helmut. The doctor was annoyed to hear this. He told Tanya to treat Helmut herself. Tanya was annoyed to hear this. She told the doctor that Helmut was unconscious for a long time. She called the doctor a quack and told him to give them a proper diagnosis. The doctor was annoyed to hear this. He screamed at Tanya and told her that Helmut has a body that recovers very fast. Finn asked the doctor about Helmut's amnesia. The man told Finn that Helmut's memory will return very soon. He told Finn that there is nothing wrong with Helmut's head. The doctor gave them some medicine and asked them to go away. He called Tanya an idiot for challenging a professional like himself. Tanya became angry when she heard this. She began to scream at the old man. She called the man an old geezer and wanted to attack him. The scene shifts and we see Tanya walking with Helmut. She asked Helmut if he is feeling fine. She told him that Finn talked about his breathing problems. Helmut told Tanya that he is feeling better now that he has used the medicine. After hearing that Helmut had a strong body, Tanya remembered that Helmut told her that he knows how to wield a sword. She told Helmut that he was probably trained by a master. Helmut was surprised that she was able to deduce such a thing. He told her that the sword felt familiar to him as soon as he held it. Tanya asked Helmut if he wants to duel with her. Helmut was surprised to hear this. Tanya told him not to feel pressured. She told him that she suggested the duel because it might trigger his memories. Tanya is a rank 3 silver medal mercenary. Helmut realized that someone of her status is highly respected in society. He realized that he could use this opportunity to gauge how strong he is. Tanya took Helmut to their group's training center. The men in the training center were shocked to see Tanya. They were surprised to hear that Helmut wanted to have a duel with Tanya. The men asked Tanya to go easy on Helmut. They asked her to go easy on Helmut's face. Tanya was annoyed to hear this. She quickly beat up the men who mocked her. Tanya gave Helmut a wooden sword. She told him that the duel will end once anyone falls to the ground. With a smile on her face, Tanya asked Helmut to attack her with everything he has. She told Helmut that she is the vice captain of her group, so he should not look down on her. Helmut knew that his body had not recovered and his vis had not yet returned. He realized that he could not fight her with sheer strength. He decided to fight her by redirecting her attacks. He took a deep breath and got into position. The other members of the squad were surprised to see Helmut's stance. Helmut rushed to attack Tanya. He noticed that her left waist was opened and tried to attack it. Tanya easily parried the attack. Helmut became certain that Tanya was above him in strength. He realized that he cannot fight her head-on. Tanya attacked Helmut with her sword, but Helmut was able to dodge the attack by jumping. Tanya closed the gap between them and used her leg to kick Helmut's stomach. Helmut was annoyed that he received such an attack. He realized that his body cannot move as he wants. He did not know what to do. While Helmut was thinking, Tanya closed the gap between them. She told Helmut that he thinks too much. She began to attack Helmut aggressively. Helmut was able to block the attacks, but he was slowly getting overwhelmed. Tanya moved closer to Helmut and used her sword to push Helmut. Helmut flew back and landed on the ground. The men were surprised to see how intense the duel was. Helmut picked up his sword and told Tanya that he lost. Due to the look in Helmut's eyes, Tanya realized that Helmut felt frustrated. Helmut could not believe that the match was one-sided. He was certain that Tanya had more openings than Darion and her swordsmanship was not very efficient either. Tanya told Helmut that he fought very well. Helmut could not believe that Tanya was much stronger than he expected. He finally understood why Darion told him to not underestimate humans. Helmut could not believe that he was defeated by a rank 3 swordsman. A man walked up to Helmut and told him that Tanya is a distinguished fighter among their mercenary group. He told Helmut to not feel bad for losing. The other members of the group commended Helmut on his efforts. They told Helmut that he is better than Finn. Helmut asked the man who walked up to him for his identity. The man told Helmut that his name is Bayen. He told Helmut that he is the captain of their mercenary group. He told Helmut that he is a rank 2 gold medal mercenary. Bayen congratulated Helmut on passing their squad's entrance exam. Helmut was shocked to hear this. He did not understand what Bayen meant by entrance exam. Bayen told Helmut that they did not want him to wander around without his memories. So the group decided to allow him to join them after they tested him. It is not easy to join the Face mercenary group, so the members of the group had been watching Helmut's movement before he entered the village. Helmut was surprised to hear this. He finally understood why no one approached him besides Tanya and Finn. Helmut did not have an issue with the test because he knew that the group could have left him if they wanted. Bayen was very impressed by the fact that Helmut did not hit on his sister Tanya. He brought out a paper and handed it over to Helmut. He told Helmut that the paper contains a deed which will allow Helmut to become a rank 4 mercenary. He told Helmut that they also created a temporary identity card for him. He advised Helmut to officially register at the mercenary guild later. Bayen asked his men to introduce themselves to Helmut. The different rank 3 members of group began to introduce themselves to Helmut. Finn also reintroduced himself to Helmut. He told Helmut that he is a rank 4 bronze mercenary. Helmut could not believe that he had allies. He remembered that Darion told him not to trust humans too much. He was not sure about what to do. Helmut asked Fien about how long he has to stay in the squad. He told Fien that he might want to leave after regaining some memories. Fane told Helmut that he can leave anytime he wants, but he is not allowed to leave if they are on a mission. He told Helmut that he must complete the mission with them. Helmut accepted this condition. He believed that it would be better for him to be with the squad than to wander around aimlessly. He believed that he might be able to find some clues about his birth. More importantly, Helmut wanted to know what it feels like to have allies. The scene shifts and we see a man arguing with Fien. The man told Fien that he does not want another rank 4 mercenary involved in the mission. He told Fien that the mission is not suitable for a rank 4. He reminded Fien that he already allowed him to bring Finn along with him. Fien told the man called Miles that Helmut is quite useful. He assured Miles that he is not bringing Helmut alongside him for nothing. Fien told Miles to trust him. Miles knew that Fien was not lying because he had been doing business with the Face mercenary group for a long time. He allowed Fien to bring Helmut on the mission. Fien thanked Miles for his understanding. Miles told Fien that he will only pay Helmut a third of the price of a normal rank 4. He asked Fien if he knows that another mercenary group called Tariq Mercenary Squad is also joining them on the mission. Fien told Miles that he knows. He asked Miles to not worry about it. Miles told Fien that they will begin the mission at 7 a.m. tomorrow. After saying this, he left. After Miles left, Tanya commended her brother on his negotiation skills. Fien told his men that their mission is to escort a large convoy. He told Helmut and Finn that they do not need to fight if they are ever ambushed. He assured them that they will only fight if the situation is urgent. Tanya told the rank 3s of the squad to prepare thoroughly. She told them that they cannot predict the strength of their ambushers. A member of the squad called Uter told Helmut to ignore the Tariq squad if they try to insult him. Uter told Helmut that their group does not have a good relationship with the Tariq squad. Another member called Maros told Helmut that the Tariq group does not like them because they have a good reputation. After explaining the mission to his members, Fien told his squad to get some rest. The scene shifts and we see Helmut standing in the training center in the middle of night. Helmut was annoyed with himself. He realized that he was using the state of his body as an excuse to justify his loss against Tanya. He was certain that Tanya had many openings in her defense. He realized that he lost because he was not able to attack faster than Tanya. He realized that his current self is very weak. He knew that his lack of this was not his problem. He decided to first get his body back into shape. He unsheathed his sword and began his training. The scene shifts and we see the group begin their mission. Fien told them to always stay on their toes. He told them that they paid a lot of money for their services. He asked his members to safely protect their customers. Finn noticed that he had a stomachache. He wondered if he ate too much food before they started the mission. He called Helmut a weakling and asked him if he is feeling okay. He told Helmut that life is going to be hard starting from today. Helmut realized that Finn was mocking because he saw him fall once, with a serious look on his face. Helmut told Finn that he can endure the mission. Finn noticed that Helmut was looking quite serious. He tapped Helmut and told him that he was joking. Helmut ignored him and walked forward. After walking for a while, the squad met up with Miles. Miles showed Fien his cargo. He told Fien that his squad is going to guard the cargo from the back. While Miles explaining the details of the mission to Fien, the Tariq squad arrived. One of the members of the Tariq squad noticed that Finn was staring at him. With a terrible look on his face, the man asked Finn about why he was staring. He called Finn a scrawny boy that cannot swing a sword. Finn was annoyed to hear this. The man noticed that Helmut was standing next to Finn. The man assumed that Helmut was a girl. He laughed and told the two boys to follow his group's lead. Helmut did not understand why the man was looking down on them. He wondered if the man was trying to size them up. He realized that both humans and demonic beasts like to compare their strength with that of their opponents. Helmut wondered if the man who just spoke was the leader of the Tariq squad. It did not make sense to him because the man was not very strong. He decided to watch the man while the mission is ongoing. A few days later, we see the man trip Finn on purpose. Finn was annoyed by this. He could not believe that the man has been harassing him since the mission began. He asked the man about how long he wants to continue harassing him, with a devious smile on his face. The man told Finn that he tripped him by mistake. He told Finn to hit him if he is upset. Finn was horrified by the stature of the man and his friends. He quickly turned his head down. Helmut came to assist Finn in getting up. The man told Helmut that he looks like a girl. He told Helmut that he will buy him some flowers the next time he sees him. Helmut ignored the man and assisted Finn in getting up. He took Finn back to their squad. The man was annoyed by the fact that Helmut ignored him. His friend told him that Helmut has been ignoring him since the mission began. Another one of the man's friend asked him if it is smart for them to keep harassing the boys. He told the man that people are watching them. The man was annoyed to hear this. He told his friend that Helmut and Finn are rank 4 mercenaries. He told his friend that he is a rank 3 mercenary who got reduced to rank 4 because of his injured hand. He told his friend that he only needs one hand to take care of Helmut and Finn. The man's friend was surprised to hear this. He reminded the man that he was reduced to rank 4 because he got drunk and did something stupid. The man grabbed his friend's neck and told him to shut up. His friend began to beg for mercy. The man was annoyed with the situation. He believed that it was his brother's fault that he is being disrespected. He could not believe his brother reduced him to rank 4 because he fought a few times. He believed that his brother was looking down on him because he is a rank 2 mercenary. The man was annoyed by the fact that Helmut had been ignoring him since the beginning of the mission. He said that he will kill Helmut. The man let his friend go. With a devious smile on his face, the man asked his friends to help him with something. After Finn returns to the squad, he complains about how the men have harassed him for 3 days. Finn did not understand why Caleb, who is the leader of the group, was hanging out with rank 4s. Finn believed that Caleb was still a rank 3 mercenary. He realized that something was odd about the situation. He picked up his bucket and said that he is going to fetch some water. He told Helmut that he will not hold back if Caleb and his group hurt him again. After saying this, he left. The scene shifts and we see Finn arrive at the stream. Finn was annoyed with the fact that he had to go through so much stress just to get some water. He decided to fetch enough for the squad. While he was fetching some water, someone walks up to him. When Finn turned around to see who was behind him, he saw Caleb and his gang. Finn was terrified to see them, with a horrifying look on his face. Caleb told Finn that he wants to have a nice conversation with him. The scene shifts and we see Caleb stepping on Finn. He asked Finn if he has ever taken a bath with Helmut. Finn was shocked to hear this. He called Caleb a bastard. He told Caleb that Helmut is a dude. Caleb told Finn to shut up. He told Finn that he will confirm it by himself. He told Finn that Helmut is coming to meet them. Immediately Caleb said this. One of his friends brought Helmut to him. Caleb could not believe that Helmut actually came on his own. Helmut already knew that something was up. He did not think that it was odd that Caleb was bullying Finn because even the demonic beasts in the forest fight for a higher position in the hierarchy of power. Helmut was surprised to see that there was no difference between humans and demonic beasts. He wondered if these were the type of people which Darion asked him to not trust. With a disgusting look on his face, Caleb asked his friends to strip Helmut. Helmut quickly got into position. He was a bit nervous because he could not yet use his vis, but he was certain that he could take care of this men. He remembered that the men in the group were rank 4 mercenaries, which means that they are weaker than Tanya. He decided to take out the weakest among them first. The men surrounded Helmut and tried to attack him at the same time. Before they could land a hit on Helmut, one of them got knocked out. The other men were shocked to see this. The person who knocked out the man was Tanya. Caleb and Helmut were shocked to see Tanya. Tanya asked Caleb about why their group is bothering her squad. Caleb told Tanya that he was trying to make a conversation with the boys. Tanya told him that she heard him tell his men to strip Helmut. With a smile on his face, Caleb told Tanya that men do things like that to nurture their friendship. He told her that she won't understand because she is a woman. With a serious look on her face, Tanya asked Caleb to use his brain while talking. She told Helmut to help Finn up. She called Caleb and his gang rank 4s. Caleb quickly corrects her. He told her that he is originally a rank 3. Tanya told him that she does not care. She told him that he is currently rank 4. Caleb was annoyed to hear this. She told Caleb and his gang to never bother her mercenaries. With a horrifying look on her face, Tanya told Caleb that the next incident will not end peacefully. Upon hearing this, Caleb asked his friends to leave with him. When Finn got close to Tanya, he began to cry. Tanya told him to stop crying. She told him that fights like this will happen frequently. Tanya was sad that her mercenaries were ignorant. She knew that it was an unwritten rule to not interfere in fights that happen between rank 4s. The only reason Tanya helped them was so that they do not break mentally. The scene shifts and we see Helmut training in the night. After cutting up all the trees around him, Helmut decided to end his training. Helmut realized that his body had fully recovered. He was not surprised to see this because he had only been focusing on healing since the mission began. The only problem Helmut had was that his vis had not returned. Helmut remembered Darion telling him that vis is water and his body is a dish to contain that water. Darion told Helmut that there is no point in training his vis if his body isn't up to basic standards. Helmut decided to focus on growing his strength. The next day, we see Bayen talking to his mercenaries. He told them that a lot of demonic beasts will begin to appear after they enter their next region. He told his squad to refrain from individual activities. He told Helmut and Finn to walk with a rank 3 if they want to pee or fetch water. Finn was surprised to hear this. Helmut realized that he can no longer train alone. He hoped that his vis would come back before his seed of darkness goes into rampage. Finn asked Helmut if he has ever seen a demonic beast. Byrne and Sean had told Finn horrifying stories about demonic beasts. Finn was extremely scared to hear that they will see demonic beasts. He told Helmut that he is sharing his information with him because knowledge is power. Helmut could easily tell that Finn was scared. He told Finn that a lot of demonic beasts look very different from each other. Finn was relieved to hear this. He asked Helmut how he was able to remember something like that with his amnesia. Helmut told Finn that he is just assuming. The scene shifts, and we see a man complaining about his faulty water bottle. The man's friend laughs at him and tells him to get a new water bottle. He told the man that he always saved money for the most stupid things. The man told his friend that he will not do long-distance missions if he has money. The man's friend told him that nothing will happen. He told the man that they are paying them a lot of money to simply escort the cargo. He told the man to finish the mission and spend his money on drinks. The man's friend told him that the dark beer in his town is great. He asked the man to join him once they return home. While he was talking, something cuts off the man's head. The man's friend was terrified to see this. He did not understand what was going on. When he looked up, he saw a demonic beast eating his friend's head. The mercenaries were surprised to see a demonic beast in their midst. They did not know where the demonic beast came from. The demonic beast looked down on the mercenaries as it ate their comrade. The man's friend was annoyed to see this. He rushed to attack the beast. Another mercenary tried to stop the man, but the demonic beast had already killed him. The beast laughed when it saw the looks on the faces of the mercenaries. The mercenaries did not understand how the beast was able to enter their midst. Bayen realized that they were too complacent. He never expected a demonic beast to approach them when there were so many mercenaries around. The beast picked up a body and threw it up. Its fellow demonic beasts ate the body while it was in midair. The mercenaries realized that the beast was not alone. They quickly got into position. When Helmut saw how the man was eaten, he wondered if that was what was going to happen to all humans. Tanya ordered Helmut and Finn to hide under the carriage. Finn panicked when he heard this order. He quickly pushed Helmut towards the carriage. Helmut was annoyed that he could not use this. He knew that there were many more demonic beasts hiding where they could not be seen. He believed that these people will die if they make a mistake. Finn quickly pushed Helmut under the carriage. While under the carriage, Helmut looked at the leader of the demonic beasts. Helmut knew that the leader was not as strong as Naho or Elaga, but he was certain that the leader was very strong. Among the mercenaries, only the rank 2 mercenaries were able to use this. Helmut felt bad that he was not able to help them. The mercenaries all got into position and were ready to attack. The moment the demonic beast released its demonic energy, the men began their attack. Bayen jumped up and used his vis to attack the beast. The beast covered its hand with demonic energy and used it to block Bayen's attack. Sean was surprised to see his captain's vis. He began to admire it. Maros told Sean to stop distracting himself. He told Sean that the smaller beasts are getting closer to them. Sean reminded Maros that he is a rank 3 mercenary. Immediately he said this, he used his sword to cut the demonic beasts that surrounded him. After fighting for a while, Bayen began to breathe heavily. The captain of the Tariq squad told his vice captain, whose name is Max, to cut the demonic beast anytime he sees an opening. Immediately he said this. The 3 men attacked the beast with their vis. Bayen jumped up and attacked the beast from the sky. The demonic beast used its hand to block the attack, while the beast was focused on Bayen. The 2 men used the opportunity to attack the beast and severely damage it. The beast screamed in pain. Helmut was surprised to see this. He never expected humans to be so strong and smart. He was surprised to see that the rank 2 who can use vis fought the leader while the others fought the rest of the beasts. Helmut was surprised to see how humans fight. He finally understood why Darion told him to never underestimate humans. After seeing how injured it was and how the other beasts were defeated, the demonic beast began to fear the mercenaries. The captain of the Tariq squad asked Bayen if he can still use his vis. Bayen told him that he can use his vis for one last time. Max was happy to hear this. He told the 2 men that it will be better for them to kill the beast now. After realizing that it was bound to lose, the demonic beast jumped up and ran away. The beast ran into the forest. Tanya asked her brother if they should chase the beast down. Bayen told her not to bother. He told her that their mission is to transport and not to capture monsters. He asked her to look after the injured among them. After checking up on their men, Tanya asked Helmut and Finn to come out of the carriage. After Helmut stepped out of the carriage, Finn begged him to pull him out. He told Helmut that his body is frozen. Helmut and Tanya were surprised to hear this. Finn ordered his men to check on the corpses of the demonic beasts. He asked them to confirm if the beasts are dead. Helmut did not understand why Finn wanted them to confirm if the beasts were dead. Maros told Helmut that the demonic beast's skin and seed of darkness are sold for a high price in the market. Maros cut open a demonic beast and brought out its seed of darkness to show Helmut. Helmut was shocked to see the seed of darkness. Maros told him to cut a demonic beast in order for him to learn how to extract a seed of darkness. Finn was very excited to find a seed of darkness. He told Helmut that the seed of darkness dominates the mind of people who are born with it, and it slowly turns those people into demonic beasts. Finn told Helmut that people who are born with the seed of darkness are either killed when they are born or are sent to the forest of roots. Finn told Helmut to be careful of people who have the seed of darkness. He told Helmut that one does not know when such people become demonic beasts. Helmut was sad to hear this. He could not believe other people saw him as a monster. He remembered that Darion mentioned something like this to him in the past. Darion told Helmut that anyone who has a seed of darkness will die fighting a human. Helmut wondered if he will also become a demonic beast and fight humans. He realized that Darion taught him how to use this in order to suppress his seed of darkness. Helmut realized that he needs to hide his vis in places that are crowded with humans. He knew that he would be in danger if people suspect that his power is related to the seed of darkness. Finn was happy to see how hard-working Helmut and Finn were. It reminded him of how he was when he was in rank 4. Tanya told her brother that Finn has been improving after the incident, but he still has a long way to go. Finn was disgusted to see the corpse of a demonic beast. Helmut noticed that something was wrong with the demonic beast Finn was about to cut. Helmut asked Finn to not cut the beast. Finn assumed that Helmut was scared. He told Helmut that he is the one in charge of cooking. He told Helmut that all meat looks the same to him. Immediately he said this, the demonic beast woke up and grabbed his neck. Helmut quickly jumped into action. Helmut pulled out his sword and used it to cut the monster into two. Finn was horrified to see this. He could not believe that he was almost killed by a monster. He quickly regained his composure and thanked Helmut for saving him. He asked Helmut if he is okay. Helmut told him that he is fine. Helmut, who was staring at his sword, felt something odd when he killed the monster. Helmut realized that the feeling he felt when he killed the monster was different from when he was training. It felt as if he had removed a barrier in his body. Helmut wondered if his vis had returned. The other mercenaries quickly checked on Helmut. They congratulated Helmut for killing a monster. Sean was happy with Helmut's achievement. He told Helmut that he is quite different from Finn. Finn was annoyed to hear this. He told Helmut that he will repay him by giving him more soup than usual. Sean was surprised to hear this. He could not believe Finn wanted to pay Helmut with soup. Byrne asked Finn if his life is only worth some soup. While the men were teasing each other, Tanya looks at Helmut with an odd look in her eyes. The moment the monster attacked Finn, Tanya wanted to help him, but she saw Helmut unsheath his sword and she saw Helmut's sword release a small amount of vis. Tanya believed that her eyes were playing a trick on her. She did not know how to explain what she saw. Later in the day, we see Helmut circulating his vis in the forest. After circulating his vis for a while, Helmut opened his eyes. He became certain that his vis had fully returned to him. He could not believe that his vis returned after he instinctively swung his sword. He was very happy that Finn was able to help him bring back his vis. He realized that he needed to circulate his vis for 3 days before it can return to its usual energy. He wanted to circulate more of his energy around his body, but he is interrupted by Finn. Finn asked Helmut to return to the squad because they wanted to decide their night watch order. The scene shifts and we see Finn explain the order to his men. Finn told his team that they will stand guard in groups of 2, and there will be 3 shifts among them. He placed Helmut and Tanya as the first group, Finn and Maros as the second group, Sean and Byrne as the last group. Finn told his men that Uter is injured, so he will not be able to participate in the shifts. Byrne was sad that he was not also injured like Uter. With a smile on his face, Uter told Byrne that he will give him a scratch on his face. After giving his commands, Finn asked his squad to take their positions. During Helmut's shift, Helmut senses the energy of the demonic beast that ran away in the morning. Thanks to Helmut's vis, his sense became heightened. Helmut could sense everything in the area. While looking around, Tanya asks Helmut if he is not feeling tired. Helmut told her that he is doing fine. Tanya was surprised to hear this. She told Helmut that they have a longer journey tomorrow. She told him to wake up the next team and head to bed. Helmut accepted her orders. Helmut knew that the demonic beasts were waiting for the teams to fall asleep in order to attack them. He decided to watch over the team and use the time to practice his vis. On his way to wake up the other team, Helmut passes by Caleb. Caleb was happy to see Helmut alone. He believed that he finally has a chance to get Helmut. Helmut moved into the forest and unsheathed his sword to test his vis. Helmut was surprised to see his progress on his vis. He realized that he will fully recover his vis by tomorrow. While looking at his sword, Helmut senses the presence of something coming close to him. He thought it was a demonic beast. He quickly realized that he could not sense any demonic energy. He realized that a human was approaching him. Caleb comes out of the shadows to greet Helmut. He called Helmut a brat and asked him about what he is doing alone in the forest. He told Helmut to always move with someone because the forest is a dangerous place. When Caleb saw Helmut's sword, he believed that Helmut was playing with it. He told Helmut that he wants to join him. Helmut told Caleb that he is not interested. Caleb was annoyed to hear this. He believed that Helmut was not aware of his situation. He told Helmut that Tanya will not be able to save him this time. He told Helmut that he has a bad attitude of looking down on people. He asked Helmut if no one from his squad has tried to fix his attitude. Caleb decided to use this opportunity to teach Helmut a lesson. He told Helmut that he will break his arms and legs. He told Helmut that he will become better after receiving the beating. He told Helmut that he might die while receiving the beating. Helmut asked Caleb if he simply wants to beat him after coming inside the forest. Caleb was shocked to hear this. He had expected Helmut to be terrified. Helmut did not understand Caleb. The other people in his mercenary squad are always trying to help each other. Helmut did not understand why Caleb was different. He believed that Caleb had more in common with demonic beasts. With a serious look on his face, Helmut called Caleb a rank 4 mercenary and asked him to live like a human that he is. Caleb was annoyed to hear this. He believed that Helmut was mocking him. He broke his caste and told Helmut that humans grow by trampling on those who are weaker than them. He told Helmut that he will teach him a lesson now that his hand is healed. He rushed to attack Helmut. Before his attack landed on Helmut, he told Helmut that he will rip his eyes out and squash it. Helmut easily stopped Caleb's attack by grabbing his hand. Caleb could not believe that Helmut actually stopped his attack. Helmut used his strength to push Caleb to his knees. Caleb could not believe that Helmut was overwhelming him. With fear in his eyes, he asked Helmut about the trick he is using. With a horrifying look in his eye, Helmut told Caleb that he is much more stupid than a demonic beast. He told Caleb to choose a better opponent the next time he wants to set in hierarchy. With a condescending look on his face, Helmut told Caleb to know his place. He squeezed Caleb's hand harder to prove his point. Caleb screamed in pain. Caleb refused to accept what was happening. He freed himself from Helmut's grip and told Helmut that he will never beg for mercy. He unsheathed his sword and rushed to attack Helmut. Helmut easily blocked the attacks with his sword sheath. Caleb was annoyed to see this. He believed that Helmut was arrogant. Helmut got annoyed and decided to unsheath his sword. Caleb was horrified to see the vis that came out of Helmut's sword. Before he could make a move, Helmut cut his thighs. Caleb fell to the ground and began to scream in pain. Helmut never expected to use his vis. He only used it because he was excited to get it back. Helmut knew that he could not let Caleb go because he would be exposed. He wondered if he should just kill Caleb. The moment he had this thought, he heard a voice in his head. His seed of darkness asked him to kill Caleb. The seed began to slowly infect Helmut. It asked Helmut to kill Caleb. Before Helmut could do anything, he quickly covered his body in vis. He never expected his seed of darkness to appear. He realized that his vis has been gone for too long, while the seed of darkness was taking over. Helmut felt like he would become a demonic beast. Helmut placed his hand on his chest and slowly removed the demonic energy that clouded his thinking. He reminded himself that he is Helmut and he is a human. By the time Helmut had calmed himself, Caleb had ran away. The scene shifts and we see Caleb crawling in pain. Caleb never expected Helmut to be able to use vis. He realized that Helmut's vis was much stronger than that of his brother. Caleb never expected a mere rank 4 to be so strong. He realized that he would survive if he crawls back to camp. Unfortunately for him, a demonic beast was in the forest. The beast killed him before he could get to the camp. Helmut heard Caleb screaming as he was torn apart by the demonic beast. When he arrived at the location to see what happened to Caleb, he saw a demonic beast holding Caleb's corpse. Helmut realized that this was the beast that ran away in the morning. The beast looked at Helmut with a smile on its face. Helmut walked up to the demonic beast and told it that Caleb belongs to him. The demonic beast was surprised to see that Helmut was not scared of it. Helmut was confident that he could defeat the demonic beast now that his vis has returned. He unsheathed his sword and covered his sword in vis. The demonic beast was horrified to see Helmut's vis. It quickly moved away from Helmut. It began to scream in fear. Helmut was surprised to see that the demonic beast was able to tell how strong others are. He was certain that this demonic beast was much different from the average demonic beast. Helmut told the demonic beast to take Caleb's body and run away. He told the demonic beast that it will die by his hands if it does not follow his order. The demonic beast noticed some lights moving closer to it. It realized that more humans were coming to help Helmut. It did not know what to do. It had no choice but to follow Helmut's order. Helmut was sad that the monster actually followed his order. He wanted to kill it. He put his sword away and decided to think of a way to explain his current situation. Max, the vice captain of the Tariq mercenaries, was surprised to hear that Caleb is dead. Helmut told Max that Caleb followed him into the forest in order to bully him, but he got killed by a demonic beast. The captain of the Tariq mercenaries was sad to hear that his brother had died. Max could not believe that Caleb died because he wanted to do something so stupid. He apologized to Helmut for the inconvenience which Caleb caused him. Tanya was annoyed to see that Max only gave Helmut a verbal apology despite the fact that Caleb risked Helmut's life. Tanya asked Max why no one stopped Caleb even though they knew what he was doing to the other boys. Caleb's older brother was annoyed to hear this. He asked Tanya to watch her mouth when she is talking about his brother. Tanya told the captain of the Tariq mercenaries that Caleb would not have died if their squad had supervised him well. The captain was annoyed to hear this. He walked up to Tanya and asked her not to insult his mercenary squad. Miles stopped the argument between the two squad. He told them that they do not have the time to push the blame among themselves. He told them that they need to come up with a plan. He told the Tariq squad that they are responsible for the incident. He asked the face mercenaries and Tanya to watch their words. He told the mercenaries that he will give Caleb's commission to Helmut. Both parties accepted this condition. Miles was surprised to see how bad the mercenaries got along. He told the mercenaries that he will come up with a way to safely deal with the demonic beasts. He told the mercenaries to be conscious of their surroundings because 3 people have now died. After warning the mercenaries, everyone returned back to their lookouts. The scene shifts and we see Tanya smack Helmut on the head. Helmut told Tanya that her punch hurts. Tanya yelled at Helmut. She asked him about why he never called her to watch his back. She asked Helmut about why he went into the forest. She told Helmut that she was terrified to hear that he was missing. Tanya stopped yelling at Helmut when she realized that she was also at fault. She realized that she should have been paying more attention to Helmut. She told Helmut to not travel alone while they are in the forest. Helmut was surprised to hear this. He apologized to Tanya. He realized that there is only one person that would care about him in such a way. Helmut had forgotten the feeling of warmth and kinship. He realized that Tanya was just like Darion. Tanya placed her hand on Helmut's head and asked him to be more careful. Helmut was happy to hear this. He realized that he was beginning to feel human. The next day, we see the mercenaries moving carefully. Bayen reminded his mercenaries that Caleb was ambushed and killed by a demonic beast yesterday. He asked his team to move carefully and preserve their strength throughout the day. Helmut and his teammates were attacked by demonic beasts. The demonic beasts mostly attacked the face mercenaries. They did not go near the Tariq squad. Finn did not understand what was going on. He did not understand why the demonic beasts were so focused on them. He knew that his teammates would lose all their energy if they continue fighting demonic beasts for 2 days straight. While Helmut understood what Finn was talking about, he was more focused on the demonic beast leader. He realized that the leader of the demonic beasts was staying further away from them, and it was slowly sending out demonic beasts in different batches. Helmut realized that the leader of the demonic beast was trying to tire them out. After finishing a fight, the face mercenaries began to patch their wounds. Sean told Uter that everyone will have an injury if they continue fighting like this. Uter asked Sean to stop joking around. With a smile on his face, Sean told Uter that he is very slow. He could not believe that Uter was constantly bitten by the demonic beasts. Uter was annoyed to hear this. He told Sean that he did not get bitten on purpose. While the 2 men were bickering, Bayen looked at the state of his team. Tanya told him that Uter, Maros, and Sean have all sustained injuries. Tanya never expected the demonic beast to attack them without rest. Bayen told her to be thankful that everyone was alive. He told Tanya that Helmut and Finn have been more helpful than he thought. He told her that Helmut can protect Finn because he knows a little swordsmanship. Tanya told him that Finn is very good at dodging thanks to his survival instinct. Tanya realized that she had to tell her brother what she saw Helmut do with his sword. Before she could say anything, Bayen interrupts her. He told her that he does not understand the reason why the demonic beasts are solely focused on attacking them. He told Tanya that the Tariq squad did not fight any demonic beasts today. Tanya told her brother that the Tariq squad will not help them. especially after the argument they had a few days ago. Tanya asked her brother to stay on guard. Bayen assured Tanya that all of them will make it out of the forest. At night, we see Miles talking to the Tariq squad captain whose name is Paul. Miles believed that Paul knew about the situation of the face mercenaries. He told Paul that the leader of the demonic beasts is thinking of a way to destroy their convoy. He told Paul that it will not take much time before the demonic beasts are able to overpower the face mercenaries. He asked Paul to assist the face mercenaries because his squad has more people. Paul was not happy to hear this. He disagreed with Miles' logic. He told Miles that the face mercenary squad will soon be overpowered by the demonic beasts. With a sinister look on his face, Paul told Miles that it is better for them to aim for efficiency rather than safety. Miles did not understand what Paul was talking about. Paul told Miles that the Tariq squad and the merchants should quickly leave the forest while the face squad distracts the demonic beasts. He reminded Paul that the important goods are mostly guarded by his squad. Miles was annoyed to hear this. He asked Paul if he has no morals. With a smile on his face, Paul told Miles that he needs to think wisely in order to survive. He told Miles that morals and trust are beautiful words, but they are not as important as survival. He told Miles that the leader of the demonic beasts is waiting to tire them out so it can slaughter all of them. Paul asked Miles if he has enough money to compensate everyone for all the goods and lives lost. Paul told Miles that he will follow him if he has a better method. He told Miles that he is simply giving him an alternative. He asked Miles to make a smart decision. Cold sweat covered Miles' body. He did not know what to do. The next day, we see the face squad moving carefully. Tanya was surprised that the demonic beasts continued ambushing them without a break. Thanks to this, the horses and her teammates were exhausted. Tanya did not know how much more she and her teammates could take. She was very annoyed with the fact that the Tariq squad did not make any efforts to assist them. The only thing the Tariq squad has been doing is watching the movements of the face mercenaries. Bayen completely understood Tanya's worries. He knew that his team would break down if they face any more demonic beasts. Tanya noticed that the Tariq squad were doing something suspicious. She noticed that they suddenly sped up their carriage. Before she could do anything, the Tariq squad began to run at full speed. Tanya and her teammates did not understand what was going on. Tanya tried to call them, but no one answered. Bayen immediately realized that the Tariq squad is using them as bait because the demonic beasts are focused on them. Before the face squad could take another step, the demonic beasts had surrounded them. Bayen was annoyed to see that the Tariq squad betrayed them. Helmut believed that the face squad were about to meet their end. He knew that the squad could no longer catch up to the Tariq squad because they were already surrounded by the demonic beasts. Helmut could not believe that the Tariq squad would use another squad as bait to save themselves. He wondered if he could save the squad by revealing his secret. Upon seeing that the demonic beasts had surrounded them, Bayen asked his teammates to get in position. Immediately he said this, the demonic beasts began to attack them. The men who were already exhausted were barely able to fight the demonic beast with all their strength. Bayen had to use his fist to fight the demonic beasts. While the men were fighting, Helmut wondered if they will question his identity after he reveals his secret. Maros was excited with the fight. He believed that he would die a worthy mercenary. Sean told Maros that his death would be worthless if he dies here. He raised his sword up and told Maros that he wants to die a noble death. Maros was shocked to hear this. He had never heard a mercenary saying that he wants to die a noble death. Tanya was surprised to see that her teammate were still having fun in such a dire moment. While the men were fighting, Helmut questioned himself and where he came from. He wondered if he is a normal human like them. He quickly realized that the questions he asked himself no longer mattered to him. He placed his hand on his chest and realized that he did not want anyone from the squad to die. He decided to trust humans for the first time. He covered his sword in vis and told the members of the squad that what he is about to do is a secret. Tanya and the other members were shocked to see Helmut's vis. Bayen could not believe that Helmut actually had the ability to use vis. Helmut rushed into the middle of the team and jumped up. While in the air, Helmut spun around and used his sword to cut the demonic beasts into tiny pieces. Maros and Sean were shocked to see this. Before Helmut landed on the ground, he stepped on a demonic beast and used it to take the impact of the fall. Immediately he landed on the ground. He killed the demonic beast. The other demonic beasts were horrified to see Helmut's skills. They tried to run away. Unfortunately for them, Helmut used his vis to cut them down. The last demonic beast became paralyzed after seeing what Helmut did to its friends. While the demonic beast was shaking in fear, Helmut cut its head off. After taking care of all the demonic beasts, Helmut put his sword back in its sheath. The face mercenaries could not believe what they saw. They could not believe that Helmut killed an entire batch of demonic beasts on his own. Helmut looked around and realized that the leader of the demonic beasts had ran away. He could not believe that the leader let its subordinates die. Finn, who was in shock, asked Helmut about how he was able to use this. Helmut told Finn that his body has recovered. Tanya was surprised to see what happened. She realized that she was right about Helmut's fists. Both Tanya and Finn could not believe that they saved such a powerful person. Finn was in complete shock to see Helmut's fists. Even a rank 2 like him could not produce such an overwhelming vis. He could not believe that Helmut was able to use such a vis at such a young age. He asked Helmut about where he learned his swordsmanship. Although Helmut trusted this mercenaries, he knew that it would be best for him to not talk about the forest of roots. He told Finn that he lived with his mentor in a forest. He told Finn that he does not remember anything other than living with his mentor. Finn was sad to hear this. He believed that Helmut had not fully regained his memories. Helmut told Finn that there is no longer any demonic beast around them. He asked Finn for their next step. Finn told Helmut that they need to get out of the forest and find the ones who betrayed them. The other members of the Face Squad were annoyed to hear this. They said that they will kill the Tariq Squad and Miles. Finn asked Helmut about what he wants to do. Helmut told Finn that he will make a decision after they leave the forest. He told Finn that he still wants to get his money for the mission. Finn told Helmut that he is weird for wanting to get some money despite their situation. Tanya immediately punched him when he said this. Finn accepted Helmut's terms. He told his squad to start tracing the tracks of the Tariq Squad. The next day, the Face mercenaries began to follow the tracks of the Tariq Squad. The mercenaries were happy that they had a good rest, and their body was full of energy. Tanya placed her hand on the ground to check if they were on the right path. She thought that they would already be close to the Tariq Squad. To her surprise, she could not sense any noise or vibration. She wondered if the Tariq Squad had already reached the outskirts of the forest. Finn told Tanya that the Tariq Squad and the merchants will take a break at the first village after the forest. He told Tanya that they will meet the group at the first village. Sean was happy to hear this. He believed that they could take their revenge at the first village. Byrne became happy when he thought about how the Tariq Squad and the merchants would behave when they see them alive, although Finn understood how his seniors felt. He asked them about the state of the mission. Sean realized that they don't have any cargo to protect. Byrne was annoyed to see that the Tariq Squad took all the important goods. The only carriage left with them contained food. While the men were discussing, Helmut hears some noise from far away. Tanya asked Helmut if he could feel anything. Sean did not understand what Tanya was talking about. He could not sense anything at all. Helmut told her that he senses some demonic energy ahead of them. He told her that the Tariq Squad is involved in a battle. Sean was happy to hear this. He asked about the distance between them and the Tariq Squad. Helmut told Sean that the Tariq Squad is an hour away from them if they continue to move at their current speed. Finn was shocked to hear this. He could not believe that Helmut could sense something so far away. He asked Helmut about how powerful he is. Helmut told him that it will be better for them to hurry. He told Finn that the Tariq Squad can only hold out for a while. Sean was not excited to save the people who betrayed them. Maros reminded him that they still need to get paid for their efforts. Finn told his team that they still need to finish their work. He asked them to focus on their work before they deal with the Tariq Squad. With a smile on her face, Tanya told the men that they are better than the selfish Tariq bastards. After boosting his team morale, Finn asked his team to start moving out. The scene shifts and we see the Tariq Squad in battle with demonic beasts. Paul asked his team to hold their positions well. Immediately he said this, he killed a demonic beast. Paul could not believe that the demonic beast began to chase them a day after they left the Face mercenaries. While Paul was fighting, the leader of the demonic beasts appeared at his back. Paul was overwhelmed by the presence of the leader. He could not believe that the demonic beast would chase them so persistently. He did not understand why the demonic beasts were not satisfied with the Face mercenaries. The leader of the demonic beasts attacked Paul with its huge fist. Paul quickly dodged the attack. Immediately he dodged the attack. He realized that he had to run away if he wants to survive. He moved close to Max to inform him of his plan. He told Max that everyone will die if the fight continues. He told Max that they can defeat the minions, but they cannot beat the giant monkey. Paul told Max that the Face mercenaries were probably killed by the leader of the demonic beasts. He told Max that all the witnesses will be gone if they run away. Max smiled when he heard Paul's plan. He realized that their reputation will be safe if there are no witnesses. He quickly ordered the rest of his squad to run away. The team did not understand what Max was talking about. They wanted to ask for an explanation, but Max and Paul ran away before they could get one. Miles, who was looking at Paul and Max through his window, was shocked by their betrayal. As the demonic beasts attacked their carriage, Miles realized that he made a terrible choice by trusting the Tarek squad. As the leader of the demonic beasts broke his carriage, he realized that he should have never abandoned the face mercenaries. The giant monkey picked up one of the merchants with a smile on its face. Miles was horrified to see this smile. He realized that he was going to die. As the monster was about to eat the merchant, it hears the voice of a human. When it looked up, it saw Helmut running towards it with a sword covered in vis. Helmut asked the demonic beast to drop the merchant. Helmut used his sword to attack the giant monkey. The giant monkey used its hand to block the attack. Helmut used his sword to push the demonic beast away from the carriage. With a horrifying look on his face, Helmut asked the demonic beast to drop the merchant. The demonic beast was horrified to see the look on Helmut's face. It threw the merchant at Helmut. Before Helmut arrived at this place, Bayen had asked him to first check the situation before the rest of the team arrived. Bayen told Helmut that he has a bad feeling about the Tarek squad. He told Helmut that the Tarek squad might stand a chance if they are together, but they easily betray one another. He told Helmut that the Tarek squad can also betray the merchants. Upon hearing Bayen's worries, Helmut accepted Bayen's request. Helmut was surprised to see that Bayen was right. He realized that all the merchants would be dead if he had arrived later. He decided to face the giant monkey now that his vis had fully returned. He jumped off the carriage and used his sword to attack the demonic beast. The giant monkey used its demonic energy to block Helmut's attack. It screamed and called out for its minions. This did not faze Helmut. He used his sword to turn the minions into mincemeat. The leader of the demonic beast was annoyed to see this. It screamed in anger. This demonic beast is the strongest one Helmut has faced since he stepped out of the Forest of Roots. But Helmut was still certain that he could defeat it. He strengthened his vis and rushed to attack the giant monkey. He carefully aimed his sword at the demonic beast's face. The demonic beast was able to stop the attack with its two hands. Helmut used his strength to continue pushing his sword at the demonic beast. The giant monkey began to panic. It realized that it might die. It released a large amount of demonic energy and pushed Helmut back. Helmut was surprised to see that the monkey's demonic energy was increasing. He realized that the demonic beast was absorbing demonic energy from the corpses of the other demonic beasts. Helmut was not bothered by this fact. He was more focused on the fact that the face mercenaries will soon arrive. He realized that the mercenaries will be in danger if they try to help him. He decided to become serious and end the fight. The giant monkey began to glow after it absorbed the demonic energy around it. It immediately attacked Helmut after it transformed. Helmut dodged the attack by jumping. While in the air, he decided to attack the demonic beast. Unfortunately for him, the giant monkey easily brushed off his attack. The demonic beast looked at Helmut arrogantly after blocking his attack. Helmut was surprised to see that his usual strength would not work on the demonic beast. He covered his sword with more vis and decided to attack with more power. The demonic beast was surprised to see this. The moment Helmut landed his attack on it, the demonic beast quickly used its strength to hold Helmut back. Helmut was surprised by the reactions of the beast. He realized that the demonic beast had become faster. The moment Helmut landed on the ground, he realized that the demonic beast claws had become stronger. He realized that he had to kill the giant monkey in one slash if he wants to end the fight. The giant monkey and Helmut began to launch different attacks on each other. When Helmut pushed the demonic beast back, he noticed that the giant monkey has torn his clothes. He was sad to see this because he only has one pair of clothing. He decided to buy some clothes when he gets to the next village. The demonic beast was annoyed to see that Helmut was not taking it seriously. It gathered all its energy into its body. A bright light shined and its eyes began to glow. A green eye opened up in the chest of the demonic beast and it transformed into a larger and more horrifying form. Helmut was not bothered to see the new form of the giant monkey. The demonic beast jumped up and got ready to attack Helmut. While the demonic beast was in the air, Helmut noticed something about it as the giant monkey got closer. Helmut became certain that he had seen a similar pattern of attack before. He smiled when he realized that the demonic beast was using the same technique as Naho. Helmut took a stance and released a large amount of vis. Before he attacked the giant monkey, he told it that it is still much weaker than Naho. Helmut jumped up and used his sword to tear the giant monkey apart. Immediately, Helmut defeated the giant monkey. The face mercenaries arrived at the location. Finn asked Helmut if he is all right. Bayen was shocked to see Helmut standing next to the giant monkey. He asked Helmut if he defeated the monkey on his own. Helmut told him that he did. He told Bayen that the mercenaries were already dead by the time he arrived. Bayen quickly realized that the Tarek squad were killed by the demonic beast because they broke their formation. When he looked at the bodies of the Tariq mercenaries, Bayen noticed that they were overpowered by the demonic beasts. He realized that the Tariq mercenaries were killed because they did not have a captain to order them. He was sad to see that both Paul and Max betrayed their teammates. Tanya was shocked to see this. She could not believe that Paul and Max didn't have any form of loyalty to their squad. While the mercenaries were looking around, Maros found Miles unconscious in some rubble. Bayen was surprised to see this. He could not believe that almost everyone died, but their client was still alive. He ordered his team to check for more survivors. He told them to be quick about it. He wanted them to leave the demonic beast territory. After leaving the scene of the incident, the mercenaries placed Miles on the ground and woke him up. Miles carefully opened his eyes. He believed that he had arrived at the afterlife. The first thing Miles saw when he opened his eyes was Bayen. Miles was shocked to see Bayen. He began to cry. He begged Bayen to forgive him. He told Bayen that he never wanted to leave him and his squad. He told Bayen that Paul threatened him. Miles was happy that he was able to apologize to Bayen in the afterlife. Bayen told Miles to stop panicking. He told him that they are not dead yet. Miles was shocked to hear this. He looked around and saw that he was surrounded by the face mercenaries. Miles was shocked to see this. He did not understand what was going on. He was certain that he was killed by the giant monkey. He asked Bayen about the giant monkey. Bayen told him that the monkey is dead. He told Miles that he can forget about death for now. Helmut was surprised to see that Bayen did not go into details about the monkey. He was happy to see that Bayen kept his secret. Miles began to thank God for his life. While he was praying, Bayen told him that they need to talk about their compensation. Upon hearing the word compensation, Miles became certain that he was still alive. Bayen gave Miles a paper. Miles was shocked to see what was on the paper. He could not believe that Bayen wanted to take 80% of his profit. Bayen told Miles that he is only requesting 80% because Miles also suffered losses. He told Miles to be thankful that he is only asking for 80% after he betrayed them and left them to die. He reminded Miles that they also saved his life. Miles asked Bayen if he could give him 70%. He told Bayen that he still needs to pay compensation for people who died. Bayen told Miles that other people's business is not his problem. He told Miles to settle it by himself. He told Miles to leave if he does not want to take their offer. He told Miles that his squad will keep the goods that he wants to deliver. Miles was shocked to hear this. He realized that there was no way he could win the negotiation. He accepted Bayen's offer. After closing the deal, Bayen asked Miles about the goods which they're transporting and the place which they are headed to. With a serious look on his face, Miles told Bayen that the Butin Merchant Association will be destroyed if people find out about the goods they are transporting. Bayen told Miles that his squad will not let any information leak. He told Miles not to worry about it. With a look of fear on his face, Miles told Bayen that his squad will not be safe if they find out about the goods. He asked Bayen if he still wants to know. Bayen was annoyed to hear this. He told Miles that he should have told them about severity of the mission before he commissioned them. Upon hearing this, Miles accepted Bayen's request. With a serious look on his face, Miles told Bayen that they are taking the goods to a mage called Antol. Maros was shocked to hear this. He could not believe that the goods belonged to Grand Mage Antol. Bayen was surprised to hear this. He could not believe that such a distinguished person like Antol would ask a mercenary squad and a merchant association to transport some goods across the territory of demonic beasts. He asked Miles if Antol was not able to hire a swordsman family to fulfill his request. Miles told him that the goods which they are transporting comes from a place which mages are not allowed to enter. He told Bayen that the package comes from the Temple of Lumen. Miles told the mercenaries that the temple's power and influence is beyond one's imagination. He told the mercenaries that while the Temple of Lumen defeated the Demon King 1,000 years ago, they are no longer pure and innocent. The temple used to be a group that protected the world from demonic energy. Now they are evil and corrupt people who possess a lot of power. They have been gathering power and sacrifices in the name of protection. Most of the kingdoms have submitted to their rule in return for receiving the temple's divine power. While the temple is powerful, they were unable to control Antol. Miles revealed to the mercenaries that the temple is always looking for a chance to get their hands on mages. In the midst of the temple's conflict, Antol found the temple's item with the purpose of research in mind. Miles told the mercenaries that the Butin Merchant Association will be destroyed if the temple finds out they are transporting their item. Bayen was shocked to hear this. With a nervous look on his face, Miles told Bayen that the temple will destroy and erase everyone involved. Miles told Bayen that they never wanted to accept the mission, but Antol once saved their leader's life, so they had no choice but to return the favor. Helmut asked the mercenaries if Antol is quite famous. Maros told Helmut that everyone knows Antol. He told Helmut that the divine barrier was almost destroyed a few years ago. Helmut was surprised to hear this. Maros told Helmut that the temple deployed a barrier over the large city in order to stop demonic beasts from entering it. The problem the barrier had was that it could sense the mana of mages. Thanks to this, the temple were able to discover and control the mages. The barrier was fine since it was able to stop the demonic beasts from entering the city, but the mages became angry because they had their freedom taken from them. Thanks to this, Antol almost destroyed the city's divine barrier. Maros told Helmut that the temple is always trying to hide the truth about the incident. Helmut was shocked to hear this. He could not believe that a mage was strong enough to affect the temple's barrier. Helmut knew that the temple was not able to get rid of his seed of darkness, so they threw him into the forest of roots. He wondered if he could remove his seed of darkness with magic instead of divine power. Of course, Helmut had never seen any magic that would impress him. The only magic he had seen was done by the black mage Erugo. Helmut hoped that Antol was much better than Erugo. After moving for a while, the mercenaries came out of the territory of the demonic beasts. Bayen asked his group to set up their camp because it was already sunset. Bayen walked up to Helmut and told him that he wants to speak to him. He stretched his hand out and gave Helmut a pill. Helmut asked Bayen about the pill. Bayen told him that swordsmen eat the pill when their vis or stamina is depleted. He told Helmut that the pill is very expensive. Bayen was not certain if the pill will be useful to Helmut because Helmut heals very fast. After swallowing the pill, Helmut noticed that his body was becoming very warm. Bayen asked Helmut about how he is feeling. Helmut told Bayen that he is feeling better. He told Bayen that the pill is effective. He asked Bayen about why he gave him such a valuable medicine. Bayen thanked Helmut for protecting his squad. Helmut was surprised to hear this. He told Helmut that his teammates and their client would be dead if he had not saved them. He told Helmut that he gave him the pill to thank him for saving them. Bayen believed that the pill was not good enough as a thank you, but he did not have any other thing to give Helmut. With a smile on his face, Bayen swore to help Helmut if he ever needs his help while searching for his memories. Bayen wanted to continue talking, but Helmut interrupts him by stretching his hand out. He told Bayen that he helped them because they are comrades which he can trust. Bayen was happy to hear this. He shook Helmut's hand and told him that they are definitely comrades. The next day, Miles and the mercenaries continued their journey. While the carriage was moving, Miles noticed something from his window. He asked the mercenaries to stop the carriage. He told Bayen that they have arrived at their destination. Bayen did not understand what was going on. When he looked at the map, he realized that Miles was correct. He did not understand how Antol planned on receiving the package when they had not even arrived at a village. Miles told Bayen that they are taking the items to Antol's house. Tanya was surprised to hear this. She asked Miles if they are currently at Antol's hideout. Miles brought out a shiny blue pendant and told Tanya that he cannot explain to her. He told her that she will understand once she sees it herself. Miles stepped out of his carriage and walked up to a tree. The moment the pendant got close to the tree, it began to glow. Tanya and the rest of the mercenaries were shocked to see this. The tree opened a portal that swallowed the mercenaries and Miles. Bayen could not believe what he was seeing. He could not believe that they were leaping through space. Bayen had only heard rumors about people leaping through space. He could not believe that an archmage was powerful enough to do such a thing. Helmut moved close to Bayen and asked him about how he is certain that they are moving through space. He told Bayen that they could be experiencing an illusion. Bayen assured Helmut that they are not seeing an illusion. He told Helmut that the temperature is dropping too fast for it to be an illusion. He told Helmut that they must be traveling to an entirely different place for there to be such a change in temperature. After they step out of the portal, Tanya spots someone standing in front of a tower. When they got close to the tower, an old man with a blue robe and staff welcomed them. The old man, who appears to be Antol, thanked Miles for bringing all the things he asked for. Antol's staff moved close to a carriage and began to hit it. Antol told Miles that there are traces of human life force leaving the carriage. He asked Miles if several people died while they were on their way to his house. Miles told Antol that many people died in the hands of demonic beasts that attacked them. He told Antol that only a third of the original members made it to his house. Antol was surprised to hear this. He realized that he could sense a large amount of demonic energy in their carriage. He asked Miles if the energy is coming from the corpses of the demonic beasts. Miles told him that it is. He told Antol that they have already processed the corpses. He told Antol that he wants to sell the bodies to him. After thinking about it, Antol told Miles that he will buy it. He told Miles that he will pay 150,000 marks for his package and the corpses. Finn was shocked to hear this. He could not believe that someone could pay such a large amount of money for a mission. Uter had heard that archmages have an immense amount of wealth, but he never expected it to be on such a high level. Antol asked Miles to unload the items and the bodies. He told Miles to take the carriages because he had no use for them. Helmut was surprised to see Antol. He instinctively knew that Antol was powerful. He knew that Antol was on a level which Erugo could only dream of. What was more shocking to him was the fact that Antol was completely concealing his mana. While Helmut was staring at Antol, Antol turned and looked Helmut in the eyes. Antol was surprised to see Helmut. With a serious look on his face, Antol told Helmut that mages can see into the truth from time to time. He told Helmut that a mage of his level can see the truth hidden deep within. Helmut immediately realized that Antol was talking about a seed of darkness. He asked Antol to shut his mouth. Antol was impressed with Helmut's confidence. He asked Helmut if he seriously needs to keep it a secret. He raised his hand and his wand released a large amount of mana. Helmut quickly placed his hand on his sword. The mana formed a barrier that covered Helmut and Antol. Antol told Helmut that he is a mage who has learned many of the world's secrets. While the face mercenaries were calling for Helmut outside the barrier, Antol told Helmut that the space inside and outside of the barrier are completely segregated. He moved close to his staff and told Helmut that no one will ever find out about his secret. To prove his point, he swore on his name. Immediately he did this, magical chains came out of his staff and tied him up. Helmut was surprised to see the chains. He told Helmut that the chain is a mana oath. Antol told Helmut that mages lose a huge amount of mana if they break their promises while under a mana oath. He called Helmut a special boy and told him to ask him any question he wants. Helmut was surprised to see that Antol would place such a restraint on himself. He realized that Antol is much different from Erugo. He decided to trust Antol. Helmut told Antol that he wants to ask him something very important. Antol asked Helmut if he wants to ask him about a seed of darkness. Helmut asked Antol if he knows a way to remove a seed of darkness. With a serious look on his face, Antol told Helmut that it is impossible to remove a seed of darkness. He told Helmut that his seed of darkness has an intimate connection with his life. The seed of darkness, which possesses the power of a demon, usually dwells in babies who are supposed to die. Thanks to the seed, the children are brought back to life and are forced to live as its host until they die. Antol told Helmut that the seed of darkness is no different from his heart. He told Helmut that he will die if he removes it. Helmut was sad to hear this. He believed that an archmage would know a way to remove a seed. Antol told Helmut that he is not a god. He told Helmut that it is his first time seeing someone that has control over his seed of darkness. Helmut did not understand what Antol was talking about. Antol told Helmut that the seed of darkness normally demands demonic energy from its host. The more one tries to resist demonic energy, the more their mind is devoured and the more evil they will become. He told Helmut that people usually go insane because their mind cannot handle the seed of darkness, or they become engulfed by the demonic energy they absorb and turn into beings similar to demonic beasts. Antol told Helmut that his case is unique. Antol knew that it is possible to suppress the seed with a different energy. He realized that Helmut was using mana or vis. Antol knew that one needs to have immense talent to train either vis or mana. He told Helmut that a seed that does not receive demonic energy will attack the mind much faster. He could not believe that Helmut was able to train his vis while taking just enough demonic energy for him to not go berserk. He was more surprised by the fact that Helmut was not discovered by the temple while he was training. Helmut was surprised to see the excitement in Antol's eyes. He was surprised to see that Antol did not guess that he came from the Forest of Roots. Antol told Helmut that even the priests of the temple will find it hard to detect his seed. He told Helmut that he was only able to sense his seed because it reacted to the thick demonic presence in his house. He told Helmut that he would not have noticed it if he was not paying attention. Helmut decided to avoid areas with demonic energy. Antol told Helmut that he does not have a bright future. He told Helmut that he will become a powerful individual if he can avoid the temple while training. He told Helmut that he will eventually be devoured by a seed of darkness, just like everyone who possesses a seed. He told Helmut that his sword will destroy the world and countless lives will be obliterated by his hands. With a serious look on his face, Helmut told Antol that such a thing will not happen because he is a human. Antol laughed when he heard this. He realized that humans are capable of changing their fates. He told Helmut that he is very interested in him. He told Helmut that he will stop him if he cannot overcome his seed. He pointed at his staff and began to lower the barrier. While lowering the barrier, He told Helmut that if he reaches a realm that surpasses his own, even the darkness will bend to his will. The scene shifts and we see Fien give Helmut a bag full of gold. The bag contained 3/4 of the reward money. Fien apologized to Helmut for not giving him more money. He told Helmut that he wants to reward the other members of the team for their efforts. He looked into their carriage and brought out a bag. He told Helmut that he found the bag when he was looking through their luggage. He realized that the bag had no owner. He assumed that the bag must belong to Helmut. Helmut was surprised to see the bag. The bag contained the things Helmut brought out of the forest of roots. Helmut assumed that he lost the bag. He never expected Fien to have found it. He thanked Fien. Fien told Helmut to not worry about it. He told Helmut that he wanted to give him earlier, but he completely forgot thanks to the things that happened. He told Helmut that their mercenary group owes a debt to him. He wished Helmut a safe journey. Immediately Fien said this, Finn came to meet Helmut. He told Helmut that he will show him their mercenary group headquarters since their mission is over. He told Helmut that he will see a lot of cool things that will surprise him at the headquarters. With a sad look on his face, Helmut told Finn that he is not going to follow them to their headquarters. Finn was sad to hear this. He asked Helmut to at least check out their headquarters once. Tanya hit Finn's head and told him to stop disturbing Helmut. Tanya told Helmut that he is allowed to keep using his temporary certificate. She told him that his temporary certificate can only be raised to rank 3, so they cannot go higher. Helmut told Tanya that rank 3 is enough for him. With a smile on her face, Tanya asked Helmut if what he wants to do is more important than his memories. Helmut nodded his head to answer her questions. With a bright smile on her face, Tanya asked Helmut to take care of himself. Helmut picked up his bag and thanked the mercenaries for everything they did for him. With a smile on their face, the mercenaries wished Helmut a safe journey. With tears in his eyes, Finn asked Helmut to visit them. Helmut told Finn that his meals were delicious. Finn was surprised to hear this. He stopped crying and began to wipe his eyes. Tanya asked Finn to pull himself together. She told him that Helmut is not going to die. Finn told Helmut to visit them anytime he needs their help. He assured Helmut that he will keep his promise to him no matter what happens. Upon saying his goodbyes, Helmut turned around and began to walk away. As he walked forward, he realized that his heart was feeling the same way it did when Darion died and when he had to leave Elaga's side. Helmut realized that he will continue to face demonic beasts as long as he is a mercenary, and his seed of darkness will continue to absorb demonic energy every time he faces a beast. Helmut never expected his seed of darkness to sprout in the forest. He did not know what would have happened if the seed had completely taken over him. Helmut was not certain if he will be able to stop Antol's predictions for him. He realized that there is only one way for him to overcome his fate, and that is for him to get stronger to the point where he can overpower his seed of darkness. The scene shifts and we see Paul and Max drinking in a tavern. Paul regrets ever accepting the mission. He told Max that he would have not taken his brother on the mission if he had known how dangerous it would be. Max told Paul that he cannot change the past. He told Paul that they need to rebuild their mercenary group. He told Paul that the face mercenaries have been annihilated, so they won't have much competitions in the mercenary field. He told Paul that they need to find capable warriors to join them. While Max was talking, he noticed something outside their window. He asked Paul to look outside. When Paul looked outside, he was surprised to see the face mercenaries. He did not understand what was going on. He did not understand how the face mercenaries were able to survive. Max told him to stop thinking. He told Paul that they need to hide. While the two men were talking, Finn hears their voice. He turned around, but he did not see anyone. Tanya asked Finn about why he stopped walking. Finn told her that he had a weird feeling. After the face mercenaries had walked forward, we see Paul and Max hiding under their table. Max realized that they were screwed. The two men moved to another location to discuss their next step. Max told Paul that the face mercenaries must have been able to kill the demonic beasts after finding their weakness. Paul told Max that they should have killed the face mercenaries themselves. Max did not know what to do. He knew that the face mercenaries were going to report them to the guild. This will make them fugitives. Max realized that they can no longer become mercenaries. He never expected a rank 2 mercenary such as himself would have to worry about life. Paul realized that he and Max were still rank 2 mercenaries. He turned around and asked Max to follow him. Max asked Paul about what he wants to do. Paul told Max that it is better for them to become thieves than to starve to death. The scene shifts and we are taken to a tavern. At the tavern, we see some men drinking. The men were discussing about how they beat up some people. We see Helmut sitting opposite the drunk men. Helmut was looking at the necklace which he brought out of the forest of roots. He hoped to find some clue about what he needs to do. Helmut had been going around random villages since he left the group. He realized that he needed to find some employment while he moves around the world. After leaving the group, Helmut realized that the world is vast. He opened his bag to check the money which Bayen gave to him. Helmut did not know the value of the money given to him. When Helmut opened his bag, we see 2 bags of gold. One was left for him by Darion, and the other was given to him by Bayen. Helmut was surprised to see that he earned more money than what Darion gave to him. While looking through his belongings, Helmut saw a letter. He wondered if Bayen wrote the letter. When he opened the letter, he realized that Darion wrote it. In his letter, Darion told Helmut that his life has probably come to an end for him to be reading the letter. Darion knew that Helmut would have a hard time adjusting to the outside world because of the life he has lived. He told Helmut that it is not his fault that he is different. Darion told Helmut to go to a place called Bayen if he is roaming around without a clear goal. He told Helmut that there is a place called Greta Academy in Bayen. He told Helmut that children his age attend Greta Academy. He asked Helmut to learn more about being human at the academy. He told Helmut that both nobles and commoners attend the academy. He assured Helmut that no one will try to find out where he came from. He told Helmut that he cannot enroll in the academy on his own. He asked Helmut to meet a man called Ethan Kudrow. He told Helmut to show Ethan the sword he gave him. This will allow Ethan to know that Helmut is Darion's disciple. Darion assured Helmut that Ethan will help him. He told Helmut that he and Ethan made an oath with each other. Darion told Helmut that the human world is a more dangerous and terrifying place than he thinks. He told Helmut that he will not be able to solve all his problems with his strength. He told Helmut that he will survive in the world since he survived his harsh training. He asked Helmut to take care of himself. Helmut noticed that Darion's handwriting was shaky. He realized that Darion barely had enough energy to write. He thanked Darion for his thoughtful letter. Helmut was confused about his next step of action. He was happy that he read Darion's letter. After putting his letter into his bag, the waiter came to give Helmut his food. He told Helmut that the food cost 15 marks. Helmut brought out a gold coin to pay the waiter. The waiter was shocked to see the gold coin. He screamed and told Helmut that he gave him 1,000 marks. The men who were drinking next to Helmut were surprised to hear the money which Helmut paid. Helmut told the waiter that he also wants to pay for his lodging with the coin. After the waiter left Helmut, Helmut counted the coins Bayen gave to him. He realized that he received 90,000 marks. He decided to sleep at the tavern for the night and leave the next day, while Helmut was organizing his belongings. The leader of the drunk men approached Helmut. He told Helmut that he has a lot of money. The leader and his boys looked at Helmut with a disgusting look in their eyes. The leader told Helmut that he wants to get some drinks. He told Helmut to give him 20,000 marks. Helmut declined the man's request. He did not understand why the man was behaving in such a stupid way. The man was annoyed to hear this. He pushed away Helmut's food and told Helmut to not talk back to him. Helmut asked the man for his identity. The man was annoyed to hear this. He decided to attack Helmut with his fist. Helmut easily blocked the man's attack with his hand. He asked the man to leave him alone. The man was surprised to see how strong Helmut was. The man's underling was surprised to see Helmut holding his boss's hand. He rushed to attack Helmut. Helmut dodged the attack and used his fist to destroy the man's face. The man and his gang were shocked to see this. The man asked Helmut for his identity. Helmut told the man that he is a mercenary. Immediately he said this, he used his table to smash the man's face. While the man was on the ground, Helmut told him to go away. The man stood up with the help of his friends and told Helmut that he will regret disobeying them. He told his friends to leave with him. As he was leaving, the man told Helmut to watch his back at night. He told Helmut that he can get stabbed anytime. After the men left the tavern, Helmut realized that humans like Caleb exist everywhere. The waiter walked up to Helmut and told him to leave the town immediately. He told Helmut that the men he beat up belonged to the Black Hawk. Helmut asked the waiter to explain. The waiter told Helmut that the Black Hawk are thieves that dominate the underworld. They will kill anyone as long as they can make money. Helmut was surprised to hear this. He decided that he needed to fight the Black Hawks immediately. Helmut realized that his room will be dirty once he is done fighting the members of the Black Hawk. He decided to fight the men in another location. The waiter told Helmut that he needs to run away. He told Helmut that he will return his lodging fee to him. Helmut asked the waiter if the members of the Black Hawk will return. The waiter told Helmut that they will. Helmut told the waiter to tell the men that he went to the forest out back. Helmut was interested to see how a fight against humans would be. The waiter did not understand what was going on as Helmut walked towards the door. He told the waiter to have his room ready for when he returns. The scene shifts and we see one of the man's underling talking to the man. He asked the man if he really wants to fight Helmut. The man told his subordinate that Helmut disrespected them. He told his friend that one's pride is very important in their business. The man's underling told the man that Helmut is very strong and he is also a mercenary. The man was annoyed to hear this. He asked his subordinate if he wants to run away. The man told his underling to return to their headquarters. Immediately the man said this. Another one of his underling comes to deliver a message. He told the man that he found out where Helmut went to. The man told him to talk. The underling told the man that Helmut ran into the forest. The underling told the man that Helmut ran away because he was scared of dying. The man laughed when he heard this. He believed that Helmut was stupid for running into the forest. The man's underling told the man that they can easily track Helmut in the forest because they know every part of it. The man's teammates put on their equipment and stood by his side. The man told his men to show Helmut that the Black Hawk is more terrifying than anything in the world. The scene shifts and we are taken to the forest. We see Helmut looking down on the fake camp he set up from a tree. While on the tree, Helmut realized that there are certain humans who act like demonic beasts and there are other humans who protect others while risking their own lives. Helmut never expected humans to be so complicated. Helmut remembered that Darion told him that he cannot solve all his problems with his strength. While Helmut understood what Darion was talking about, he did not know any other way of solving a problem other than with his strength. As the Black Hawks approached him, Helmut picked up his bow and moved to their location. He revealed himself to the Black Hawk. The men were surprised to see this. The only thing Helmut had learned is that humans who act like demonic beasts need to be trained like demonic beasts. With a deadly look in his eyes, Helmut told the men that he will kill them because they tried to ambush him. After taking care of the members of the Black Hawk, Helmut decided to head out of the forest. On his way out, Helmut thinks about how weak the members of the Black Hawk are. He could not believe that the members of the Black Hawk would be so weak. He jumped on a tree and began to move at a high speed. While running, Helmut contemplates on the fact that the Black Hawk members were much weaker than Tanya. Helmut realized that Tanya is considered to be a strong human. He realized that he needed to fight more humans in order to know how powerful other humans are. Helmut decided to head back to the inn in order to get some rest. While he was running, he gets a heart attack. The heart attack was caused by his seed of darkness. Helmut froze in midair and fell to the ground. While on the ground, Helmut began to tremble in pain. Helmut did not understand what was going on. He did not understand why his seed of darkness was acting up. He remembered that his seed only reacts when he is near demonic energy. Helmut was certain that there was no demonic energy in the area and he had not killed any demonic beasts. While trembling in pain, Helmut tried to think about the cause of his problem. He realized that he had killed some humans. He did not understand why the death of humans would affect him because humans do not possess demonic energy. Helmut quickly realized that his seed of darkness grew due to the murders he committed. While trying to use his fist to suppress his seed, Helmut realized that he has gotten himself in a bigger problem. Helmut knew that the other members of the Black Hawk would hunt him down once they find out that he killed some members of their group. Thanks to this, Helmut would have no choice but to kill more people. Helmut realized that he was foolish to think that he could fight against humans. He decided to avoid the members of the Black Hawk as much as possible. While suppressing his seed, Helmut decided that he needed to go to Bayen. The scene shifts and we are shown a heavily guarded building. Inside the building, we see a man reporting to his superior. The man tells his superior that everyone is dead. The man tells his superior that they will be able to know the location of their targets if they keep tracking them. The superior was not thrilled to hear this. He tells his subordinate to keep chasing their targets. The subordinate accepted the order. While the man was discussing with his subordinate, another subordinate steps in to inform the man about some guests. The subordinate called the man's name, which is Anton, and told him that the guests have arrived. When the guests stepped in, Anton was surprised. Anton heard that 2 rank 2 mercenaries wanted to join their group. He never expected the mercenaries to be Paul and Max. Anton welcomed Paul and Max to their group. He was happy to see that 2 skilled people wanted to join their group. He told Paul and Max that their group currently has an issue, so he cannot allow them to join without any condition. Paul and Max were surprised to hear this, with a serious look on his face. Paul asked Anton to explain himself. Anton told Paul that he is not doubting their skills, while skillfully moving his knife. Anton told Paul and Max that their group is different from the normal mercenary group. He told them that their group engages in a lot of illegal stuff. He threw his knife and told Paul that he does not want some mercenaries to mess up their work because of their sense of justice. Paul was surprised to see how Anton accurately hit the dummy in front of him. He completely understood Anton's intentions to intimidate them. He turned around and looked at Anton with a serious look on his face. Anton told Paul that he has a job that can help them prove their loyalty. Paul realized that Anton was trying to see if they are suited to join the Black Hawk. Anton brought out a paper and told Paul that the job he has for them is not difficult for mercenaries of their level. According to the paper, 5 of their members went missing. This members got into a fight with a mercenary, which is Helmut. The other members of the Black Hawk found the bodies of their fellow members in a neighboring village forest. The members were killed with a single stab, and there was no traces of weapons. Max was surprised to hear this. He could not believe that 5 people were defeated by 1 person, and there was no use of weapons. He asked Anton if he has a description of the culprit. Anton told the men that the culprit has black hair and black eyes, and he is probably 15 years old. He told the men that Helmut has the skills of a rank 3 mercenary. Max asked Anton if he wants them to kill Helmut. With a smile on his face, Anton told the men that they will be able to join the Black Hawk after they complete their mission. He told them that they will be able to take more difficult missions once they join. With a serious look on his face, Anton told the men that they will be well taken care of once they join them. Paul asked Anton for Helmut's location. Anton told him that the last time they saw Helmut, he was in the neighboring village inn. Due to the fact that the incident happened last night, Anton was certain that Helmut could not have gone far. The scene shifts and we see Helmut in another town. Helmut goes to the front of a guild building. Helmut never expected that he would have to take another request, but he knew that he needed to accept another request in order to be able to move freely without drawing attention to himself. Helmut opens the door and steps into the guild building. In the building, he saw different mercenaries checking for jobs. Helmut walked up to the receptionist in order to get a job. The receptionist calls Helmut a little boy and welcomes him to the guild. She asked Helmut about what he wants. Helmut brings out his identification paper and tells the receptionist that he wants to find a request. The receptionist was surprised to see that Helmut is a rank 3 mercenary that belongs to the Face mercenary group. Helmut asked the receptionist if there is any problem. The receptionist told Helmut that there is no problem. She told Helmut that there are not many young people who are rank 3 mercenaries. She asked Helmut about the type of request he wants. Helmut told her that the reward does not matter to him. He told her that he needs a mission that he can do on his way to Bayen. The receptionist told Helmut that Bayen is a metropolis. She told him that tons of people want to go to Bayen, so there are a lot of escort and transportation requests. The receptionist brought out a paper to show Helmut a request. Helmut asked her to explain the mission to him. The receptionist told him that the mission is an escort request from a noble lady. The reward is 800 marks. The receptionist told Helmut that the mission is very good. She told Helmut that there is a condition that he needs to fulfill before getting the mission. Helmut asked the receptionist to tell him the condition. With a smile on her face, the receptionist told Helmut that the mercenary needs to be the noble lady's type of man. Helmut was surprised to hear this. He had never heard anything so stupid. The scene shifts and we see Helmut step into a clothing store. While walking around the store, Helmut remembers what the receptionist said. The receptionist told Helmut that image is very important when dealing with a noble. Even if the mercenary is famous and gives off a strong impression, the attire needs to be decent. The receptionist told Helmut that his face already gives him a good qualification for the mission. That is why she suggested the mission to him. The receptionist asked Helmut to return to the guild after he gets some good clothes. She told Helmut that she will have the request ready before he is back. At the store, Helmut tells a blonde man that he wants some good clothes. The blonde man, who was enthusiastic, told Helmut that he has the perfect high-quality cloth for him. The man brought a shiny black overalls. The man told Helmut that the overalls was made by the most famous artisan in Bayen, and the materials used for the clothes are top-grade fabrics. The man told Helmut that a demonic beast will look like a noble once it wears the overalls. Helmut became silent after he heard the man's presentation. He had never heard anyone describe a cloth in such a unique way. The man was surprised to see that Helmut was silent. He decided to tell Helmut more about the cloth. He told Helmut that the fabrics are so light that he won't feel anything. Helmut immediately cuts the man off and asks the man about the price of the cloth. After looking at the tag on the cloth, the man told Helmut that the cloth cost 2,000 marks. Helmut was surprised to hear this. He remembered that the reward for the mission was only 800 marks. He began to wonder if he should have just chosen a different request. The scene shifts, and we see the receptionist in shock when she sees Helmut's new clothing. She told Helmut that he gives off a completely different impression. She tapped Helmut and called him honey. She told him that he is quite handsome. Helmut did not know how to take a compliment, so he assumed that the receptionist made a mistake in pronouncing his name. He told the receptionist that his name is not Honey. He told her that his name is Helmut. The receptionist apologized for the mistake. She told Helmut that she called him Honey because he is so cute. The receptionist told Helmut that she sent his information to the noble lady. She told Helmut that he has a good chance of getting the mission because he is from the Face mercenary group. She told Helmut that there are not many mercenaries that fit the lady's taste, so he has a good chance of passing. Immediately the receptionist said this. A man stepped into the guild building. The receptionist was surprised to see the man. She welcomed the man to the guild. Helmut turned around to see the man's face. The receptionist asked the man if he is from the House of Zaringen. The man told her that he is. The man told the receptionist that he came to check the mercenary who accepted their request. The man looked at Helmut and asked the receptionist if Helmut is the mercenary. The man was happy to see that Helmut was tall and had a good posture. He told the receptionist that Helmut is okay for the request. The man asked Helmut to follow him. Before following the man, Helmut turned around to see the receptionist. The receptionist waved her hand at Helmut and told him to come again. Helmut bowed his head as a sign of appreciation. After doing this, he stepped outside with the man. After stepping outside, we see a man spying on Helmut from a tree next to the building. The moment Helmut passed by, the man disappeared. On their way to the noble lady, the man introduced himself as Gilton. He told Helmut that he is a butler for the Zaringen family. Gilton asked Helmut if he has heard anything about Marquis Zaringen. Helmut told Gilton that he has never heard anything about the Marquis. Gilton told Helmut that the Marquis is a person of high status. He advised Helmut to act cautiously around the Marquis. Gilton asked Helmut if he has ever escorted anyone before. Helmut told Gilton that he has done a transportation request before. Gilton told Helmut that there is little difference in transportation and escort request. He told Helmut that he needs to guard a human instead of an item in an escort request. He told Helmut that he should just follow the knight's order if the mission is difficult. He told Helmut that the family will pay him more money once the mission is over. Helmut accepted Gilton's advice. Gilton was surprised to see how easily Helmut took his advice. He told Helmut that silence is an important virtue when escorting. When Helmut and Gilton arrived at their destination, Helmut was surprised to see how beautiful the building was. Gilton told Helmut that this is the inn which the Marquis's daughter stays in. Helmut was surprised to see the wealth of the high-class people. A knight welcomes Gilton back to the inn. The knight was surprised to see that Helmut was the mercenary Gilton hired. He told Gilton that Helmut looks young. Gilton told the knight that Helmut was verified by the mercenary guild. He assured the knight that Helmut is perfect for the job. He told the knight to teach Helmut anything he does not know. The knight shook hands with Helmut and introduced himself as Cedric. Helmut also introduced himself to the knight. Gilton asked Cedric about the location of their young miss. Cedric told Gilton that the young lady is in the cafeteria. He told Gilton that it is better for him to meet her. The scene shifts, and we see the young lady sitting in the cafeteria with a man by her side. The young lady seemed to be infatuated with the man. The young lady told the man that she cannot eat the food in the cafeteria. She told the man that her house chef makes food that is much better than the one served to them. She tells the man, who she calls Lord Aaliyah, to visit her manor in order to try their food. While the young lady was trying to get Aaliyah's attention, Helmut and Gilton stepped into the cafeteria. Gilton calls his young lady, whose name is Lady Xenia. Xenia was not happy to see Gilton. She quickly changed her mood and asked him about what he wants. Gilton introduced Helmut to Xenia. With a cold gaze in her eyes, Xenia told Gilton that she is not interested in any mercenary. She told Gilton that she is fine with any decision he makes regarding the mercenaries. Immediately she said this, she turned around and looked at Aaliyah with love in her eyes. She was about to talk to Aaliyah, but Aaliyah cuts her short by telling her that he needs to get some rest before they begin their journey. Xenia was shocked to hear this. She told Aaliyah that will be better for him to eat some more. Aaliyah ignores her and walks towards the exit. The moment Aaliyah passed by Helmut's side, Helmut senses something weird about him. As Aaliyah walked towards the exit, Helmut continued staring at him. Helmut was certain that there is something different about Aaliyah. Xenia stood up from her table and told Gilton that she wants to return to the guest room. Immediately she said this, she ran after Aaliyah. When Xenia left the room, Helmut asked Gilton if Aaliyah is also a guard. Gilton told Helmut that Aaliyah is Xenia's guest. He told Helmut that Aaliyah is a popular student of Greta Academy. Gilton told Helmut that he accidentally came across Aaliyah and his young lady recognized him immediately. Xenia asked Aaliyah to travel with them. Helmut asked Gilton if Xenia is also a student of the academy. Gilton told Helmut that Xenia wants to write the entrance examination of the academy. That is why they are heading to Bayen. Helmut was surprised to hear this. He could not believe that Xenia and her guards are heading to the same place as him. Gilton realized that they only had 2 hours left before they start their journey. He asked Helmut to get a horse from the stable. He told Helmut to prepare for their departure. He asked Helmut to stay near the closest carriage once he is done with his preparation. He told Helmut that he also has to prepare some personal things. He asked Helmut to meet Cedric if he needs anything. Helmut accepted the orders and thanked Gilton. The scene shifts and we see Helmut riding a white horse. Helmut really hated the horse due to its behavior. When Helmut went to get the horse caused a lot of trouble due to its stubborn nature. The owner of the stable apologized to Helmut for the horse's behavior. He told Helmut that the horse likes to show off a lot. Helmut remembered how calm and docile the face mercenary horses were. He could not believe that a horse could be so annoying. While Helmut was moving next to a carriage, he hears someone call Aaliyah's name. The person asked Aaliyah to join her in her carriage. When Helmut turned to see who was speaking, he was not surprised to see that it was Xenia. Aaliyah walked towards Xenia's carriage with a grim look on his face. When Aaliyah passed by Helmut's side, Helmut understood what was weird about Aaliyah. Helmut noticed that Aaliyah's body was covered with mana. He realized that Aaliyah was a mage. The scene shifts and we see the group moving in a forest. While they were moving, Helmut thinks about Aaliyah. Helmut finally understood why things felt strange to him the moment he met Aaliyah. Helmut did not know what type of magic Aaliyah cast on himself. He also did not understand why Aaliyah would cast a spell on himself. Helmut became quite curious about Aaliyah. He decided to keep an eye on him. Inside the carriage, we see Xenia talking to Aaliyah. Xenia asked Aaliyah if he is the top student of the magic faculty. Aaliyah told her that he is. Xenia was happy to hear this. She believed that no test could bother Aaliyah. With a smile on her face, Xenia told Aaliyah that she is quite nervous about the examination. She told Aaliyah that she does not know how to prepare well. With an unbothered look in his eyes, Aaliyah told Xenia that she will do well if she has prepared enough. Xenia, who was lost in her fangirl fantasy, told Aaliyah that she prepared well, but she is still nervous. Aaliyah told Xenia that they will arrive at Bayen early. He told Xenia to review and revise her work once they arrive. Xenia told Aaliyah that she will need someone to teach her. Aaliyah told Xenia that Greta Academy is a place that encourages individual learning. He told Xenia to get used to reading alone. With fake tears in her eyes, Xenia told Aaliyah that she needs to first pass the examination before she can worry about individual learning. She told Aaliyah that she cannot send any bad news to her home. Aaliyah was not moved by Xenia's fake tears. He knew that she wanted him to tutor her. He told her that he will introduce her to a suitable tutor who specializes in entrance examination. Xenia was shocked to hear this. With a shy look on her face, she asked Aaliyah if he can be her tutor. Aaliyah told her that it will be hard for him to do it. Xenia asked Aaliyah about why he cannot do it. Aaliyah told her that it is a new semester, so he has to prepare as well. Aaliyah decided to cut their conversation short. He told Xenia that their journey is going to be tiring. He asked Xenia to rest. Xenia realized that the situation was already becoming awkward. She decided to take Aaliyah's advice. The scene shifts and we see Helmut listening to Xenia and Aaliyah's conversation from his horse. Helmut spied on them in order to get some useful information. He was annoyed that he was not able to find out anything useful. He regretted wasting his time. As he slowly moved away from the carriage, he realized that only Finn would do something like this. The scene shifts and we see the members of the Black Hawk discussing. Anton's subordinate tells him that they have gotten Helmut's location. He told Anton that they can easily catch up to Helmut if they hurry. He told Anton that Helmut is in a group that has a few knights and mercenaries. Anton was surprised to hear this. He realized that Helmut must be working for a noble in order for him to be moving with knights. Anton didn't like the fact that a noble was involved with Helmut. He asked his subordinate to eliminate Helmut only. Paul was surprised to see that Anton was going through such lengths just to get a single mercenary. He told Anton that he is quite tenacious. Anton laughed when he heard this. He told Paul that he likes to be cautious. With an evil look on his face, Anton told Paul that it is the philosophy of the Black Hawk to tear their enemies apart piece by piece until they are dead. He told Paul and Max that they need such a mindset if they want to join them. With an evil look on his face, Paul told Anton that he likes their mindset. The scene shifts and we see Helmut and his group arrive at an inn. Xenia was annoyed to see such a low-class inn. She asked Gilton if he cannot get them a better place. Gilton told Xenia that there is no other inn in the area. He asked Xenia to manage the inn for one night. The village chief comes to greet Xenia and Gilton. He welcomes them to his village. Gilton thanked the chief for allowing them to stay for the night. He told the chief that they will reward him later. The chief was happy to hear this. He told Gilton that the inn is a small house owned by their small village. He asked Gilton to rest well. The scene shifts and we see Helmut training in the forest next to the inn. After practicing for a while, Helmut stopped training. Helmut realized that his vis had become much better than before. Although Helmut had gotten much stronger, he still felt like something was blocked in his body. Helmut realized that he has not had enough time to train his muscles and vis regularly. He wonders if he will be able to focus more on his training once he gets to Greta Academy. He hoped that he will be able to find a clue about his seed of darkness at the academy. While Helmut was thinking, he feels someone watching him. When he looks up, he sees a clear sky. Helmut was surprised to see this because he was certain that someone was watching him. He noticed that there was an owl in the area. The scene shifts, and we see Elaga cancel his skill, which is called Eyes of an Eagle. Elaga was surprised that Helmut was able to notice that he was spying on him. He realized that Helmut would have caught him if he continued spying. He could not believe that Helmut was able to detect his magic. He was certain that average humans cannot sense such a skill. He became curious about Helmut's identity. Elaga had seen countless mercenaries before, but he has never met one that was able to see through his skill. He found it odd that Helmut was a rank 3 at such a young age. Although rank 3 was already a high position for someone as young as Helmut, Elaga believed Helmut could rank higher. While Elaga was thinking, Xenia comes to knock on his door. Elaga did not answer the door. Xenia began to bang the door like a crazy person. She told Elaga that she knows he is not asleep. While she was banging Elia's door, her maids come to get her. The maids grabbed Xenia and told her that she needs to sleep before 9 p.m. in order to rejuvenate her skin. They told her that she must sleep because her father has strictly ordered it. While the maids were dragging Xenia away, Xenia told them that she simply wants to speak to Elaga for a minute. She asked the maids to let her go. The maids noticed that Xenia was wearing makeup. They could not believe that their young lady would be so bold. Elaga was tired of Xenia's drama. He was thankful that the maids came to save him. The next day, the group continued their journey. After moving for a while, the group decided to rest because it was almost mealtime. One of the knights sees a spring in front of them. He told the group to rest at the spring. When the men arrived at the spring, Cedric comes down from his horse to check the spring. Gilton could not believe that a spring would be in the forest. Cedric told him that the spring is a place of rest for those who are traveling to Bayen. Cedric tastes the water and tells Gilton that it is as refreshing as booze. Gilton was happy to hear this. He told the group that they can eat there. Immediately he said this. We see different maids bring out different dishes. The knights were shocked to see this. They could not believe that someone could eat so lavishly in the middle of the forest. The knights could not believe that the nobles were eating salad and meat while they were only given a piece of bread and a beef jerky. One of the knights believed that they will spend an entire day in the area if the nobles try to eat all their food. The knights were sad that their status was so low. As Helmut ate his bread, he wished that Finn was around to cook for him. When Helmut drank the water, he noticed that there was something odd about it. Helmut wondered if the water was poisoned. He looked around and noticed that everyone was drinking the water. Helmut wondered if he was mistaken about the water. While Helmut was staring at his cup, the knight next to him tells him that he wants to take a nap. After everyone was done with their meals, Gilton suggested that they prepare to leave. Immediately he said this. He noticed that he was a bit tired. Gilton looks at Xenia's carriage and tells her that they are going to depart very soon. Gilton noticed that Xenia did not respond to him. He opened her carriage and found her lying unconscious. Gilton was horrified to see this. When he carefully looked at Xenia, he noticed that she was just sleeping. While sleeping, Xenia drools and says that she will spend a night with Elaga. Gilton was relieved to see Xenia talking in her sleep. He used his handkerchief to clean his sweat. The moment he did this, he began to feel dizzy. The maids and the knights also began to feel dizzy. Before losing consciousness, Gilton calls out for Cedric. When Gilton looked around, he noticed that Cedric was already unconscious. Gilton did not understand what was going on. He lost consciousness before he could understand the situation. Everyone in the group lost consciousness except for one person. That person is Helmut. Seeing that everyone around him had lost consciousness, Helmut poured his water away. Immediately he did this. The Black Hawk members came out of hiding. Paul believed that it was a stupid thing for them to put a sleeping potion in the water. The man who used the sleeping potion told Paul that they needed to do it in order to not accidentally kill a noble while fighting. The man told Paul that the sleeping potion is untraceable. While the man was talking, he noticed that Helmut was still awake. The man did not understand what was going on. Paul was surprised to see Helmut. He remembered that Helmut was working with the face mercenaries. He asked Helmut if he was the one who killed the members of the Black Hawk. Helmut was also surprised to see Paul. He remembered that Paul was a rank 2 mercenary of the Tariq squad. He remembered that Paul ran away while the demon monkey killed and ate his squad members. Helmut called Paul and Max traitors. Max was annoyed to hear this. He wanted to attack Helmut. Paul stops him and tells him to calm down. Paul told Helmut to watch his mouth. As the Black Hawk members surrounded Helmut, Paul told Helmut that he is their prey. Paul unsheathed his sword. With a disgusting look on his face, he told the Black Hawk members to begin the hunt. Helmut places his hand on his sword. While thinking of what to do, Helmut realized that the enemies were too much. Before Paul could take a step forward, someone attacks him with magic. Paul used his sword to block the attack. Paul was surprised to see this. He did not know that there was a mage in the group. Helmut was not surprised to see the attack. He already knew who attacked Paul. When Paul looked at who attacked him, he saw Elaga. With mana all around his body, Elaga told Paul to drop his sword and get lost. Paul was annoyed to see Elaga. He could not believe that they paid a large amount of money to buy the sleeping potion, and yet it did not work on everyone. Helmut was also surprised to see that Elaga was not asleep. He carefully looked at Elaga with curiosity in his eyes. Elaga was annoyed to see this. He called Helmut a bastard crow and asked him to stop staring at him. He told Helmut to focus on the opponent in front of him. Paul was annoyed with the situation. He put his sword to the throat of the man who poisoned the water. He asked the man about what went wrong. The man who was scared for his life told Paul that he did not know that there was a mage in the group. Paul used his sword's hilt to hit the man on his head. As the man fell to the ground, Paul told the man to stop making excuses. Paul believed that he was a fool for thinking that the Black Hawk were competent. He told the man that he will take care of the situation himself. He told the man to clean up the area once he is done. Paul called Helmut a dingy-looking brat and told the man that he is going to have a conversation with Helmut. Immediately he said this, he rushed to attack Helmut. With a look of anger on his face, Paul told Helmut that he will kill him. Helmut easily used his sword to parry Paul's sword. Paul was surprised to see this. He decided to attack Helmut with more strength. While Paul and Helmut were fighting, Max walks up to Elaga. He tells Elaga that he will give him a painless death if he stays still. Elaga believed that Max was stupid for saying this. He tells Max that a mage who is still is a dead mage. Immediately he says this, he activated his magic. The scene shifts and we see Paul and Helmut fighting. Paul pushed Helmut further into the forest with his strength. While pushing Helmut back, Paul laughs at Helmut. He asked Helmut about why he is no longer confident. While Helmut was getting pushed back, he did not listen to a word Paul said. He was more focused on how lucky he was. Helmut knew that it would have been hard for him to deal with 2 rank 2 mercenaries and the other members of the Black Hawk. Helmut was happy that Elaga was awake. After pushing Helmut back for a while, Paul decided to kill Helmut. With a blue energy surrounding his body, Paul activated his vis and fired it at Helmut. Helmut was surprised to see the attack. When the attack hit Helmut, an explosion occurred around him. Paul was annoyed to see this. He believed that Helmut was too weak. He asked Helmut about why he is no longer arrogant. Helmut told Paul that their fight is just getting started. Paul was shocked to hear Helmut's voice. When the dust in the area cleared up, Helmut came out of the attack unharmed. Paul was shocked to see that Helmut was completely fine. With an ominous energy surrounding him, Helmut thanks Paul for following him into the forest. Paul was annoyed to hear this. He asked Helmut if he is insane. He told Helmut that he is the one who has him cornered. He told Helmut to not confuse their situation. Helmut covers his sword with his vis and tells Paul that he is not worthy enough to face him. Paul was shocked to see Helmut controlling vis. He calls Helmut a bastard and covers his sword with vis. With a look of anger on his face, Paul calls Helmut a rank 4 trash. Paul could not believe that a rank 4 mercenary wanted to fight a rank 2 mercenary. He used his sword to charge at Helmut. Helmut easily dodged Paul's attack. Before Paul could make another move, Helmut was already in the air. Paul could not believe that the version of Helmut he was looking at was an afterimage. Paul quickly turned around in order to block Helmut's attack. Unfortunately for him, before he could make any move, Helmut had launched a devastating attack with his vis. Paul was horrified to see Helmut's strength. He quickly realized that there was no way for him to beat Helmut. When Helmut's attack landed on Paul, it buried Paul in the ground. With blood gushing out of his mouth, Paul screamed in pain. When Helmut landed on the ground, Paul tried to pull himself together. Paul asked Helmut about how he is able to use such a large amount of vis. Helmut used his sword to hit Paul's head. He told Paul that it is none of his business. He told Paul to leave with the rest of the Black Hawk. He told Paul that he will let him live. Helmut turned around and decided to walk away. As Helmut was walking, Paul laughed at him. He asked Helmut if he wants him to beg for his life. He told Helmut to kill him. He told Helmut that he would rather die than be humiliated. With a serious look on his face, Helmut reminded Paul that he ran away and deserted all his comrades. Helmut told Paul that he was already humiliated the moment he left his comrades. Paul was shocked to hear this. Immediately he said this, Helmut walked away. As Helmut moved forward, Paul began to laugh like a crazy person. While walking, Helmut remembers something important. He remembered that Elaga was fighting the other Black Hawk members. He hoped that Elaga was able to manage. The scene shifts and we see some members of the Black Hawk lying on the ground. Max and some other members were injured and struggling to move. Max asked Elaga about what he is. While controlling different rocks with his magic, Elaga told Max that he is a mage. One of the members of the Black Hawk calls Elaga a bastard and rushes to attack him. Elaga used one of his rock to crush the man. He told Max that he is not interested in what they came to do. He told Max that he will destroy them because they interfered in his business. Immediately Elaga said this. He used his magic to knock out another member. Max was annoyed to see this. He called Elaga an arrogant bastard. He picked up his spear and covered it with vis. Immediately he did this. He rushed to attack Elaga. Elaga believed that Max was pretending to be tough. He decided to break Max's spirit. He launched a huge attack on Max. Max was surprised to see the scale of the magic. He quickly realized that he could not block the attack. The moment the attack touched Max, Max got pushed back and slammed into a boulder. The other members of the Black Hawk gathered to help Max. Elaga told the men that they will be going to Bayen with him. He told them to stay still. Immediately he said this. He used his magic to create a ring of light. The members of the Black Hawk were shocked to see this magic. One of the men told the other members that Elaga is creating a restraining spell. He told the other members to run away. Before the members of the Black Hawk could take a step, Elaga began to restrain them. Seeing that their fellow members were getting captured, the other members decided to run in different directions. Elaga created multiple rings of light and began to capture the other men. By the time Elaga captured the men close to him, the other members of the Black Hawk had ran away. Elaga was annoyed to see that some men got away. While Elaga was annoyed that he was not able to capture the other men, he believed that it was enough for him to have captured Max. When Elaga turned around to check on Max, Max was no longer resting on the boulder. The scene shifts and we see Max hiding behind a boulder. Max, who was breathing heavily, was struggling to put himself together. Max could not believe that Helmut was the person which the Black Hawk wanted to kill. He was more surprised to see that Helmut was traveling with such a powerful mage. While resting on the boulder, Max wondered about when things began to go wrong. While Max was trying to gather his thoughts, he senses the presence of someone in the surrounding. Max quickly hides himself. When Max takes a look at the person who was in the area, he was surprised to see that it was Helmut. Max did not understand what was going on. He did not understand why Helmut was not injured. He wondered about what happened to Paul. Max quickly realized that Helmut must have defeated Paul. He did not understand how such a thing was possible. It did not make sense to him that a rank 2 mercenary would lose to a rank 4 mercenary. As Helmut walked forward, he sensed Max's presence behind the boulder. Helmut decided to not do anything. He was quite surprised to see that Elaga was able to defeat Max. He realized that Elaga is very strong. When Helmut walked forward, Max fell on his knees and began to regret his choice. When Helmut returned back to the spring, Elaga was surprised to see him. He could not believe that Helmut was still alive. He gave Helmut a rope and asked him to tie up the members of the Black Hawk. Helmut did not understand why Elaga wanted to tie the men up. He told Elaga that the men are already restrained with magic. Elaga told Helmut that he is going to toss the members of the Black Hawk into prison once they arrive at Bayen. He told Helmut that he does not want to waste his mana on Black Hawk members. Helmut was surprised to hear the word prison. He realized that Darion had once talked about prison before. Darion told Helmut that prison is a place where all those who have committed evil acts are taken to. Helmut could not believe that there was a solution to his problem. He realized that he could have locked Paul and Max in prison. He felt bad for letting them get away. While Helmut was thinking, Elaga asked him about how he did not fall asleep. Helmut was surprised to hear this question. He told Elaga that he never drank the water from the spring. Elaga carefully used his magic to attack Helmut. With a horrifying look in his eyes, Aaliyah told Helmut that he saw him when he drank the water. Helmut asked Aaliyah about why he did not fall asleep. He told Aaliyah that he saw him drink the water. Aaliyah told Helmut that he can purify the potion because he is a mage. Helmut asked Aaliyah if he was able to purify the potion with the magic that surrounds his body. Aaliyah was shocked to hear this. He asked Helmut if he could see his magic. Helmut told Aaliyah that he cannot see the magic. He told him that he can only sense it. Aaliyah asked Helmut about why he never said anything despite the fact that he could sense it. While restraining the members of the Black Hawk, Helmut told Aaliyah that he is not very curious about his secret. He told Aaliyah that he is not interested in discussing other people's secrets. Aaliyah was surprised to hear this. He could not believe that Helmut was not questioning him. He turned around and began to walk away. While walking, Aaliyah calls Helmut an irritating bastard. The scene shifts and we see that Gilton and the rest of the group have regained consciousness. Gilton was shocked to hear what happened. He could not believe that they were almost ambushed. Gilton thanks Aaliyah for his help. He asks Aaliyah about how he can repay him. Aaliyah told Gilton that he does not want anything in return for his help. He told Gilton that he helped them because they are his fellow travelers. Aaliyah pointed at Helmut and told Gilton that Helmut helped him in fighting the Black Hawk. He told Gilton that he does not know why Helmut did not fall asleep. Helmut told Gilton that medicine and potions do not affect him. Gilton was surprised to hear this. He remembered hearing that certain individuals have immunities to potions. Gilton thanked Helmut for his service. With a smile on his face, Gilton told Helmut that he will give him more money than the promised wage. While Gilton was talking, we see fangirl Xenia run to meet Aaliyah. With her eyes blinded by love, Xenia grabs Aaliyah's hand and tells him that it is fate that he save her. While squeezing Aaliyah's hand, Xenia told Aaliyah that she would like to repay her debt in any way possible. Xenia asked Aaliyah to marry her. Immediately she said this, Aaliyah told her that he is betrothed to someone in his town. He told her that he is going to marry his betrothed once he graduates from the academy. Xenia's entire life crumbled when she heard this. She did not know what to say. Both Cedric and Gilton were shocked to hear this. Cedric was embarrassed for Xenia. After recovering from her shock, Xenia began to cry. Gilton begged her to not cry outside. He did his best to console her. After Xenia was done with her drama, Cedric ordered his men to move out. The scene shifts and we see Gilton holding his hand up to cover his face from the sun. Gilton was surprised to see that the group was able to reach Bayen without any troubles. The group was happy to have finally arrived at their destination. Helmut comes down from his horse and gets a good look at Baden's gates. Before Helmut could take another step, he is stopped by Gilton. Gilton walked up to Helmut. He thanked Helmut for his efforts. He told Helmut that he will give him a good review at the Mercenary Guild. Gilton put his hand into his pocket and brought out a bag full of marks. He told Helmut that there is 10,000 marks in the bag. He told Helmut that the money is not his promised fee. He told Helmut that the money is a token of their gratitude. Helmut accepted the money and thanked Gilton. While looking around, Helmut noticed that Aaliyah was about to leave. He decided to tell Aaliyah something. Helmut picked up his bag and walked to Aaliyah's front. Aaliyah did not understand why Helmut was standing in front of him. Helmut thanked Aaliyah for his help. He turned around and told Aaliyah that he helped him in a lot of ways. Aaliyah was surprised to hear this. Due to the fact that Aaliyah wanted to act tough, he ignored Helmut. After thanking Aaliyah for his help, Helmut walked forward. He decided to head into the academy. When Helmut stepped into Bayen, he saw different things. Helmut found this thing strange. Helmut noticed that Bayen was much bigger than any village he had ever been to, and there were more people in the area. Helmut was surprised to see the vast difference between a village and a city. After searching for a while, Helmut finally arrived at the gates of Greta Academy. Helmut had a hard time finding the academy because the city is quite big. When Helmut stepped into the academy, he saw large buildings which he had never seen before. Inside the buildings, there were many students on uniform who were smiling and happy. While the buildings were amazing, Helmut was not quite interested in them. He was more focused on finding the man called Ethan Kudrow. Helmut noticed that there was a receptionist in the building. He decided to ask about Ethan Kudrow. He walked up to the receptionist to get some information. When Helmut arrived at the receptionist's desk, she did not look at him. She was more focused on the book in front of her. Helmut bangs the receptionist's table to get her attention. The receptionist screamed when she heard the sound of Helmut's hand. After regaining her composure, the receptionist asked Helmut about what he wants. Helmut told the receptionist that he is looking for Ethan Kudrow. The receptionist immediately recognized the name. She asked Helmut if he is looking for Sir Ethan Kudrow, the swordsmanship instructor. Helmut told her that he is. He told the receptionist that he is an acquaintance of Ethan Kudrow. He asked the receptionist if he can meet Ethan. The receptionist asked Helmut for his name. Helmut told her his name. The scene shifts, and we see the receptionist guiding Helmut through the hallway. When they arrived at Ethan's door, the receptionist brought out a blue card that was created with magic. She placed the card on Ethan's door, and a magic circle appeared. She asked Helmut to wait for a minute. Helmut was surprised to see the magic that she was using. After the receptionist used her magic on the door began to slowly open. As the door slowly opened, Helmut became curious about Ethan Kudrow. He believed that Ethan must be special for Darion to mention him. When the door fully opened, the receptionist asked Helmut to step inside. When Helmut stepped inside the room, he sees a man with black hair. This man is Ethan Kudrow. Ethan told Helmut that he has never heard of his name before. With a serious look on his face, Ethan told Helmut to state his business. Helmut was surprised to see Ethan. He immediately realized that Ethan was very strong. Ethan was not as strong as Darion, but he was the strongest human that Helmut has ever met in the human world. Helmut has never met a rank 1 mercenary, but he was certain that Ethan was as strong as a rank 1 mercenary. Ethan was surprised to see that Helmut was staring at him. He did not know why Helmut was not speaking. He decided to ask Helmut to explain himself again. He asked Helmut about the reason for his visit. Upon hearing Ethan's voice, Helmut stopped staring. He placed his hand on his sword and drew it out of its sheath. Ethan was surprised to see this. He did not understand why Helmut would draw out his sword. He asked Helmut about what he is doing. Helmut told Ethan that he expected him to recognize the sword. Ethan was surprised to hear this. He decided to look at the sword. Ethan noticed that the sword was poorly crafted, but after carefully looking at it, he realized that the sword was tough and well-balanced. Ethan was certain that this is one of the best swords in the world. Ethan immediately recognized the sword. He realized that the sword belongs to Darion Depert. Helmut was surprised to see that Ethan recognized the sword. He could not believe that Darion was right. Ethan asked Helmut if Darion is still alive. Helmut told him that Darion is dead. Ethan was shocked to hear this. Helmut told him that Darion lived out his final days recently. Ethan could not believe what he was hearing. He could not believe that a man like Darion would actually die. Ethan's body trembled when he heard the news. Ethan quickly put himself together and accepted the news that he got. He told Helmut that it has been 20 years since Darion went missing. He told Helmut that he wanted to repay Darion for saving his life. He told Helmut that he vowed on his name and his family that he would help Darion anytime. Due to the fact that Helmut was holding Darion's sword, Ethan realized that Helmut is Darion's last apprentice. He asked Helmut about why he came to see him. Helmut told Ethan that he wants to enroll in the academy. Ethan was surprised to hear this. He realized that Darion asked Helmut to meet him because he wanted Helmut to have a guardian. He asked Helmut about his current age. Helmut told Ethan that he does not know his age. Ethan was surprised to hear this. He could not believe that Helmut lived his whole life without knowing his age. Helmut, who was doing his best to count his age, told Ethan that he is probably 14 or 15. Due to Helmut's body build, Ethan told Helmut that he is not 14. Due to the fact that Helmut was not 14, Ethan believed that Helmut could not enroll as a freshman. He told Helmut that he is probably 15. He told Helmut that he will take the exams as a transfer student. Ethan picked up a book in order to share more information about transfer students. Before he could say anything, Helmut asked him if he needs to take the exam. Ethan realized that Helmut was right. He knew that the apprentice of the Divine Swordsman did not need to take the Swordsmanship Department enrollment exam. He told Helmut that he will be allowed to transfer immediately if he reveals that he is the apprentice of Darion the Divine Swordsman. He revealed to Helmut that Darion's name is enough to prove his skill. Helmut was surprised to hear this. He looked at his sword and held it tightly. He could not believe that Darion was able to help him even in the human world. He was very grateful that Darion had been helping him since they were in the Forest of Roots. Immediately Helmut thought of this. He realized something weird. He realized that Darion was in the Forest of Roots. Yet Ethan claimed that Darion has been missing for 20 years. Helmut did not understand what was going on. It did not make sense to him that even Darion's acquaintances did not know where Darion was. Helmut was certain that Darion did not come to the Forest of Roots on his own free will. Helmut realized that someone must have sent Darion to the Forest of Roots and hid the information from everyone. He realized that the people who sent Darion to the Forest of Roots must not find out that he is Darion's last apprentice. He was certain that this people will not care about his seed of darkness. He knew that he would get sent to the Forest of Roots if he ever reveals that Darion is his master. Helmut told Ethan that he cannot tell people that he is Darion's apprentice. Ethan was surprised to hear this. He asked Helmut about why he did not want people to find out. Helmut told Ethan that he cannot tell him everything. He told Ethan that his life will be in danger if people ever find out that he is Darion's apprentice. Ethan was shocked to hear this. He could not believe that someone would try to hurt Darion's apprentice. With a look of anger on his face, Ethan asked Helmut to tell him who wants to hurt him. Helmut told Ethan that he will tell him everything in time. He asked Ethan to be patient with him. After regaining his composure, Ethan accepted Helmut's decision. He realized that Helmut and Darion have special situations that cannot be revealed. He told Helmut to meet him anytime he requires assistance. He reminded Helmut that Darion placed him under his care. He told Helmut that they need to prepare for the transfer examination. He assured Helmut that he will take care of the required documents. While walking, he told Helmut that he needs to test his skills. As Ethan walked forward, Helmut noticed that Ethan clenched his fist. He realized that Ethan was not happy with the news he heard. Ethan took Helmut to a training ground. He told Helmut that the room is his personal training ground. He told Helmut that he knows he is strong because his master is the divine swordsman. He told Helmut that he still needs to test his skill level for the transfer examination. Ethan brought out a large log of wood. He asked Helmut to try to cut the wood. Helmut quickly took a stance and got ready to cut the wood. Before he could do anything, he is stopped by Ethan. Ethan asked Helmut to use one of the wooden swords behind him. Helmut picked one of the wooden sword. He skillfully swung the sword to get a good feel for it. The wood which Ethan asked Helmut to cut is a white birch. This wood is harder than most wood. Ethan believed that it will be incredible for someone of Helmut's age to leave a mark on the wood. Although Ethan knew that Helmut was young, he could tell that Helmut was not an ordinary boy. The moment Helmut took a stance, he activated his vis. Ethan was surprised to see this. He could not believe that Helmut was already able to use vis. He wondered about how proficient Helmut would be in using vis. While Ethan was thinking, Helmut swung his sword. Helmut made a clean cut on the wood. He used his vis to cut the wood into two. Ethan was shocked to see this. He could not believe that someone so young could be so powerful. Ethan told Helmut that he is definitely going to pass the practical aspect of the examination. Thanks to what Helmut just showed him, Ethan became certain that Helmut is the apprentice of Darion Depert. Helmut asked Ethan if he can enroll in the academy. Ethan told him that he can. He told Helmut that he simply needs to pass the examination. Due to how strong Helmut was, Ethan believed that Helmut must be extremely intelligent. Helmut was surprised to hear about a written examination. The scene shifts and we see Ethan shaking in fear after seeing Helmut's test result. Ethan gave Helmut a written test to test his intelligence. He could not believe Helmut was only able to score 4 in most of his subjects. He was certain that someone who guesses the answers would score higher than Helmut. He could not believe that Helmut was so poor academically. Ethan did not know what to do. The examination was going to take place in 10 days. Ethan told Helmut that he cannot enroll in the academy with his current scores. He told Helmut that he cannot get him a personal tutor because there is not enough time to study. Helmut asked Ethan if he could teach him. Ethan told Helmut that he can't. He told Helmut that faculty members are not allowed to privately tutor entrants. He told Helmut that it is better for them to not break the rule because they do not know what problem it may cause in future. He revealed to Helmut that students of the academy usually tutor entrants. But due to the fact that the examination is so close, the elite tutors have already been taken. Ethan could not think of a solution to Helmut's problem. Both he and Helmut became silent. While standing, Helmut remembers what Gilton said to him about Elaga. He remembered that Gilton told him that Elaga is a popular genius of the academy. Helmut asked Ethan if he has ever heard of a boy called Elaga. Ethan told Helmut that he knows Elaga. He told Helmut that Elaga enrolled with honors at the top of his class because he had a perfect score in the examination for the first time in the history of the academy. Ethan asked Helmut about why he asked about Elaga. Helmut did not know what it meant for someone to be an honors student, but he was certain that Elaga must be intelligent. Although Helmut did not want to burden Elaga, he did not know any other students. He told Ethan that he will ask Elaga to tutor him. Ethan was surprised to hear this. He did not understand why Helmut was going to ask Elaga. He knew that Elaga was skilled enough to help Helmut, but he did not know how Helmut was going to convince Elaga to help him. He asked Helmut about how he knew Elaga. When he looked around, he noticed that Helmut was no longer in his office. The scene shifts and we see Elaga talking to Helmut. Elaga could not believe that Helmut came to meet him for a ridiculous request. He did not understand why Helmut came to meet him. He told Helmut that he never had an agreement to meet him again. Elaga told Helmut that he hates teaching stupid bastards, especially swordsmen who are empty-headed. Elaga believed that Helmut came to Bayen because of his commission. He could not believe that Helmut wanted to enroll in the academy. He told Helmut to study on his own. He told Helmut that he has no intention of tutoring him. Helmut revealed to Aaliyah that he simply wants to pass the examination. He told Aaliyah that he is not expecting any amazing scores. He told Aaliyah that people said that he is a qualified tutor. Aaliyah was not moved by Helmut's words. He told Helmut that he does not want to tutor him. Aaliyah turned around and decided to return to his room. He asked Helmut to leave. He told Helmut to not waste his time. Before Aaliyah could open the door, Helmut tells him that he will pay him to tutor him. Aaliyah stops moving when he heard this. Helmut told Aaliyah that he will pay him because he believed that money can change the behavior of humans. Aaliyah asked Helmut if he wants to purchase his intelligence with money. He asked Helmut to tell him how much he wants to pay. Helmut asked Aaliyah about how much he wants. Aaliyah was annoyed to hear this. He told Helmut that he wants 100,000 marks. He told Helmut that he wants the entire money up front. Helmut accepted the deal. Aaliyah was shocked to hear this. He could not believe that Helmut was actually going to give him 100,000 marks. Helmut told Aaliyah that they will start their class tomorrow. Aaliyah thought that Helmut was joking. He reminded Helmut that he is asking for 100,000 marks. Helmut had received 90,000 marks when he worked with the face mercenaries, and he got 10,000 marks from the mission he just completed. He was certain that he could afford the tutoring fee. With a serious look on his face, Helmut told Aaliyah that they need to start the tutoring tomorrow because there is not enough time left. Aaliyah was shocked to hear that someone was actually willing to pay 100,000 marks. He told Helmut to pay this amount in order to scare him. He did not expect Helmut to be serious about it. Helmut asked Aaliyah if he should meet him at his dormitory. Aaliyah told Helmut that he will not teach him if he cannot provide the money. He turned around and told Helmut to meet him at his dormitory in the morning. He warned Helmut that he will cancel the class if he is not serious. After saying this, Aaliyah rushed into his dormitory. When Aaliyah went into his dormitory, we see a boy with an odd creature on his head reading a book. After Aaliyah left him, Helmut was happy to see that he had found a tutor. He turned around and decided to leave. The boy with the odd creature on his head watches Helmut as he walked away. The boy assumed the Helmut was Aaliyah's friend. He was surprised to see that Aaliyah had such an unique friend. The next day, we see the sun rise at the beautiful academy. Helmut returned to Aaliyah's dormitory just like Aaliyah asked him to. When he arrived at the dormitory, Aaliyah was already waiting for him. Aaliyah was surprised to see that Helmut actually came. He asked Helmut about the money. Helmut put his hand into his pocket and brought out a bag full of money. He handed the bag to Aaliyah. He told Aaliyah that he put exactly 100,000 marks in the bag. Aaliyah accepted the money. He reminded Helmut that he has never tutored anyone before. He told Helmut that he will not refund his money if he fails. Helmut told him that it doesn't matter. Aaliyah was surprised to hear this. He believed that Helmut would be scared once he heard that he could not get a refund. He realized that he should have just told Helmut that he will not tutor him. He did not feel happy receiving so much money from Helmut. He only asked for the money because of his pride. Seeing that Helmut was serious, Aaliyah took a deep breath and decided to teach Helmut. He asked Helmut to wait outside the dormitory. He told Helmut that he needs to get something. While Aaliyah was not thrilled with the idea of tutoring someone, he believed that it will not be hard to tutor a person. The scene shifts and we see Helmut and Aaliyah in the school library. While teaching Helmut, Aaliyah stared intensely at Helmut. He realized that Helmut was more problematic than he thought. He did not understand why it was so hard to teach Helmut. Aaliyah found Helmut to be quite unusual. He realized that Helmut's ability to learn was much more outstanding compared to any student of the magic department. He asked Helmut if he has been living in a forest for his whole life. Helmut's body shook when he heard this. He could not believe that Aaliyah figured out his secret. Helmut became more certain that Aaliyah is not an ordinary mage. He realized that he had to be more cautious around Aaliyah. He asked Aaliyah to tell him the reason why he asked the question. Aaliyah told Helmut that his focus and memorization skills are amazing. He told Helmut that he also has the ability to focus on his work. Aaliyah clenched his fist and banged the table out of anger. He asked Helmut about why he does not know any of the most basic ethics and common knowledge despite having such good qualities. Aaliyah told Helmut that his score from his ethics test was horrible. Helmut did not know what to say. He did not know how to defend himself. In one of the tests which Aaliyah gave Helmut, he asked Helmut to tell him what he will do if someone tries to mess with him. Helmut wrote that he will threaten the person with his father's authority. Aaliyah could not believe that someone would actually write such an answer. He told Helmut that they need to finish other subjects quickly in order for them to focus on his ethics study. He told Helmut to pay attention to him. He told Helmut that 100,000 marks is an enormous amount of money. He told Helmut that he cannot pay such an enormous amount of money and still fail the examination. He told Helmut that he is being tutored by the top student of the academy, so he must enroll in the academy no matter what. Elaga knew that Helmut must not fail. He believed that Helmut's failure would affect his honor and image in the academy. With a serious look on his face, Elaga told Helmut that he must enroll in the academy. Helmut could not believe that Elaga was tutoring him because of his honor. He was certain that Elaga is a crazy human. At night, we see Helmut and Elaga still studying in the library. Elaga asked Helmut a question. He told Helmut that his classmate has stolen something that belongs to him. He asked Helmut to tell him the correct thing to do in this scenario. He told Helmut to think about the most wholesome and ethical solution. Helmut placed his hand on his chin and carefully thinks about the answer. He was certain that the answer does not involve violence. After carefully thinking, Helmut told Elaga that he has gotten the answer. Elaga told him to tell him his answer. Helmut told Elaga that the best solution is to steal it back quietly. Elaga was annoyed to hear this. He did not know what to say. He could not believe that Helmut could be so stupid. He told Helmut that his answer is wrong. Helmut did not understand why his answer was wrong. He told Elaga that he did not fight. He told Elaga that he resolved the issue quietly. Elaga could not believe that Helmut actually thought that he was right. He realized that Helmut thinks exactly like a swordsman. He told Helmut that his classmates will not learn their lesson and they will steal his belongings again. He told Helmut that the best solution is for him to converse with his classmates in order to let them repent for their wrongdoings and realize the weight of their actions. Elaga advises Helmut to forgive the person but not the sin. He told Helmut that this is how the academy defines justice. Helmut found this logic to be very complicated. He realized that humans are more difficult than he expected. Helmut realized that he has to learn ethics and common sense in order to live in the human world. Helmut did not like the fact that he started learning these basic things very late in his life. Although Helmut did not like the complicated things, he knew that he had to solve these complicated problems in order to become the type of person which Darion talked about. Helmut realized that he was going to need more time to study. Helmut and Elaga continued their lesson. Elaga asked Helmut what he would do when someone assaults him. Helmut said that he would kill the person. Elaga was disappointed to hear this. He yelled at Helmut and told him to get a security guard to solve the problem. A few days later, we see students stepping out of the library. Outside the library, we see Elaga standing. Two girls hiding behind a bush were excited to see Elaga. They did not know what their beautiful Lord Elaga was doing in the examination center. They could not believe that Elaga is still as handsome as always. They became curious about who Elaga was waiting for. One of the girls tells her friend that Elaga is probably waiting for the person he tutored for the past 1 week. Immediately the girls said this. Helmut came out of the library. Helmut immediately went to meet Elaga. Elaga was surprised to see that Helmut was already done with his exam. He asked Helmut about why the academy held the examination in the library. Helmut told him that it is probably because the library is quiet. Elaga was surprised to hear this. He told Helmut that the question was rhetorical. Elaga told Helmut that he left his books in the library because he was tutoring him. He told Helmut that he had to wait until he was done with his exams. He asked Helmut if he did well in his exams. Helmut nodded his head to Elaga. Elaga was certain that Helmut would not have any issues with the practical examination. He told Helmut that their tutorials are over as of today. He walked past Helmut and wished him good luck in his practical examination. As Elaga walked forward, Helmut thanked him for his help. Elaga turned around and looked at Helmut. He told Helmut that he does not need to thank him. He told Helmut that he received payment for his service. He advised Helmut to work hard. After saying this, he left Helmut. Helmut was still thankful to Elaga for his help. Seeing that he was done with his written examination, Helmut decided to take his practical examination. Helmut went to the hall where the transfer students of the swordsmanship department waited in. When Helmut stepped into the hall, he is told to follow his instructor to his group once his name has been called. When Helmut looked around, he noticed that there was a lot of entrants in the hall with him. He sat down and decided to wait for his turn. While sitting, Helmut wondered about what he should do after his examination is over. Ethan had told Helmut to rest once he is done with his examination. Helmut realized that it has been a while since he had some training. He decided to train with his free time. While Helmut was thinking, someone tried to get his attention. Helmut did not hear anything until the person waved his hands in front of him. The boy who waved at him asked Helmut about what he was thinking of. With a smile on his face, the boy introduced himself as Sabbat Rugel, the second son of the Rugel family. Sabbat stretched out his hand and asked Helmut for his name. Helmut did not understand what was going on. He was certain that Sabbath did not approach him without any intentions. Sabbath did not understand why Helmut did not respond to him. He asked Helmut if he is not speaking because of the academy regulations. He told Helmut that the regulations do not affect them because they are not yet enrolled in the academy. Helmut did not know what Sabbat was talking about. He had never heard of any academy regulations. Helmut scared Sabbat to tell him why he approached him. Sabbat told Helmut to not have his guard up. He told Helmut that he is simply trying to make friends with other transfer students. Sabbat wanted to become friends with Helmut because he found out that Aaliyah hung out with Helmut. Sabbat assumed that Helmut was a lower-class noble. He believed that it will be advantageous for him to get to know Helmut. Helmut told Sabbat his name. Sabbat was surprised to hear Helmut's name. He believed that it was an unusual name. He asked Helmut to tell him his last name. He told Helmut that he wants to know the family he is from. The word family came as a surprise to Helmut. Sabbat told Helmut that it will be good for them to know each other before they are enrolled in the academy. He told Helmut that they will need to get along with everyone. The family name Helmut knew was the one he found in his pendant. This family's name is Margaret Irene. Due to the fact that Helmut was sent to the Forest of Roots, he believed that it will be better for him to not mention Margaret's name. Helmut told Sabbat that he does not have a family name. Sabbat was horrified to hear this. He asked Helmut if he is a commoner. Helmut told him that he is. Sabbat began to laugh when he heard this. Sabbat could not believe that he offered his hand to a commoner. With a disgusting look on his face, Sabbat asked Helmut about why he was acting confident despite being a commoner. Sabbat's friend asked him about why Helmut would enroll in the academy despite being a commoner. With a smile on his face, Sabbat called Helmut a bastard. He told his friend that Helmut has no shame. He told his friend that Helmut was not able to learn shame in his tutorials. With a disgusting look on his face, Sabbat asked Helmut about how he was able to get tutored by Aaliyah. While Sabbat was talking, a huge man appeared at his back. The man placed his hand on Sabbat's shoulder. Sabbat's friends were shocked to see the man. With a forced smile on his face, the man told Sabbat to keep his voice down. He told Sabbat that there are several students who have not written their examinations. He reminded Sabbat that it is strictly forbidden to discriminate in the academy. He told Sabbat to not judge anyone based on their class and gender. The man called Sabbat applicant 15. He advised Sabbat to be cautious of his comments. Immediately after saying this, the man left Sabbat alone. He told the other applicants that they will provide an explanation of the examination in 5 minutes. The man asked the other applicants to sit down. Sabbat cleaned his shoulder after the man left him. After cleaning his shirt, Sabbat told his friends to follow him. When he walked forward, he stopped by Helmut's side and turned. With a disgusting look on his face, Sabbat told Helmut to keep his head down if he is a commoner. He told Helmut that he should not hang out with people who are above his class. He told Helmut that he is confusing other people. Helmut was not bothered with what Sabbat said. He simply ignored him and went to sit down. The scene shifts and we see an instructor addressing the applicants. The instructor commended the applicants on their efforts in the written examination. He advised the applicants to do well in their practical examinations. He told the applicants that the practical examinations will be done in groups. These groups will have to go through 2 separate tests. While the instructor was talking, Helmut noticed something odd. He realized that the other applicants were staring at him. He realized that they were looking at him the same way Sabbat was. He realized that the human world was not different from the Forest of Roots. Monsters and humans both have a hierarchy among themselves. Although power in the human world is not based on strength alone, it is determined by other factors. Helmut realized that family is one of those important factors. Helmut wondered if family is more important than strength. Helmut decided to learn everything that is important in the academy. While Helmut was thinking, the instructor asked his group to step into a room. When it was Helmut's turn, the instructor told him that he needs to cut the blackwood tree. He told Helmut that he must use a wooden sword to cut the tree. He told Helmut that he is allowed to use any swordsmanship he wants. He told Helmut that he is also allowed to use vis. The instructor picked up a wooden sword and stretched his hand out to Helmut. He told Helmut that he needs to cut the wood 5 minutes after he gets his sword. He told Helmut that he will be disqualified from the exam if he is not able to cut the tree in 5 minutes. He told Helmut to begin if he is ready. Helmut accepted the wooden sword. He was surprised to see that the test was so simple. Helmut placed his hand on the tree to feel its toughness. While this tree is hard, it was not strong enough to receive Helmut's attacks. Helmut picked up his sword and activated his vis. Helmut swung his sword once and split the tree apart. The instructor was shocked to see this. He could not believe what was happening in front of him. He could not believe that an applicant was able to split the blackwood tree in half with one attack. Even the instructor has to strike the blackwood multiple times before he can cut it. Helmut asked the instructor if the examination is over. The instructor quickly regained his composure. He told Helmut that he has passed the first stage of the examination. The scene shifts and we see Sabbat talking to his friends. While Sabbat was talking, Helmut stepped out of the test room. Sabbat was annoyed to see Helmut. With an annoying look on his face, he asked Helmut if he was given rotten wood instead of blackwood. He told Helmut that he will speak to the supervisor. Helmut did not understand why Sabbat was saying nonsense. While thinking, the instructor appears at his back. The instructor told the applicants that he came to explain the next stage of the examination. He told the applicants that the next stage of their examination is sparring. He told the applicants that they will have a one-on-one duel with each other, and they will be allowed to use their swordsmanship on their opponents for 8 minutes. He told the applicants that the instructors will be observing their duel. He told the applicants that their final acceptance will be decided upon careful evaluation. While the instructor was talking, Sabbat stared at Helmut. The instructor told the applicants that their opponents will be chosen randomly. He told the applicants that their acceptance will be determined by the level of their skills and not by winning the duel. The instructor advised the applicants to show their best skill in their duels. Sabbat smiled when he heard this. He believed that the examination is unfair. He told his friends that anyone who gets to duel with Helmut will receive an automatic pass. Helmut was annoyed to hear this. He glared at Sabbat. Sabbat was surprised to see that Helmut heard him. While staring at Sabbath, Helmut became annoyed that Sabbat kept irritating him without knowing his place. Helmut wondered if he should shut Sabbat up. Sabbat was annoyed to see that Helmut was staring at him. With a smile on his face, Sabbat told Helmut to hit him if he has a problem with him. With an annoying look on his face, Sabbat asked Helmut to try to hit him. Helmut did not understand why Sabbat was irritating him. He wondered if Sabbat would leave him alone if he hit him. Helmut clenched his fist out of anger. Before Helmut could do anything, the instructor called out his name. Both Sabbat and Helmut were surprised to hear the instructor's voice. The instructor also called out another applicant whose name is Andro. The instructor asked Helmut and Andro to step forward. Sabbat was annoyed to see that the instructor interrupted him. He told his friend that he would have trampled on Helmut. Sabbat's friend told Sabbat that Andro is a lucky applicant. He could not believe that Andro got to fight a commoner. Helmut turned around and glared at Sabbat when he heard what he said. Helmut decided to not do anything to Sabbat. He was certain that he would have other opportunities to discipline Sabbat. The scene shifts, and we see Helmut and Andro step into another room. A man who appears to be an instructor was happy to see the first applicants that will be dueling with each other. Ethan welcomed the applicants to the stage. The instructor who took Helmut and Andro to the room bowed his head when he saw the instructors in the room. He told the instructors that he wants to begin the second stage of the examination. While the instructor was speaking, Andro stared at Helmut. Helmut was surprised to see that Andro was staring at him. He did not understand why Andro was doing it. Helmut was surprised to see that Ethan was among the judges. One of the judges asked Ethan if Helmut was the applicant he recommended. Ethan told the man that Helmut is. He told the man that he and the other instructor will have to evaluate Helmut because he is not allowed to evaluate someone he recommended. The instructor was surprised to hear that Ethan recommended an applicant. He realized that this was Ethan's first time recommending anyone. He asked Ethan if Helmut is special. Ethan told the instructor that he will understand why he recommended Helmut after he sees Helmut fight. The instructor who brought Helmut and Andro into the room told them that the duel lasts a total of 8 minutes. The duel will be conducted in 2 rounds. Each round will last 4 minutes. The instructor told the boys that the duel will end once an applicant is unable to wield his sword or the applicant is unable to continue the match. The instructor reminded the boys that the objective is not to win the duel. He asked the boys to do their best. After explaining the rules to the applicants, the instructor stepped back and asked the applicants to begin their fight. Andro took a deep breath and took a stance. He remembered hearing that Helmut was a commoner. Andro gripped his wooden stick with force. Andro was certain that Helmut was talented since Helmut was able to cut the blackwood tree. Although Andro knew that Helmut was talented, he believed that Helmut is a commoner who did not receive any formal training. While Andro was thinking, Helmut took a stance and got ready to attack. Andro was certain that he could defeat Helmut with the swordsmanship he has trained since childhood. Before Andro could take a step, Helmut disappeared in front of him. Andro did not know when he fell to the ground. The 2 instructors who were meant to judge Helmut were shocked to see what Helmut did. Ethan smiled with confidence when he saw Helmut's attack. Helmut moved close to Andro and put his sword in Andro's face. Andro did not understand what was going on. Helmut asked the instructors if the fight is over. The instructor who acted as a referee quickly came in between Helmut and Andro. He told Helmut that Andro is unable to continue the duel. Andro's body began to shake with fear. Andro did not understand what happened. He did not know how he lost. He was very annoyed to see that he lost to a commoner. The female judge was surprised to see Helmut's swordsmanship. She told her fellow instructors that Helmut's blade is quick and powerful. She could not believe that someone of Helmut's age would possess such a powerful swordsmanship. The other judge could not believe that Helmut and Andro would have such a drastic difference in talent despite being in the same age group. The man realized that they will not be able to distinguish the skill level of both Helmut and Andro. This is because Helmut was too powerful. The instructor did not know what to do. Ethan was shocked to see how strong Helmut was. He already knew that Helmut was strong, but he did not know that he would be so skillful. Helmut picked up his sword and took a stance. He remembered that there are 2 rounds in the match. He realized that he only had 1 round left. The female instructor did not know what to do. She knew that Helmut possessed outstanding skills, but she had no way of evaluating Andro's skill level. Although Helmut had gotten in position, Andro struggled to stand up. The other instructor agreed with the female instructor. He told the female instructor that they will not be able to know Andro's actual skills. Upon hearing this, Ethan told Helmut to do something else. He told Helmut to spar with Andro as if he is teaching him. Helmut was surprised to hear this. He asked Ethan to explain more. Ethan told Helmut to teach Andro the same way he was taught. The moment Helmut heard this, he remembered how he and Darion used to spar. He remembered how he learned to wield a sword. Helmut told Ethan that he understands what he's saying. Ethan called Andro's name. Ethan told Andro to forget his status and family name. He told Andro that he will benefit a lot from sparring with an opponent whose level is more advanced. Ethan told Andro that he is not lacking in skills when compared to people his age. He asked Andro to show them his skills with confidence. Andro accepted Ethan's advice. He took a stance and wielded his sword confidently. Andro apologized to Helmut for looking down on him because of his status. He told Helmut that he won't be defeated easily in this round. Immediately he said this, Andro rushed to attack Helmut. Helmut easily blocked the attack. He told Andro to attack faster. He told Andro that it is easy for him to block his attack when he makes such large movements. Andro was shocked to see that Helmut blocked his attack. Before Andro could make another move, Helmut used his sword to skillfully hit Andro's hands. Helmut told Andro that his center of balance is off. He told him to not focus too much on attacking because it shifts his gravity to the front. Andro was annoyed to see Helmut tutoring him. He rushed to attack Helmut in anger. Helmut easily dodged the attack. While moving away from Andro, Helmut told him to not attack head-on. He told Andro that it will be hard for him to change directions when he attacks head-on. He warned Andro to always watch his side. Helmut used his sword to strike Andro in his back. He told Andro that he has lost his balance. He advised Andro to distance himself if he cannot block an attack. Helmut asked Andro to get up. He told him to not swing his sword aimlessly. Ethan was surprised to see Helmut teaching Andro. He recalled a particular event. In this memory, we see a younger Ethan lying on the ground with blood all over him. Ethan seemed to have been injured by a demonic beast. As the beast moved closer to him, Ethan realized that he was going to die. As the demonic beast was about to grab him, Ethan smiled while holding his sword. Before the demonic beast could do anything, a bright light shined and the beast got cut into pieces. The person who cut the beast called Ethan a brat and told him that he will die if he keeps lying down. Ethan was shocked to see who was talking. He could not believe that he was saved by the divine swordsman Darion Depert. Darion asked Ethan to get up. As Helmut was teaching Andro, Ethan realized that Helmut was exactly like Darion. With a smile on his face, Ethan realized that Darion had returned. The scene shifts and we see the instructors discussing about the applicants. The man tells his fellow instructors that the applicants of this year have different skill levels. The female instructor told the other instructors that she has high hopes for a particular applicant. She wondered how strong the applicant would become. Ethan looked at a picture of Helmut and told the woman that Helmut will soar. A week later, we see Helmut walking around Bayen. Helmut seemed to be searching for something. After walking for a while, Helmut found the place he was looking for. Helmut was searching for the mercenary guild. When Helmut stepped into the mercenary guild, he is greeted by a young boy who had a bright smile. The boy asked Helmut if he came to submit a request. Helmut told the boy that he came to take a request. The boy was surprised to hear this. He asked Helmut if he is a mercenary. Helmut was surprised to hear this. Due to how well-dressed Helmut was, the boy assumed that Helmut is a child of a renowned family. He asked Helmut to tell him the mercenary corps he belongs to. Helmut brought out a paper and handed it over to the boy. He told the boy that he belongs to the Face Mercenary Corps. He told the boy that he has been to this guild before. The boy checked Helmut's details. He confirmed to Helmut that the details are correct. He apologized to Helmut for the misunderstanding. He told Helmut that he is new to the guild. The boy asked Helmut to tell him what kind of request he wants. He told Helmut that he will do his best to find a suitable one. The moment the boy said this to Helmut, Helmut remembers how Ethan reacted when he told him how much he paid Aaliyah. Ethan banged his hand on the table when he heard that Helmut paid Aaliyah 100,000 marks. Ethan knew that Aaliyah scammed Helmut. He told Helmut that the money he paid was too much. He asked Helmut to tell him where he got such a large amount of money. He asked Helmut if he borrowed the money from someone. While eating a steak, Helmut tells Ethan that he saved up the money while working as a mercenary. Ethan was relieved to hear this. He asked Helmut if he still has some money saved up. Helmut told Ethan that the 100,000 marks was his entire savings. Ethan realized that Helmut had so much to learn. He decided to start teaching Helmut about finances. Ethan told Helmut that he is currently his guardian. He told Helmut that he does not need to worry about money for now. Ethan revealed to Helmut that money is not something which he will always have an excess of. He told Helmut that he does not know when he will need money. With a serious look on his face, Ethan told Helmut that a human who cannot make money will live the life of a beast. Upon hearing this, Helmut realized that he needs to make money. Ethan told Helmut that he has a month before the academy resumes. He told Helmut to do whatever he likes with his free time. Helmut told Ethan that he will fulfill some requests with his free time. Ethan told Helmut that he cannot take any dangerous or long-term missions. After remembering what Ethan said, Helmut told the boy that he wants a request that takes place within Bayen. When the boy heard this, he climbed his desk and began to search for a request like that. Helmut told the boy that he wants a request that he can complete before the end of the month. He told the boy that he wants a request that has a high reward. The boy was surprised to hear how specific Helmut was. He began to search for such a request. After searching for a while, the boy found a request that fit Helmut's requirements. When the boy looked at the location of the request, he told Helmut that the location is a bit strange. He asked Helmut if he will still take the request. Helmut asked the boy for the location of the mission. The boy showed Helmut the paper that contained the mission. Helmut was surprised to see that the location of the request was the academy. According to the details of the request, there has been reports of a ghost in the academy. The ghost usually appears in the night, but it appears in various places, so no one knows what it looks like for sure. There is no evidence that a ghost actually exists in the academy, but the students have filed a request to avoid potential dangers that may occur. Helmut was asked to find the identity of the academy ghost. He was asked to report and eliminate the ghost if he finds it. Helmut accepted this request because he wanted to familiarize himself with the school surroundings. While Helmut accepted this request for this reason, he quickly realized that this request was very different from the other request he has taken. Helmut wondered if he made a mistake by accepting the request. While Helmut was thinking, someone calls his name. Helmut turns around and asks the person for their identity. With a bright smile on his face, a boy pointed at Helmut and told him that he must be Aaliyah's pupil. This boy turns out to be the boy who saw Helmut when he was negotiating with Aaliyah. The boy was surprised to see that Helmut actually transferred to their academy. Helmut did not understand what the boy was talking about. He asked the boy to explain himself. The boy told Helmut that he is the first person who Aaliyah has ever hung out with. This was a big deal because Aaliyah is the idol of the Department of Magic. The boy told Helmut that the relationship between he and Aaliyah is a hot topic. Helmut was surprised to hear this. Helmut asked the boy if he is a mage like Aaliyah. The boy told Helmut that he is a mage that is slightly different from Aaliyah. Immediately the boy said this. He created a magic circle. Helmut was surprised to see the magic the boy was using. Helmut had never seen such a bright spell. The boy faced his magic up and a creature came out of it. The creature screamed Rattan when it came out. Helmut was surprised to see the creature. He believed that the boy summoned a demon. The creature rushed towards Helmut at a crazy speed. Helmut assumed that the creature wanted to attack him. He clenched his fist and tried to punch the creature. To Helmut's surprise, he was not able to hurt the creature. The creature passed through his hand. The creature was annoyed to see that Helmut wanted to punch it. It came out of Helmut's hand. Helmut was shocked to see this. He did not understand why his attack went through the creature. The boy laughed at Helmut when he saw how Helmut tried to punch his creature, which is called Rattan. He told Helmut that he is the first person to ever try to punch Rattan. Rattan moved close to Helmut and began to check his body. Helmut asked the boy about what Rattan is. The boy told Helmut that Rattan is a spirit of light. Rattan stuck out his tongue to show his dislike for Helmut. The boy told Helmut that Rattan is mischievous, but he is not harmful. He told Helmut that he will not be able to block Rattan's attacks physically if Rattan wanted to harm him. He told Helmut that he will not be able to block the attack because spirits do not possess physical bodies. The boy told Helmut that only a select few mages are able to control spirits. The boy introduced himself as Sion and told Helmut that he is one of the few mages that can control a spirit. Sion told Helmut that he is the only elemental mage at the academy. While Sion was talking, Helmut was focused on Rattan. Helmut was certain that he could capture Rattan. Sion did not know what to say. He did not know why Helmut was staring at Rattan. He asked Helmut to say something because things felt awkward. Helmut believed that Sion was a fun person. While Helmut wanted to get to know Sion, he knew that he had things to do. He told Sion that it was good to see him. Helmut turned around and told Sion that he is trying to fulfill a request. He told Sion that he needs to go. Sion was surprised to hear that Helmut was fulfilling a request. He realized that Helmut is a mercenary. Sion immediately knew that Helmut was trying to find the Academy's ghost. He knew that this was the only request available at the Academy. He asked Helmut if he is trying to find the Academy's ghost. Helmut was surprised to see that Sion knew about the Academy's ghost. Sion told Helmut that he knows a lot about it. He told Helmut that he is very interested in the case. With a smile on his face, Sion told Helmut that he can help him. The scene shifts and we see Helmut and Sion arrive at a haunted building. Sion told Helmut that the ghost was last seen in the building. Rattan was terrified to see the inside of the haunted building. Sion told Helmut that the building is an ordinary building for the swordsmanship department. The moment the ghost appeared in the building becomes empty when the sun goes down. As Helmut and Sion were exploring, we see a mysterious being appear in a hallway. When Helmut and Sion got close to where the entity was, it ran away. Helmut asked Sion if a ghost is a scary being. Sion told him that it is not. He told Helmut that a ghost is only scary when it is a malicious spirit that has been enchanted with black magic. He told Helmut that if such a dangerous thing appeared in the academy, the professors would have stepped in immediately they sensed its presence. Sion assured Helmut that the ghost is not dangerous. Helmut was relieved to hear this. He told Sion that it is better for them to split up. Sion was shocked to hear this. He could not believe that Helmut wanted to leave him in such a creepy building. Helmut told Sion that it will be more efficient for them to search separately. Sion immediately disagreed with Helmut. He told Helmut that it is better for them to search together. As the boys walked forward, Sion asked Helmut about what he will do when he finds the ghost. Helmut told Sion that he will eliminate it. As Helmut and Sion walked forward, the mysterious being reappeared in the hallway. In the next scene, we see Helmut and Sion searching a room in the building. Sion told Helmut that the ghost might have already moved to another building. Helmut decided to continue searching the room. While searching the room, Helmut realized that they are not getting anywhere with their search. He realized that there was no sign that the ghost was in the building. Helmut decided to ask Sion for advice. When Helmut turned around, he saw Sion looking at something on the ground. Sion was quite focused on what he was looking at. Helmut asked Sion if he found something important. Sion told Helmut that he did not find anything important. He told Helmut that they should check the next classroom for signs. When Helmut and Sion were stepping out of the room, Sion asked Helmut about how much time he has to complete the mission. Immediately Sion said this. He saw something that shocked him. Helmut told Sion that he has 10 days left to find the ghost. Helmut noticed that Sion stopped moving. He asked Sion about why he stopped walking. While trembling in fear, Sion told Helmut to look in front of him. When Helmut looked in front of him, he saw a mysterious entity walking towards them. Helmut believed that this being was the ghost. He quickly placed his hand on his sword and got ready to attack. As the entity got closer to them, Sion gasped when he saw its face. The being removed its cap, and we see that the mysterious entity is Elaga. Elaga asked Helmut and Sion about what they were doing in the building. Helmut and Sion could not believe that Elaga was the face behind the mysterious being. Helmut gave Elaga his request paper and told him that he came to the academy to fulfill a request. Elaga was surprised to hear this. Sion told Elaga that Helmut wants to find the academy's ghost. He told Elaga that he is assisting Helmut in searching for the ghost. Elaga read Helmut's request paper. He noticed that the reward for finding the ghost was 3,000 marks. Elaga was surprised to see this. Elaga assumed that Helmut was rich because Helmut easily gave him 100,000 marks. He asked Helmut about why he is doing such a mission when he is already rich. He told Helmut that he should have stayed at home after he was accepted by the academy. Helmut told Elaga that he accepted the mission because he had some time to kill. Sion knew that he and Helmut had a reason to be in the building. He did not understand what Elaga was doing in the building. He asked Elaga about what he is doing in the building. Elaga told Sion that he also received a request. Sion was shocked to hear this. He pointed at Elaga and asked him if he is also a mercenary. Elaga was annoyed to hear this. He hit Sion's hand and told him that he received the request directly from the academy. Sion told Elaga that his hand is strong. Sion assumed that Elaga was not interested in such matters. He asked Elaga if the academy is giving him a very good reward. Elaga told Sion that he does not need to know the reward. He told Sion that he accepted the request because he is curious about the case. Helmut was surprised to find out that the academy submitted a separate request to Elaga. He wondered if the case called for such an emergency action. Upon hearing that Elaga was also on the case, Sion asked Elaga to join him and Helmut. He told the boys that it will save more time if they search together. Helmut and Elaga glared at Sion when they heard this idea. Sion immediately realized that he should have not shared his idea. With a nervous look on his face, Sion told Elaga that they can continue their search separately. Elaga told Sion that it will be better for them to look together. Sion was happy to hear this. He believed that a fellow mage would see from his point of view. He asked Helmut if he is okay with Elaga joining them. Helmut accepted Sion's idea. The scene shifts, and we see the three boys in a room. Elaga cast a spell called Illusion. This spell showed the structure of the building. According to the report, the ghost had appeared at the lecture hall, the swordsmanship training ground, the professor's lounge, the gym, and the sparring grounds. The three boys were currently in the lecture hall. Elaga told Helmut and Sion that the buildings which the ghost appeared in all have one thing in common. When Elaga said this, Sion immediately understood what Elaga was saying. He told Elaga that the ghost has only appeared in the swordsmanship department. Elaga told the boys that the ghost did not appear in the magic department for unknown reasons. Helmut asked Elaga if the ghost was made by another mage. Sion told Helmut that somebody will have heard the mage cast the spell if the ghost was made with magic. He told Helmut that the mage would have to use silent spells. Elaga told Sion that a high-ranked mage who can use silent spells would never have wasted their time to use magic for such an elementary prank. Elaga believed that a human would not create a ghost. He told the boys that it is reasonable for them to assume that the ghost is avoiding mages. Sion immediately understood what Elaga was saying. He told Elaga that the ghost must be avoiding mages because it is weak against spells. Helmut told the boys that the ghost is staying in the swordsmanship department because it cannot be harmed by physical attacks. Elaga and Sion were shocked to hear this from Helmut. Elaga asked Helmut about how he knew such a thing. Helmut did not know why the boys were so surprised. Helmut had told Ethan about his request. Ethan quickly remembered hearing about a ghost in the academy. Helmut asked Ethan if he knows anything about the case. While drinking tea, Ethan told Helmut that there was a brave student who encountered the ghost. He told Helmut that the student rushed to attack the ghost when he saw it. Unfortunately for the boy, his attack passed through the ghost. Sion was surprised to hear what Helmut said. He could not believe that they were actually searching for a real ghost. Helmut smiled when he saw the boys thinking about what to do. Helmut realized that this was his first time sharing an opinion as an equal. When Helmut was having conversations in the forest, he was usually scolded by Elaga or he was yelled at by Darion. Although Helmut spoke to the face mercenaries, he and the mercenaries never put their heads together to think about something. Helmut realized that they each had separate knowledge, but when they combined their knowledge together, they got new answers. Helmut realized that this is what it means for people to communicate. Elaga asked Helmut if he can use Vis on the ghost since physical attacks do not work. Elaga remembered that Helmut was good at using Vis. Helmut was surprised to hear Elaga's suggestion. He unsheathed his sword and released a small amount of Vis. He told Elaga that he will test it out if he ever encounters the ghost. Sion became scared when he saw Helmut unsheath his sword. Sion told the boys that he can no longer think. He told them that they should survey the other buildings in the swordsmanship department. He told them that he cannot think because he is too tired. Sion stood up and told the boys that he is going to get some rest. He told the boys to stay safe. Immediately Sion said this, he left. After Sion left, Helmut stared at Elaga. Elaga asked Helmut if he has any ideas. Helmut told Elaga that he does. Helmut already had an idea of what they were looking for. Helmut remembered that the ghost did not have a physical form. It avoids mages, and it is very mischievous. Helmut immediately realized that the ghost they were searching for was a spirit like Rattan. Helmut asked Elaga to tell him how they can find a spirit. Elaga was happy to see that Helmut understood what was going on. He told Helmut that he learnt well. Elaga snapped his fingers and told Helmut that he is not an elemental mage. He told Helmut that it is not easy for him to detect spirits. Helmut asked Elaga about what they should do. Elaga looked at the window and smiled. He reminded Helmut that they have a skilled elemental mage. Immediately Aaliyah said this, we see Sion running somewhere. The scene shifts and we see Helmut and Aaliyah running. While running, Helmut asked Aaliyah about where Sion is heading to. Aaliyah told Helmut that Sion is chasing after the spirit. He told Helmut that Sion should be able to sense the spirit. Helmut was surprised to hear this. He did not understand how Sion was able to sense the spirit so quickly. Immediately Helmut thought of this. He remembered that Aaliyah joined them without much arguments. Helmut remembered that Aaliyah asked him if he could use Vis to fight the ghost. Helmut realized that Aaliyah already knew that the ghost was a spirit. He told Aaliyah that he simply wanted to trigger Sion into moving. Aaliyah told Helmut that he had no choice but to trick Sion. When Helmut and Aaliyah came out of the building, Aaliyah stopped running. Helmut did not understand why Aaliyah stopped running. He asked Aaliyah about why he stopped moving. He reminded Aaliyah that they need to catch up to Sion. Aaliyah told Helmut that they simply need to know the direction which Sion is headed in. Immediately Aaliyah said this. He got on his knees and placed his hand on the ground. When Aaliyah's hand touched the ground, Aaliyah activated a spell called Search. Immediately he activated the spell. Sion footprints began to reveal themselves. Aaliyah told Helmut that the footprints lead to the training ground of the swordsmanship department. Aaliyah got up and dusted his hand. He told Helmut that Sion will not be able to pinpoint the exact location of the spirit. With a smile on his face, Aaliyah told Helmut that they will need to find the spirit before Sion. Helmut had a strange feeling about Aaliyah when he heard this. The scene shifts and we see Aaliyah use a spell to break a lock. When they stepped into the training ground, Aaliyah told Helmut that not everyone can enter the training grounds of the swordsmanship department. He told Helmut that the students of the swordsmanship department are very serious about their ranks. Due to this, students' training grounds are separated into individual grades and levels. Aaliyah told Helmut that the spirit will probably hide in a place that is not frequently used. He told Helmut that the spirit might be hiding in the training rooms of higher grade students with scholarships. He told Helmut that they need to search the higher grade students' training grounds. When Aaliyah turned around to look at Helmut, he noticed that Helmut was not listening to him. He asked Helmut about what he is thinking of. Helmut remembered that Ethan had a personal training ground in his estate. He walked up to Ethan's training ground. Aaliyah was surprised to see Helmut standing in front of Ethan's training ground. Helmut told Aaliyah that no one will be using Ethan's training grounds because no one other than Ethan has access to it. Helmut opened the door of Ethan's training ground. Aaliyah asked Helmut if they are allowed to enter Ethan's personal training ground. Helmut told Aaliyah that he is trying to fulfill a request. He told Aaliyah that Ethan would understand. Immediately Aaliyah stepped into the training ground. He sensed the power of something similar to Sion. With a smile on his face, Aaliyah told Helmut that the spirit is definitely in the room. Helmut asked Aaliyah if he really received a request from the academy. Aaliyah smiled when he heard this. He realized that he no longer needed to lie to Helmut. With a smile on his face, Aaliyah told Helmut that he does not like the fact that there is only one elemental mage in the academy. Helmut asked Aaliyah if he is going to capture the spirit and use it for research. Aaliyah told Helmut that he is. He told Helmut that he will also be fulfilling his request if he helps him. Immediately Aaliyah said this. He snapped his fingers and activated a spell called Silence. Aaliyah told Helmut that he has wiped out any traces of himself with the spell. Aaliyah did this in order to not allow the spirit to sense his presence. Aaliyah sat on the ground and told Helmut that he has to become bait for them to draw out the spirit. Helmut asked Aaliyah about what he will do if he refuses to be bait. Aaliyah told Helmut that he still owes him for the examination. While Helmut and Aaliyah were talking, an odd substance began to sip through the walls of the training grounds. While Aaliyah was talking, Helmut senses the presence of the odd substance. When Helmut turned around, he saw the thing coming into the training ground. Aaliyah did not understand why Helmut was no longer talking. He looked up and asked Helmut about why he stopped talking. When Aaliyah looked carefully, he saw a spirit standing in front of Helmut. Helmut told Aaliyah that the academy's ghost has come out of hiding. Aaliyah was happy to see the spirit. He rushed in front of Helmut and told him that he will be the first to greet the spirit. Aaliyah activated a spell called Walls. This spell allowed Aaliyah to conjure magical walls. Aaliyah used the walls to attack the spirit. The spirit carefully evaded the attack. Aaliyah was annoyed to see this. He activated a large-scale spell. He told Helmut that the spell is a sealing spell that will not allow the spirit to leave the training ground. He told Helmut that he cannot move while he is using the spell. He asked Helmut to weaken the spirit. He asked Helmut to weaken it to the point that it cannot move. He told Helmut that it will be bad for him if he kills the spirit. While Helmut and Aaliyah were speaking, the spirit was trying to run away. After hearing what Elaga said, Helmut unsheathed his sword. Helmut remembered that regular attacks cannot hurt the spirit. He decided to activate his vis. Upon drawing his sword, Helmut rushed to attack the spirit. When Helmut got close to the spirit opened its mouth and tried to swallow Helmut. Helmut used his sword to cut through the spirit. Helmut was happy to see that vis works on spirits. Seeing that the spirit was down, Helmut wondered if he had weakened the spirit. The moment Helmut thought of this, the spirit stood up and got ready to attack Helmut. Helmut was happy to see that the spirit could still fight. Helmut took a stance and decided to use more vis in his attack. Immediately he took his stance. Helmut and the spirit rushed towards each other. The moment Helmut and the spirit got close to each other, a bright golden light shined. Helmut was surprised to see the light. The light created a barrier that separated Helmut and the spirit. Immediately the barrier appeared. Sion also appeared in a different form. Sion asked Helmut about what he is doing. Helmut was shocked to see Sion in a different form. Sion asked Helmut about why he is provoking the spirit. Sion revealed to Helmut that the spirit is the spirit of darkness. He told Helmut that the spirit is very self-conscious. He told Helmut that they need to take a more delicate approach if they want to subdue it. Sion told Helmut that he has blocked the spirit with a curtain of light. He told Helmut that neither he nor Ratton will be able to hold the spirit down for long. When Helmut heard what Sion said, he realized that the spirit actually seemed upset. Elaga asked Sion about what they need to do in order to capture the spirit. Sion was shocked to hear this. He turned around and asked Elaga if he wanted to experiment on such a cute little spirit. Elaga was shocked to see the look on Sion's face. He told Sion that he does not want to do anything to the spirit. Elaga told Sion he would not have tried to capture a spirit if Sion had cooperated with his research. He reminded Sion that he is the only elemental mage in the academy. With a look of anger on his face, Sion told Elaga that he did not allow him to perform experiments because Elaga only wanted to perform scary experiments. Sion told the boys that the spirit will go into hiding if it escapes from them. He told them that losing the spirit will be dangerous. He asked Elaga to maintain his sealing magic. He asked Helmut to stall the spirit. He asked Helmut to not attack the spirit while he is stalling it. Sion told Helmut that he will try to calm the spirit down. Helmut accepted Sion's request. He jumped through the curtain of light and ran towards the spirit. As Helmut ran towards the spirit, he told Sion that he is not sure about how long he can fight the spirit without attacking it. When Helmut got close to the spirit screamed and brought out some tentacles. It used its tentacles to destroy the curtain of light. The spirit used its tentacles to attack Helmut. Helmut was surprised to see how fast the spirit was. While the spirit was fast, it was not fast enough to overpower Helmut. Helmut easily used his vis to cut off the spirit tentacles. The spirit regenerated its tentacles and continued attacking Helmut at a frightening speed. Sion realized that Helmut was doing his best to hold the spirit down. He decided to hasten his spell. Seeing that Helmut was able to block its attacks, the spirit put its tentacles together and turned them to a giant drill. The spirit used the drill to attack Helmut. Helmut was surprised to see the attack. He realized that taking the attack head-on would be dangerous. Helmut decided to dodge the attack by jumping. Helmut realized that the spirit knew that he was not going to kill it. Helmut jumped and spun in the air. Helmut put more vis into his sword. He decided to scare the spirit with his next attack. Before Helmut attacked the spirit, Sion called his name. He told Helmut to not use such a powerful vis on the spirit. While Helmut was distracted by Sion, the spirit attacked him. Helmut was surprised to see the attack. He realized that he could not block the attack. When the attack landed on Helmut, Helmut got slammed to the wall. Sion apologized for stopping Helmut. He told Helmut that the spirit has become a lot weaker. He told Helmut that it would have been dangerous for him to land the attack. Helmut was surprised to hear that the spirit had become weaker. He could not believe that a weak spirit would still possess such a large amount of energy. Sion told Helmut that he no longer needs to interfere. He told Helmut that he can handle the rest. Immediately Sion said this, he moved closer to the spirit with a magic circle in front of him. The spirit became worried when it saw Sion coming closer to it. It began to hit the seal which Elaga placed around the room. Elaga began to shake when the spirit hit the seal. He told Sion that the spirit is trying to break the seal. He asked Sion to do something. When Sion heard this, he realized that the spirit was wary of them. He understood that the spirit fears his elemental magic. Seeing that it was not able to break out, the spirit faced Sion and the boys. The spirit rushed to attack Elaga. Sion was shocked to see this. He quickly called out to Helmut. Helmut quickly jumped in front of Elaga. Helmut realized that he had to take the fight serious in order to save Elaga. He used his sword to release a large amount of vis. The spirit dodged the attack and went behind Helmut. Elaga was terrified to see the spirit coming close to him. He quickly created a barrier with his magic. The spirit smiled when it saw the barrier. It split its body apart and went behind the barrier. Elaga was surprised to see this. Sion told Helmut that the spirit is running away. Helmut quickly ran in front of the spirit. He jumped up and got ready to attack the spirit. The spirit was terrified to feel Helmut next attack. It immediately knew that it would perish if it received the attack. Helmut activated a large amount of vis and got ready to attack. While Helmut was in the air, he told Sion to do what he has to do. Immediately Helmut said this. He launched his attack on the spirit. The spirit could only shake in fear as Helmut's sword got close to it. Before Helmut's sword could touch the spirit, Helmut stopped his attack in midair. The spirit trembled in fear when it saw Helmut so close to it. Sion commended Helmut on his action. Immediately he did this. He activated several magic circles and moved close to the spirit. The magic which Sion was using was a bright light magic. Sion told the spirit that it needs to go back to normal. Immediately Sion said this. He used the magic circles to attack the spirit. Helmut and Elaga were shocked to see Sion's magic. After Sion attacked the spirit with his magic, the area got covered in dust. When the dust cleared up, we see Sion holding something in his hands. This thing turns out to be a smaller version of the spirit of darkness. While holding the spirit, Sion told the boys that only an elemental mage can handle spirits. Elaga was relieved to see that Sion had captured the spirit. The scene shifts and we see Sion showing the spirit of darkness to the receptionist of the mercenary guild. The receptionist was surprised to hear that the spirit was the ghost that terrified the students. The receptionist asked Sion about the reason why his spirit was in the academy. Sion was very thrilled to hear this question. He told the receptionist that there are several reasons why a spirit would appear at the academy. He told the receptionist that the forces of the earth could have been distorted for a moment, and there could have been small traces of the forces of darkness. Sion told the receptionist that these possibilities are very low. He told the receptionist that they do not need to focus on why the spirit appeared at the academy. Sion told the receptionist that Helmut would have not been able to defeat the spirit without his help. Elaga tapped Sion's head and asked him to stop talking. He told Sion that he does not need to explain everything to the receptionist. After sorting themselves, Helmut and the boys stepped out of the mercenary guild. Sion did not understand why the guild would not give them the reward immediately. It did not make sense to him because he already showed them the spirit of darkness as evidence. Elaga was annoyed to hear this. He decided to remind Sion about what the receptionist said. The receptionist told Helmut that he needs to ensure that the ghost would not appear again in the academy. He told Helmut to return in 3 days after they are done with the verifications. Elaga asked Sion why he is so focused on the reward. He reminded Sion that Helmut is the one getting the reward. With a smile on his face, Sion told Elaga that he is worried about their friend. Helmut was surprised to hear this word. Sion asked Helmut if he is their friend. He told Helmut that they now have a mutual relationship. He told Helmut that they were destined to become friends. Helmut was surprised to hear this. He never thought of their relationship in such a different way. Sion stretched his hand out and told Helmut to take care of him. Helmut was surprised to hear this. He remembered the relationship that he had with Finn. Helmut realized that he had already gotten one friend before. He was happy to see that he was getting another set of friends. Helmut gladly shook Sion's hand. Sion turned around and asked Elaga to shake hands with them. Elaga was annoyed to see Helmut and Sion shaking hands. He called them fools and walked forward in anger. Sion told Helmut that they should ask their wealthy friend Elaga to buy some food for them. Elaga told Sion that he does not want to be involved in their madness. He told Sion that they do not have the time to eat. He reminded Sion that they have somewhere they need to clean up. Immediately Elaga said this. Sion remembered that they have to clean the training ground which they destroyed. The scene shifts and we see Helmut reading his admission letter. According to the letter, Helmut was to live in the 3rd floor in Unit 301. Helmut did not understand what this meant. He asked Ethan to explain it to him. Ethan told Helmut that Unit 301 is the dorm assigned to him. He told Helmut that all students of the academy are required to live in the dormitory. He asked Helmut if he is prepared to start the term. Helmut told him that he is. Ethan told Helmut that the entrance ceremony is tomorrow. He told Helmut that it is better for him to check out the place he will be staying in. In the next scene, we see Helmut at the academy. Helmut was surprised to see how rowdy the academy was. He remembered how silent the academy was a few days ago. While Helmut was looking around, a student tells people to meet him if they have been assigned a dorm. He told the people in the area that they will sort their luggage with him. Helmut realized that he needed to speak to the boy. Helmut walked up to the boy and gave him his letter. The boy welcomed Helmut with a smile on his face. When the boy saw the room which Helmut was assigned to, his face became grim. The scene shifts and we are taken to a student's room. The student says that they are tired. The student wonders if they worked too hard in the last few days. The student said that they never wanted to make friends. This student turns out to be Elaga. Elaga placed a ring on the table and says that he has been involved in too many bothersome things in the last few days. Elaga sat on the bed and says that most of his problems are caused by Helmut. While Elaga was thinking, Helmut climbed the stairs to his assigned dorm. After walking for a while, Helmut finally arrived at his assigned dorm. Inside Elaga's room, we see Elaga let down his hair. Elaga complains about how his life has gone wrong since the moment he met Helmut. He said that he does not want to see Helmut once the term begins. While Elaga was thinking, Helmut placed his key into the keyhole. It turns out that Helmut was assigned to the same dorm as Elaga. As Helmut slowly turned the key, we see Elaga wearing her pajamas inside the dorm. It turns out that Elaga is a girl. The scene shifts and we are taken to an alley. In the alley, we see Max looking like a madman. Max was threatening two men. Max took out a short sword and told the men that the Black Hawk is not a joke. One of the men who was terrified told Max that the security in Bayen is very tight. Max was annoyed to hear this. Someone taps Max's shoulder and told him to kill the men. The person turns out to be Paul. Paul told Max that they need to follow the regulations of the Black Hawk. Max, who seemed to have lost his mind, was quite thrilled with the idea of killing the men. Max remembered that commanders are allowed to execute members who disobey them. As Max was about to attack, he and the other men hear someone ask them about who they want to kill. Max and Paul were terrified to hear the person's voice. The person asked Max and Paul about why they are harassing innocent people. He reminded the two men that they failed to kill one child. The person told Max and Paul that it was easy to track them down. Immediately the person said this. We see a man dressed in black clothing appear behind Max and Paul. The man told Max and Paul that people who claim to be Black Hawk members are usually losers who have ruined their lives. Paul was annoyed to hear what the man said. He used his sword to attack the man. Paul's sword passed through the man. When Max turned around to see what happened, some blood got into his eyes. When Max carefully looked at Paul, he noticed that Paul was missing his head. Max was horrified to see this. He began to panic and swing his sword carelessly. He told the man to stop hiding. He asked the man to come out. Immediately he said this. A black smoke appeared above him. Before Max could take a step, the man appeared at his back with a knife to his neck. The man told Max that he is the coward who is hiding. Immediately the man said this. He beheaded Max. The other two men were horrified to see this. The man could not believe that Max and Paul would continue using their group's name even after failing their mission. The man was surprised to see that Max and Paul survived for a while. After killing Max and Paul, the man remembered that he had something he wanted to ask them. With a creepy smile on his face, the man asked the other men if they will give him the answers he needs. The two men were horrified to hear this. They began to scream in fear. The scene shifts and we see Helmut step into his new room. Helmut stops at the door and looks around his new room. He was not particularly impressed with his room. He believed that his new room was much smaller than the one he had in Ethan's mansion. While Helmut was not interested in the room, he believed that it was better than staying in the woods. While Helmut was looking around the room, he realized that he had come a long way in his journey. After leaving the Forest of Roots, Helmut joined the Face Mercenaries and now he has gotten admitted into Greta Academy. Helmut clenched his fist. He realized that he has finally reached the starting line. He decided to focus on building his strength in the academy. While Helmut was thinking, he noticed a shadow in a corner of his room. Helmut quickly took a stance and tried to draw his sword. When Helmut placed his hand down, he noticed that he did not bring his sword to the room. Helmut decided to attack with his hands. When he turned to the corner, Helmut saw Elaga ready to attack him. Elaga was surprised to see Helmut. She did not know how to react. Helmut was relieved to see Elaga. He asked her if she is his roommate. Elaga did not understand what Helmut was saying. She asked Helmut to tell her how he was able to get into her room. She told Helmut that she almost attacked him with her magic. Helmut told Elaga that he was assigned to room 301. Elaga was shocked to hear this. She believed that Helmut was spewing nonsense out of his mouth. She told Helmut that it is impossible for him to be assigned to the same room as her. Helmut did not understand what Elaga was saying. He asked Aaliyah if there is a reason why he cannot be assigned to the same room as her. Aaliyah did not know how to explain to Helmut. She looked around and noticed that there are 2 beds in the room. Aaliyah was annoyed to see this. She wore a robe and got ready to leave the room. Helmut asked Aaliyah to tell him where she is going. Aaliyah told Helmut that he does not need to know where she is going. Aaliyah turned around and warned Helmut not to touch anything. With a serious look on her face, Aaliyah told Helmut that she will blow him up if he touches anything. She asked Helmut to stay in the room and not go anywhere. Helmut did not know what to say. He did not understand why Aaliyah hated him so much. The scene shifts and we are taken to an office. Inside the office, we see a middle-aged man drinking tea. This man is Liam Weiss. He is the dean of Greta Academy. While Liam was enjoying his tea, Aaliyah barged into his office and screamed his name. Liam spat out his tea in shock. Aaliyah asked Liam to tell her what happened. Liam did not understand what Aaliyah was saying. He asked her to explain herself. Aaliyah asked Liam to tell her why he allowed a roommate to be assigned to her room. Aaliyah reminded Liam that she was granted the right to a private room as the highest achiever of the magic department. Liam, who seems to know about Aaliyah's gender, realized that Aaliyah had heard about her roommate. He never expected Aaliyah to hear about it so early. Liam apologized to Aaliyah for not telling her about her roommate. He told Aaliyah that the academy has fewer rooms because they have started a renovation. He asked Aaliyah to be understanding. Aaliyah told Liam that he should have kept his promise regardless of what happened. She told him that the reason she uses a private room is to hide the fact that she is a girl. She asked Liam to tell her what to do if Helmut finds out about her gender. Liam understood why Aaliyah was worried. He told Aaliyah that she simply needs to be cautious. He reminded Aaliyah that she is almost as strong as an archmage. He assured Aaliyah that a student of the swordsmanship department will not be able to find out about her secret. Aaliyah told the dean that she does not want to take any risk. She reminded Liam that her enemy is very dangerous. Liam understood why Aaliyah was worried. He told Aaliyah that allowing her to have a private room when there is no room left is extreme favoritism. He told her that he purposely gave her a roommate who is familiar with her. Liam asked Aaliyah to manage with Helmut for 1 semester. Aaliyah was shocked to hear what Liam said. She could not believe that Liam thought that she was close to Helmut. Liam reminded Aaliyah that she tutored and hung out with Helmut. Aaliyah was surprised to hear what Liam said. She told Liam that she tutored Helmut because he paid her. Aaliyah grabbed her hair out of frustration. She told Liam that she has not known Helmut for long. She told him that she and Helmut do not meet often. Immediately she said this, Aaliyah remembered how she and Helmut have been involved with each other since the day they met. Liam told Aaliyah that it is his responsibility as an educator and guardian to help her make friends. He promised Aaliyah that he will give her a private room again if she gets along with Helmut for the semester. Aaliyah was surprised to hear Liam's offer. After Aaliyah left his office, Liam took a deep breath. He wondered if Aaliyah believed what he told her. The scene shifts and we see Aaliyah return to the dorm. Aaliyah took off her robe as she stepped into the room. Upon seeing the expression on Aaliyah's face, Helmut told Aaliyah that things must have gone wrong for her. Aaliyah told Helmut that he must be enjoying the fact that he is clever. Aaliyah asked Helmut if he really wants to share a room with her. Helmut did not understand what Aaliyah was saying. He told Aaliyah that he is sharing a room with her because it is necessary. Aaliyah told Helmut that she has always had a private room because she is the highest achiever in the magic department. She could not believe that she is forced to share a room with another person. She told Helmut that she is not happy about the current situation. She told Helmut that she can magically transport him to school. Helmut told Aaliyah that Ethan would not allow such a thing. He told her that the school will eventually find out about it. Aaliyah told Helmut that she is quite picky. She told him that living with her will be very uncomfortable for him. She asked Helmut if he really wants to stay with her. Helmut told Aaliyah that he prefers staying with her because he knows her better than anyone else. He told her that he is also the best option for her. Aaliyah was surprised to hear this. Helmut believed that it was better to stay with Aaliyah because he has actually spoken to her. He believed that it will be better for him to stay in this dorm than to share a room with the students of the swordsmanship department. Helmut imagined that the students of the swordsmanship department would be strong gym guys with crazy body builds. Aaliyah became shy when she heard what Helmut said. She believed that she made a mistake by helping Helmut pass his exam. Days later, we see some carriages heading into the academy. Helmut stepped out of one of the carriage with a bag. Helmut had already moved most of his stuff into the room. On his way to his room, Helmut realized that Aaliyah must have already decided on how they will share the room. When Helmut arrived to his dorm, he asked Aaliyah if she has decided on how they will be sharing the room. Aaliyah told Helmut that he is already looking at their new space. When Helmut looked around, he noticed that Aaliyah had used a curtain to separate their space in the room. Aaliyah walked up to the curtain and grabbed it. She told Helmut that the space behind the curtain belongs to her. She told him that he cannot complain because he was given more space. She revealed to Helmut that the curtain has a warning spell on it. She told him to not try to cross to her side. Aaliyah told Helmut that she will cast a soundproofing spell on the curtain. She asked Helmut to not be loud at night. Aaliyah decided to lay down some ground rules. She told Helmut to always take a bath and keep the restroom clean. She asked him to never bring anyone into the room, especially those from the magic department. She asked Helmut to call her name if he needs her. Helmut accepted Aaliyah's rules without any complaints. After stating the rules, Aaliyah told Helmut to do whatever he wants. Before Aaliyah stepped into her space, Helmut told her that he hopes to get along with her. In the next scene, we see some nobles talking. The nobles were discussing about how Helmut got accepted into the academy. One of the boys told his friends that Helmut is receiving backings from Ethan. Another boy was surprised to hear this. He believed that Helmut became delusional because he was receiving help from a noble. The boy told Sabbath that he will deal with Helmut once he gets his hand on him. Sabbath smiled when he heard this. He told his friends that Helmut will soon understand the gap between commoners and nobles. He told his friends that they can make an example of Helmut during tomorrow's class. In the next scene, we see Helmut step out of his room with his new school uniform. Helmut was surprised to see how free the uniform was. He expected the uniform to restrict his movement. While looking at his uniform, Helmut remembered what Aaliyah told him. Aaliyah told Helmut that he will not have a lot to do in class at the start of the semester. Helmut decided to head into a private training room once he is done with class. While Helmut was looking at his body, Sion calls out his name. While trembling, Sion asked Helmut if he just came out of room 301. Helmut did not understand why Sion was reacting in such a weird way. He asked Sion if there is any problem. Sion asked Helmut if he is sharing a room with Aaliyah. Helmut told Sion that he is. Sion did not understand what was going on. He told Helmut that Aaliyah uses a private room because she is the top student of the magic department. Sion asked Helmut if Aaliyah agreed to such an arrangement. Sion did not understand what was going on. He believed that Aaliyah favored good-looking people like Helmut. As the two boys walked down the stairs, Sion told Helmut that he will have a tough semester living with Aaliyah. Sion remembered that the swordsmanship department was having their first class today. He told Helmut to not get in trouble in class. He warned him to not get involved with the crazy dog of the swordsmanship department. Helmut was surprised to hear this. He asked Sion if the swordsmanship department have a dog. Sion could not believe that Helmut asked him such a stupid question. He told Helmut that Crazy Dog is someone's nickname. The Crazy Dog is the top student of the second-year class. His name is Asuka. According to Sion, Asuka knocked out everyone who picked a fight with him. One student even dropped out because he got his ear ripped off by Asuka. After this incident, no one wanted to get involved with Asuka. Helmut was surprised to hear what Asuka did. He asked Sion if a student is allowed to do things like that. Sion told Helmut that no student is allowed to do such things. He told him that Asuka only got a suspension because he is a skilled student. Sion told Helmut to do his best in class. He told him that he stays in room 307. He told Helmut that he can visit him anytime he is having issues with Aaliyah. After saying this, Sion left. In the next scene, we see students gathered at a field. While the students were sitting around, an instructor comes to see them. The instructor ordered the students to assemble in a 4-row formation. Immediately the man said this. The students lined up. Helmut did not know what to do, so he copied the other students. The instructor asked the students if they had a good vacation. He told the students that they will start with foundational physical training because it is the first class of the semester. The man told the students that they cannot use their vacation as an excuse to become lazy. He ordered the students to run 20 laps around the field. The man screamed at the students and asked them to start running. While running, the students began to complain. They could not believe that they were running 20 laps even though they just resumed the semester. Helmut did not understand why the students were complaining. He believed that 20 laps was too little for a warm-up. Among the boys who were running, one of the boys who hated Helmut was running next to him. The boy was annoyed to see that he was put near a commoner. The boy was angry to see that Helmut looked quite elegant even though he was running. The boy got an idea. He decided to push his foot forward. He was certain that Helmut would trip on his foot. The boy wanted to welcome Helmut to the academy by making him taste dirt. When the boy pushed his leg forward, Helmut easily dodged it. The boy was surprised to see this. He was certain his idea was brilliant. The boy decided to try again. Each time the boy pushed his leg forward, Helmut easily jumped over his leg. The boy was annoyed to see this. He could not believe that Helmut was avoiding his attack. He believed that Helmut was being arrogant. The boy decided to attack Helmut with more strength. The moment the boy's leg got close, Helmut hit his leg with a lot of force. The boy lost his balance and fell on the floor. The instructor asked the boy to tell him why he is resting on the floor. The boy stood up and told the instructor that he twisted his foot. Helmut turned around and glared at the boy. The boy was annoyed to see this. He could not believe that a commoner was glaring at him. After running for a while, the instructor told the students that they can take a short break. He told the students that he needs a volunteer to assist him in bringing some things back. A boy raised his hand up and offered to assist the instructor. After the instructor left, the boy who tried to trip Helmut walked up to him. Helmut asked the boy if something is wrong. The boy tried to grab Helmut, but Helmut easily avoided the boy's hand. The boy asked Helmut to tell him why he tripped him. Helmut reminded the boy that he also tried to trip him. The boy was annoyed to see Helmut talking back. He told Helmut that he will be sorry if he acts up. The boy moved close to Helmut's face and told him that the academy cannot keep him safe. He told Helmut to know his place as a commoner. Sabbat told the boy whose name is Aaron to stop wasting his time. He told Aaron that he will not be able to get through to Helmut. Sabbat told his friend to pay back Helmut when they spar. Upon hearing what Sabbat said, Aaron left Helmut alone. Before leaving, Aaron told Helmut that he will punish him later. Helmut did not understand why Aaron was so proud over a status he did not secure himself. Helmut did not understand how weak humans like Aaron were able to rise in status. Helmut clenched his fist and circulated his vis around his body. He wondered if he should just take care of Sabbat and his friends right now. Before Helmut could do anything, a boy with blue hair asked Sabbat and his friends if they mentioned anything about a commoner. With a smile on his face, the boy asked Sabbat and his friends if they were talking about him. Aaron did not understand what the boy was saying. He asked the boy for his name. The boy was surprised to hear that Aaron did not know him. He realized that Aaron is a transfer student. The boy told Aaron that he also doesn't know him. The boy walked up to Aaron and told him that he heard him mention a commoner. With a smile on his face, the boy asked Aaron if he has a problem with him. Sabbat was annoyed to see how the boy was talking. He did not understand why the commoners of the swordsmanship department were so confident. He told the boy that he can no longer put up with him. The boy smiled when he heard this. He told Sabbat that he does not like to put up with nonsense. The boy moved close to Sabbat's face. He told Sabbat that he does not need to put up with him. Sabbat was annoyed to hear this. He wanted to hit the boy in his face. Sabbat's friend quickly stopped him before he could do anything. He revealed the boy's identity to Sabbat. Sabbat was shocked to hear who the boy was. He turned around and told the boy that commoners like to help each other. Sabbat could not believe that the boy in front of him was Asuka. He decided to walk away. Helmut realized that he had heard the name Asuka before. He remembered that Sion warned him not to get involved with Asuka. Helmut was surprised to see that the boy in front of him was the top student of the department. In the next scene, we see that the instructor has returned to the field. The instructor brought some wooden swords with him. He asked the students to come out in the order he calls them. He told them to take a sword. The instructor noticed that Asuka had arrived to the field. He asked Asuka to tell him why he was late. Asuka told the instructor that he was receiving advice from Instructor Patricia. He told the man that he forgot about the class while talking to Instructor Patricia. The man told Asuka that Instructor Patricia has taken a day off. Asuka felt stupid when he heard this. The instructor told Asuka to put more efforts into his lies. He asked Asuka to run 30 laps round the field as punishment for his tardiness. Asuka was shocked to hear this. He believed that 30 laps was too much. The instructor asked Asuka if there is any issue with the order. Asuka told the man that he does not have any problems. Upon seeing how the instructor acted, Helmut realized that Asuka has a pretty bad reputation. Helmut was not surprised to see this because he could tell that Asuka had a troublesome behavior. The instructor asked the other students to begin their personal training once they receive their swords. He told the students that he will monitor them as they train. He warned them to not slack off. After saying this, the instructor began to call out the students' names. In the next scene, we see Helmut training. Helmut accurately swung his sword without any openings. The instructor was surprised to see how skilled Helmut was. He immediately took his eyes off him and focused on other students. After swinging his sword for a while, Helmut realized that there was something he was missing. Helmut hoped that he will be able to understand this thing in the next few years. While Helmut was thinking, Asuka walked up to him. He asked Helmut if he is not going to thank him. He told Helmut that he stopped him from getting into a fight. Helmut told Asuka that he never asked for his help. Asuka was surprised to hear this. He expected Helmut to be grateful to him. With a smile on his face, Asuka stretched out his hand and told Helmut that he is also a commoner. He asked Helmut to get along with him. Helmut noticed something odd about Asuka's hand. He realized that Asuka covered his hand with vis. Helmut decided not to shake him. Asuka was surprised to see that Helmut was able to sense his vis. He told Helmut that he has a good intuition. Asuka placed his hand on Helmut's shoulder and told him that he wants to give him a warning. He moved close to Helmut and told him not to be clingy. He told Helmut that they don't need to get along just because they are commoners. He told him that he hates it when people cling to him for help. Helmut was surprised to hear this. He could not believe that Asuka thought that he was going to depend on him. As Asuka walked past Helmut, he told him that they do not need to get along too much. The scene shifts and we see Helmut in his room. Helmut asked Aaliyah if he looks like someone who can be bullied easily. Helmut asked Aaliyah this question because he noticed that different people have been challenging him. Aaliyah was surprised to hear this question. She told Helmut that he does not look like such a person. Upon hearing what Helmut said, Aaliyah asked Helmut if he had a rough first day. While brushing her teeth, Aaliyah told Helmut that the people who are challenging him are probably idiots who are trying to hold their status on a high pedestal. She told Helmut that he can solve his problem when he proves himself. Helmut told Aaliyah that Ethan advised him to never pick a fight first. Aaliyah told Helmut that it depends on the manner which he picks the fight. She told Helmut that it will be good for him if he can get his opponent to make the first move, then he will have a justification for the fight. She told him that it is better for him to fight a lot of opponents at once. Helmut asked Aaliyah if there are any other methods. Aaliyah told him that the only legitimate way is for him to fight his enemy during the sparring lessons. She told Helmut that he needs to wait until the sparring lessons begin. Helmut was surprised to hear this. Aaliyah stared at Helmut. She noticed something different about him. Helmut realized that Aaliyah was staring at him. He asked her if something is wrong. Aaliyah told Helmut that he has become more mature. She told him that the version of him she knew before would have already beaten up the boys. Aaliyah was happy to see that Helmut listened well in her ethics class. Helmut realized that Aaliyah was right. He asked Aaliyah if the top student of the department is allowed to punish people who offend him. Aaliyah did not know how to answer Helmut's question. She believed that the question did not make any sense. Helmut told her that there is a student he cannot understand. The scene shifts and we are taken to a hallway. In the hallway, we see Sabbat and his friends walk past Asuka. The two enemies glared at each other as they walked past themselves. The moment Asuka passed Sabbat's side, Sabbat told Asuka that he must be happy to gain a friend who is a commoner. With a smile on his face, Sabbat told Asuka that he will turn him from a mad dog to an obedient dog very soon. He told Asuka that his grades in the academy will not be able to save him. Asuka turned around and smacked one of Sabbat's friend on the head. The boy was annoyed to see this. He asked Asuka to tell him why he hit him. Sabbat was surprised to see that Asuka hit the boy. With a mischievous smile on his face, Asuka apologized to the boy. He told the boy that he was too excited so his hand acted on its own. Asuka told Sabbat that he can turn him into an obedient dog right now. At Greta Academy, there is no discrimination of status when it comes to learning. However, there is no way a single rule can reverse a century-old social norm. The nobles cannot stop their acts of condescending treatments and bullying. Although the bullying of the commoners was a common act in the academy, the nobles did not try to mess with Asuka. This is because Asuka is the top student who is known as a mad dog. With a creepy smile on his face, Asuka asked Sabbat to come at him. Sabbat told Asuka that he heard about what he did last year. Asuka asked Sabbat if he is too scared to attack him. Sabbat noticed that Asuka has been laying low after he returned from suspension. With an annoying look on his face, Sabbat asked Asuka if another suspension will get him in trouble. Asuka was annoyed to see that Sabbat had an idea of what was happening. Sabbat moved close to Asuka and asked him to punch him in the face. With a confident look on his face, Sabbat told Asuka that he will destroy him with his skills if he oversteps his boundaries. Asuka was annoyed to hear this. He did not know what to do. Sabbat knew that Asuka could not hit him because it would make the instructors believe that Asuka was the one who started the fight. Sabbat looked at his friends and told them that the mad dog has become calm. Sabbat's friends laughed alongside Sabbat when they heard this. While Sabbat was laughing, Asuka moved close to him and got ready to destroy Sabbat's face. Fortunately, Asuka and Sabbat were hit by a wooden sword before they could fight. The two boys fell to the ground in pain. The person who hit the boys was Instructor Patricia. The instructor asked the two boys to tell her why they are behaving like thugs. She told the boys that they have a lot of courage for them to fight in groups while they are on school grounds. Asuka was annoyed to hear this. He pointed at Sabbat and told the instructor that Sabbat started the fight. Asuka told the instructor that they are not fighting in groups. He told her that he is alone. The instructor hit Asuka on the head. She asked him to keep quiet. She reminded Asuka that he cannot solve all his problems by swinging punches at others. Asuka was annoyed to hear this. He did not understand why the instructor only hit him on the head. Instructor Patricia told Sabbath that he is not better than Asuka. She warned him not to judge a student based on their status. She told him that people judge each other on the basis of skills at the academy. Sabbath realized that the instructor heard what he said to Asuka. He told her that he will remember her advice. Instructor Patricia told Sabbath that the next class is starting soon. She told Sabbath to get ready for the class. She pointed at Asuka and asked him to follow her. Asuka was shocked to hear this. He asked her to tell him why. The instructor asked Asuka to simply follow her. Sabbath stood up and fixed himself up. He asked his friends to follow him. After Sabbath left the hallway, Instructor Patricia became relieved. She used her hand to smack Asuka on his back. Asuka screamed in pain. He asked the instructor to tell him why she hit him. He did not know what he did to deserve such a heavy hit. Instructor Patricia called Asuka an idiot. She asked him if he is trying to cause trouble again. She reminded him that he just finished his suspension. She asked Asuka if he did not learn from his first suspension. She told him that he only got away with suspension the first time because he is the top student of the second-year class. She told Asuka that she will not defend him for a second time. Instructor Patricia understood that it is hard for Asuka to withstand such bullying. She told Asuka that he will receive his acknowledgement as the year goes on. She advised Asuka to not lose any opportunities because of such little things. Asuka knew that Instructor Patricia was correct. Patricia told Asuka that Helmut went through his first class without any trouble. Asuka did not know who Helmut was. He asked Patricia to tell him who she is talking about. Instructor Patricia told Asuka that Helmut is a commoner like him. She asked Asuka to be nice to Helmut. She told him that he and Helmut will get along since they are in the same situation. Immediately, Instructor Patricia said this. Asuka realized who Helmut was. Instructor Patricia asked him if he has met Helmut. While walking forward, Asuka told the instructor that he is not interested in getting along with anyone. He told her that Helmut will be fine in the department because he is a rude bastard. The scene shifts and we see the students lined up in a classroom. Instructor Patricia hit her sword on the table and told the students that she wants to start the class. She asked the students if anyone is absent. A student raises his hand up and tells the instructor that Helmut is not in the class. This boy is one of Sabbath's friend. The instructor asked the boy whose name is Jerome if he told Helmut where the class is. Jerome told her that he did. Instructor Patricia asked one of the students to look for Helmut. Jerome decided to go. Jerome came back with Helmut a few minutes later. Instructor Patricia asked Helmut to tell her why he is late. Helmut told the instructor that he did not know that she had changed the assembly location. Instructor Patricia asked Helmut if he was properly informed about the assembly location. Jerome told Instructor Patricia that he told Helmut about the change of location. The instructor told Jerome that she was not asking him the question. She asked Helmut if he was properly informed about the location change. Helmut immediately understood what was going on. He looked Jerome in the eye. Jerome glared at him. The other students laughed at Helmut. Upon seeing how the students were behaving, Instructor Patricia realized that Helmut was not informed about the location change. She told Helmut that he can answer her honestly. Helmut told the instructor that he made a mistake in hearing the message. He apologized for being late. Instructor Patricia was shocked to hear this. She did not understand why Helmut took the blame. Asuka was annoyed to hear this. He could not believe that Helmut could not defend himself. Jerome smiled when he heard this. He believed that Helmut was scared of him. Upon hearing what Helmut said, Instructor Patricia told him that he will run 10 laps around the field at the end of the class. She told Helmut that he is receiving this punishment for delaying the class. Helmut stood next to Asuka. Asuka was annoyed to see Helmut standing next to him. He believed that Helmut was not different from other commoners. Instructor Patricia decided to start the class. She picked a ball from a box containing balls. She told the students that they will spend some time working on their endurance. She told them that endurance is directly related to the stability of their swordplay. Instructor Patricia told the students that they will each receive an almond ball. She instructed the students to keep the ball on the tip of their swords. She told them that they need to do their best to stop the ball from falling. According to Instructor Patricia, students who are able to keep their balls from falling for 30 minutes will be allowed to leave. After explaining the rules to the students, Instructor Patricia asked Helmut to help her pass the balls to the students. Asuka was annoyed by how Helmut behaved. Asuka looked at Helmut as he passed the balls from the stage. Asuka never expected Helmut to be a coward. When he first met Helmut, he believed that Helmut was a stubborn guy with no fear. He never expected that Helmut would eventually bow to authority. As Asuka received his ball, he told himself that he is different. He assured himself that he would never bow his head to any noble even if he is dying. After passing the ball to almost everyone, Helmut realized that he needed to pass the ball to Jerome. Helmut took a stance and threw the ball with a terrifying strength. Jerome looked in fear as the ball came towards him. The ball hit Jerome in his stomach and crushed his abdomen. Instructor Patricia and Asuka were shocked to see this. Jerome fell to the ground and began to scream. Helmut apologized to Jerome. He told him that he was too far away. Asuka could not believe what he was seeing. He realized that Helmut might be crazier than he expected. In the next scene, we see someone training with a wooden sword. The person training turns out to be Sabbat. While Sabbat was training, Jerome looked at his bruised stomach in a mirror. The moment Jerome saw his stomach, he realized that it will take a while for him to heal. Jerome was annoyed to see the state of his body. He could not believe that a commoner had the guts to injure him. Sabbat told Jerome that he is overreacting. Jerome was annoyed to hear this. He told Sabbat that the ball felt like a stone. He told Sabbat to try to receive a ball from Helmut next time. Jerome was annoyed to see that the commoners in the department were acting up. He asked Sabbat if he is not going to do anything about it. Aaron told them that it is natural for Asuka to act up. He did not understand why Helmut was overstepping his boundary. He told his friends that the commoners are forgetting their place. Sabbat used a towel to dry his sweat and threw it on the ground. He asked his friends to stop being short-tempered. He told them to be nice to Helmut and Asuka the next time they see them. Aaron and Jerome were shocked to hear this. Sabbat picked up his sword and took a stance. He wanted to continue training. His friends yelled at him. They asked Sabbat if he is joking. They told Sabbat that they cannot get along with lowly commoners. Sabbat told the boys that they are stupid. The two boys were surprised to hear this. Sabbat told them that he never asked them to get along with the commoners. With an ominous energy surrounding him, Sabbat told his friends that they won't be seeing Helmut and Asuka very soon. He asked the boys to behave nice to them while they are still around. The two boys were shocked to hear this. Jerome asked Sabbat to tell him his plan. Sabbat smiled when he heard this. He told his friends that they will find out later. Immediately he said this, he took a stance and swung his sword. The scene shifts, and we see Sion barge into Helmut's room. With a smile on his face, Sion told Helmut that he heard he got into trouble. Sion came to visit Helmut in order to find out why he got into trouble 2 days after he transferred into their academy. Contrary to Sion's expectation, Helmut had a bright smile on his face. He told Sion that it is unfortunate that he got into trouble. Sion was shocked to hear this. He did not understand why Helmut did not look sad. While Helmut was radiating positive vibes, Sion asked Aaliyah if something happened to Helmut. Aaliyah was annoyed to see Sion. She asked him to tell her why he came into the room. Sion rested his hand on Helmut's shoulder and told Aaliyah that she is acting mean to him. With a confident look on his face, Sion told Aaliyah that he came to see Helmut. He asked Aaliyah to stop making a fuss. Aaliyah told Sion that she never permitted him entry into the room. Sion reminded her that Helmut also owns the room. He told her that Helmut allowed him to visit. Sion decided to interrogate Aaliyah. He asked her to tell him why she accepted a roommate despite staying alone for a long time. He asked her if she chose Helmut because of his looks. Sion believed that Aaliyah did not have any other reason for having Helmut as a roommate. Aaliyah was annoyed to hear Sion's questions. She picked up her pillows and used it to attack the boys. She asked them to get out of the room. A pillow hit Helmut in the face. Sion was able to run out before anything could touch him. When they got outside, Sion told Helmut that Aaliyah is too antisocial. He told Helmut that he does not know what Aaliyah is thinking. He apologized to Helmut for getting him chased out of the room. When Sion looked at Helmut's face, he noticed that Helmut was still smiling brightly. Sion did not understand why Helmut still had the same expression. He asked Helmut to stop making such a face. He told Helmut that it does not suit him. As they walked in the hallway, Sion asked Helmut if something good happened to him. Helmut told Sion that he feels proud of himself. Helmut knew that he could not stop his bullies simply because he threw a ball really hard. Helmut was proud of the fact that he took care of the issue in an humane way and no one got badly hurt. Sion did not understand what Helmut was proud about. He warned Helmut to not turn into Asuka. Helmut told Sion that he does not plan to act senseless, especially since it will be embarrassing for Ethan. Sion was relieved to hear this. Helmut revealed to Sion that he does not plan to watch as he gets bullied. He told Sion that he will take care of the issue with his skills. He told him that he will make it clear to them through their sparring classes. Sion was surprised to hear this. He decided to change the topic. Sion asked Helmut if he is going out during the weekend. He asked Helmut to follow him downtown. Helmut told Sion that he is going to Ethan's mansion. He told him that he will eat and chat with Ethan. Sion was sad to hear this. He did not know what to do. While thinking, Sion gets an idea. With a bright smile on his face, Sion asked Helmut if he can follow him to Ethan's mansion. Helmut was surprised to hear this. He asked Sion about what he wants to do at Ethan's house. Sion was surprised to hear this. He told Helmut that it is natural for a friend to visit another friend's house. He told Helmut that smooth-sailing personal relationships are very important. He assured Helmut that Ethan would be happy if he brought a friend along. Helmut believed that Sion was making sense. He decided to think about it. After thinking for a while, Helmut accepted Sion's request. Sion was happy to hear this. As he walked away from Helmut, Sion told Helmut that he will check for him during the weekend. He asked Helmut to not leave without him. As Sion walked away, Helmut wondered if he made the right choice. At night, we are taken to a well-guarded building. A man wearing a coat which covered his face stepped into the building. The man who is the branch manager is greeted by his subordinate. The subordinate gave the branch manager the request letters which they received for the day. When the branch manager sat down, he began to look through the letters. Among the numerous letters which he had, the man noticed that a young master of the academy placed a request. The man was annoyed to see the request because it was written by a young master who is oblivious about the real world. The man told his subordinate that they must fulfill the request since they have received the money. The man took off his hoodie, and we see that the branch manager is Anton. Anton tells his subordinate that some people were extorting money by impersonating the Black Hawks. Anton believed that people must now see them as area riffraff. Anton was not happy with the fact that people were not taking them serious. Anton told his subordinate that he will review the requests. He told him that he will choose the important ones among them. He asked his subordinate to leave. The subordinate bowed his head and decided to leave. Before the man could leave, Anton stops him. Anton showed the man whose name is Chromo a letter. He asked the man if he recognizes the name on the letter. Chromo carefully looked at the paper. He told Anton that he does not recognize it at all. He asked Anton if anything is wrong. Anton felt something was off. He told Chromo to take care of the first request. He asked him to set aside the current request he is holding. He asked Chromo to do a background check on the name in the paper. He told Chromo to report to him once he gets any information. Chromo accepted Anton's order. When Chromo left his office, Anton stared at the name. He was certain that he recognized the name. The name which Anton was looking at was Helmut. Anton had a bad feeling about the name which he was looking at. Anton had forgotten that it was Helmut who killed most of his members. During the weekend at the academy, the students usually go downtown for outings. After most of the students are gone, the academy becomes incredibly quiet. While Helmut was waiting for Sion, he looked around the academy. He was surprised to see how quiet it was. While Helmut was looking around, Sion comes to meet him with a bag on his shoulder. Sion asked Helmut if he is not packing anything. Helmut told Sion that he is all right. Sion was shocked to hear this. He reminded Helmut that they will be gone for almost 2 days. Sion could not believe that Helmut would travel so lightly. Helmut was surprised to hear what Sion said. Helmut was used to traveling light because it increased his survival while he was in the forest of roots. Helmut realized that he still had the same habits as before. As they stepped into their carriage, Sion asked Helmut if Aaliyah is in the room. Helmut told him that she is. Sion told Helmut that he rarely sees Aaliyah outside. He told him that the only time he sees Aaliyah outside is when she is downtown of the city. Sion revealed to Helmut that Aaliyah has never visited her home before since she arrived at the academy. He told Helmut that even though his house is very far, he does his best to visit once every 3 months. Sion wondered if Aaliyah goes home during vacations. With a nervous smile on his face, Sion asked Helmut to not misunderstand him. He told Helmut that he has never stalked Aaliyah. He told him that he only knows some things about Aaliyah because Aaliyah is his rival. He told Helmut that chasing boys is not his hobby. Helmut did not know how to react to Sion's weird explanation. With a cold look in his eyes, Helmut asked Sion if he wants him to ask Aaliyah about his family. Sion immediately realized that he messed up. He asked Helmut to not do anything. The scene shifts and we are taken to a market in the city. In the market, we see Asuka eating meat from a stick. Asuka was happy to be out of the suffocating academy. As Asuka walked around the market, he wondered why the stupid nobles were testing him even though they could not fight him. Asuka did not understand why their pride was so important to them. Asuka wondered if there was something wrong with his method of doing things. Asuka quickly removed this thought from his head. He told himself that he would rather die than to bow his head to the nobles. While thinking, Asuka thought about Helmut. He did not understand Helmut's behavior. Asuka noticed that Helmut was good at groveling sometimes, and other times he would stand up to nobles. Asuka could not comprehend Helmut's behavior. He wondered if Helmut was simply good at enduring. Asuka no longer hated Helmut. He was proud of Helmut for making Jerome roll on the floor. Asuka was very amused when he saw Jerome choking on the floor. He believed that it will be better for him to give Helmut a chance. He told himself that he does not want to be friends with Helmut. He said that he simply wants to chat with Helmut. As Asuka walked forward, he noticed something odd. He stopped walking and turned back. Asuka felt that something was off. As Asuka continued walking, several people began to watch him from different places. After walking for a while, the men who were watching him approached him in a corner as he ate his final meat. Asuka asked the men to tell him who sent them. As he looked around, Asuka realized that the men have blocked the surrounding. He immediately realized that the men led him to this place on purpose. Asuka told the men that he already knows who sent them. Asuka tried to grab his sword with his hand. Unfortunately for him, he left his sword at a forge for repair. Asuka told the men that they should not be meddling in children fights. He told them that he does not know the family they come from. He told them that their family must have a lot of time on their hands. The men ignored Asuka and brought out their weapons. Asuka was surprised to see that the men brought their weapons. He became nervous. Asuka looked in front of him and waved to Instructor Allen. The men were surprised to see this. They quickly turned back to see if there was an instructor behind them. With his body radiating a blue energy, Asuka closed the gap between himself and the men. The men noticed that Asuka was not waving to anyone. They quickly turned around. When the men turned around, they saw Asuka in front of them. Asuka used the stick which he used to hold his meat to stab one of the men in his shoulder. When the man's comrades saw this, he tried to use his sword to cut Asuka. Unfortunately for him, Asuka pushed himself up by using the body of the man he stabbed. The moment Asuka landed on the ground, he began to run. The men were shocked to see how fast Asuka was. They quickly put themselves together and chased after him. While Asuka was running, he saw something in front of him. Asuka quickly stopped moving. When Asuka looked in front of him, he saw more men coming out of different corners. Asuka realized that it will not be easy to escape. He decided to fight them. At Ethan's mansion, the maid served Helmut and Sion multiple dishes. Ethan thanked Sion for joining them. He asked Sion if he is enjoying the food. Sion placed his hand on his chest. With a polite look on his face, Sion praised Ethan's food. He told Ethan that the dishes were excellent. He told Ethan that his mansion is as beautiful as he expected. Ethan was quite pleased to hear this. He asked Sion to stop being formal. He told him to simply call him instructor. Helmut did not understand what was happening. He had never seen Sion behave so politely. Ethan was happy to see that Helmut brought a normal friend home. He always assumed that Helmut was antisocial. Ethan was quite pleased with Helmut. Helmut could not understand why humans change their attitude so easily. He decided to ask Sion later. Sion decided to annoy Helmut. He asked Helmut if he wants to visit the downtown part of the city. Helmut declined Sion's offer. He told Sion that he has to train. Before Helmut could say anything else, Ethan cuts in. He told Sion that Helmut would love to see the city. Ethan asked Sion to show Helmut all parts of the city. After Helmut and Sion left Ethan's mansion, Helmut wondered if he made the right choice by allowing Sion to follow him. Helmut told himself that Darion would want him to do such things as a student. Sion looked at Helmut and asked him if he is going through a tough time. Sion believed that Helmut must hate leaving such a nice mansion in order to stay at the school's crappy hostel. He told Helmut that he is amazing for living with such a temperamental roommate. Helmut revealed to Sion that Aaliyah does not bother him. Sion was annoyed to hear this. He summoned Rattan. He told Helmut that Aaliyah has been harassing him to her heart's content. He revealed to Helmut that Aaliyah wakes him up at the crack of dawn in order to do her research. He told Helmut that Aaliyah has made him summon more spirits than he has ever summoned. Helmut told Sion that he has gotten better at summoning spirits thanks to his constant training. Sion cried when he heard this. He thanked Helmut for his acknowledgement. Sion believed that Aaliyah listens to Helmut. He asked Helmut to help him talk to Aaliyah. Immediately Sion made this request. Someone appeared next to him. The person turns out to be Asuka. Asuka was heavily injured and tired. Sion noticed that someone was next to him. He screamed and moved close to Helmut. Although it was dark, Helmut immediately recognized Asuka. Asuka was happy to see Helmut. He asked Helmut to give him a hand. Immediately Asuka said this. The men who were chasing him came out of the shadows. Sion was shocked to see the mysterious men. He asked Asuka for their identities. Helmut noticed something about the men. Helmut saw the pin which the men used to hold their coats. Helmut realized that the men belonged to the Black Hawk. Asuka was annoyed to see that the men ambushed him when he did not have his sword. Sion was shocked to hear that someone assaulted an academy student in the middle of Bayen. He told Asuka that he has made too much enemies. As the men moved closer to them, Helmut stepped forward. He drew his sword and told the men that he has a question for them. Sion and Asuka were surprised to see that Helmut stepped up. Sion did not understand why Helmut would want to speak to people he did not know. While Helmut knew that the Black Hawk is a group willing to do anything for money, he was certain that Asuka could not have done anything that would cause the Black Hawk to go after him. Helmut realized that someone must have sent them to Asuka. Helmut drew out his sword. Not too long ago, Helmut had killed a few Black Hawk members. Helmut was certain that the Black Hawk already has information about him. While Helmut knew that the Black Hawk was searching for him, he never expected them to come after him once he became an academy student. Helmut decided to question the men in front of him and other to get information. After seeing that Helmut had taken a stance, one of the men asked his leader for their next step. The leader told his subordinate that they will still need to deal with the aftermath after they kill Asuka. He told him that they will need to kill the boys in order to get rid of witnesses. The leader ordered his men to attack. He told them to deal with Helmut first. Immediately the man said this. Helmut closed the gap between them and appeared next to the man. The man was shocked to see Helmut below his hand. Before the man could do anything, Helmut used his sword to cut off his hand. As the man screamed in pain, Helmut moved to the next opponent. Helmut bent down and used his leg to kick the man's sword away from his hand. The man was shocked to see this. While it was in the air, the sword spun. As the sword was falling back down, we see Helmut fighting the other men through its reflection. Helmut used his sword to cut the man who he kicked away his sword. The other two men rushed to attack Helmut. A man with long hair tried to attack Helmut from behind. Helmut was able to dodge the attack and slash the man with his sword. As the man was falling, his teammate rushed to attack Helmut. Before the man could attack Helmut, the sword which Helmut kicked away came close to him. Helmut used his leg to kick the sword towards the man. The sword stabbed the man in the chest. The man threw away his sword and fell to the ground. Sion and Asuka could not believe what they just saw. The two boys were shocked to see that Helmut was so skilled. While standing in the middle of the Black Hawk members, Helmut looked at them with a cold gaze in his eyes. Asuka could not comprehend what he saw. He could not believe that Helmut won the fight without using vis. Asuka could not understand why Helmut was bowing his head to the nobles when he is so skilled. Helmut put his sword back into its sheath. He placed his hand on his chest to check his seed of darkness. To Helmut's surprise, the seed of darkness was stable. As Helmut expected, the seed of darkness is stable as long as he does not kill. Sion told Helmut that he defeated the men before he could fight. He asked Helmut for the identity of the men. Helmut told Sion that the men belonged to the Black Hawk. Helmut told him that the Black Hawk take care of people for money. While the boys were talking, one of the beaten men tried to grab his sword. Helmut used his leg to crush the man's hand. Asuka told Helmut that he wants the men to tell him who sent them to him. Although Asuka said this, he already kind of knew who hired the men. Helmut told Asuka that the men will not reveal their secret easily. He told him that these men are well trained. Helmut told him that he also has a question for the men. With a terrifying look on his face, Helmut told Asuka that the men will tell them what they want to hear after he cuts off some of their fingers. Asuka and Sion were shocked to hear this. Asuka could not believe that Helmut actually had such an idea. Sion could not believe Helmut wanted to torture the men. He told Helmut that he is not allowed to torture the men even if he is an academy student. He told him that torture is no longer classified as self-defense. Sion told Helmut that he will get some guards. He told him that the guards will interrogate the men. Asuka stopped Sion before he could take a step. He told Sion that the guards might not take the interrogation serious because the offense was committed to a commoner by a noble. Sion told Asuka that he is wrong. He told him that it is a serious offense to hurt an academy student in Bayen. Sion believed that Asuka was stupid for worrying about such things. He told Asuka that such thoughts are why he has so many enemies. Sion pointed at Helmut and warned him to not cut off the men's fingers. He told Helmut that he will be back soon. Helmut asked Sion not to worry. Immediately Sion left. Helmut glared at the men. He moved close to the leader. With a terrifying look on his face, Helmut asked the man to tell him what he knows about him. The man was annoyed to hear this. He did not understand what Helmut was talking about. Upon seeing the man's reaction, Helmut realized that the man did not know who he was. The scene shifts and we are taken to the school grounds. Inside the school, we see a woman open her door. The woman was happy to see Asuka. She told him that she heard about what happened to him. The woman told Asuka to return to his hostel and get some rest. She asked him to meet the principal tomorrow morning. The woman noticed that Asuka was heavily wounded. She asked him if he needs her to call the school's nurse. Asuka told the woman that he is fine. On their way to their dorms, Sion told Asuka that it is better for him to visit the nurse. Asuka scoffed when he heard this. He told Sion that he will not do anything other than rest and sleep at the infirmary. He thanked Sion for giving him first aid. He assured Sion that he would be fine after resting. Sion was shocked to hear this. He told Asuka that he is not a monster. Sion told Asuka that his wound will open again. He told him that it will be better for him to get it treated. Asuka told Sion that healing magic is expensive. He told Sion that he is broke. With a smile on his face, Sion told Asuka that there is a way for him to get the healing for free. Helmut and Asuka were surprised to hear this. The scene shifts and we see Aaliyah open her door. Aaliyah was surprised to see Helmut and the other boys. Sion smiled when he saw Aaliyah. He was happy to see that Aaliyah was still awake. Aaliyah was annoyed to see Sion. She told him that she will blow him away with wind magic if he does not explain himself well. Sion told Aaliyah that he wants her to do him a favor. Asuka was surprised to see the infamous Aaliyah for the first time. He told Aaliyah that she looks like a girl. Aaliyah called Asuka a raghead. She asked Sion for Asuka's identity. Asuka was annoyed to hear what Aaliyah said. He wanted to talk back, but he was stopped by Sion. Sion told Aaliyah that Asuka is hurt. Sion remembered that Aaliyah was practicing healing magic. Before Sion could ask Aaliyah for her help, Aaliyah told him that she won't help a rude stranger who came to meet her at midnight. Sion looked at Helmut when he heard this. The moment he did this, Helmut begged Aaliyah for her help. Aaliyah was surprised to hear this. She decided to help the boys. Sion gave Helmut a thumbs up when Aaliyah accepted his plea. Aaliyah asked the boys to come in. She told them that the healing is not for free. She told them that healing magic is quite expensive. She told the boys that they must give her something in return. Aaliyah pointed at Helmut and called out his name. Helmut was surprised to see this. He asked her to tell him why she wants something from him. Aaliyah told Helmut that she only let the boys in because he begged her. She asked Helmut to tell him what he can do for her if she heals Asuka. Helmut was annoyed to see that Aaliyah was bothering him. He told Aaliyah that he will do anything in his capacity to help her. Aaliyah smiled when she heard this. With an ominous energy surrounding her body, Aaliyah asked Helmut to not forget what he said. Helmut quickly realized that he made a mistake. Aaliyah called Asuka a raghead and asked him to sit close to her. She told him that she wants to finish the healing quickly. Asuka wanted to fight with Aaliyah when he heard what she called him. While Aaliyah was healing Asuka, Helmut was thinking. He realized that he should have thought about his answer before replying to Aaliyah. After using her magic for a while, Aaliyah was finally done with the healing. Asuka's hand looked brand new after Aaliyah was done. Aaliyah noticed that Asuka had a weird look on his face. She asked him to say whatever he wants to say. Asuka became shy when he heard this. He looked at Helmut and thought of what to say. Asuka stood up and called Helmut a pretty boy. He told Helmut that he is quite skilled. After saying this, he told them he is leaving. Immediately Asuka said this, he left the room. Aaliyah was annoyed to see this. She called Asuka a socially unsophisticated brat. She could not believe that Asuka left without thanking them well. Aaliyah asked Sion if she really needed to heal Asuka. Sion told Aaliyah that Asuka is the top student of his department. He told her that it will be good for them if Asuka owes them a favor. Aaliyah did not see the point in placing a mad dog like Asuka on a leash. She told Sion that Asuka can never be an obedient dog. Sion became worried when he heard this. He told Aaliyah that it is a good thing they helped. Helmut told Sion that he does not need anyone's favor or help. Sion was annoyed to hear this. He did not understand why Helmut was trying to spoil his mood. Sion advised Helmut to never take relationships for granted. He told Helmut that he is quite strong, but he cannot take care of everything by himself. He told him that it is always good to prepare. Helmut was surprised to hear what Sion said. Sion told Aaliyah that she also needs to change. Sion let out a huge sigh. He did not understand why he was friends with such antisocial people. Aaliyah told Sion that he does not have to be her friend. She reminded Sion that she never accepted him as her friend in the first place. Sion was annoyed to hear this. He told Aaliyah that she is being mean. He reminded her that he has been assisting her with research on spirits. Aaliyah told Sion that he is also benefiting from the research. While Aaliyah and Sion were arguing, Helmut thought about what Sion said. Helmut thought about the importance of relationships. In the next scene, we see the boys at the principal's office. The boys reported the situation to the principal. They told him about how Asuka was ambushed and how the men almost killed Helmut and Sion. While looking at his desk, Liam tells the boys that the criminals have escaped from prison. The boys were shocked to hear this. Asuka hit his hand on Liam's table. He asked Liam to tell him what happened. Liam told Asuka that he is allowed to be angry. He told him that a guard assisted the men in escaping. Sion asked Liam about what the academy plans to do. He told Liam that the lives of the academy students should not be threatened without consequences. Liam told Sion that he does not plan to let it go. He told Sion that the academy is currently interrogating the entire swordsmanship department. Liam told the boys that he will let them know if there is any progress in the case. Asuka was annoyed to hear this. He was certain that the real criminals will never be caught. As the boys walked through the hallway, Asuka said that he should have listened to Helmut and tortured the men. Asuka could not believe that 4 people easily escaped Bayen prison. Sion asked Asuka to calm down. He told him the school has not given up in their investigations. He told Asuka that the issue will soon be sorted out over some time. Asuka was annoyed to hear what Sion said. He told Sion that he is not patient at all. Helmut told Asuka that he can pick a fight with whoever he wants. He warned Asuka to not involve him in the fight. Asuka was surprised to hear this. He did not understand why Helmut was acting like he did not care. He told Helmut that the nobles will come for him once they are done with him. Helmut told Asuka that he simply wants him to solve his problem by himself. He told Asuka that he will take care of the issue when it becomes a problem for him. Asuka told Helmut that what he is saying hurts him. He asked Helmut if he is trying to be a model student. Helmut reminded Asuka that he told him to not act like they are friends just because they are both commoners. Sion asked the boys to stop being rude to each other. Immediately he said this. He told the boys that he needs to go to class. He told them that the issue might be solved the next time the principal calls them to the office. Asuka said that it might not happen. After Sion left, Helmut walked forward. Asuka asked Helmut about what he wants to do. Helmut told Asuka that he needs to train. He told him that he is not trained for various reasons. Asuka was surprised to hear this. He did not take Helmut to be a hardworking type. As Helmut continued walking, Asuka followed him from behind. Helmut stopped walking and turned around. He asked Asuka to tell him why he is following him. Asuka told Helmut that he is not following him. He told him that they simply happened to be going in the same direction. He told Helmut to continue walking. As they walked forward, Asuka told Helmut that he is quite skilled. He asked Helmut if he does not get angry when people judge him because of his status. Helmut glared at Asuka when he heard this. He was more angry with the fact that Asuka was disturbing him. Helmut told Asuka that he does not plan to act like him. Asuka laughed when he heard this. He told Helmut that it does not matter anymore since he is also being targeted. Asuka told him that he should have not hit Jerome with a ball. Asuka advised Helmut to not try to defeat them with his strength. He told Helmut that the nobles still mess with him even though he is the top student of the department. Helmut told Asuka that people might be messing with him because of his terrible personality. Asuka was annoyed to hear this. He asked Helmut to focus on his advice. Helmut told Asuka that he does not see the point in picking a fight. He told him that he was asked to get along with his classmates. Immediately Helmut said this. He walked up to a door. While Helmut was trying to open the door, Asuka laughed at him. He called Helmut a good boy who listens to his parents. With a terrifying look on his face, Helmut told Asuka that he is not nice enough to watch anyone act up to him. He told Asuka that he will deal with him if he acts up. Asuka was terrified when he saw the look on Helmut's face. He immediately put himself together and told Helmut that he understands him. Upon opening the door, Helmut stepped into a huge training room which was well equipped. Asuka was surprised to see the size of the training room. He told Helmut that this place is not the shared training center. Helmut revealed to him that Ethan owns the training room. He told him that Ethan gave him permission to use the room anyhow he wishes. Asuka was surprised to hear this. He could not believe that Helmut was enjoying such a place to himself. He asked Helmut to share the room with him. Helmut pushed Asuka out and declined his request. He told Asuka that he is messing with his training. He asked Asuka to leave. Immediately he said this. Helmut slammed the door on Asuka. Asuka was sad to see how cold-hearted Helmut was. The scene shifts and we see Aaron step into her room. Aaron looked confused as he stepped into the room. Jerome asked Aaron if he told the instructors anything. Aaron told him that he did not. He told Jerome that the instructors asked him so many questions. He told his friend that Asuka must have mentioned their names. Jerome told Aaron that the academy has no way of contacting the Black Hawk. He told Aaron that they have nobility backing them, so they can just give an excuse and leave. Jerome asked Sabbath to tell him what happened. He told Sabbath that they are in their current situation because of him. Sabbath became nervous when he heard this. He could not believe that the Black Hawk members were not able to take care of one child. He believed that the men failed because they were also peasants. While biting his nails, Sabbath thinks about how he can get out of the situation. Sabbath knew that the academy would never stop their investigations. He knew that he could not hide the truth forever. Sabbath told himself that he would ruin Helmut and Asuka until they walk out of the academy by themselves. He promised himself that he would get what he wants. In the next scene, we see instructor Patricia addressing the students. Patricia told the students that the sparring classes will begin next week. Helmut was surprised to hear this. He never expected the sparring classes to start early. Helmut was happy to hear the news. He was already tired of coping with his bullies. Helmut knew that he will not be able to escape punishment once he destroys Sabbath and his friends. Although Helmut knew this fact, he was completely okay with it. Helmut believes that it is better for him to take the punishment and end his troublesome relationship with his bullies. While thinking, Helmut remembered what Asuka said. Asuka told Helmut that he cannot chase his bullies away through the sparring classes. He told Helmut that the nobles still mess with him even though he is the top student in the class. Helmut knew that what Asuka said made a lot of sense. Helmut decided to think about a solution after he tries his first method. While Helmut was thinking, instructor Patricia hit her wooden sword on the floor. She asked the students to stop mumbling. She reminded them that they have an important event before the sparring classes begin. Patricia told the students that they will be having a pop quiz tomorrow. She told them that the quiz is important because it will affect their grades. She asked the students to familiarize themselves with their textbooks. Helmut was surprised to hear this. He had not heard anything about a textbook. The scene shifts and we see Helmut talking to Aaliyah. Helmut told Aaliyah that he does not have a textbook. Aaliyah was shocked to hear this. She could not believe that Helmut had not gotten any textbooks. Aaliyah believed that Helmut must have forgotten about the quiz because of the things he had to deal with. She asked Helmut if no one told him about the textbooks. Helmut told her that Ethan did not tell him anything. Immediately he said this, Helmut remembered Ethan advising him to buy his textbooks. Helmut forgot when Ethan told him. The next time he remembered was the day which he wanted to visit Ethan's mansion with Sion. Helmut told himself that he will pick up the textbooks after he returns from Ethan's mansion. Unfortunately, Helmut forgot due to the incident that occurred that day. Helmut was surprised to see that he had completely forgotten. He told Aaliyah that someone told him about the textbooks. Aaliyah advised Helmut to get a pass from the academy. She asked him to go get his textbooks outside. She told Helmut that the academy will easily grant him the pass if he tells them that he wants to get some textbooks. Helmut told Aaliyah that he does not have a problem with leaving the academy. He told her that he does not have any money to get the textbooks. Aaliyah was shocked to hear this. She remembered that Helmut received some money from the last mission which he completed. She asked Helmut about the money he received. Aaliyah assumed that Helmut had a spending problem. She told Helmut that she knew something was wrong with him since the day he gave her 100,000 marks without thinking. Aaliyah asked Helmut to tell her what he wants from her. Helmut told Aaliyah that he gave Ethan the entire commission he received. He told her that it is safer for him to keep money with Ethan. He told Aaliyah that he cannot go to Ethan's house right now. He asked Aaliyah if there is a quick way for him to earn money. He told her that she knows a lot of things that he does not. He told her that he trusts her because she is more knowledgeable than him. Aaliyah was surprised to hear what Helmut said. Aaliyah told Helmut that he should be straightforward. She told him to simply ask her for money. She told him that she can lend him money. Helmut asked Aaliyah to tell him what it means to lend someone money. Aaliyah told Helmut that she will give him money now, and he will pay her back later. Helmut quickly accepted this deal. He told Aaliyah that he will pay her back by the weekend. Aaliyah was surprised to see how fast Helmut accepted the deal. She asked Helmut to give her a minute. She told him that she wants to get ready. Helmut was surprised to hear this. He could not believe that Aaliyah wanted to follow him out. He told her that he can get textbooks by himself. Aaliyah told Helmut that she cannot stand the idea of him buying stupid books with her money. She told him that she is free right now, so it is better for her to follow him. The reason why Aaliyah wanted to follow Helmut was because she was worried. She did not want Helmut to return to the dorm looking like Asuka. She felt that it would be better for her to move with Helmut. The scene shifts and we are taken to the market. We see Helmut, Aaliyah, Sion, and Asuka all walking together. Asuka was very happy to be out of the academy. He told the group that he can finally breathe. Sion was surprised to hear this. He reminded Asuka that it has not been long since he last came outside. Aaliyah did not understand how she ended up in this situation. When Sion saw Aaliyah and Helmut going out of the dormitory, he told them that he also wants to buy a book. He told them that they can go together. Sion only followed them because he wanted to see if something interesting will happen. Asuka told Helmut and Aaliyah that he knows more about their textbooks because he is from the same department. Asuka simply wanted to leave the academy. Aaliyah told Helmut that annoying things are currently clinging to them. Helmut told her that he never expected it too. At a fancy bookshop, we see different people checking out different books. Helmut looks around the shop. It was his first time in a bookshop. Sion smiled when he saw the books. He said that the smell of new books is very nice. Asuka was surprised to hear this. He did not know what to say. Aaliyah guided the boys to the swordsmanship section. She asked Helmut if he knows the name of the books he needs. Helmut told her that he needs intermediate public sword skills, basic BIS operations, and advanced ethics. Immediately Helmut named the books. Aaliyah took them out of the shelf and gave it to him. She asked Helmut if he needs anything else. Helmut told her that he already has enough. When Helmut looked at the titles of the books, he could tell that most of them are basics which he already knew. Helmut could not understand why he had to buy the textbooks when he already knew everything in them. Asuka walked up to Helmut with a book. He asked Helmut to buy the book. Helmut told Asuka that he is not holding a textbook. Asuka told Helmut that Instructor Patricia has a nasty personality. He revealed to Helmut that Instructor Patricia does not give questions from the textbooks. He told Helmut that Instructor Patricia will either mix in concepts from higher classes, or she will use difficult vocabulary. Asuka told Helmut that he is currently reading concepts that are used in the 4th year. He told Helmut that the book is the most accurate among the books relating to concepts. Helmut and Aaliyah were shocked to hear what Asuka said. They could not believe that Asuka could say such smart things. Asuka asked them to tell him why they are staring at him. Aaliyah told Asuka that if a dog spends 3 years at the village school, it will start reciting poems. Aaliyah told Asuka that his wisdom left her speechless. Asuka was annoyed to hear this. He reminded Aaliyah that he is the top student of his class. While Asuka was talking, Sion comes to meet the group. He asked Aaliyah if she will pay for his book too. Aaliyah told Sion that he should not waste his time. She asked Sion to buy it by himself. Helmut gave the attendant his textbooks. With a bright smile on her face, the attendant told Helmut that his books cost 2,000 marks. Helmut was surprised to hear the amount he had to pay. He realized that Aaliyah gave him too much money. While Helmut was processing his books, Asuka asked Aaliyah to tell him why she is wearing such a coat in the bookshop. Aaliyah asked Asuka to stop talking to her. The attendant gave Helmut his goods and thanked him for shopping with them. Immediately, she gave Helmut his books. She looked at Aaliyah and called out her name. Aaliyah immediately used her coat to cover her face. On their way back to the academy, Asuka told Aaliyah that it is not hard to be famous. He told her that the shop attendant was her fan. He told her that she should have given the attendant her autograph. Aaliyah asked Asuka to shut up. She told him that he is attracting more attention to them. Sion laughed when he heard this. He told Aaliyah that she is weird for not expecting to be famous. He reminded her that she joined the school with historical scores that have never been achieved. While the group was discussing, Helmut watched their interactions. Helmut felt a sense of nostalgia as he did this. He wondered if this was the personal relationship which Sion was talking about. After returning to their dormitory, Aaliyah tells Helmut that she is very tired. Aaliyah regretted wasting so much energy. As they walked in the hallway, Helmut asked Aaliyah if she carries any textbooks. Aaliyah told Helmut that she is not a person who forgets to buy textbooks for herself. Helmut told Aaliyah that she misunderstood him. He told her that she already knows so much without any textbooks. Helmut asked Aaliyah if the textbooks are actually useful to her. Aaliyah was surprised to hear Helmut's question. She told Helmut that textbooks are valuable because they help people objectify what they already know. Aaliyah told Helmut that he is quite talented. She advised Helmut to not limit himself to the world which he can see. She told him that he will fall short if he does this. Helmut was surprised to hear Aaliyah's response. Aaliyah pointed her finger at Helmut. She asked him to not become cocky. She asked Helmut to look after his books. She told him that she will not help him if he loses them. Helmut told her that he will look after the books. Unfortunately for Helmut, the promise which he made in the night was broken the next day. Someone had stolen all Helmut's books. While Helmut was looking at his locker, Asuka complains about how someone also stole his books too. Asuka could not believe that the nobles would actually rob people's lockers. Asuka turned around and asked Helmut if his stuff was also stolen. Helmut used his hand to crush his locker door. Asuka immediately understood what was happening. Helmut was annoyed to see that his bullies had crossed the line. In the next scene, we see an instructor speaking to the students. The instructor told the students that they will be having a sparring class today. He told them that their duel partners must mutually agree before they start the duel. The instructor told his students that they are not allowed to use vis. He told the students that it is good for them to fight with their friends. He told them that they will gain a new experience if they fight someone they have not fought. The man told the students that the duel will begin once they choose their opponents. Asuka walked up to Sabbat and called out his name. He told Sabbat that they need to chat. Sabbat asked Asuka if there is a problem. With a look of anger on his face, Asuka told Sabbat that he must find him annoying. He told Sabbat that he wants to give him a chance to fight him. Asuka decided to taunt Sabbat. He asked Sabbat if he will try to run away. Sabbat smiled when he heard this. He told Asuka that he is already paired up with Eren. He told Asuka that he will need to find someone else if he wants them to fight. Asuka reminded Sabbat that the instructor told them to spar with different partners for better experience. Sabbat asked Asuka to stop pretending like he cares about the instructor's words. He told Asuka that it will be better if he pairs with the commoner he usually talks to. Asuka smiled when he heard this. He realized the Sabbat and Eren wanted to fight him and Helmut. Sabbat looked at Eren when he saw the look on Asuka's face. Eren nodded his head at Sabbat. Sabbat decided to bait Asuka. Before Sabbat could say anything, he was interrupted by Helmut. Helmut told Sabbat that he will join Asuka's pair. Helmut told Sabbat that he does not mind fighting the three of them at once. He told Sabbat that the result would still be the same. Helmut told him that ganging up on someone is the specialty of the weak. Sabbat was annoyed to hear this. He wanted to retaliate. Eren placed his hand on his shoulder and stopped him. With a confident look on his face, Eren told Sabbat that he will take care of Helmut. He told Sabbat that Helmut is simply bluffing. He told Helmut to fight him if he is confident. The scene shifts and we see an event that happened before the spar. At the locker room, we see Sabbat and his friends talking. Sabbat told his friends that Helmut and Asuka will want to spar with him if they ransack their lockers. Sabbat told them that they should provoke Asuka and Helmut and then accept the match. Jerome was surprised to hear this. He told Sabbat that they cannot win against Asuka. He asked Sabbat if he wants them to be beaten to death. Sabbat asked Jerome to calm down. He told him that they will use vis to fight. Jerome and Eren were shocked to hear this. Jerome told Sabbat that it is strictly forbidden to use vis in a spar. Sabbat told Jerome that they can use vis and tell the instructor that they used it as a form of self-defense. He told Jerome that they will simply be disciplined if they say that it was self-defense. Sabbat told Jerome that Helmut and Asuka will have their hands or legs crippled and they won't be able to stay in the swordsmanship department anymore. Jerome was shocked to hear Sabbat's plan. He realized that Sabbat was taking things too far. He wanted to stop Sabbat. Before he could say anything, Eren told Sabbat that he will partake in his plan. Jerome was shocked to hear this. Eren asked Jerome to not interfere if he is not going to join them. He told Sabbat that he will partake in the plan as long as he gets to fight Helmut. With a serious look on his face, Eren told Sabbat that he wants to repay Helmut for what he did to him. Sabbat smiled when he heard this. He could not wait to disgrace Helmut and Asuka. Currently, Jerome was worried about Sabbat's plan. The first to begin their spar were Asuka and Sabbat. Asuka took a stance and looked at Sabbat with anger on his face. Sabbat was happy to see the look on Asuka's face. He was quite happy to see that Asuka was riled up. Sabbat wanted Asuka to attack him immediately. He wanted to put Asuka in the lanes which commoners belong to. The other students stopped their duels when they saw how Asuka was looking. Sabbat did not understand what was going on. He became nervous. He did not understand why Asuka was not rushing towards him. Jerome was not surprised to see this. He realized that Sabbat did not know Asuka well enough. Most of the students in the department knew that Asuka becomes a hound when he is holding a sword. Asuka usually stares intensely at his opponent and waits for the right moment to attack them. Jerome already knew that Sabbat's plan was never going to work in the first place. He simply had hope for Sabbat. While Sabbat was doing his best to calm himself, Asuka decided to attack. Asuka closed the gap between himself and Sabbat. When Sabbat saw Asuka close to him, he realized that Asuka was going to attack his lower right. Sabbat got into position and prepared to block the attack. Contrary to Sabbat's expectation, Asuka attacked him from above. Asuka's sword hit Sabbat on his shoulder. Sabbat did not understand what was going on. He had never felt such a terrifying strength. Asuka used his sword to smash Sabbat's face on the ground. Jerome and the other nobles immediately realized that Sabbat was doomed. While Sabbat was laying on the ground, Asuka smiled and thanked him for not being incompetent. He told Sabbat that the way he fell for his bait makes it fun to beat him up. While Sabbat was trembling on the ground, he realized that his left collarbone is broken. Sabat could not believe that a commoner could trick him, as he did his best to stand up. Sabat decided to use his self-defense plan. As Sabat took a stance, he decided to draw out his vis and end the duel. Before Sabat could do anything, Asuka used his sword to smack Sabat's back. Sabat wanted to scream, but Asuka used his sword to hit his mouth. As Sabat lost his balance, Asuka rushed to attack him. He used his sword to hit Sabat all over his body. As Sabat was getting pounded, he realized that Asuka was never going to give him a chance to use vis. Sabat wanted to surrender. Before he could say anything, Asuka used his sword to hit his stomach. Sabat wanted to puke when this happened. Asuka smiled when he saw that Sabat wanted to give up. He told Sabat that he still has a long way to go. With an evil smile on his face, Asuka told Sabat to show him the persistence he had when he was bullying him. Asuka told him that he will beat him twice as hard each time he says surrender. Sabat realized that he had messed with the wrong person. In another training center, we see Helmut and Eren ready to start their spar. Eren asked Helmut if he is worried about his commoner friend. Helmut glared at him when he heard this. He told Eren that he better worry about himself. In the next scene, we see Sabat getting tossed around like a ball. Asuka used his sword to push Sabat to the ground. Sabat did his best to get up. Asuka asked Sabat to get up immediately. He told Sabat that he will not take pity on him just because he is lying on the ground. Sabat could not believe what was happening to him. He could not accept the fact that a swordsman from the Rugal family was going to lose to a commoner. While Sabat was struggling to get up, he noticed that his classmates were simply staring at him. Sabat did not understand why his classmates did not call the instructor. When Sabat looked into his classmates' eyes, he became terrified. Sabat's classmates looked at Sabat with disdain in their eyes. Sabat could not comprehend why his classmates would look at him in such a way. He believed that Asuka was the one who deserved such a look. Sabat picked up his sword and stood up. He took a stance and tried to get a hold of himself. Asuka did not understand what Sabat was doing. Sabat believed that his classmates would stop looking at him in such a way if Asuka disappears. He activated his vis and tried to attack Asuka. Asuka dodged the attack by jumping behind Sabat. While he was behind Sabat, Asuka activated his vis and used his sword to smack Sabat's back. Sabat screamed in pain. When Asuka landed on the ground, Sabat fell on his knees. With a smile on his face, Asuka told Sabat that he was the one who broke the rules first. He told Sabat that his actions are allowed. Immediately Asuka said this, he rushed to attack Sabat. He wanted to crush Sabat's head with his sword. Upon seeing how dangerous the fight had become, Jerome asked Asuka to stop the fight. Unfortunately for him, Asuka did not listen. Before his sword could touch Sabat, the instructor used his sword to change the direction of his attack. Asuka's sword crushed the ground. Asuka was shocked to see his instructor. The instructor told Asuka that the duel is over. He asked Sabat to come to his office after getting his wound healed. He told Asuka to follow him immediately. Asuka did not understand why the instructor wanted him to follow him to the office. He told the instructor that Sabat was the one who broke the rules first. He told his instructor that he would be in the clinic if Sabat had landed his attack. The instructor told Asuka that his disrespect for his opponent is already a rule violation. He asked Asuka to stop making constant excuses for his actions. The instructor was angry with Asuka. He told Asuka that he does not understand why Instructor Patricia is always covering for him. Asuka became sad when he heard this. The instructor asked one of the students to take Sabat to the nurse. He told Asuka that he does not need to behave like this after he went through a bad incident. Before the man could say more, Jerome interrupts him. The instructor told Jerome that he is trying to talk to Asuka. Jerome told his instructor that they need to stop Helmut and Eren. The man and Asuka were surprised to hear this. The scene shifts and we are taken back to some days before the sparring classes. While standing in the hallway, Jerome asked Eren to tell him why he did not stop Sabat. He told Eren that Sabat's stupid plan would never work on Asuka. He told him that they will not be able to go scot-free after breaking the rules. Eren asked Jerome if he is very close to Sabat. Jerome did not understand what Eren was talking about. Eren asked Jerome to look around. He told him that Sabat is over. Jerome was surprised to hear this. He asked Eren to explain himself. Eren told his friend that the only reason why Sabat is escaping punishment is because no one has physical evidence of the crime he committed. He told him that everyone knows that Sabat hired some people to hurt Asuka. Eren told Jerome that it is a disgrace for a noble to use the Black Hawk even if it is for a commoner. He told him that most of the students of the swordsmanship department are nobles. This nobles did not see Sabbat's action as a smart one. Aaron told his friend that Sabbat has lost the favor he had. With a smile on his face, Aaron told Jerome that it will be better for them if Asuka beats Sabbat up and gets Sabbat kicked out of the academy. He told his friend that no one will interrogate them anymore if they do not have a leader. Jerome was shocked to hear this. He could not believe that Aaron had separate plans of his own. Aaron told his friend that he wants to crush Helmut himself. He told Jerome that it will be good for them if both Sabbat and Helmut get kicked out of the academy. He assured his friend that he would make Helmut crawl without using vis. Currently, we see Aaron wielding his sword with a smile on his face. Aaron hoped that Sabbat would not resent him for his plan. He believed that Sabbat would understand because it is how nobles have survived for generations. Helmut asked Aaron if he was the one who stole the books in his locker. Aaron told Helmut that nobody could do it other than him. Helmut felt silly for asking such a question. Helmut lowered his sword and took a stance. Aaron smiled when he saw Helmut's stance. He could not believe that Helmut would use a stance that would leave his defense full of holes. He wondered if Helmut was bluffing. He decided to attack Helmut with all his strength. Aaron decided to attack Helmut's legs first. Before Aaron could move, Helmut had already closed the gap between them. Aaron was shocked to see this. He quickly swung his sword. Helmut and Aaron swung their swords at the same time. Helmut used his sword to break Aaron's sword. Aaron did not understand what was going on. He was certain that he swung his sword. He did not understand why his sword was broken. While Aaron was looking at his broken sword, Helmut used his sword to attack Aaron's throat. Aaron fell to the ground and began to scream in pain. Aaron noticed that he could not breathe. He did his best to catch his breath. As Aaron was choking on the ground, Helmut walked up to him. Helmut bent his knees and decided to ask Aaron a similar question to the one which he asked him on the first day of class. With a terrifying look on his face, Helmut asked Aaron if he believes that his noble status can save him outside of the academy. With a horrifying look on his face, Helmut told Aaron that he could have snapped his neck with his current attack. He asked Aaron if he can use his noble privileges in the afterlife. Aaron became terrified when he heard this. As tears rushed down from his eyes, Aaron realized that Helmut was not a normal human. As Aaron stared into Helmut's eyes, he realized that Helmut was a monster that he should have not messed with. Helmut realized that Aaron could not talk because of his vocal cord. He used his leg to crush Aaron's hand. Aaron tried to scream, but no sound came out of his mouth. As Helmut watched Aaron suffer, his seed of darkness began to glow. Helmut picked up Jerome with a single hand and wanted to destroy his face with his sword. Before Helmut could do anything, the instructor and Jerome run into the training center. The instructor told Helmut that the duel is over. He asked Helmut to drop his sword. Helmut turned around and glared at the instructor when he heard his voice. The instructor and the other students stopped moving when they saw the aura around Helmut. While glaring at the instructor, Helmut regains his sanity. He noticed that he was holding Aaron. He quickly let Aaron go. While doing his best to catch his breath, Helmut looked at his instructor. The instructor was still shocked by the aura which Helmut had. He quickly regained his composure and asked Jerome to give Aaron first aid. He told Jerome to take Aaron to the nurse's office once he is done. The man asked Helmut to follow him to his office. The scene shifts and we are taken to the instructor's office. The instructor told the boys that he will give them a chance to create an excuse for their actions. He asked them to say whatever is on their minds. Helmut and Asuka kept quiet when they heard what the instructor said. The instructor told the boys that they are smart for not talking. He told them that they are not in the position to create an excuse. The instructor was not surprised to see that Asuka behaved in such a way. He told Helmut that he expected him to be better. Helmut told the instructor that he did not disobey any of the duel's rules. The instructor was surprised to hear this. He told Helmut that he checked Aaron's condition before he came to the office. The instructor revealed to Helmut that there is a tear in Aaron's windpipe and his right hand bones are shattered. With a look of anger on his face, the instructor told Helmut that Aaron would have suffered respiratory distress if he had not received first aid. He told Helmut that Aaron's vocal cord will be healed, but Aaron might not be able to hold a sword in his right hand again. Asuka was annoyed to hear this. He did not understand why the instructor was scolding them. He told the instructor that Sabbat and his friend deserve what happened to them. He told the instructor that the boys tried to kill him by hiring the Black Hawk. The instructor smacked Asuka's head when he heard what he said. He told Asuka that he never asked for his response. He told Asuka that even though he did not break any of the dueling rules, he took his fight too far. Helmut told the instructor that he does not understand why he is being scolded. He told him that Aaron was weak. He told him that Eren humiliated him and his friend even though he was weak. Asuka was shocked to hear that Helmut called him his friend. He agreed that Helmut was right. With a serious look on his face, Helmut told the instructor that he only made Eren understand his place. Asuka told the instructor that Sabbat and his friends picked their lockers and stole their textbooks. The instructor asked Helmut if he will use the duels as a means to cripple anyone he does not like in the future. He told Helmut that he does not deserve to attend the academy with such a mentality. He told Helmut that such a belief is against the ethics of the swordsmanship department. Helmut was annoyed to hear this. He asked the instructor if it is all right for nobles to steal, insult, and pick on commoners. The instructor told Helmut that he is not supporting anyone in the fight. Helmut believed that because the instructor stayed neutral, he was not able to solve any of the problems that the students had. Helmut told the instructor that he solved a problem he failed to provide a solution to. He asked the instructor if his attitude is not still fitting for the swordsmanship department. The instructor decided to shut Helmut up. He drew his sword and made a fast cut in the air. The instructor's attack cut through his ceiling. Helmut was shocked to see the attack. The instructor asked Helmut to stop deflecting the argument. He told Helmut that he simply used his strength to oppress the weak. He put his sword back into his sheath and asked Helmut if it would be fair for him to take him down as a price of his rebellion. The instructor told Helmut that nobles and commoners will always exist. He told him that strong people and weak people will always exist. The instructor told Helmut that a noble cannot despise commoners because of their nobility and the strong should not trample on the weak. He told Helmut that his actions are no different from a noble who is looking down on a commoner. Helmut was shocked to hear this. Asuka could only watch as Helmut was being scolded. Helmut asked the instructor to tell him what would have been the best course of action. The instructor was surprised to hear this. He realized that Helmut was being sincere. The instructor turned around and told Helmut that he and the academy are to blame for the bullying. He apologized to Helmut for not helping him sooner. The instructor placed his sword down and told the boys that the academy does not aim for domination over others. He told them that the academy wants everyone to be equal. The instructor turned around and looked at the boys. He told them that nobles and commoners are equal. He told them that they will find their answers one day if they remember this logic. The instructor told the boys that regardless of what happened, they are still excellent students. He told them that he will forbid them from dueling as a punishment. He revealed to them that they can duel each other if they want. Asuka was happy to hear this. Helmut felt like he had gotten into another problem. The instructor stretched his hand out and gave Helmut and Asuka a bunch of paper. The boys were surprised to see the paper. With a look of anger on his face, the instructor asked the boys to tell him why they are surprised. He told them that the punishment cannot end with dueling restrictions. He asked them to write 50 apology letters. Helmut and Asuka were shocked to hear this. Asuka told the instructor that they still have class. The man told the boys to finish it before the theory class starts. He told them to come back immediately they are done. He asked Asuka to stop complaining because he was already giving them a light punishment. At night, we see Asuka looking at his swollen hand. Asuka realized that he could no longer feel his hand. Asuka could not believe that they finished the letters at nightfall. He called the man an evil instructor. Helmut also looked at his swollen hand in shock. Helmut did not feel bad for teaching Eren a lesson. He was more shocked with the fact that he lost his composure. He could not believe that he had not trained his body enough. Helmut could not believe that he actually lost his composure over such a small issue. Asuka noticed that Helmut looked confused. He asked Helmut if he is feeling down. He asked him if his hand is also hurting. Helmut told Asuka that he feels bad for not training today. Asuka was shocked to hear this. He told Helmut that he is quite relentless. He asked Helmut to tell him how he is still able to think of training after writing apology letters all day. Helmut told Asuka that he is quite good for the amount of time he trains. Asuka was annoyed to hear this. He told Helmut that he has never seen him training. He told Helmut that he is always locked in his private room, so he never sees anyone training. As the boys walked forward, Asuka asked Helmut if he could also use the private room. Helmut declined Asuka's request. Asuka reminded Helmut that he called him his friend. Helmut simply ignored Asuka. As the two boys walked forward, the instructor watched them from the window. The man noticed something odd about Helmut. The instructor knew that Helmut was a talented student, but he did not understand how Helmut was able to have such an aura when he was fighting Eren. The man believed that Helmut's aura was quite similar to demonic energy. The instructor quickly removes this idea from his head. He believed that Helmut was better than Asuka since Helmut actually listens well. He hoped that Helmut would keep learning without going astray. When the instructor looked around his office, he noticed that he destroyed the ceiling. The man realized that the cost of repairs was coming out of his paycheck. The scene shifts and we are taken to a building. Inside the building, we see the men who tried to kill Asuka. The men were kneeling. The men knelt down in front of Anton. Anton told his subordinates that he lost his spy because he wanted to get them out of Bayen. The men quickly apologized to their leader. The leader of the group told Anton that their failure was quite embarrassing. One of the men in the group immediately spoke up after hearing what Anton said. He told Anton that they met an opponent who was stronger than the average second-year student. The leader of the group told Anton that Helmut was as strong as a rank 2 mercenary. Before the man could say more, Anton asked him to stop talking. He told his men that he did not gather them to find faults in their mission. He commended them on making it alive out of Bayen. He told them that he should be giving them a prize for surviving a fight with Helmut. The men were shocked to hear this. Anton asked his assistant to share the details with the men. Chromo bowed his head and took out a paper. Chromo asked the men if there was a black-haired boy among the people they fought. He asked them if the boy had a pale face and facial features like that of a noble. The men were shocked to hear Chromo's description. They were surprised to hear that Chromo had a perfect description of Helmut. They immediately told Chromo that the boy was the one who single-handedly defeated them. Chromo told the men that the boy's name is Helmut. He revealed to them that Helmut is a former member of the Face Mercenary Corps. He told them that Helmut once slaughtered 5 of their men with a tree branch. He told them that Helmut went into hiding after killing the men. Chromo told the men that they have been searching for Helmut since the incident. Chromo was surprised to hear that Helmut was at the academy. The leader of the men was shocked to hear this. He could not believe that his group faced an opponent that slaughtered 5 people with a single tree branch. Anton believed that it was smart for Helmut to hide in Bayen because Bayen is a city where they do not have access to a lot of information. Anton knew that it will not be smart for them to mess with Helmut while he is in the city. He believed that Helmut might still hold a grudge against them. He told his men that Helmut will come for them one day. The leader of the men was shocked to hear this. He asked Anton to tell him the next course of action. Anton told the man that he has a new mission for them. The man asked Anton to tell him about the mission. Anton told the man that he and his group simply need to deliver a report to the higher-ups. He told the man that he will give him and his group a vacation after they are done with the mission. Anton asked the man to finish the mission quickly. The man placed his hand on his chest and thanked Anton. He assured Anton that he would not let him down again. Immediately he said this, he and his men left the room. Anton told Chromo that a wounded dog can cause problems later if it is left alone. He told Chromo to pass an order to eliminate the entire group as soon as they are done with their mission. Chromo accepted his master's orders. With a smile on his face, Anton told Chromo that they might be able to see someone very soon. The scene shifts and we see Helmut open his room door. Helmut carefully looked into his room to see if Aaliyah was awake. Upon seeing that everywhere was dark, Helmut quietly snuck into his room. Before Helmut could reach his bed, Aaliyah told Helmut that he came in late. Helmut was shocked to hear Aaliyah's voice. He asked Aaliyah to tell him why she is not yet asleep. Aaliyah told Helmut that the sound of him sneaking in like a cat was so funny that it woke her up. Helmut apologized to Aaliyah for waking her up. Aaliyah revealed to Helmut that she heard what happened. She told Helmut that he was smart for knocking some sense into his bullies. Helmut sat on his bed and told Aaliyah that he had to write a lot of apology letters because of his actions. He told her that he could not train due to the amount of letters he had to write. Aaliyah was surprised to hear what Helmut said. She asked him about why he is sad when he got what he wanted. Helmut became silent when he heard this. Helmut put himself together and apologized to Aaliyah. He told her that he is sorry for losing the textbooks. He told her that he will not ask for her help next time. Aaliyah was surprised to hear this. She quickly stood up and drew her curtains. She wanted to yell at Helmut, but she stopped herself. Aaliyah did not understand why Helmut was so naive. She could not believe that Helmut was feeling bad because he lost the textbooks. She told Helmut that she did not think his textbooks would be stolen when she said that she would not help him get another one. She told him that the fact that his textbooks were stolen does not count at all. Helmut was surprised to hear this. He could not believe that Aaliyah was not offended. Aaliyah told Helmut to simply pay her the money for the textbooks. Helmut told her that he will. With a serious look on his face, Helmut thanked Aaliyah. Aaliyah closed her curtain and stuffed her face into a pillow. Her face turned red and she blushed over the fact that Helmut thanked her. The scene shifts and we see Helmut trying to get into his private training room. Helmut did not understand why the door would not open. He was certain that he was using the right key. He wondered if the key had broken. While Helmut was trying to open the door, Someone asked him if he is Helmut. Helmut turned around to see who was talking. When Helmut turned around, he saw an old man who appears to be a janitor. The man told Helmut that the private training grounds for instructors are being cleaned today. The man was surprised to see that Helmut did not hear about it. He asked Helmut if he would not mind using the shared training grounds. Helmut told the man that he will use the shared training ground. Helmut had never been to the training grounds used by students. He wondered what it was like. When Helmut stepped into the training ground, the students all stopped what they were doing and stared at Helmut. It was their first time seeing Helmut in the shared space. A week had passed since the incident. Many changes took place in the department. Since the day of the duel, the other students began to talk to Helmut. They began to compliment Helmut and told him that they also did not like Sabbat. While Helmut did not know much about personal relationships, he was certain that this was not the relationship the instructor talked about. Helmut knew that the nobles were trying to make him look like their equal because they felt threatened by him. He could tell that the nobles were trying to force the relationship. Helmut still did not understand what he would gain from being an equal to his classmates. Before Helmut could begin his training, someone calls his name. Helmut turned around to see who called him. The person told Helmut that instructor Ethan is looking for him. Helmut let out a huge sigh when he heard this. He realized that he will not be able to train today. When Helmut stepped into Ethan's office, he saw Ethan writing. Helmut asked Ethan about why he was looking for him. Ethan told Helmut that he heard about the incident that happened in the sparring class. Helmut was not surprised to see that Ethan called for him. He already expected Ethan to complain about his actions. Helmut realized that Ethan might scold him like the instructor whose name is Alan if he speaks carelessly. Helmut decided to show Ethan that he is repenting. He apologized to Ethan for causing trouble. He told Ethan that he beat Aaron up because he wanted to show him who was stronger. He told Ethan that he has been scolded by instructor Alan. He told him that he now understands that he is also at fault. Helmut assured Ethan that he will be more careful in the future. Ethan stopped writing when he heard this. He did not understand why Helmut was explaining himself to him. Ethan did not call Helmut in order to scold him, but he realized that he had to say something since the mood in the room was different. Ethan told Helmut that everything is fine since he feels remorseful for his action. He told Helmut that he should not feel too bad about it. He revealed to Helmut that his bullies will be punished soon. Helmut was surprised to hear this. Ethan did not understand why Helmut was surprised. He asked Helmut if instructor Alan did not tell him. Helmut told Ethan that he has not yet been informed. Ethan crossed his hands and told Helmut that the two people who bullied him will be expelled. He told Helmut that one of the boys who bullied him has given his testimony about Sabbat and Aaron. It turns out that Jerome revealed everything to instructor Alan. Ethan told Helmut that it is unforgivable for anyone to hire the Black Hawk, even if the person is a noble. Helmut was shocked to hear this. Ethan noticed that Helmut was surprised. He told Helmut that the reason he received a fierce scolding from instructor Alan is because Alan is an idealist. With a smile on his face, Ethan told Helmut that it is a swordsman's duty to stand up against injustice. He advised Helmut to know the limits of his actions. Ethan believed that Helmut must have learnt what the limit is from his current incident. Helmut realized that Ethan was right. With a bright smile on his face, Ethan told Helmut that he also caused a lot of trouble when he was younger. He revealed to Helmut that such incidents happens once in a while in the department. He advised Helmut to simply do his best to avoid suspension. Ethan asked Helmut to bring some friends to his mansion for the holidays. He told Helmut that he does not need to get along with everyone. He asked him to simply bring some school friends. Immediately Ethan said this, Helmut realized that the people he moves with are crazy. He told Ethan that he is not sure if it is a good idea for him to bring some friends. Seeing that their misunderstanding has been cleared up, Helmut wondered if he should leave Ethan's office. Ethan told Helmut that he got him some new textbooks. He told Helmut that his bullies have already destroyed his old textbooks in order to hide the evidence of them stealing it. Ethan placed 2 sets of textbooks on his table. Helmut was surprised to see the textbooks. He asked Ethan about why he got 2 sets of books. Ethan told Helmut that Asuka's textbooks were stolen too. He told Helmut to give the other set of books to Asuka. Helmut did not understand why he had to do this. He wanted to ask Ethan for a reason, but he decided to not say anything after he saw the smile on Ethan's face. He realized that anything he says will be useless. Ethan gave Helmut the books because he wanted Helmut to build his friendship. The scene shifts and we see Sion and Asuka seated. Sion waved to Helmut when he saw him. Helmut was surprised to see Sion. Helmut walked up to the boys and told Sion that he is always everywhere. Sion told Helmut that he is sociable. Helmut placed a set on the table and told Asuka that the books belonged to him. Asuka was surprised to hear this. He told Helmut that he was just thinking of what to do about the books. Asuka told Helmut that he is quite loyal. Helmut revealed to Asuka that Ethan was the one who bought the books. Asuka was surprised to hear this. He told Helmut that it must be nice to be a noble. He could not believe that Ethan would buy too expensive set of books like it is nothing. Sion cut into Helmut's conversation. He told the boys that he has something to tell them. Sion told Helmut that he came at the perfect time. With a smile on his face, Sion asked Helmut if he is free during the weekend. Helmut was surprised to hear this. He did not know what Sion wanted to say. The scene shifts and we are taken to a pub. With a bright smile on his face, Sion told the boys that Bayen City is filled with special delicacies for academy students who go for outings during the weekend. According to Sion, the pub known as Griffin Pub, which is on Idorfin Street, is the best among the delicacies. Helmut and Asuka were surprised to hear this. Sion noticed that his friends were not drinking. He asked them to pick up their cups. He told them that they need to celebrate the fact that justice prevailed in the recent incident. Sion told Helmut that Asuka told him that he will pay for everything. He asked Helmut to drink anyhow he wishes. Asuka was surprised to hear this. He told Sion that he never said anything like that. Sion told Asuka that he will assist him by paying half. Sion wanted Aaliyah to join them in their celebrations. He already knew that Aaliyah would never come to such a place. He told Helmut that he is surprised to see that he was not able to convince Aaliyah. Helmut stared into his cup when he heard this. He remembered what Aaliyah told him. Aaliyah told Helmut that it is already annoying to be with Sion. She told him that she does not want to hang out with Asuka. She told Helmut that her head is spinning from hearing the idea. She asked Helmut to never come up with such a suggestion. Helmut felt bad that Aaliyah could not come. He drank his beer. When Helmut tasted the beer, he could not believe that people actually liked such a thing. The beer was very bitter to Helmut. While Helmut was looking at his beer, Sion and Asuka looked at the menu and placed an order. Sion told Helmut that he is the current star of the swordsmanship department. Helmut told Sion that it is not true. Asuka believed that Helmut was being modest. He told Sion that the nobles are groveling on their own because they are scared of Helmut. He told him that the nobles used to look down on Helmut because he is a commoner. Now that Helmut has crippled one of them, they are all scared of him. Sion told Helmut that he can relax now that the trouble is gone. With a sad look on his face, Helmut told Sion that he will try to relax. Sion noticed the look on Helmut's face. He asked Helmut if something is bothering him. Helmut told Sion that he is simply curious about something. Helmut revealed to Sion that it is easy for people to hate him. He asked Sion and Asuka to tell him why they hang out with him. The two boys were surprised to hear this. Asuka told Helmut that his question is weird. Sion drank out of his beer and placed it on the table. His face turned red and he told Helmut that he became friends with him because he believed that something interesting will happen if he hangs out with him. Asuka laughed when he heard this. He could not believe that Sion had been moving with him for such a reason. He asked Sion if he is also talking to him because of the same reason. Sion told Asuka that he is no fun at all. Asuka was annoyed to hear this. He told Sion that he is pissing him off. Sion decided to taunt Asuka. He told Asuka that he is following Helmut around like a puppy. Asuka was annoyed to hear this. He told Sion that he moves with Helmut because he likes capable people. He told him that Helmut's only flaw is that he looks down on people. Helmut told Asuka that he does not look down on people. He told him that he only dislikes people who do not know their place. Asuka was surprised to hear this. He asked Helmut to tell him why he is so harsh with him. Asuka knew that his first impression was not great, but he did not understand why Helmut was indifferent to him. He reminded Helmut that they fought the Black Hawks together, and he assisted Helmut in getting his books. Asuka told Helmut that he thought they would already be close. Asuka tapped Sion and asked him to tell him why Helmut is so mean to him. Sion did not get up when Asuka tapped him. Helmut and Asuka were surprised to see that Sion was not moving. While they were staring at Sion, Sion's face turned red and he began to spout some nonsense. Asuka began to laugh when he heard what Sion was saying. He could not believe that Sion got drunk after drinking only 1 cup of beer. He could not believe that Sion was saying that he would empty his wallet when he is such a light drinker. Asuka decided to get Sion drunk anytime Sion messes with him. Helmut could not understand why. Sion was acting weird. He decided to take another sip of his beer. When Helmut tasted the beer again, he realized that it was not for him. The scene shifts and we see Asuka slapping Sion. The boys took Sion outside and wanted to take him back to the dormitory. Asuka told Helmut that Sion is long gone. Asuka could not understand why Sion would come to a pub when he gets drunk after taking only 1 cup. While Asuka was doing his best to wake Sion up, Helmut hears some girls screaming. When Helmut looked at the girls, He saw them laughing. Helmut noticed that the girls surrounded someone. When Helmut carefully looked in between the girls, he saw someone wearing a white robe. Helmut immediately recognized the person in the robe. The scene shifts and we see Aaliyah in the library. Aaliyah was looking for a particular book in a shelf. She was certain that the book should be in the shelf. She wondered if she left the book in her room. After searching for a while, Aaliyah decided to stop looking for the book. She did not feel that it was necessary for her to read the book since she has already read it before. Aaliyah realized that it will be better for her if she buys a copy of the book from a store in the city. While thinking, Aaliyah remembers Helmut's invitation to her. She remembered Helmut asking her to join him and the other boys for an outing in the weekend. While looking at a book in her hands, Aaliyah realized that she should have accepted the invite. The scene shifts and we are taken back to Bayen City. It turns out that Aaliyah was the person in the robe. Aaliyah was surrounded by different girls. She could not stand the idea that the girls were fawning over her. With a bright smile on their faces, the girls asked Aaliyah to join them. They told her that they want to go to the bookstore. Aaliyah realized that she should not have come. Aaliyah told one of the girls that she can buy a book by herself. She asked the girl to get out of her way. With a cheerful look on the girl's face, the girl told Aaliyah that she simply wants to have a cup of tea with her. Upon hearing the girl's response, Aaliyah realized that her words were not getting through to the girl. Aaliyah was annoyed with the fact that she could not just blow the girls away with wind magic. While Aaliyah was thinking of what to do, she saw Helmut standing opposite her. Aaliyah was surprised to see Helmut. Helmut gently waved at her. Aaliyah realized that she had finally gotten a way out of her situation. She walked past the girls and moved towards Helmut. Helmut was surprised to see Aaliyah coming close to him. Aaliyah stood next to Helmut and placed her hand on his shoulder. She apologized to the girls and told them that she has plans with Helmut. She told the girls that they are interrupting her meeting. She asked the girls to leave. Helmut was surprised to hear this. He did not have an idea about what Aaliyah was talking about. Asuka was also surprised to hear what Aaliyah said. He reminded Aaliyah that she did not accept their invitation when they first asked her. He asked Aaliyah about what she is doing. Aaliyah was annoyed to hear this. She called Asuka a tactless fool and asked him to shut up. The girls were shocked to hear this. One of the girls told Aaliyah that she cannot hang out with Helmut and his friends. Another girl told Aaliyah that her reputation will suffer if she hangs out with people who are not on her level, especially if these people happen to be barbaric swordsmen. Asuka and Sion stopped moving when they heard what the girl said. Another girl quickly asked her friend whose name is Mina to stop talking. The girl told Mina that she recognizes Asuka's blue hair. She told her friend that Asuka is the famous mad dog of the swordsmanship department. Immediately the girl said this. Asuka glared at them with a look of anger on his face. With a creepy look on his face, Asuka asked the girls to continue insulting them. Sion, who was drunk, told the girls that he is not from the swordsmanship department. The girls did not recognize Sion at all. With a scary look in his eyes, Asuka asked the girls to get lost. He told them that he will bite them if they stay. The girls were terrified to see the look in Asuka's eyes. They decided to leave. After the girls left, Helmut asked Aaliyah to tell him why she came. Aaliyah was annoyed to hear this question. She hit Helmut with her hand. She did not know how to say that she came to see them. Helmut could not understand why Aaliyah hit him. Aaliyah told Helmut that he reeks of liquor. She asked him to stay away from her. Asuka was shocked to hear what Aaliyah said. He did not understand why Aaliyah was acting like a person with split personality. He reminded Aaliyah that she was the one who asked for their help first. Aaliyah told Asuka that she did not need their help. She told him that she was simply angry with the fact that Helmut let her suffer. Helmut was surprised to hear this. He told Aaliyah that he did not know that she needed his help. Helmut believed that it would be easy for Aaliyah to take care of the situation. Aaliyah told Helmut that he does not need to say anything. Aaliyah noticed that Sion was on the ground. She asked the boys to tell her what happened to him. Asuka asked Aaliyah to leave Sion alone. He told her that Sion has been constantly asking for something. Aaliyah immediately knew what Sion was trying to say. She asked Asuka to check Sion's pocket. Asuka was annoyed to hear how Aaliyah was speaking to him. He told her not to order him around. Asuka checked Sion's pocket and brought out a vial. Aaliyah told him that the vial contains an antidote potion which the students of the magic department usually carry around. She told Asuka to plug the vial into Sion's mouth. She told him that Sion will wake up. Asuka followed Aaliyah's instructions. Asuka could not believe that Sion did not share any information about the vial before he started drinking. Immediately Sion drank the potion. His eyes cleared up. Sion was surprised to see Aaliyah in front of him. The potion which Sion drank was leaking out of his mouth. With a bright smile on his face, Sion asked Aaliyah if she came to see them because she was worried. Sion told her that she should not have turned them down in such a cold way. He asked Aaliyah to be true to herself. Upon hearing what Sion said, Asuka asked Aaliyah if the potion actually worked. He told Aaliyah that Sion's nonsense has gotten worse. Aaliyah regretted ever giving Sion the potion. Sion was happy to see that the group was complete. He told them that they can go to an amazing dessert shop that is nearby. Asuka told Sion that he is not going anywhere. He told him that he needs to return to his dorm room. Immediately Asuka said this, Sion fell asleep. Aaliyah placed her hand on her head. She could not believe that her classmate would be so stupid. Helmut looked at Aaliyah. He asked her if she can come to Ethan's mansion with him tomorrow. Aaliyah was shocked to hear this. She asked Helmut if he is also going to invite Sion and Asuka. Helmut told her that he is only inviting her. He told her that Ethan might want to meet her. Aaliyah could not understand what Helmut was thinking. She asked Helmut to tell her why he is only inviting her. Helmut told Aaliyah that she will not come if he invites other people. He told her that he is inviting her because he owes her a lot. Aaliyah asked Helmut about the time they are leaving. Helmut told her that it will be good if they leave early tomorrow. He told her that he does not want to run into Sion. While they were talking, Sion stood up and asked them about what they are saying. He asked them if they are backbiting him. Aaliyah told Sion to go to his room if he is fully awake. She reminded Sion that the midterm test will be happening very soon. Sion asked Aaliyah to stop nagging him. He asked her if she is his mother. Aaliyah told Sion to not say such a horrible thing. Although Helmut did not fully understand human relationships, he felt the gap between him and Aaliyah shrinking. The scene shifts and we see Helmut staring at Aaliyah. With a terrifying look on her face, Aaliyah told Helmut that their goal is to crush Sion and Asuka. She told him that they must emerge victorious. Aaliyah told Helmut that her plans are perfect. With a horrifying look on her face, Aaliyah made Helmut understand that it will be his fault if they lose after using her plan. She asked Helmut to work hard and come back victorious. Helmut did not know how to react to this. He did not understand what was going on. The scene shifts and we go back some hours before Aaliyah got crazy with Helmut. Helmut stepped into the room and saw Aaliyah holding some books. Helmut was surprised to see Aaliyah in the room. Aaliyah could tell that Helmut was shocked to see her in the room. Helmut told Aaliyah that he expected her to be in the library. Aaliyah told Helmut that she had to get some books from the room. She told Helmut that she is going back to the library. She asked Helmut about his midterm preparations. Helmut told her that he is making some preparations. Aaliyah was surprised to hear Helmut's response. She asked him if something is wrong. Helmut told Aaliyah that he is not worried about his practical exam. Aaliyah asked him if he is not confident about his theory exam. Helmut revealed to Aaliyah that he barely passed the transfer exam. He told her that he is not very good in the liberal arts classes. Aaliyah asked Helmut to tell her which liberal arts classes he is attending. Helmut told her that he attends a class about the history of the continent and another class on understanding magic. Aaliyah was surprised to hear this. She knew that Helmut could never be happy with his classes. Helmut revealed to Aaliyah that transfer students do not have any choice when it comes to liberal arts. Aaliyah told him that the academy allows students to choose their liberal arts subjects depending on their grade. She told Helmut that this system does not favor the transfer students, but the academy is not willing to change it and apply any reforms. Aaliyah advised Helmut to still aim for the top position in the class. Helmut asked her if it is okay for him to simply perform better in his practical exam. Aaliyah told Helmut that he cannot use such a strategy. She asked him if he did not research about how grades are assigned in the school. Aaliyah asked Helmut to listen carefully. She told him that the swordsmanship department will perform absolute evaluation on him until he reaches his third-year class. According to Aaliyah, evaluations are not only based on duels. The duels are simply used to check one's swordsmanship progress and determine one's rank. Rank 1 to 4 are assigned grade 1. Rank 5 to 11 are given grade 2. Aaliyah told Helmut that even if he is skilled enough to get 150 points, the examination system will only give him 100 points. She told him that even if he becomes the top student, there will be 3 other students with the same score as him. Aaliyah made Helmut understand that liberal arts will make a huge difference. Helmut told Aaliyah that he can take the top position from his 4th year onwards. Aaliyah asked Helmut if he will be fine with seeing Asuka prancing around after he takes the top position. Helmut was triggered when he heard this. He did not want to see such a terrible sight. Aaliyah and Helmut became silent when Aaliyah said this. Aaliyah told Helmut that she can help him if he promises to grant her one wish. Helmut told Aaliyah that he can follow her to the library. The scene shifts and we see Helmut and Aaliyah in the library. Instead of sitting down where the students were, Aaliyah asked Helmut to follow her. Aaliyah took Helmut to a hallway. Helmut asked her to tell him where they are. Aaliyah told Helmut that they are going into the library's private reading room. She told him that students who are on the dean's list can get permission to use the rooms. Helmut was surprised to hear this. He reminded Aaliyah that she also used to have a private dorm to herself. Helmut told Aaliyah that she has a lot of private rooms. Aaliyah told Helmut that her private rooms are gone because of him. She told Helmut she got this private rooms because of the problems she faces in public. She opened the door and told Helmut that she is allowing him to use the room only once. She told him to do his best until the midterm exams. When Helmut and Aaliyah stepped into the room, they saw Sion and Asuka in the room. Helmut and Aaliyah were shocked to see the boys. With a smile on his face, Sion welcomed Aaliyah to the reading room. Aaliyah asked Sion about why he is in the room. Sion told Aaliyah that Asuka is the top student of the swordsmanship department, and he is the second top student of the magic department. He told Aaliyah that he and Asuka can use the room. He asked Aaliyah if there is any problem. Aaliyah asked Sion to tell her why he is with Asuka. Asuka was startled when he heard this. He told Aaliyah that he and Sion are from different departments, so they are not disturbing each other. Aaliyah found this suspicious. Sion sat down and asked Aaliyah and Helmut to use another room. He told them that he and Asuka are trying to focus. Helmut was shocked to hear this. He moved close to Aaliyah and told her that something is wrong. He told her that Sion would normally try to cling to them. Instead of listening to Helmut, Aaliyah smiled at the boys. She told them that they will leave because they do not want to interfere with their studies. Sion smiled back at Aaliyah. He told her that she is the only one who gets him. Aaliyah told Sion that she has a better idea to make the situation simpler. Sion was shocked to hear this. With the eerie aura surrounding her, Aaliyah asked Sion to follow her to the next room. She told him that it will be better for Helmut and Asuka to read together. She told Sion that they can save space and improve their efficiency with someone from their department. Aaliyah believed that her idea was much easier. Sion was shocked to hear Aaliyah's idea. Aaliyah asked Sion if there is something wrong with her idea. She reminded Sion that he has always wanted to study with her. With a terrifying look on her face, Aaliyah asked Sion if there is a reason why he does not want to join her. She asked him if he is hiding something from her and Helmut. Sion and Asuka realized that Aaliyah had caught them. They decided to explain themselves. Asuka told Aaliyah that he asked Sion to tutor him because he is scared that Helmut might take his top spot. Aaliyah was surprised to hear this. She told Asuka that he is overestimating Helmut. Asuka believed that Aaliyah was spouting nonsense. Asuka revealed to her that Helmut was only a mark behind him in the last quiz and Helmut had not yet gotten his textbooks at this point. Aaliyah told Asuka that she helped Helmut with his studies for the test. Asuka stood up and pointed at Aaliyah. He told her that she is the problem. Asuka believed that it was natural for him and Helmut to score the same points in the practical exam, but he was certain that he could overtake Helmut with his theory exam. He told Aaliyah that he is no longer sure of his win because Helmut has her by his side. Because Asuka did not want to lose his position, he asked Sion for his help. Aaliyah was shocked to hear Asuka's reason. She told him that he is worrying for nothing. Asuka was shocked to hear this. He asked Aaliyah if she is not going to help Helmut. Aaliyah thought that Asuka was asking a stupid question. With a look of surprise on her face, she told Asuka that she will definitely help Helmut. Asuka was annoyed to hear this. He wondered if Aaliyah was trying to test his patience. Aaliyah asked Asuka to tell her why he met Sion for help. She reminded Asuka that he is the top student while Sion is the second place of the magic department. Sion was annoyed to hear this. He told Aaliyah that he is much better at magic liberal arts than Asuka. He told her that they have now entered a competition. He asked Aaliyah if she wants to make a bet for who will get first place between Helmut and Asuka. Aaliyah did not see the point of the bet. She told Sion that she is definitely going to win. Sion found this statement to be rude. He asked Aaliyah to make the bet if she is confident. Sion told Aaliyah that the loser of the bet will run 100 laps around the field without magic. Sion decided to taunt Aaliyah. He asked her if someone as great as her will not accept the bet. Aaliyah was annoyed to hear this. Asuka whispered to Sion. He asked Sion about why he is confident that he will win the bet. Sion told Asuka that he has a plan. Aaliyah smiled at Sion's arrogance. She accepted the bet. The scene shifts and we are taken back to the present. While Aaliyah was yelling at him, Helmut realized that Aaliyah had forgotten that she was going to get one wish for helping him. Aaliyah told Helmut that his grades no longer matter. She told him that her pride is much important than his grades. She told Helmut that he will not get a break until he finishes an entire chapter. She asked Helmut to open his book. Next to Aaliyah and Helmut were Sion and Asuka. Sion and Asuka did not understand why Aaliyah and Helmut were studying in the same room as them. They expected Helmut and Aaliyah to go to the next room. Hi guys, before we get to the video, I just wanted to let you guys know that I have opened my membership program. The program offers a lot of benefits to members of my channel, and it allows you guys to support the channel financially. Click on the join icon to become a member. Your support will go a really long way in helping the channel. In the next scene, we see a heavy rain pouring in the school. Sion looked outside the windows. He was surprised to see how heavy the rain was. It wasn't just Sion who was surprised by something. Our magician was also shocked to see something. Aaliyah was shocked to see Helmut's practice result. She immediately realized that she might be doomed. She had expected that our boy would have made some progress. Asuka mocked Aaliyah for looking disappointed. He could not believe that the great Aaliyah also found herself stuck. He reminded her that she cannot go back on their bet. Aaliyah took out Helmut's papers. She told him that his objective answers are good. She asked him to tell her why his descriptive answers are so stupid. In one of the questions, Aaliyah asked our boy to differentiate between a normal mage and a dark mage. She also asked him to tell her the harm caused by dark mages. In his paper, Helmut wrote that dark mages are evil creatures and one must avoid running into them. Aaliyah could not comprehend such an answer. She asked Helmut to tell her where someone can even find a dark mage. With a look of anger on her face, Aaliyah asked Helmut if he thinks that his answers are good descriptive answers. Our boy could not understand why Aaliyah was angry. He believed that his answer was honest and genuine. He reminded Aaliyah that she asked him to write his thoughts. Aaliyah became more angry when she heard this. She told him that she wanted him to write his thought based on the theory. She told Helmut that no one will believe that he wrote his answer based on his experience. Helmut found this shocking. He told Aaliyah that he has actually faced a dark mage. Of course, Aaliyah assumed that our MC was lying. Aaliyah did not know what to do. She put her head down and placed her hand on it. Sion and Asuka quickly rushed over to Helmut's side. They wanted to see what Helmut wrote that made Aaliyah mad. When Sion looked at our boy's essay answer, he smiled. Sion realized that Helmut had never written an essay-based exam before. This wasn't surprising to him because the exam for the transfer students is usually objective-based. Asuka was surprised to see the questions in the paper. He realized that Helmut was attending the Understanding Magic class. He asked Helmut about why he chose such a subject. Sion let Asuka know that transfer students do not get to choose their liberal arts subjects. Asuka was shocked to hear this. He could not believe that Helmut got stuck with a difficult subject. He asked our boy to give up on the bet for the semester. He told Helmut that understanding magic will be too difficult for him even if Aaliyah teaches him. Aaliyah hits her hand on the table when she heard what Asuka said. She could not believe that Asuka had the courage to ask Helmut to give up. With a look of anger on her face, our girl tells Asuka that her student cannot lose to someone like him. Asuka did not know how to react to this statement. Aaliyah's facial expression did not allow Asuka to get angry. Aaliyah told Helmut that they are going to start all over again. She told him that she is going to teach him how to write descriptive answers. Helmut told Aaliyah that he still needs to train. Aaliyah could not believe that Helmut was talking back to her. She let him understand that he will not return to his dorm until he gets the answers right. The two groups continued their studies. While they were studying, Asuka and Sion brought some snacks for their friends. Aaliyah was annoyed to see that the two boys were disturbing her class. The group studied together and shared their snacks. At night, Helmut noticed that Sion and Asuka have not returned to the library. Aaliyah asked him to not worry. She told him that the boys have probably gone to bed because they are full. Aaliyah believed that the two boys have made a grave mistake. She was certain that Sion and Asuka will regret being complacent. Helmut thanked Aaliyah for staying with him. Aaliyah was surprised to hear this. She told our boy to work hard. She told him that she does not want to run 100 laps round the field. Helmut asked her if she is still going to be able to retain her first place. Aaliyah believed that Helmut's question was stupid. She could not see anyone surpassing her. Helmut asked her to tell him why she is so obsessed with being first place. This question shocked Aaliyah. She closed her book and told Helmut that it is a secret. She told him that all humans have a secret that they want to keep. Helmut was surprised to hear this. He decided to not pry further. No one knows what it means to keep a secret more than Helmut. Helmut knew that Aaliyah was extraordinarily talented and she could probably become an archmage one day. And just like archmage Antol, Aaliyah will probably find out about Helmut's Seed of Darkness. If such a day ever came, Helmut decided to part ways with Aaliyah. While Helmut was thinking, Aaliyah asked him if there is any principles he doesn't understand. Helmut told her that he is stuck on irregular magic receptors. Aaliyah moved close to Helmut and sat next to him. She shifted her hair to the back and Helmut saw her beautiful face. Helmut was shocked to see how pretty Aaliyah was. While Aaliyah was explaining the topic to him, Helmut was looking at her face. He began to notice how feminine Aaliyah looked. While she was explaining, Aaliyah looks up and catches Helmut staring at her. Our boy became startled when he locked eyes with Aaliyah. The two stared at each other awkwardly. Aaliyah asked Helmut if something is wrong with him. She told him that she does not like explaining things twice. Helmut apologized to her. Upon seeing how lost Helmut looked, Aaliyah believed that Helmut was having a hard time focusing. She asked him to take a break. Helmut thanked her. He placed his hand on his face and told her that he needs it. Helmut wondered if he was seeing things because he studied too much. Aaliyah stood up and picked up her book. She turned around and used the book to cover her face. It turns out that Aaliyah was blushing because she got so close to our boy. The next day, we are taken to the shared training ground. A boy asked Helmut about the bet he made with Asuka. Helmut was surprised to see that the boy knew about his bet. He asked the boy if everyone already knows. The boy told Helmut that a fight to determine the top student of the department is very important. It is more popular because Aaliyah is also involved in the bet. The boy told Helmut that even people from other departments know about the bet. With a bright smile on the boy's face, he told Helmut that he will probably win the bet. Helmut asked the boy to tell him how he came to such a conclusion. The boy told Helmut that he behaves more like a top student than Asuka. This boy's name is Andro. He is the kid that Helmut defeated in the transfer exam. Helmut and Andro usually check each other's posture while training. Andro is one of the few people Helmut actually talks to in the class. Helmut explained to Andro that he is having problems with the written test. He assured Andro that he will still do his best to win. With a smile on his face, Andro told Helmut that he actually just wants to see Asuka lose once. He told him that no student likes how Asuka behaves anyhow he wishes. While the boy was talking, Asuka stood next to him and stared at him like a crazy person. Helmut did not know how to tell Andro that Asuka was next to him. Andro did not understand why Helmut was silent. With a creepy tone in his voice, Asuka asked Andro to not blame him for his incompetence. Andro was shocked to hear Asuka's voice. He wanted to explain himself, but Asuka pushed him aside. Asuka asked our boy if he has heard the news about the day's class. Helmut did not understand why Asuka came to see him. He told Asuka that they are having a sparring class. Asuka told Helmut that they are going to be sparring with the first-year students. It was Helmut's first time hearing about the first-year students. Asuka revealed to Helmut that the class is probably an event to motivate the students before the midterm exams. Asuka did not like this event because he wanted to get a chance to finally have a duel with Helmut. Andro told the boys that they will be having another official spar with the first-year students after they have their written exam. He told Asuka that the first-year class has some excellent swordsmen. Asuka did not understand why Andro was sharing such a useless information with him. He asked Andro if he believes that he will be beaten by some first-year students. Andro did not know how to reply to this. He told Asuka that there is a girl among the students who is in a different league of her own. Asuka was surprised to hear this. He could not believe that their department had a girl in it. He was surprised to hear that a girl would choose the most sweat-inducing department in the academy. Andro told Asuka that the girl is not just talented, but she is also very pretty. Asuka hoped that he would not have to spar with the girl. He did not want to beat her up mercilessly. While the two boys were talking, Helmut wondered about how the first-year students were like. The scene shifts and we see a girl polishing her sword in a room. In the next scene, we see the first-year students step into the sparring class. The second-year students were surprised to see how the first-year students carry themselves. A boy with red hair told his friends that he was also like the first-year students when he entered the academy. Andro moved close to Helmut and told him that the girl he spoke about is here. Immediately he said this. The girl passed by their side. Andro and the other second-year students were surprised to see how beautiful the girl was. One of them said that the girl has the best aura of a noble. The red-hair boy told his friend that the girl looks like someone they know. Immediately he said this. He and his friend looked at Helmut. They were surprised to see the striking resemblance between Helmut and the girl. One of the boys asked Helmut if he has a hidden family. Our boy did not understand what the boys were saying. While thinking, Helmut quickly realized that this girl might be a clue to his lost family. The boy who asked the question noticed that Helmut was silent. He asked him if the assumption is correct. Helmut told the boy that it is not. One of the first-year students told his friends that Helmut and the people next to him are commoners. His friends asked him to watch his mouth. He told him that the second years are their seniors. The boy laughed when he heard this. He could not believe that he had to call a lowly commoner his senior. He told his friends that the second-year students must be weak if their top students are commoners. The boy and his friend began to mock the second-year students in front of the mad dog. His friend told him that the commoners are decent-looking. The boy laughed when he heard this. He told his friend that the second years must decide their ranking based on looks. Asuka's classmates became worried when they heard what the boys were saying. They did not know how Asuka would react. Asuka simply laughs it off, with a horrifying look on his face. Asuka told his classmates that the oblivious bastards do not know how scary the world is. He told them that the first years will have an amazing experience for knocking on Hell's Gate. The boys became worried when they heard this. They realized that the first-year students were screwed. The students lined up and faced each other from different sides of the stage. Instructor Patricia was the one in charge of the class. Patricia told the students that first years and the second years are there to have a spar. She asked the students to step forward once they hear their names. Patricia advised the first years to learn from their seniors, and she asked the second years to teach their juniors without being conceited. After saying this, Patricia decided to call out the names on her list. She called out Charlotte from the first-year class. The second-year students were happy to see that Charlotte was going to fight first. Helmut believed that he and Charlotte may look alike because they have the same origins. He wanted to get the truth right away, but he decided to wait. Instructor Patricia called out Asuka from the second-year class. Asuka was shocked to hear his name. He could not believe that he had to fight a girl. Asuka's classmates were more shocked than Asuka. The red-hair boy could not believe that Asuka was chosen. He realized that their department is not going to have any girls again. Asuka was annoyed to hear what the boys were saying. He asked them to shut up. He turned to Instructor Patricia and asked her if he is the best choice. Patricia did not see anything wrong with her pick. She believed that it was only right for the top students to face each other. The mad dog reminded the instructor about the type of person he is. He asked her if it is smart for him to fight a girl. The first years did not know the kind of person Asuka was. They did not understand why Asuka was acting weird. One of them said that Asuka must be scared to lose to a girl who is a first year. This statement triggered the mad dog. Upon seeing that Asuka had already been provoked, Instructor Patricia asked him to get on the sparring platform. Asuka could not understand what the instructor was thinking. He picked his wooden sword and got on the stage. Charlotte asked Asuka to not go easy on her because of her gender. Asuka believed that Charlotte was spouting nonsense. He asked her to not cry when she gets hit. Before the spar began, Patricia told Helmut that he will be sparring with a first year called Jeffrey immediately after Asuka finishes his spar. Helmut and the other second-year students looked at the boy whose name is Jeffrey. The other students were surprised to see how well-built Jeffrey was. Helmut noticed that Jeffrey had the aura of a second-year student. He wondered if Jeffrey was actually as strong as a second-year student. While our boy was gauging Jeffrey, Instructor Patricia asked the Mad Dog and Charlotte to begin their duel. Immediately she said this. The pretty girl raised her sword and took a stance. Asuka also took a stance too. Asuka was surprised to see the girl's stance. He asked the girl to tell him why she joined the swordsmanship department. Charlotte did not expect Asuka to ask such a weird question. She told him that she joined the department in order to become stronger. Charlotte revealed to Asuka that she has heard a lot about him. She asked him to do his best without considering her gender. Asuka took a stance and told Charlotte that he will accept her wish. Immediately he said this. The Mad Dog rushed to attack his prey. Asuka overpowered Charlotte with some very heavy hits. Charlotte was able to block some of them, but she was slowly getting pushed back. The Mad Dog did not give Charlotte a breathing space. He attacked her without giving her a chance to fight back. Asuka pushed Charlotte back with his heavy hits. The first-year nobles who mocked Asuka were shocked to see this. They could not believe that Asuka was easily overpowering their top student. Charlotte's hand trembled when she got pushed back. She realized that the rumors about Asuka do not do him any justice. She told the Mad Dog that the weight of his direct attacks are insane. Asuka was not moved by Charlotte's praise. He placed his sword on his shoulder and told the pretty girl that he is not yet warmed up for the fight. He revealed to Charlotte that he wants to test how long she can last. He asked her to stay alert. Upon hearing what Asuka said, Charlotte picked up her sword and took a serious stance. She told Asuka that she will no longer be an easy opponent. Asuka is a second-year student of Greta Academy whose quick sword is known to be fast and irregular. His speed is at a level where his classmates can barely track his sword, and his sword has an unpredictable trajectory. Asuka's technique and sword arts made him the top student of the second-year swordsmanship department. The Mad Dog used this quick sword on Charlotte, but he was somehow getting blocked. Charlotte blocked the Mad Dog's attacks and stood her ground. Asuka was surprised to see this. He was shocked to see how amazing Charlotte's focus was. Of course, Asuka was not fighting with his full force, but he never expected Charlotte to keep up with his sword and defend properly. Looking at Charlotte's movements, the Mad Dog could tell that Charlotte took her basic techniques seriously. Asuka decided to give Charlotte some chances to counterattack. He gripped his sword hilt and closed the gap between himself and Charlotte. The pretty girl was shocked to see Asuka in front of her. The Mad Dog swung his sword at her face. Charlotte was surprised to see the attack. She quickly bent her head and dodged the attack. Charlotte quickly moved back the moment she dodged the attack. She wanted to create some distance between herself and Asuka. Asuka was surprised to see this. Charlotte took a stance and got ready to attack. The Mad Dog did not understand why Charlotte did not attack him. He wondered if the girl was trying to tell him that she would not fall for his tricks. Asuka closed the gap between himself and Charlotte. He attacked the girl with his sword. Charlotte blocked the attack, but she was getting pushed back. Our Mad Dog moved closer to Charlotte, with a look of anger on his face. Asuka asked Charlotte if she wants to end the fight in a draw. Immediately he said this. He used his sword to push her back. Asuka told Charlotte that he hates arrogant brats. He told her that he also dislikes people who lack self-respect. The Mad Dog was annoyed to see that Charlotte did not even think that she was going to win the fight. He told her that she ruled out the possibility of winning before the fight started out of fear. Asuka believed that a noble should not have such an attitude. He asked Charlotte if she is not ashamed for thinking that she will lose to a commoner. Asuka asked the girl to tell him why she was so confident earlier. Charlotte was surprised to hear this. With a horrifying look on his face, the Mad Dog asked Charlotte to stop wielding her sword if she does not aim to win. He asked her to get off the stage. Asuka told Charlotte that there are a lot of people who want to become swordsmen besides her. The first-year students were shocked to hear this. Helmut and the other second-year students were also surprised to hear what Asuka said. Helmut could not believe that Asuka was saying the right things. Charlotte told Asuka that she simply wanted to learn regardless of their status. She thanked Asuka for making her realize her mistakes. With a smile on her face, the pretty girl told Asuka that it was a good idea for her to duel him. Charlotte placed her hand behind her and took a new stance. With a serious look on her face, she asked Asuka to give her another chance. Asuka noticed that Charlotte's posture changed. He did not understand why she would do such a thing. He believed that a change in posture would not make a difference. He ran to attack the girl. When he got close to her, he jumped and landed a heavy hit. Charlotte was able to block the attack. While Asuka was in the air, he felt an attack pierce through his head. Asuka quickly moved his head to the side. Thanks to this, he was able to dodge Charlotte's attack. When he landed on the floor, Asuka used his sword to attack Charlotte. The girl was able to dodge the attack by moving back. The two began to exchange heavy hits at a frightening speed. While they were blocking each other's attack, Charlotte decided to use her sword to pierce Asuka. The Mad Dog was able to dodge the attack. He took a stance and used his sword to make a slash. Charlotte dodged the attack and went below the Mad Dog. Asuka was shocked to see Charlotte underneath him. Charlotte turned around and tried to use her sword to attack Asuka's legs. She was certain that she would win the fight with her attack. To her surprise, Asuka was no longer on the ground. The Mad Dog jumped because he expected the attack. While coming back down, Asuka asked Charlotte to tense up her shoulders. He told her that the next attack will hurt badly. Charlotte was shocked to see the Mad Dog coming close to her. Asuka's legs fell on the girl's shoulders, and he used them to push her down. Asuka put his sword next to Charlotte's neck. While sitting on the girl, he told the girl that she was actually good. The only problem was that Asuka was her opponent. The first years could not believe that Asuka actually won. With a smile on her face, Instructor Patricia declared Asuka the winner of the first duel. While still on top Charlotte, Asuka told the girl that she actually surprised him. The Mad Dog never expected Charlotte to be able to catch up to his level after changing her stance. Asuka told Charlotte that she lost to him because of her lack of experience. He assured her that she will become powerful if she is able to completely master her techniques. While Charlotte understood that Asuka was trying to advise her, she was more concerned with another thing. Charlotte asked Asuka to get up. She told him that he is heavy. The Mad Dog was shocked to hear this. He had forgotten that he was on the girl. He quickly moved aside and apologized. Charlotte asked him not to worry about it. With a smile on her face, Charlotte told Asuka that he is nicer than she expected. Some first-year students booed Asuka. They asked him if he was comfortable with getting on top of a girl. Another student called the Mad Dog a pervert. Asuka was annoyed to hear this. He asked the boys who booed him to come to the stage and fight him. While Asuka was yelling at the boys, Charlotte looked around and saw Helmut among the people in the room. Charlotte smiled and nodded at our boy. Helmut also nodded at her. As Charlotte stepped down from the stage, Helmut and Jeffrey were asked to get ready. When Charlotte passed by Jeffrey's side, the boy told her that he is disappointed in her for losing to a lowly commoner. He told her that she buried the reputation of the first-year students in a grave. Charlotte glared at Jeffrey. She told him that he will lose if he does not fix his mindset. Charlotte believes that talent and efforts does not discriminate between commoners and nobles. Upon hearing what Charlotte said, Jeffrey got up on stage to face our boy. With a smile on his face, Jeffrey said that he will prove Charlotte wrong. The scene shifts and we see Andro training with Helmut by his side. Andro asked our boy to tell him which is more important between strength and techniques. He asked Helmut to tell him which one is more useful to the swordsmanship department. Helmut was surprised to hear Andro's question. He told Andro that strength might be better. According to Helmut, techniques were created to complement strength. Andro found Helmut's thinking to be different. He told our boy that he is not very strong in terms of raw force. Andro told his friend that no matter the amount of skills he possesses, he could never defeat someone who was born with natural talent. He told our boy that such a life is unfair. Helmut thought that Andro was stupid for thinking this. He told Andro that he thinks about a lot of useless things. Andro was sad to hear this. He did not understand why Helmut could not simply sympathize with him. He asked our boy if he has never had such thoughts before. Of course, Andro was not surprised to see that Helmut had never thought of such things. This is because Helmut has the highest class strength and techniques among the second-year students. Andro asked our boy to tell him what he would do if he ever fought an opponent who was more stronger than him in terms of strength. Helmut found this question to be intriguing. The scene shifts and we are taken to the class. Helmut and Jeffrey got on stage. As expected, Jeffrey is a student whose size and height easily overshadow our boy. With a smile on his face, Jeffrey told Helmut that he is happy to fight him. Our boy told him that he feels the same way. While staring at our boy, Jeffrey could not believe that Helmut was the commoner from the rumors. To Jeffrey, Helmut did not look strong enough to beat someone close to death. He believed Asuka was much stronger than our boy. Helmut immediately recognized the look in Jeffrey's eyes. He could tell that the giant was looking down on him. In Jeffrey's eyes, everyone and everything in the world was below his feet. Before the fight began, Instructor Patricia called out our boy's name. She warned Helmut to not cross the line in the duel. Asuka felt weird when he heard what Instructor Patricia said. He told the boy next to him that it feels strange for him to hear someone receive his usual warning. The boy with red hair told Asuka that it will be good if he behaves better to his peers now. The mad dog told the boy that he will only beat him up and he will think about other students later. After confirming if both students were ready, Patricia asked the students to begin the fight. Immediately, she asked the students to fight. Jeffrey swung his sword at our boy. Helmut took a stance and got ready to block the sword. As the sword got close, our boy felt something dangerous. He quickly took a step back and dodged the attack. The attack made a large impact that blew away things on the stage. Asuka and the red-hair boy were shocked to feel the pressure which the attack created. Our boy was not even surprised to see the impact of the attack. Jeffrey commended Helmut for making a quick judgment. He told our boy that the wooden swords would have broken if he blocked the attack. With a smile on his face, Jeffrey told Helmut that he does not want to end the fight with him just dodging an attack. Helmut realized that Jeffrey was quite strong, but this did not mean anything to him. Our boy had fought several opponents who only had strength. He had already gotten sick and tired of it. Jeffrey rushed to attack Helmut. He launched numerous attacks at our boy. Unfortunately for him, Helmut easily dodged the attacks without much efforts. He decided to attack our boy with a huge swing. Helmut dodged the attack by going below it and moving to the other side. Jeffrey was annoyed to see this. He asked Helmut to stop dodging and attack him. Immediately he said this, he rushed to attack our boy. Helmut believed that Jeffrey was wasting his time. This is because no matter how strong an attack is, it will be pointless if it misses. Helmut believed that it will be good if he does not lay his hands on Jeffrey because he promised Ethan that he would stay out of trouble. Upon seeing that Jeffrey still had a lot of energy left, Helmut decided to take care of the giant himself. The other students watched as Helmut carefully dodged Jeffrey's attacks. The first-year students did not understand what Helmut was trying to do. They believed that our boy was looking down on them. Asuka did not also understand Helmut's intentions. After seeing that his attacks were not getting through, Jeffrey decided to catch his breath. Jeffrey understood our boy's plan. He realized that Helmut was trying to tire him out. He told Helmut that he never expected to learn anything from a commoner. According to Jeffrey, depending on the background which one is born with, one can experience a different starting line. With a look of anger on his face, Jeffrey told our boy that he is different from him. He told Helmut that there is a gap in their experience which he cannot make up for. He told our boy that he was born with a sturdy build and was given excellent education. Jeffrey told Helmut that it will be hard for a commoner who cannot afford a sword to come to the stage and defeat him. He asked Helmut if that is the reason he has been dodging his attacks. Helmut became more disappointed in Jeffrey when he said this. He could not believe that Jeffrey was trying to get him with such a useless provocation. He realized that Jeffrey did not want him to drag out the fight. Jeffrey told our boy that his level of swordsmanship shows that he had a terrible teacher. Helmut snapped when he heard this. The poor bastard did not realize that he dug his own grave. Instructor Patricia knew that Jeffrey had crossed the line. She yelled at him and asked him to watch his manners against his opponent. Patricia asked Helmut to not listen to what Jeffrey said. She asked our boy to focus on the duel. She told Helmut that life will be hard if he wields his sword based on his emotions. Our boy let out a huge sigh. With a dead look in his eyes, Helmut said that Jeffrey made it hard for him to simply play along with him. Our boy picked up his sword and rushed to attack the giant. Jeffrey was shocked to see that Helmut easily closed the gap between them. He panicked and swung his sword. Helmut dodged the attack and hit Jeffrey's knee. Jeffrey was surprised to see this. He did not understand why Helmut would attack such a place. Before he could think about it, Helmut rushed to attack Jeffrey from behind. Jeffrey sensed our boy's presence. He quickly swung his sword. Helmut easily dodged the attack by jumping. Our boy landed behind Jeffrey and hit his knee again. Jeffrey turned around and laughed at our boy. He told Helmut that his attack is too weak. He told our boy that such a weak blow will not leave a scratch on his body. Immediately Jeffrey said this, he felt something odd. The giant's right leg fell to the ground. Jeffrey was shocked to see this. He did not understand what was going on. Helmut told the idiot that no matter how much one trains their body, there will always be a part that will collapse if it is hit several times. Jeffrey was shocked to hear this. Helmut grabbed his sword and told the giant to add losing to a commoner on his list of experiences. Jeffrey was annoyed to hear this. He stood up and rushed to attack our boy. He told Helmut that it is not yet over. When he got close to our boy, Jeffrey swung his sword. Helmut dodged the attack by going low and passing through Jeffrey's legs. He used his sword to grab the idiot's legs and tripped him. Jeffrey fell face flat on the stage. He quickly stood up and tried to attack our boy. Helmut easily used his sword to knock Jeffrey's sword out of his hands. Jeffrey could not believe what was happening. He could not believe that he actually lost. Our boy told the idiot that he cannot teach him a lot of things because he is a transfer student. He asked Jeffrey to work on himself instead of spending time insulting teachers of other students. Instructor Patricia quickly realized that something was off when Helmut said this. She quickly told our boy that the duel has already been decided. She asked him to not do anything. Unfortunately for Instructor Patricia, she was too late. Helmut used his sword to smack Jeffrey on his neck. This attack knocked Jeffrey out. The other first-year students were shocked to see this. Instructor Patricia realized that she was too late. She had no choice but to declare Helmut the winner of the second duel. In the next scene, we see the red-hair boy defeat one of the first-year students. With a smile on his face, the boy told his opponent that he is better than him. With a scary look on her face, Patricia asked the boy whose name is Park Jae-min to be respectful. Jae-min was terrified to see the look on his instructor's face. He quickly apologized to her. He stretched out his hand and helped his opponent up. At the end of the class, the second-year students won all their matches. The first-year students understood the gap between them and their seniors. They began to respect their seniors. The scene shifts, and we see Charlotte washing her face. Helmut stood next to her while she cleaned her face. Charlotte looked our boy in his eyes. Helmut simply glared at her. Charlotte decided to greet her senior. Helmut also greeted her. While staring at the girl, our boy wondered if he should ask Charlotte his questions right now. He wanted to ask Charlotte about the name on his pendant. Helmut wanted to know about Margaret Irene. Our boy did not know how to start the conversation. He wondered if he should just ask Charlotte directly. He quickly removes this idea from his head. He believed that nothing good will come from him rushing to get answers. Helmut knew that he would be exposing himself if he reveals his family's name. He stared at Charlotte intensely and wondered about what she would do if she found out that he has a seed of darkness. Our boy knew that any human, especially a noble who hears about such a secret, would side with the temple. Helmut was certain that even Ethan would betray him if he ever finds out about his secret. Charlotte began to shake when she saw that Helmut was looking at her weirdly. She remembered our boy as the scary senior who toyed with Jeffrey during his duel. Charlotte wondered if she had offended our boy. She asked Helmut if there is something he wants to say. Upon hearing Charlotte's voice, Helmut stopped thinking. He told her that he has nothing to say. Helmut explained to the girl that he saw her skills during her match. He told her that she is quite good. Charlotte called our boy's name and told him that he is also quite talented. Helmut was surprised to see that Charlotte knew his name. He asked her to tell him how she knows it. Charlotte found this funny. She told our boy that everyone in the swordsmanship department knows his name. Helmut did not like the fact that he had a weird reputation in the department. Charlotte told our boy that she also wants to have a duel with him one day. Helmut was surprised to hear this. He did not know what to say. Upon seeing that our boy was not responding, Charlotte told him that they can have a duel whenever he is free. She asked Helmut to not feel pressured. Helmut told her that he has no problem with it. Charlotte was happy to hear this. As the gentle breeze blew past the girl, Charlotte told her senior that she is looking forward to their duel. Helmut was surprised to see how beautiful the girl was. While Helmut was staring at her, Asuka comes to interrupt him. He placed his hand on our boy's shoulder and asked him about what he is doing. He asked Charlotte if she knows our boy. Charlotte told Asuka that she and Helmut simply ran into each other. She smiled at our boy and told him that she cannot wait for their duel. After saying this, she left. With a smug look on his face, Asuka asked our boy if he enjoys talking to Charlotte. Helmut pushed Asuka's hand away and told him that he has the wrong idea. Our boy asked Asuka to stop clinging to him. The moment he said this, he walked forward. Asuka was annoyed to see that Helmut was acting so cold. He asked our boy if he was right about Charlotte. Helmut told Asuka that he does not have such thoughts. He told the mad dog that he is not him. Asuka was annoyed to hear this. He asked Helmut to tell him what is wrong with being him. Our boy simply ignored Asuka. The scene shifts and we see our boy reading in a room. While studying, Helmut encountered a problem. He called Aaliyah and looked at her. Aaliyah responded to his call. Helmut was about to ask his question when he noticed something off. After getting constantly beaten up by Darion, Helmut trained his senses to a high level. Our boy's senses were telling him that he is in danger. With a nervous look on his face, Helmut asked Aaliyah if something is wrong. Aaliyah closed the book she was reading and told our boy that she has a question for him. Helmut asked her to tell him her question. Aaliyah asked Helmut if it is true that a first-year student asked him on a date. Helmut spat out the water he was drinking when he heard this. Upon seeing Helmut's reaction, Aaliyah believed that the rumor was true. Helmut told her that such a thing never happened. Aaliyah revealed to Helmut that the rumor has already spread round the school. Aaliyah heard that the girl who asked Helmut out is very pretty. She asked our boy if he is quite happy with his newfound popularity. Helmut asked Aaliyah if she is angry because of the rumor. Aaliyah was annoyed to hear this. She told our boy that she is not angry. Helmut explained to Aaliyah that the rumor is not true. He let Aaliyah know that Charlotte simply wanted to have a duel with him during his free time. Our boy told Aaliyah that he can lie to others but not her. Aaliyah opened her book when she heard what Helmut said. She told him that she will trust his words. Aaliyah realized that she should have never listened to such a stupid rumor. Our girl told Helmut that she wants to tell him something important because he is her roommate and the closest person to her. She told our boy that his guard is too low. Aaliyah pointed at Helmut and warned him to never trust the words of girls who approach him. She told him that the girls who approach him are most likely trying to get to her. Helmut was surprised to hear this. He believed that Aaliyah was being dramatic. He told her that Charlotte is different. Aaliyah told Helmut that she is 100% correct. She reminded Helmut about the people that swarm around her. With a serious look on her face, Aaliyah told our boy that some of her stalkers are smart. She told him that some of the stalkers usually dress like boys and sneak into the hostel. She pointed at our boy and told him that a stalker could be a smart trickster who could easily trick him with their acting. Helmut finally understood Aaliyah's point. He asked Aaliyah if he should stay away from Charlotte. Aaliyah was shocked to hear this. She told our boy that she simply shared some details about some stalkers. She told him that the final decision is for him to make. Helmut did not see why Aaliyah was beating around the bush. He told her to simply tell him to stay away from Charlotte because she is suspicious. Helmut told her that he does not really care if he does not see Charlotte. Aaliyah was surprised to hear this. She looked away and asked our boy to do whatever he wants. She told our boy to always doubt a girl if she randomly approaches him. She told Helmut that many girls will stab him in the back because he is a commoner. Helmut simply listened while Aaliyah rambled on. He was happy to see that Aaliyah was still the same. Our boy was oblivious to the fact that he is actually quite good-looking, and his looks are good enough to appeal to most girls. In the next scene, we see Sion staring at something with a look of shock on his face. Sion was looking at a closed sign which was placed outside a restaurant. Sion fell to his knees and screamed out. Sion's problem started a while ago. The scene shifts and we see Aaliyah reading a paper. Aaliyah read the paper with a grim look on her face. Helmut, Asuka, and Sion all carefully looked at Aaliyah as she was reading the paper. After she finished reading the paper, Aaliyah told our boy that he is finally giving her some okay answers. Helmut was relieved to hear this. Sion and Asuka were happy for our boy. Asuka commended our boy on his progress. He told Helmut that his hellish tutorials are slowly paying off. Aaliyah did not understand why Asuka was so happy. She reminded him that he is their competitor. She asked him to tell her why he is so excited. She pointed at our boy and told him that his answers were not perfect. She asked Helmut to keep studying hard. She reminded him that his goal is to become the top student of his class. She told our boy that he has simply gotten to the starting line of the plan. Asuka asked Aaliyah to allow Helmut to be happy with his achievement. With a bright smile on his face, Sion asked the group to listen to him. He told the group that he has prepared a special event for them because they have been working hard for their midterm test. He told them that the event is perfect because it is happening before their midterm test. Asuka was surprised to hear this. He believed that the event was quite sudden. Sion told the group that they cannot have a late-night study session without late-night snacks. He invited the group to join him at an amazing Waffle House. Asuka could not believe that Sion actually invited them to a restaurant. He asked Sion to tell him how he is able to study when he is always going out to eat. Sion told Asuka that man cannot survive without bread. He asked the group if they were going to join him. He told them that they will regret not going with him. According to Sion, the waffles are freshly baked and are served with a dollop of sweet strawberry cream. Aaliyah began to drool when she imagined it. She told Sion that she would not mind going. Asuka asked Sion if it is smart to go out when it is already late. He asked Sion if any restaurant will still be open. Sion told the Mad Dog that the nightlife in Bayen City is quite crazy. He told him that most restaurants stay open in the night in order to get students who study in the night. Helmut was surprised to hear this. The scene shifts and we are taken back to the present. We see Sion crying on the ground. He could not believe that the event he planned will not take place. He had always wanted a group outing. Aaliyah told Sion that he can always eat in the restaurant by himself next time. With tears rolling down from his eyes, Sion told Aaliyah that he does not want to do something so lonely. Aaliyah asked Sion if he wants to return to the dorm or go to another restaurant. Sion realized that it would be a waste to return to their dorm. He told the group that it is better to go to another restaurant. He told the group that there is another restaurant around the corner. Aaliyah pushed Sion up and told him to show them the way. Sion was surprised to see this. He could not believe that Aaliyah was not complaining. He asked her if she is actually okay with the change of plans. The scene shifts and we are taken to a restaurant. Inside the restaurant, Asuka checked the menu. The Mad Dog was surprised to see that sandwiches were so expensive. Sion did not understand why Asuka was acting like he is poor. He asked Asuka if he does not receive financial support. Asuka revealed to Sion that his family only supports him with tuition fees. Sion was shocked to hear this. He told Asuka that his situation is worse than he expected. He asked Asuka if he does not receive scholarship funds for being the top student of his class. Sion decided to annoy the Mad Dog. He asked him if he is asking too much about his scholarship. Asuka fell for Sion's provocation. He told Sion that he will make him understand why he is a scholarship student. While Asuka was pulling Sion's hair, Aaliyah told the group that the restaurant is much cleaner than she expected. Sion explained to her that the restaurant has to be very clean because most of the students are nobles. If a foreign substance is found in the establishment, it could lead to its closing. Sion asked Aaliyah to tell him why she is always looking to see how clean a place is. Aaliyah believed that this was a stupid question. This is because mages are usually sensitive to even the tiniest dust particles that can interrupt their experiments. Aaliyah told Sion that he is the one who is abnormal. Sion was annoyed to hear this. He told Aaliyah that spirit magic is quite sensitive. Aaliyah told the boy that the spirits are the ones who are sensitive. While Aaliyah and Sion were arguing, Asuka asked our boy if he has placed his order. While the argument was still on, a waiter comes to place Sion's food in front of him. Sion told the group that he received his food first because he ordered a basic meal. He asked the group about what they ordered. Asuka told Sion that he also ordered a basic meal. While the boys were talking, the waiter places Helmut's food on his table. Helmut's sandwich was much bigger than the normal size. The waiter called the meal Greta Swordsmanship Department Special. The entire group was shocked to see what our boy ordered. Even Helmut was shocked to see the size of his food. Asuka burst into laughter and asked Helmut to tell him why he ordered such a meal. He asked our boy if he wants to eat the sandwich on his way to the dorm. Helmut explained to Asuka that he ordered for the meal because he saw that it was a department special. Aaliyah was shocked to see that such a meal was a department special. She asked Asuka if the students of the swordsmanship department have a stomach that is 5 times bigger than normal. Sion explained to Helmut that the special is a sales gimmick to promote the restaurant. Due to the size of the sandwich, Sion asked Helmut if he should join him in eating it. Helmut accepted Sion's offer. While the group was talking, someone walks up to them. This person turns out to be Charlotte. The pretty girl had Jeffrey by her side. With a bright smile on her face, Charlotte greeted her seniors. Helmut greeted Charlotte. He forgot Jeffrey's name, so he referred to him as the brutally strong guy. Jeffrey was surprised to hear this. He told Helmut his name. Charlotte was surprised to see that Helmut bought the department special. She told our boy that she and Jeffrey also came to eat the same thing. Asuka was surprised to see that Charlotte came with Jeffrey. Charlotte explained to him that Jeffrey wanted to bet on the sandwich. Asuka was surprised to hear this. He asked Jeffrey to tell him why someone like him who is as tall as a mountain would bet with a girl. He asked Jeffrey if he does not feel ashamed. Charlotte was annoyed to hear this. She asked Asuka if he is looking down on her. Asuka did not understand what Charlotte was trying to say. The girl reminded the mad dog that she is also a student of the swordsmanship department. She told him that she can eat a lot. She told Asuka that one has to eat as much as they train. Charlotte asked Helmut for his opinion on the matter. Helmut was surprised to see that Charlotte asked him for his opinion. He noticed that Sion was about to cut the sandwich in half. He quickly smacked Sion's hand. The moment he did this, he agreed with Charlotte. Sion was annoyed to see this. Charlotte asked Helmut if she can join him and the group. While Charlotte was talking, Aaliyah stood up and walked up to her. Helmut and the other boys did not understand what their friend was doing. Charlotte became nervous when she saw that Aaliyah was staring at her. With a serious look on her face, Aaliyah asked Charlotte if she knows her. Helmut and the other boys simply stared at Aaliyah. They could not comprehend what she was thinking. While they were staring at Aaliyah, Sion used his knife to slowly cut the sandwich. The scene shifts and we see the instructors watching a fight in the test room. The fight was between Helmut and Charlotte. Our boy used his sword to push Charlotte back. He stretched out his sword and rushed to attack the pretty girl. When our boy's sword got close to her, Charlotte bent her head and dodged it. She tried to attack Helmut from below. When Charlotte's sword got close to his face, our boy used his leg to kick it out of her hand. Charlotte was shocked to see this. While trying to feel her hand, Charlotte accepted her defeat. Instructor Patricia looked at Ethan for his response. Ethan nodded at the instructor. The moment he did this, Patricia commended the students on their duel. She asked them to wait while the instructors decide their grades. Helmut put his wooden sword down and accepted the instructions. Before stepping out of the room, our boy looked at Charlotte. He remembered what happened at the restaurant. The scene shifts and we are taken back to the restaurant. Inside the restaurant, Aaliyah had asked Charlotte if she recognizes her. Charlotte was surprised to hear this question. She believed that it was natural for everyone to know the top student of the magic department. She told Aaliyah that she feels honored to meet her. Aaliyah was surprised to hear this. She turned around and decided to return to her seat. Helmut did not understand why Aaliyah stood up to introduce herself. The moment Aaliyah turned around, Charlotte began to blush. The pretty girl did not understand why she was acting unusual. Upon seeing how Charlotte behaved, Sion told his friends that none of them will ever get a girlfriend as long as they hang out with Aaliyah. Asuka was annoyed to hear this. Helmut looked up at Aaliyah. He noticed that the mage was staring at him. Aaliyah quickly stopped staring when her eyes met with Helmut's eyes. Our boy understood the message Aaliyah was trying to pass across to him. He believed that Aaliyah was right about Charlotte. Helmut assumed that Charlotte was trying to become friends with him in order to get close to Aaliyah. He decided to watch himself. The scene shifts and we are taken back to the test room. Our boy decided to be careful in revealing his secret. Although Charlotte and Helmut looked alike, there was no proof that he and the girl were actually related to each other. Our boy realized that it will not be smart for him to easily reveal things about himself. He decided to keep his distance from Charlotte. While it was important for our boy to learn the truth about his heritage, he knew that it was more important for him to focus on becoming stronger. Helmut wanted to gain the strength that would allow him push through any obstacles. In the next scene, we see Asuka resting in the private room. The The mad dog was assuring himself that he would not get suspended for the other half of the semester. While Asuka was talking to himself, Helmut stepped into the room. He asked Asuka about what would happen if he does not get suspended. Asuka screamed when he heard Helmut's voice. He told our boy that it is good to make some noise when he steps into a room. The mad dog sat down and told Helmut not to mind him. He asked our boy about his duel with Charlotte. Due to the fact that Helmut returned late to the room, Asuka asked him if he had a hard time fighting Charlotte. With a condescending look in his eyes, Helmut told Asuka that the duel ended quite early. He told him that he is late because the instructors were scolding him for ending the match so quickly. Asuka was annoyed to see the look in Helmut's eyes. He told our boy that he is becoming more like Aaliyah. Due to how calm Asuka was, Helmut could tell that Asuka's match was good. The mad dog urged our boy to start studying. He told Helmut that he has to prepare thoroughly for his theory exam in order to not disappoint Aaliyah. Immediately he said this, Aaliyah appeared behind him and told Helmut that Asuka is right. Asuka was terrified to hear Aaliyah's voice. He did not understand why Helmut and Aaliyah were trying to scare him. Aaliyah asked Helmut if his next subject is understanding of magic. Our boy told her that it is. The mage asked Helmut to open a textbook. She told him that she wants to do one last checkup. Our boy believed that it would not be smart for them to study since Aaliyah still had an exam. Aaliyah told Helmut that she has already done her exam. She told our boy that he needs to focus on himself in order to help her. Before Helmut and Aaliyah started their session, Asuka asked Aaliyah about Sion. Aaliyah did not understand why Asuka would be asking her about Sion. She told the mad dog that Sion is probably too busy studying for his own exam. Asuka said that Sion has zero sense of responsibility. While Asuka and Aaliyah were talking, Helmut began to think about something. Aaliyah decided to stop talking to Asuka. She asked Helmut to stop looking around. She asked him to get his textbook. Helmut stopped thinking and rushed to get his book. Our girl noticed that Helmut was not acting like his usual self. She asked him to tell her if something is wrong. Helmut asked the mage if she really hates the idea of running 100 laps round the field. Aaliyah told Helmut that she does not like the idea at all. She told him that she hates losing a bet more than anything. She told our boy that she wants to be thorough with the subject. Aaliyah believed that it is not a bad deal for Helmut if he tops his class. With a confident look on his face, Asuka asked Helmut to work hard. He told our boy that he will have a hard time beating him in the theory exam. With a look of disgust on her face, Aaliyah asked Asuka to leave. She told the mad dog that he will get in the way of their revision. Asuka was annoyed to hear this. He asked Aaliyah if she rented the entire room. Aaliyah explained to Asuka that she cannot reveal her strategy to her enemy before the battle. Asuka told her that she can leave with Helmut if she does not like the situation. Helmut was surprised to see the two bickering. He did not know what to do. Aaliyah asked Asuka to walk out by himself before she throws him outside. Asuka asked her to do her best. Our boy realized that he will never get the time to train if the two continue to argue. After Asuka left the room, Aaliyah gave our boy a test. Helmut carefully answered the questions he was given. After reading his answers, Aaliyah nodded at our boy. Helmut was relieved to see that Aaliyah was okay with his answers. The scene shifts and we are taken to a hall. Inside the hall, we see students seated. The instructor in charge told the students that they have 2 hours for their exam. He asked them to begin. Helmut quickly began his exam. While writing his papers, our boy noticed an odd question on his paper. Helmut was asked to say what he would do if he accidentally acquires forbidden dark powers. According to the question, Helmut would die if he loses his power. Our boy was asked to describe what he would do in such a situation. The scene shifts and we see our boy return to the private reading room. Aaliyah asked him about how his exam was. Helmut was surprised to see Aaliyah in the reading room. He told her that his exam was good. According to Helmut, the questions were exactly the way Aaliyah expected. Our boy told Aaliyah that he saw a unique question in the exam. Aaliyah became curious about the question. She asked Helmut to tell her the question. Our boy told Aaliyah about the weird question he saw. He told her about how he was asked to describe what he would have done. The mage explained to our boy that the instructor for the subject likes to give such questions once in a while. She told Helmut that he will not lose a point as long as he gave a reasonable answer. Aaliyah asked our boy to tell her about what he wrote. With a horrifying look on his face, Helmut told Aaliyah that he would accept the dark power and find a way to wield it. Aaliyah was shocked to see the look on our boy's face. She quickly regained her composure and told Helmut that his answer was not bad. She told him that Instructor Ruxin will not hate his answer. Our boy asked Aaliyah to tell him how she would have answered the question. Aaliyah knew that the best answer would be for one to find a solution at the temple. This is because dark power falls under the temple's jurisdiction. The average noble would have written such an answer, but Elaga is different. The mage told Helmut that she would have written the same answer as him. She explained to him that she is willing to make the temple her enemy. Our boy was shocked to hear this. He told Elaga that she can seriously become an enemy of the temple. Elaga was not bothered by this. She explained to our boy that the Temple of Lumen is ruthless when it comes to things involving dark power. The mage knew that the temple would kill her if she voluntarily reports herself. She told Helmut that the best thing to do is to look for a solution by himself. Elaga commended Helmut on his theory exam. She told him that he has a high chance of topping the class. She warned our boy not to speak about topics relating to dark power outside. The academy is a place of learning, so such debates are allowed. However, one will be reported if they speak on such things outside. Helmut did not need Elaga to tell him this. He already knew about it. The scene shifts and we see students gathered at a bulletin board at Greta Academy. Exam results are displayed publicly in the central plaza. This is done in order to provoke the competitive spirit of the nobles who highly value their reputations. It is a system that works perfectly well. When Helmut arrived at the plaza, he noticed that the result of the magic department had been released. Helmut decided to check for Elaga's position. When our boy looked at the board, he saw Elaga's name at the top. Elaga took the first place with a perfect score of 100. Sion took the second position with a score of 93.2. Helmut was not surprised to see this. He already expected Elaga to be first place. Our boy felt bad for Sion. He knew how hard Sion studied. Although Helmut felt bad for his friend, he assumed that Sion will accept his loss because it was not the first time he would lose to Elaga. When our boy turned around, he saw his friend staring at the board with a look of shock on his face. Sion could not comprehend what he was seeing. He did not understand how it was possible for Elaga to get a perfect score. Elaga appeared behind Sion and asked him about why she cannot get a perfect score. Sion turned around and asked Elaga to tell him what she did. Sion knew that the subject known as Understanding of Spirit was just introduced in the semester. He was certain that he was above Elaga since he is an elemental mage. Upon hearing what Sion said, Elaga placed her hand on his shoulder. With a condescending look in her eyes, Elaga told Sion that 3 months is enough time for her to finish one academy subject. Sion snapped when he heard this. He could not believe that Elaga beat him in his own subject. Several girls surrounded Elaga and congratulated her for her position. Sion wallowed in shame. He realized that he chose the wrong opponent. He decided to focus his attention on the bet. He told Elaga that she has not yet won the fight. He reminded her that they still need to see who won the bet. When Sion looked at the board, he saw Helmut at the top of the list. Asuka was second position. Helmut got 98 points and Asuka got 97 points. Sion lost hope when he saw this. While Sion was grieving, our boy looked at his score in disbelief. He could not believe that his efforts actually paid off. Elaga saw how Helmut was lost in shock. She congratulated him on his achievement. Our boy smiled and thanked her. The moment Helmut thanked Elaga, Asuka arrived at the plaza. He was surprised to see that he lost to Helmut by 1 point. Elaga asked the mad dog to tell her why he is not angry. Asuka told the girl that he feels sad. He told her that he is okay with losing his position to Helmut. He pointed at our boy and told him that he will not get another chance again. He told Helmut that he will win without anyone's help next time. While Asuka was talking to Helmut, Sion grabbed his clothes. He called the mad dog a traitor. Sion believed that Asuka lost on purpose because he wanted to see him get punished. Asuka was annoyed to hear this. He told Sion that he did not do anything like that. The mad dog reminded Sion that he was the one who initiated the bet. He asked the mage to honor the bet. While on his knees, Sion begged Helmut and Elaga. He told them that 100 laps round the field would kill him. He asked them to assist him by reducing the amount of laps. Helmut told Sion that 100 laps cannot kill a human. Sion was annoyed to hear this. He told Helmut that he is a normal human. Sion decided to appeal to Elaga. He reminded Elaga that she is also a mage. He told her that she has a terrible stamina. He begged Elaga to reduce the laps to 50. Elaga was surprised to see Sion on his knees. She found this exciting. With a cocky look on her face, Elaga moved close to Sion's ear. She told him that they are not close enough to help each other. She reminded Sion that he was worried about his weight he got from his late-night snacks. She told the mage that the 100 laps will help him get in shape. Sion realized that he was doomed when he heard this. He fell on the ground and began to cry. In the next scene, we see Sion running round the field at night. Helmut watched his friend in order to make sure that he would not stop running. Sion cursed his friends as he ran round the field. In the next scene, We see the second-year students practicing their swordsmanship. Jae-min told his classmates that they will be having a camping class next week. He told them that the class will take place in the forest. Helmut and his friends were surprised to hear this. Andro told Jae-min that he has never gone camping before. He asked Jae-min if he has ever camped in the forest. Jae-min was surprised to hear this. He could not believe that Andro had never gone camping. He realized that Andro had not gone camping because he is a noble. According to Jae-min, camping is a very easy thing. The only problem is that one has to find a place to poo. Jae-min told his friends that it is possible for them to step on someone's poo or get some poo on their hands while they are digging a pit. Andro and Asuka became disgusted when they heard this. Jae-min asked his friends to get good shovels in order to avoid any issues. He warned them to not stick out their head from their sleeping bags. He told them that they will get bitten by a large amount of mosquitoes. Asuka believed that Jae-min was trying to scare them. He remembered that Helmut used to be a mercenary. He asked our boy to tell him if camping is really so scary. Helmut was surprised to hear the question. He asked Asuka if he has never gone camping. The mad dog told our boy that he used to camp when he is coming to or leaving Bayen City. He told Helmut that he has never camped in the mountains. Our boy told Asuka that he has nothing to worry about. He told his friend that he can get rid of the mosquitoes with incense. He told Asuka that he does not have to worry about the poo because he will be able to easily see it. Asuka was annoyed to hear our boy's answers. He believed that such things were already obvious to everyone. He told Helmut that he is making him more worried. While Asuka was not bothered by the pooing issue, he believed that it would be better for him to prepare well. He asked Helmut to follow him to the market in order to get some supplies. He told our boy that they will go during the weekend. Helmut accepted his friend's idea. The scene shifts and we are taken to a large market. When Helmut and Asuka arrived at the market, Asuka realized that he did not know which supplies he is meant to get. Next to Helmut and Asuka was Sion. Asuka asked the mage to tell him why he followed them to the market. With a smile on his face, Sion told the mad dog that he naturally tagged along with him like air. Helmut asked Sion if the aftereffect of his 100 laps run has worn off. Sion began to sweat when he heard our boy's question. He told Helmut that he used a very high-quality magic for his healing. He told our boy that he became better after resting for a few days. Helmut knew that Sion was lying. On the night of the bet, Sion pulled a stunt while he was running on the field. He made his spirit of darkness complete his laps by shape-shifting into him. Helmut did not hold Sion accountable because he thought it was amazing that Sion was able to complete 50 laps. Asuka told his friend that they need to buy something to repel insects first. The boys decided to check a store that sells scented candles. Asuka told Helmut that the scented candles will chase away insects. Helmut told his friend that the scented candles are good because bugs can surround you while you eat in the forest. He told Asuka to buy less potent scented candles that will not disturb them while they eat. Helmut revealed to his friend that he is going to need a good lamp. He told Asuka that the hills can get very dark. He advised the mad dog to not buy a lamp that is too bright because it can attract predators. He asked Asuka to buy a lamp that is bright enough to show him the way. Asuka was surprised to see how well-informed Helmut was. He could not believe that Helmut would be so meticulous. Helmut told his friend that it is good to buy a good lamp in order to avoid dealing with something that is troubling while in the mountains. While Asuka understood Helmut's point, he told his friend that the lamp can cause a bushfire if it falls while they are sleeping. Upon hearing what Asuka said, Sion brought out a scroll and asked him to buy it. With a smile on his face, Sion told Asuka that the scroll is a bushfire extinguishing magic scroll. He told his friends that the scroll will create a vacuum in a certain place and put out the fire. The mad dog was surprised to see that such a scroll exists. He told Sion that the scroll can actually be used to kill a person. Sion's mood changed when he heard what Asuka said. He told his friend that normal people do not think of using the scroll in such a way. He asked Asuka to not use the scroll to commit murder. He told the mad dog that he does not want to become an accomplice. Asuka and Sion decided to look at more products. Sion showed the mad dog a grill that can be used in grilling vegetables. He told Asuka that the grill is quite portable. Asuka forgot that he was shopping for supplies. He wondered if he should buy the grill. Helmut watched Asuka as he shopped. He realized that his friend was shopping for a picnic. Our boy decided to look for other supplies. He told Asuka that he wants to get some gloves. Asuka waved to him and asked him to go ahead. While walking to a store, Helmut realized that the camping trip was going to take place outside the city. Our boy knew that he could not relax on such an occasion because of the Black Hawks. Our boy was actually not very bothered. He believed that the Black Hawks will not attack him in a place where the academy's instructors and students were gathered. However, since Asuka was also once attacked, Helmut believed that it would be smart for him to have his guard up during the trip. Our boy had already grown tired of always thinking about the Black Hawks. He decided to settle things with the organization after he becomes stronger. While looking for some gloves, Helmut saw something shocking. A man used a cotton candy machine to create a cotton candy stick. The man asked the people who were passing to buy the unique dessert of Bayen. A girl decided to buy one from the man. Our boy was surprised to see a cotton candy. He had never heard of such a thing. It was his first time seeing a dessert that looks like a cloud. The girl who bought the cotton candy decided to walk up to our boy. She explained to him that cotton candy is created by melting sugar and pulling out thin strings of the melted sugar into a stick. The girl told our boy that technology is sometimes more fascinating than magic. Helmut was surprised to hear the girl's explanation. The beautiful blonde girl with red eyes asked our boy if he knows her from the understanding of magic class. Helmut did not recognize the girl at all. He asked the girl for her identity. The girl was surprised to hear this. She told him that they are in the same class. The girl already expected that Helmut might not recognize her because our boy always seemed disinterested in other people. The girl introduced herself as Teresa. She told our boy that she is interested in him. She asked our boy if he could spare her some of his time. The moment Teresa introduced herself, Helmut remembered Aaliyah's warnings about girls. Aaliyah told our boy that girls who randomly approach him are trying to use him to get to her. Helmut turned around and told Teresa that he came with someone else. He told her that he has to leave. Teresa did not understand why Helmut was being cold to her. She begged him to wait. Helmut told Teresa to talk to Aaliyah if she is interested in him. Teresa was surprised to hear this. She realized that people have clung to Helmut because they were trying to get close to Aaliyah. She assured our boy that she is only interested in him. Teresa stretched her hand out. She wanted to touch our boy. Before her hand could touch Helmut, Aaliyah appeared in front of her. Helmut was shocked to see the mage. Aaliyah asked Helmut to tell her what he is doing in the market. Before Helmut could reply, Teresa greeted Aaliyah. She told her that she did not expect to see her in the market. Aaliyah glared at Teresa, who was the top student of the third-year class. She took off her hood and told Teresa that she also did not expect to see her. With a smile on her face, Teresa told Aaliyah that she simply wanted to chat with her roommate. With a serious look on her face, Aaliyah asked Teresa if she has some business with her. When Aaliyah took off her hood, she looked like an extremely handsome man. Teresa began to blush when she saw Aaliyah's face. Teresa forgot what she wanted to say and began to stammer. When she partially regained her composure, she told Aaliyah that she would like to talk to her. Aaliyah decided to ignore her senior. She turned around and dragged Helmut's clothes. She asked him to leave with her. Teresa was shocked to hear this. Aaliyah dragged our boy forward. While walking, she asked Helmut if he does not take her seriously. Aaliyah did not understand why our boy was listening to Teresa even after she warned him. Helmut explained to our girl that he tried to dismiss Teresa. The only reason our boy listened was because he did not want to behave rudely to his senior. When Aaliyah heard this, she realized that her friend had studied ethics too much. She advised Helmut to talk whenever he does not like something. She told our boy that she had to go through such stress because of him. Helmut told Aaliyah that she could have simply ignored him if she found it stressful. Aaliyah became more annoyed when she heard this. She told our boy that they will talk later. She asked Helmut about Asuka and Sion. Helmut was surprised to hear this. He asked the mage to tell him how she knows that the boys are in the market. Aaliyah told our boy that he would never willingly come to the market by himself. Helmut told the mage that he is not sure about the boys' location. Aaliyah decided to check around with Helmut. Helmut was surprised to see this. He did not understand why Aaliyah would look around with him when she thinks it is a hassle. He could not comprehend what Aaliyah was thinking. When Helmut and Aaliyah found the boys, they noticed that Sion and Asuka had bought a large amount of unnecessary things. At night, we see the boys heading back to the academy. With a smile on his face, Asuka told Helmut that they no longer have any issues with camping. Sion became worried when he heard this. He told his friend that they might have gone overboard. He asked Asuka to tell him how he is going to fit his supplies on his horse. With a carefree look on his face, Asuka told his friend that he will ask the other students with extra space to help him. Sion asked the mad dog if he usually has no money because of his shopping habit. Asuka told him that he does not have a shopping problem. The two boys began to argue. Helmut smiled when he saw his friends bickering. While Helmut was looking at his friends, he sensed something odd. He quickly turned around. When our boy turned around, he did not see anything but empty benches. Upon seeing that there was no one in the area, Helmut decided to continue walking with his friends. Our boy always has his guard up in every place he is in. Unfortunately, Helmut could not sense what was coming for him. The moment Helmut walked forward, we see a man appear on one of the benches. The man had red hair and wore a creepy mask. While Helmut could sense almost everything, he could not sense the fact that his life as a student of the academy was about to come to an end. In the next scene, we see Anton and his assistant kneeling in front of a door. Anton thanked the person who was on the other side of the door for coming to Bayen. He introduced himself as the branch manager. Anton became nervous when he heard the person's footsteps. When the manager looked up, he did not see anything. Before Anton and Chromo could do anything, the person appeared inside the office. Anton was shocked to see the man. The man turns out to be the person who watched Helmut from the bench. The man asked Anton to keep talking. The branch manager became nervous when he heard this. He did not want to say anything stupid in front of the man. Anton knew that the man is one of the greatest forces in their organization. The man is a member of the Hawkeye. His name is Fascio the Entertainer. Anton presented some papers about Helmut. He told Fascio that their branch has been having issues taking out Helmut. He asked Fascio to look through Helmut's personal information. When Fascio read the papers about Helmut, he found it to be odd. According to the papers, Helmut is a rank 2 mercenary who is a member of the Face Mercenary Corps, and he is a second-year student of Greta Academy. Fascio asked Anton if the academy actually has an instructor capable of teaching Helmut. Anton explained to Fascio that Helmut does not even need to attend the academy. Anton deduced that Helmut was hiding in the academy. He told the man that Ethan Kudrow, who is a distinguished noble of Bayen, is supporting Helmut. Fascio asked Anton if he has any information about Helmut's past as a mercenary. Anton explained to the entertainer that he was not able to find any relevant information. He told him that the first piece of information on Helmut was when he joined the Face Mercenary Corps after meeting them by coincidence. Fascio found the entire situation to be weird. He tapped the paper and slowly tore it with his nails. Helmut had no information on where he came from, and he is an academy student with the skills of a rank 2 mercenary. Fascio told Anton that he has never seen anyone with such a suspicious identity like Helmut. Anton became worried when he heard this. He asked Fascio if his group has messed with the wrong person. Fascio poked the paper with his hand when he heard this. He told Anton that the Black Hawk have never messed with someone who is above them. He told the branch manager that the dead cannot talk. He made Anton understand that a person never existed if the corpse disappeared. He told Anton that he will eliminate Helmut. Anton was shocked to hear this. Fascio told him that he will need to prepare for his hunt. The scene shifts, and we see the students preparing their horses for their journey. While the students were preparing, we see instructor Alan looking at a bottle of wine. Alan was surprised to see that the wine was a 32-year-old Marine. He knew that such a wine was hard to find. Alan told the student who he sees the wine from that he will enjoy it with the other instructors. The boy begged Alan to not drink it. He told his instructor that he saved his pocket money to buy the wine. Alan told the boy that they are going for training, not outdoors picnic. He reminded the student that he already gave a warning about bringing useless things for the trip. The boy pointed at Asuka and told Alan that Asuka looks like he is going for a picnic. The mad dog was annoyed to see that the boy ratted him out. He told the boy that he is carrying necessities. Alan asked Asuka to choose the important things he needs in 10 minutes. He explained to his student that a lot of load will slow down his horse. Asuka was shocked to hear this. He told his instructor that he needs everything in his bag. Alan told the mad dog that light luggage is the best for camping. Asuka was annoyed to hear this. He decided to follow his instructor's order. After the students finished packing, they set out on their journey. After passing the city's gate, Helmut looked around. He realized that it has been a long time since he left Bayen. The air outside felt different to our boy. Asuka noticed that Helmut's horse looked different. He realized that our boy got a good horse because he has a noble supporting him. He asked Helmut about the horse's breed. Our boy did not know what breed his horse was. He told Asuka that his horse also looks good. The mad dog did not understand what Helmut was trying to do. He told our boy that there is a clear difference between their horses. He asked Helmut about his horse's name. Helmut found this question to be weird. He asked Asuka if a horse needs a name. Asuka was surprised to hear this. He called his friend a heartless rascal. Asuka explained to our boy that a horse and a swordsman are longtime partners that stay together. Due to this, most swordsmen give their horse a name. Asuka asked Helmut to name his horse. Helmut told the mad dog that he needs to take some time to think of a name. Asuka advised his friend to give the horse any name that comes to his mind. Helmut noticed that the horse had a blue hair. He decided to name the horse Asuka. The mad dog was annoyed to hear this. He asked Helmut to change the name. Helmut asked Asuka to tell him why he is offended. The mad dog told Helmut to name the horse Aaliyah if he wants to give it a human name. Helmut told his friend that Aaliyah does not look like a horse. Asuka became more annoyed when he heard this. He asked Helmut if he looks like a horse. After traveling all day, the group finally arrived at the campsite. Instructor Patricia asked the students to take a break. She asked them to unload their luggage and take off their saddles. Patricia told the students that she will share the schedule with them once they are done. Asuka was quite tired when they arrived. He could not believe that it took them a whole day to reach a campsite. He wondered about how far they are from the city. Before leaving the city, Helmut was told that he and the other students will rest and have a barbecue on the first day. On the second day, a hunting competition will take place, and on the third day, a group activity will take place. Our boy was happy to see that he did not sense anything strange on the way to the camp. He hoped that the Black Hawks were not in the area. Helmut knew that the best time to get him would be during the group activity. He realized that he had to be very careful during the trip. While Helmut was thinking, Asuka noticed something weird. He called out to his friend. He asked Helmut to tell him what happened to his horse. Our boy noticed that he was only holding a rope. Helmut was shocked to see this. He did not know what happened to his horse. Our boy could not comprehend what was happening. He noticed that the rope he was holding had been cut off by a sharp object. This did not make any sense to Helmut. He was certain that he was holding the reins of his horse the whole time. Our boy did not know when someone cut the reins off. While Helmut was thinking, Asuka looked around. Helmut was horrified to see that someone actually managed to cut off the reins even though he was holding onto it. Asuka tapped Helmut and asked him to stop thinking. He pointed his hand into the forest and showed Helmut his horse. He asked our boy to stop being clumsy. He asked him to take care of his horse. Our boy was shocked to see the horse in the forest. The entire situation seemed odd to him. Helmut asked the mad dog to give him his sword. Asuka was surprised to hear this. He asked our boy to tell him why he needs his sword. Helmut told his friend that he simply needs it for something. Helmut took out the mad dog's sword and slowly approached his horse. When our boy got close to his horse, he looked around to make sure that there was no one near him. Helmut already expected that he would not be able to sense anyone in the area. Our boy called out to his horse and asked it to come to him. Our boy decided to move closer to his horse. Before Helmut could take a single step, he sensed something dangerous. When our boy carefully looked at his leg, he saw a hunting trap hidden in the grass next to him. Helmut was shocked to see a hunting trap in the area. He was more shocked to see how well hidden the trap was. The hunting trap was basically invisible to the naked eye. Our boy remembered hearing that poaching is forbidden on the camp's grounds. Helmut could tell that the trap was a warning, not a coincidence. The hunting trap made Helmut understand that he was a targeted prey. Our boy laughed when he came upon this realization. He could not believe that he was being treated as a prey. Since our boy could not stop his hunter, he decided to enjoy the situation. Helmut decided to name his horse White because of its color. He called the horse's name and asked it to come to him. White simply ignored his master and continued eating his grass. Helmut was not surprised to see this. He knew that White would not suddenly be obedient to him, especially since he just named it. Our boy walked up to his horse and slowly stroked it. While stroking his horse, Helmut assured himself that he will get rid of anyone who tries to block his path. Our boy was actually enjoying his current situation. He hoped that his opponent would be worth fighting. The scene shifts, and we see the students gather in front of Alan. Alan decided to share the group instructions before the students started making dinner. Alan told the boys that their activities will be conducted in pre-arranged groups. This system will be used from the first day of camp to the last day. Alan asked the students to avoid any unnecessary interactions. Alan brought out a marble and told the students that each group leader will receive a communication marble so that they can easily contact instructors to report any issues. Helmut was given the position of group leader in his group. He was also given a communication marble. While our boy was staring at the unique device, Asuka asked him to meet the group. After looking at the faces of his members, Helmut told Asuka that there is a lot of unrecognizable faces on his team. The boys who Helmut did not recognize were annoyed to hear this. They reminded our boy that he saw their faces when he wanted to pick the members. Andro asked the boys to calm down. He told them that they can get to know each other now. He first introduced himself to the group. The 4 new boys in Helmut's group also introduced themselves. Their names are Michelle, Bashir, Wesley, and Dino. Helmut asked the red-hair boy for his name. It turns out that the red-hair boy's real name is James. James was shocked to hear Helmut's question. He and our boy had met on several occasions, and yet Helmut did not remember him. He asked our boy to remember his name next time. Helmut told James that he has memorized his name. James asked Helmut and Asuka to introduce themselves. The Mad Dog did not see a reason to do this because the other students already knew them. Although James did not like it, he knew that Asuka was right. Helmut asked the boys to start preparing dinner. He told them that he has something to report to their instructor. Asuka did not understand why Helmut would have something to report when the camping just began. He asked our boy about what he wants to tell the instructor. Helmut revealed to Asuka that he saw a trap in the forest when he went to get his horse. The Mad Dog was surprised to hear this. He told our boy that it is illegal to place a trap on campgrounds. He asked our boy if the reason he had a sour look on his face was because of the trap. He told Helmut that he wants to follow him to check out the trap. Dino and Wesley were annoyed to see Helmut and Asuka walking away. They assumed that the boys were trying to get out of dinner preparations. The scene shifts and we see Helmut take Patricia and Asuka to the trap. To our boys' surprise, the trap was no longer on the ground. Instructor Patricia asked Helmut if there was actually a trap on the ground. Helmut told the instructor that he almost stepped on the trap. Patricia found this shocking. Although Helmut's statement was important, Patricia could not do anything because there was no evidence. She told our boy that she will ask the other students to be careful of traps. Asuka asked our boy if he is sure about the trap's location. Helmut noticed that the grass was pressed down. He was certain that the trap was there. Our boy found his opponent to be impressive. His opponent cleared and destroyed the evidence before he brought Instructor Patricia. Helmut understood that his opponent was sending him a message. The person was trying to tell Helmut that he is watching him closely. While staying in the forest of roots, our boy learned something important from Elaga. Elaga taught our boy the ability to gain an advantage when hunting a target who is stronger than one. This ability is persistence. It is the human's ability to endure. It is when a person slowly and persistently suppresses their prey until it is exhausted. Our boy found his opponent to be intriguing. He realized that his opponent is a careful man. Unfortunately for the man, he did not know Helmut well. Our boy could not be bothered over such little things. When Helmut and Asuka returned to the group, Michelle told them that they are very late. He told the boys that they already started grilling and eating the meat. When Helmut and Asuka looked at the meat which Michelle grilled, they saw burnt coals. The two boys were shocked to see what Michelle was feeding the rest of the team. Asuka decided to grill the rest of the meat. After grilling some meat, the Mad Dog showed the boys what a properly grilled meat looks like. Bashir and Michelle were shocked to see Asuka's grilled meat. When the boys tasted the meat, they were surprised to see how juicy it was. Michelle realized that he was feeding the boys coals the whole time. Asuka could not believe that the boys were not able to grill meat. He realized that they grew up pampered. Bashir and Dino both smiled at Asuka. Dino told the Mad Dog that commoners are truly different. Asuka felt irritated when he heard this. He asked the boys if they want to continue eating coal. Wesley asked Asuka to stop being grumpy. He told the Mad Dog that he brought something important. Wesley brought out a bottle of wine. James was shocked to see the bottle. He could not believe that Wesley bought Hennessy spirit to the camp. He asked the boy to tell him how he was able to bring it without getting caught. Wesley told James that there is always a way. With a smile on his face, Wesley put the bottle of Hennessy into a bag. He told the boys that the bag is a cloak with storage magic. The boy believed that the instructors would never expect him to go so far just to get a drink. James was surprised to see that Wesley actually went through such trouble to get a drink. Wesley told James that it is important to drink in a camp barbecue. Bashir asked Wesley if he was only able to get one bottle. Wesley asked the boy to be grateful. He told Bashir that being greedy is not good. Upon realizing that Instructor Patricia will soon begin her surprise inspection, Wesley told the boys that they need to start drinking. Before the boys could pour themselves a drink, Patricia appeared next to their campfire like a creepy ghost. She held different bottles of alcohol. Patricia began to question the boys. Wesley and Dino told her that they do not have any drinks on them. Patricia found it weird that Helmut's group would not have one drink. Dino was shocked to see the number of drinks Patricia had confiscated. Wesley told his instructor that they cannot take any drink because Helmut and Asuka are in their group. He explained to Patricia that Helmut and Asuka have put their group in the spotlight. Instructor Patricia decided to question Helmut. She asked our boy if they don't have any drinks at all. Helmut told Patricia that his members do not have any drinks. Patricia was surprised to hear this. She decided to leave. Before leaving, Patricia reminded Helmut that the team leader is responsible for the team's mistake. She asked our boy to manage his team well. As Patricia walked away, she asked the boys to enjoy their dinner. Wesley and Dino bowed their heads to their instructor. While bending their heads, the boys smiled at each other. They were happy to see that they had gotten over their hurdle. The boys stood up and raised their cups up with their other teammates. When James drank the Hennessy, he was surprised to see how strong it was. Wesley asked his teammate to drink the Hennessy. He told James that it will not kill him. While they were drinking, Andrew noticed that our boy had a sour look on his face. He asked Helmut if the drink doesn't match his taste. Our boy told his friend that the drink is fine. Asuka realized Helmut was worried about the trap he saw. He knew that our boy is a person who likes to worry a lot. Bashir told our boy that a hunter must have secretly set up the trap. Michelle was surprised to see that Helmut was actually worried. He told our boy that he will never be bothered about anything if he was as skilled as him. Dino told Helmut that he will not be afraid of anything if he had his level of skill. With a smile on his face, James told the boys that Helmut is much more amazing than he seems. James had seen some of Helmut's skills before. Asuka did not understand why James was bragging for Helmut. Michelle believed that they did not need to see Helmut's skills. It was already impressive to them that Helmut was able to surpass Asuka. He asked our boy about where he learned his swordsmanship. Helmut told the boy that he grew up in a forest and he learnt from his master. Michelle was amazed to hear this. He could not believe that Helmut was trained by a master who stayed in a forest. Bashir asked our boy if he could introduce him to his master. Helmut told the boys that his master is no longer alive. The entire group became silent when they heard this. With a nervous look on his face, Bashir apologized to our boy. James told Helmut that his master must be proud of him, since he became the top student of the swordsmanship department. Our boy smiled when he heard this. In order to change the mood in the air, Wesley gave his teammates more Hennessy. He asked them to stop talking about depressing things. He told them that they need to drink and clean up before they get caught. Our boy was happy to see how Wesley changed the conversation. He realized that humans bond over drinks. Helmut was happy to see that he learned something important. When the boys finally fell asleep, Helmut stood up. Asuka, who was noticeably drunk, asked Helmut about where he is going. Our boy told his friend that he wants to puke. The mad dog asked Helmut to go as far as he can. As Helmut walked into the forest, we see that he is not drunk at all. Our boy had discovered a way of using vis to neutralize alcohol. Helmut knew that his opponent was still watching him. He decided to go into the forest alone. He wondered if his opponent would use the opportunity to attack him or if he would stay away. Our boy carefully used his senses to check the surroundings. Helmut noticed that his opponent was being cautious. He found this to be impressive. While looking around, our boy saw a cottage in the forest. He realized that the campsite manager was staying in the cottage. Our boy decided to check out the cottage. When he arrived at the doorstep, Helmut knocked on the door. The moment he did this, a lamp was turned on in the cottage. An old man opened the door to see who was outside. Upon seeing Helmut's dressing, the man deduced that Helmut was a student of Greta Academy. Our boy told the old man that he wants to ask him for a favor. Our boy explained to the manager that he found a hunting trap in the forest. He asked the man if he could increase the patrols in order to save any student from getting hurt. The old man was surprised to hear that Helmut saw a trap. He told our boy that anyone who sets a trap in Petica Forest will be charged a hefty fine. Helmut assured the manager that he is not mistaken. He told the man that a student of the swordsmanship department has sharp eyesight and senses. The old man realized that the situation was bad. He told our boy that he will start increasing his patrols the next day. The manager told Helmut that it has been a long time since he used his long pole. He explained to Helmut that he has to use a long pole to take out a bear trap because it cannot be spotted with the naked eye. Before the man closed the door, Helmut used his leg to stop the door. With a serious look on his face, Helmut told the man that he never mentioned the kind of trap he found. The manager smiled when he heard this. The old man glared at our boy. He asked him if he made a mistake in identifying the trap. He asked Helmut if he saw a different trap. He told our boy that anyone who puts a trap in the forest would most likely lay a bear trap. The manager asked Helmut if he could tell him the type of trap he saw. Helmut found the manager's behavior to be weird. He noticed that the old man was smiling while his hand was on his door. Our boy decided to act rational. He told the manager that he made the right assumption about the trap. He explained to the man that he was simply surprised that he would guess the trap without hearing an explanation. Our boy urged the old man to be careful when he is searching for the trap. The manager thanked our boy for his advice. He decided to close his door. Before the old man could close his door, Helmut stopped him. Our boy was told that the swordsmanship department comes to the forest every year for a hunting competition and group activities. Helmut asked the man about the location which the event usually takes place. The manager revealed to our boy that the hunting competition is held on the mountainous area which is north of the campsite, while the group activities is spread across the 12 peaks of the area. The old man told our boy that the events have always taken place in those places. He assured Helmut that the events will take place as long as nothing weird happens. Upon hearing what the old man said, Helmut thanked him. The manager closed his door and our boy walked away. As Helmut walked forward, he stared at the old man's cottage. Our boy noticed that he could not sense any vis from the old man. He realized that the manager was not a martial artist. Although Helmut knew that the manager was an ordinary person, his instinct was on the edge about the cottage. Our boy wondered about what he should do. He wondered if he should just threaten to break the old man's neck. He was certain that he would get an answer if he did this. Helmut placed his hand on his sword and got ready to turn around. Before he could do anything, our boy calmed himself. He realized that it would not be smart for him to act rashly, especially since he was not the only one in the forest. While walking back to his camp, Helmut realized that he did not need to stress himself. He believed that the person hunting him would need to show himself at some point. Our boy decided to face his hunter when he attacks him. When Helmut arrived at the campsite, he saw something horrifying. He saw Instructor Patricia holding the bottle of Hennessy and Wesley in her hands. The instructor appears to have beaten Wesley up. When Helmut saw this, he realized that he was screwed. With a horrifying look in her eyes, Patricia stared at our boy. The next day, we see the students gathered outside. The instructors sat inside a tent and watched as Instructor Allen spoke to the students. The students and the instructors were shocked to see how hot the forest was. Instructor Allen told the students that he wants to explain the hunting competition to them. Allen urged the students to focus on safety. He asked them to identify their targets carefully. He begged them not to accidentally shoot people. Allen told the students that they will be moving in pairs to prepare for any injuries. According to Allen, if one student gets hurt, the other one should contact Professor Duane for help using the communication marble. While Allen was talking, we see Professor Duane and Instructor Patricia complaining about the heat. Allen explained to the students that they will receive a bow, some arrows, a map, and food before they leave. He asked them to use their own bows if they already have one. The instructor told the students that they will be ranked based on their catch. He explained to them that the top ranks will receive prizes. The students were happy to hear this. Bashir asked Allen if the person who catches the largest amount of target wins the competition. Allen told the boy that his question is good. He explained to the students that they will not win the event by catching a large amount of animals. Bashir and the other students were shocked to hear this. According to Allen, the ranking will be based on the value of the animal. For instance, a fox is more valuable than a rabbit and a bear is more rare than a fox. The rarity of the animal is taken into account. After answering the students' question, Allen told them that they need to start their hunt. He told them that the hunting competition ends at 5 p.m. Allen urged the students to stick to the schedule because the forest gets dark quickly. Asuka placed his hand on our boy's shoulder. With a smile on his face, the mad dog told the other students that he and Helmut have no chance of losing. Wesley was annoyed to see this. He could not believe that the two top students of the departments were in the same team. He asked Asuka to have some conscience. Bashir asked Allen if it is okay for Helmut and Asuka to be on the same team. Although Allen found it to be odd, he did not have a problem with it. He told Bashir that everyone is free to form their own teams. Wesley and Bashir did not like the answer they got. Helmut and Asuka began to walk forward. While walking away, Asuka turned around and asked his teammates not to follow them if they are looking for an easy hunt. Wesley and Bashir were annoyed to hear this. In the next scene, we see Helmut and Asuka deep in the forest with bows and arrows. The mad dog reminded our boy that they are the strongest in the department. He told Helmut that they can get first and second place if they put their minds in the competition. Asuka asked our boy if he wants to compete with him. Helmut was not interested in what the mad dog was saying. He was more focused on the fact that other students did not follow them. Our boy wanted to be able to fight freely in case his hunter comes for him. He realized that he also needed to part ways with Asuka. Asuka knew that our boy was very good at hunting. He asked him if he knows any good hunting grounds. Our boy did not see a reason to share his tactics with Asuka. While thinking of what to do, Helmut gets an idea. He realized that he could send the mad dog back to the camp if he gets a target. Our boy asked Asuka to follow him. The mad dog was excited to hear this. The scene shifts and we see the boys hiding behind a bush near a river. Helmut explained to Asuka that animals must drink water. He told him that the easiest way to catch a target is to wait by the river. Asuka believed that Helmut's idea was time-taking. He told our boy that it will be better if they go around searching for the animals. Our boy explained to Asuka that their prey may see them while they are moving around and it might run away. Helmut told the mad dog that hunting requires patience. He asked Asuka to use the current opportunity to learn how to be patient. The mad dog was annoyed to hear this. On their way to the river, Helmut saw a fresh claw mark on some trees. He told Asuka that a big predator might be in the area. Immediately he said this, our boy and Asuka saw something shocking. The two boys saw a bear take out a fish from the river. Asuka and our boy were happy to see the bear. The mad dog told his friend that they will shoot at the same time. The boys took out their arrows and took a stance. Before they shot their arrows, Helmut realized something odd. He wondered if his seed of darkness would get triggered if he killed an animal. Although Helmut was curious, he knew that he could not test such a theory in his current situation. The two boys shot their arrows at the same time. Helmut's arrow hit the ground while Asuka's arrow landed on the bear. The bear screamed out in pain. It turned around and began to run. Asuka was shocked to see the bear running. He was more shocked that Helmut missed the target. Asuka took out more arrows and jumped out of the bush. He shot 2 arrows at the bear. Unfortunately, he missed his target. While running towards the bear, the mad dog took out an arrow and covered it with vis. He shot his arrow with great amount of force. The arrow landed in the bear's stomach. The bear screamed out in pain and fell to the ground. The mad dog was extremely happy to see that he actually caught his target. While the mad dog was cheering, he hears something screaming in the forest. Asuka and Helmut were shocked to hear this sound. With a nervous look on his face, Asuka asked our boy if bears make such an odd noise. The moment Asuka said this, he and Helmut hear the thing scream again. Upon hearing the sound again, our boy knew what was producing the sound. Helmut told Asuka that the sound they are hearing is not from an animal. He asked the mad dog to take care of the animal he caught. He told him that he will check the situation out. Asuka was shocked to see our boy running into the forest. Helmut ran through the forest at his top speed. While jumping on the tree branches, Helmut sees something below. Our boy saw 2 boys in the middle of the forest. One boy was standing while the other one was on the ground. The boy who was standing turned out to be Wesley. Wesley was panicking because he could not activate his communication marble. While Wesley was shaking, Helmut landed behind him. The poor boy screamed when he heard someone's footsteps. He was surprised to see Helmut in the forest. He asked our boy to tell him how he was able to find them. The boy on the ground who was trembling turned out to be Bashir. Bashir had his leg stuck in a bear trap. Helmut was shocked to see this. Wesley asked our boy to assist him in taking off the trap. Helmut asked Wesley to be patient. He told the boy that Bashir will lose more blood if they take out the trap without a plan. Our boy told Wesley that he will take care of the trap himself. Helmut went into the forest and searched for a plant. When our boy found what he was looking for, he uprooted it and used his mouth to remove one of the leaves. He chewed the leaf to check for something. After chewing the leaf, our boy went to check for other plants. He also chewed the leaves of the plants he found. When our boy found what he was looking for, he picked up some rocks and returned to Wesley. Wesley was surprised to see what Helmut was holding. He asked our boy about the leaves. Helmut ignored Wesley. He took out a bottle containing some water and poured the water on the rocks. Immediately he did this. Our boy stretched his hand out to Wesley and asked him to hold the bottle. Wesley could not comprehend what our boy was doing. Helmut placed the leaves he got on one of the rocks and used the other rock to grind the leaves. Wesley was shocked to see this. After grinding the leaves, our boy asked Wesley if he and Bashir are close friends. Wesley told our boy that he is close to Bashir. Immediately he said this, Helmut tore a part of the coat he wore. Wesley screamed out when he saw this. He could not believe that our boy actually ruined his coat. Our boy used the cloth he tore to tie Bashir's leg. The moment he did this, he took out an arrow. He told Wesley that he is going to dismantle the trap's fixing area. He asked the boy to hold Bashir. Our boy raised his hand up and put some vis into the arrow. Immediately he did this. He struck the trap with a large amount of energy. Helmut noticed something odd when he struck the trap. Our boy took off the trap and stared at it. Bashir screamed in pain when he was released from the trap. Helmut threw away the trap and took out the leaves which he grinded. He smeared a small amount of the herbs on the surface of Bashir's wound. Wesley was quite shocked to see this. Our boy explained to him that the herb will stop Bashir's bleeding. He assured Wesley that Bashir's life is no longer in danger. He told the boy that they need to call Professor Dwayne. Wesley quickly took out the marble when he heard this. While Bashir was shaking on the ground, Helmut looked at the trap. Our boy had expected the worst-case scenario. To his surprise, his hunter was only playing a prank on him. When Helmut took out the trap, he noticed that the joints of the trap were loosely fixed. If the trap was well tightened, Bashir would already have lost his ankle. Our boy could tell that the trap was never meant for him. He could not believe that his hunter had the guts to play pranks on nobles. Helmut realized that there is a lot of things he has to take into consideration. While thinking, our boy realized that Asuka was currently alone. He quickly turned around. He wanted to return to Asuka. When Helmut turned around, he saw Asuka panting in front of him. The mad dog was annoyed to see Helmut. He reminded our boy that they are supposed to work in pairs. He asked our boy to give him an explanation before rushing out. Helmut let out a huge sigh when he saw Asuka. He was relieved to see that the mad dog was safe. Asuka was annoyed to see our boy sighing. He thought that Helmut was blaming him for being slow. While talking, Asuka noticed that Bashir was on the ground. He was shocked to see the boy trembling. Wesley turned to Helmut and told him that Professor Dwayne is coming very soon. Wesley commended our boy for staying calm in their current situation. He told Helmut that he could not think properly. Our boy did not see anything he did as impressive. He explained to Wesley that it is not his first time dealing with something like this. Wesley bowed his head and thanked our boy for saving his friend. He told Helmut that he will never forget the favor. Wesley swore on his honor as a noble. Our boy was shocked to see this. He told the boy that Professor Dwayne is the one who will save Bashir. He asked Wesley to keep an eye on Bashir's wound to make sure that it does not get infected. Our boy stood up and stepped back. He realized that it was his first time hearing someone thank him since he came to the academy. The scene shifts and we see Professor Dwayne healing Bashir with his magic. When the professor was done with the healing, he commended our boy on his first aid skills. He told Helmut that he did not need to do a lot because of the first aid. Instructor Patricia also thanked our boy. Patricia was surprised to see that there was actually a trap in the area. She realized that a hunter was in the area. She told our boy that she will lodge a complaint to the management office. Patricia asked Wesley to tell her how Bashir stepped on the trap. According to Wesley, Bashir saw something in the forest. He ran towards the direction of what he saw. While running, he stepped on the trap and screamed out in pain. Wesley told his instructor that he does not know what Bashir saw that made him run into the forest. Patricia explained to the students that Bashir will no longer be able to complete his camping experience. She asked Wesley to assist her in taking Bashir back to the base. Patricia allowed Helmut and Asuka to continue hunting. She asked the boys to be careful of traps. With a smile on his face, Asuka told his instructor that he and Helmut have already gotten a good catch. Patricia was surprised to hear this. She told the mad dog that she is looking forward to seeing his catch. Asuka told his instructor that she will be very shocked. When Patricia walked forward, Asuka told our boy that he will be the one to keep the bear because he caught it. Helmut asked the mad dog to be at ease. He told him that he has no intention of taking the bear. Helmut told the mad dog that he will catch another animal very soon. He asked him to return to the river. Asuka became worried when he heard this. He told our boy that he might get caught in a trap. Helmut assured his friend that he will be fine. He told Asuka that someone might steal his catch if he is gone for too long. The mad dog was shocked to hear this. He realized that our boy was right. Asuka turned around and told our boy that he is leaving. He asked Helmut to be careful. The moment Asuka left, our boy ran deeper into the forest. Helmut realized that he finally has a chance to get his hunter. He believed that his hunter must be nearby if he was watching them. Our boy decided to find his hunter by checking his surroundings. Helmut closed his eyes and used his fist to sharpen his senses. Our boy was able to sense every single thing around him. While he was running, Helmut sensed a thin line in the air. When our boy opened his eyes, he saw a thin wire in front of him. Our boy covered his bow with vis and used it to cut the wire. The moment he did this, Helmut landed on the ground. He looked up to see the dangling wire in front of him. Helmut walked up to the tree to check the wire. He noticed that the wire was made of steel. He was thankful that Bashir did not come across this trap. Our boy knew that Bashir would have died if he came across such a trap. Helmut immediately turned around to check his surroundings for more traps. Fortunately, there were no more traps in the area. While Helmut was looking around, he spots something moving in the forest. Our boy decided to find out what it was. When he walked up to the entity, he saw a deer that was tied down. Our boy immediately realized that the deer was a bait that his hunter set out. He realized that Bashir might have followed that bait and fell into the trap. Helmut took out his arrow and decided to take the deer with him. He shot the deer with his arrow. In the next scene, we see that the students have returned back to the base. The students placed the bodies of their catch on the mat. Among the animals on the ground was a bear. The students and the instructors were shocked to see the bear. Asuka rested on his catch with a confident smile on his face. The other students were annoyed to see the mad dog smiling. They could not believe that a bear was actually in the forest. James asked Asuka if Helmut helped him catch the bear. The mad dog was annoyed to hear this. He told James that Helmut also has his own pride. He reminded James that our boy caught something else. When the redhead turned to our boy, he saw him standing next to a deer. Instructor Alan was happy to see the deer that Helmut caught. He told our boy that deer meat is delicious. After looking through the animals which his students caught, Alan commended them on their hunt. He decided to reveal the prizes for the hunt. The 5th place gets 10 Academy meal tickets, 4th place gets high-quality quill and an ink set, 3rd place gets 10 Academy bookstore gift certificates, 2nd place gets a pass to use a private training ground. The students began to smile when they heard the prizes. According to Alan, the 1st place gets all the prizes of each positions. With a confident smile on his face, Asuka rested his hand on our boy, believing that he was going to take 1st place. Asuka told Helmut that he does not need the quill and the ink set. He asked our boy if he has anything he wants from him. While the students were cheering, Alan decided to announce the results of the hunt. The scene shifts and we see Helmut and his teammates around a campfire. While staring at the fire, James told his teammates that it is a rare privilege to have a private room. He explained to them that only someone like Aaliyah has such privileges. The person who was granted the private room was only given access to it for a week. Of course, this is still quite amazing for a mere hunting competition. With a cocky smile on his face, James called Asuka 2nd place and asked him to enjoy his room. The mad dog could not believe that he actually got 2nd place. It did not make sense to him. Asuka began to complain. He reminded his friends that he caught a bear. He could not believe that he was given 2nd place for catching a bear. He asked his teammates to tell him if there is anything more impressive than catching a bear. Andrew reminded Asuka that a student named Bruce brought back a fox with silver fur. Instructor Alan and Instructor Patricia had never seen any animal like the fox. Dino revealed to Andrew that he was also shocked when he saw the fox. He assumed that Bruce caught a mythical creature. Our boy decided to comfort Asuka. He reminded the mad dog that he has always wanted a private training room. He told Asuka that the room is better than Quill. Asuka knew that our boy was right, but he still wanted to take 1st place. While grunting, Asuka remembered that Helmut was also given a prize. He asked our boy about his prize. Helmut told the mad dog that he was given 10 Academy meal tickets for taking 5th place. The other boys thanked Asuka for catching a bear. They were eager to taste bear meat. Asuka told the boys that anyone who was not able to get a catch will handle the meat preparations. The mad dog believed that this was fair because he was the one who caught the animal. The boys became silent when they heard this. They all stared into the fire. While the boys were looking into the fire, Andrew told the boys that it feels lonely without their 3 teammates. Although they did not say anything, the other members felt the same thing as Andrew. Bashir left the group after his incident. As for the other 2, something happened some hours earlier. While taking Bashir back to the base, Wesley climbed a bridge. The bridge collapsed and Wesley also got injured. Michel fell into a pit trap and injured his leg while hunting. Michel's fractures were so severe that he had to be rushed back to the academy. Now there are only 5 boys left in the group. Dino told his teammates that they are very unlucky. He could not believe that only their group had 3 accidents in one day. Andrew revealed to his teammates that Instructor Patricia asked them if they want to reassemble the group. While his teammates thought that they were unlucky, Helmut knew that the accidents was no coincidence. Our boy realized that his hunter was trying to pick off the people around him one by one. He could not believe that his hunter would rather use such an underhand method than to face him directly. Helmut wondered if he should just share the situation with the boys. While he was thinking, Dino told his teammates that he hopes that their friends are okay. Asuka believed that this was a stupid question. He reminded Dino that the 3 boys have returned to the academy. He told him that the boys are probably enjoying the comfort of their beds. He told Dino that they need to worry about themselves, especially since they will be spending the night on the ground with a piece of clothing starting the next day. Dino and James were shocked to hear Asuka's response. James could not believe that Asuka would be such a heartless bastard. Andrew could not believe that the teams would be camping separately away from their instructors starting the next day. He asked his teammates if they will not encounter any traps. James hoped that their team would be able to return safely without the help of their instructors. Upon hearing the boys speak about their worries, Helmut decided to not share any details about the situation. Our boy realized that he would be creating unnecessary anxiety. Fortunately, the teams would only be partaking in group activities for the rest of the trip. Helmut was certain that he could keep the group safe as long as he stays close to them. The next day, we see the students walking away from the base. Helmut used a map to show his teammates the location which they were assigned to. He told the boys that they will be able to get to their location within 4 hours if they use their horses. After saying this, Helmut closed the map and the boys began their journey. After traveling for a while, the boys arrived at their destination. The moment the boys arrived, James told our boy that he has something to show him. The redhead took Helmut to a place near a spring. James explained to our boy that the ground is flat so they can sit and rest. More importantly, they have a spring so they do not need to walk around to search for some water. James believed that their group was lucky to find a nice spot in the middle of the mountains. Helmut got down from his horse and walked up to the spring. Our boy dipped his hand into the spring and took a small amount of water to taste. Helmut was relieved to see that the water was not poisoned. He did not want to go through the same problem he faced when he traveled with the noble lady. While Helmut was next to the spring, Asuka walked up to him. The mad dog was surprised to see that Helmut rushed to the spring the moment he saw it. He asked Helmut if he was quite thirsty. Our boy did not know how to respond to Asuka's question. While the boys were looking around, Dino suggested that they unload and rest for a while. He reminded the boys that they arrived earlier than the original time. He told them that they have time to spare. James told the boys that they still have a lot of food from yesterday. He told them that he will try to get some firewood later. As the boys slowly unpacked, our boy looked around the area. In the evening, we see that the boys have set up their camp. The boys sat outside and gathered around the campfire. They all stared intensely into the fire. A sad and melancholic vibe was in the air. When our boy looked around, he could tell that his teammates were really down. Of course, our boy understood why his teammates were anxious. 3 of their members were injured and sent back to the academy. This was enough to make the students worry. While the boys were looking at the fire, Helmut stood up. Dino asked our boy if he needs something. Helmut told the boy that they are low on firewood. He told him that he wants to get some more. Asuka stood up and told our boy that he wants to go with him. The mad dog did not like the vibe which his teammates were giving. Our boy was annoyed to see that Asuka would not leave him alone. As the forest grew darker, the boys searched for some wood. After he was done searching, Asuka asked our boy if the wood he got is enough. Helmut commended the mad dog for helping him search. He revealed to him that they cannot use the wood which he found because they are wet. Asuka was surprised to hear this. He asked Helmut if they cannot just use any wood. Our boy explained to Asuka that wet wood will not catch fire. Asuka was annoyed to see that the forest was so dark. It was hard for the mad dog to see anything. He told Helmut that he will not be able to keep his eyes open when they get to Bayen because of the bright lights in the city. While Asuka was talking, our boy was looking around. The mad dog was annoyed to see that Helmut was not responding to him. He stood up and asked Helmut to try talking. Helmut ignored the mad dog and asked him to focus on getting the wood. Asuka was surprised to hear this. He called our boy a cold-hearted bastard. Since Helmut was not talking to him, Asuka decided to sing to himself. While he was singing, Helmut called out to him. The mad dog was surprised to hear our boy's voice. He immediately told Helmut that he is allowed to sing. Helmut ignored Asuka's statement and gave him the wood which he collected. While looking around, he asked Asuka to take the wood back to the camp. Asuka was surprised to hear this. He asked Helmut if something is wrong. Our boy told his friend that he has something urgent to take care of. The mad dog immediately understood what Helmut was talking about. He asked our boy if his problem is a big one. Asuka turned around and asked Helmut to do his business far away so that it does not smell. The mad dog did not understand why Helmut had been relieving himself ever since they came to find some wood. The moment Asuka left, our boy walked into the forest. Inside the forest, we see a man sharpening a stake. Helmut stepped out of the shadows to greet the man. He asked the man if he is prepared to his satisfaction. Our boy placed his hand on his sword and walked towards his hunter. The hunter turns out to be Fascio the entertainer. Fascio thanked Helmut for accepting his invitation. He told him that he enjoyed his pre-work thanks to him. Fascio believed Helmut had some questions for him. He asked our boy to sit down on a log so that they can chat. Fascio continued sharpening his stake when Helmut sat down. He told our boy that he is in a good mood because he can finally talk to him face to face. He explained to Helmut that he has gotten tired of watching him from afar. He asked him to tell him how it feels to see his hunter. Helmut told the entertainer that he has a weird taste in masks. Due to the fact that Fascio was hiding his face, our boy became certain that his hunter is quite shady. Fascio told Helmut that he is quite different from other preys. According to the entertainer, when most people realize that they are being targeted, they try to run away. However, Helmut is different. He constantly tried to catch his hunter. Fascio could not believe that Helmut actually acted like he was the true hunter. Helmut did not say anything to the man when he heard what he said. Fascio explained to our boy that he revealed himself to him in order to give him a last chance. The entertainer told Helmut that they both have a lot of things in common. Immediately he said this. Fascio placed his hand into his pocket and took out something. He threw the thing at Helmut. The moment the thing got close to him, Helmut placed his hand on his sword. To our boy's surprise, Fascio threw a worm at him. The moment he threw the worm at Helmut, Fascio introduced himself to him. He told our boy that he is the entertainer of the Dark of Hawkeye, an elite group that is directly under the leader of the Black Hawk. Fascio has the authority to recruit useful members into the group. He told Helmut that he is too talented for him to die in such a place. He asked our boy to join the Black Hawk by eating the worm. He revealed to him that the worm will eat his heart out if they do not provide him with a special medicine. He assured Helmut that the worm has no other side effects. Fascio explained to our boy that his men are waiting to kill his teammates if he refuses. He asked Helmut to think carefully before doing anything. Our boy glared at Fascio when he heard this. He told the entertainer that he is lying. Helmut believed that Fascio was not someone who could command subordinates. Fascio asked our boy to believe whatever he wants. Helmut found it odd that Fascio would kill nobles. He asked the entertainer if he will be all right after killing nobles. Fascio explained to Helmut that all nobles are not equal. He told him that he already sent all the important nobles away. Our boy immediately realized that Fascio was referring to his 3 teammates. The entertainer placed his hand on his head and asked Helmut to not overthink things. He told our boy that he never had a choice from the beginning. According to Fascio, the only way for Helmut to survive is if he accepts his offer. The moment Fascio said this, Helmut took a look at the worm. After staring at it for a while, our boy closed his eyes. He seemed to be disappointed. Helmut could not believe that Fascio actually told him that they have a lot in common. He used his leg to crush the worm and took a stance. He told the entertainer that he did not properly look into him. The moment Helmut said this, he rushed to attack him. Fascio threw his stake at a trap button in order to trigger a trap. Multiple steel wires came out of the ground and tried to tear Helmut apart. Unfortunately for Fascio, such traps could not stop our boy. Helmut imbued his sword with vis and used it to cut through the wire. Our boy closed the gap between himself and the entertainer. With a menacing look on his face, Helmut told Fascio that the whole problem will be solved if he kills him now. Our boy swung his sword and tried to tear Fascio apart. To his surprise, Fascio's body turned into red smoke and disappeared in front of him. The entertainer reappeared next to Helmut. Helmut could not comprehend what was happening. Fascio took out a knife and placed it on a wire. He told our boy that he threw away his chance. He assured Helmut that he will not leave the forest alive. The moment he said this, Fascio cut the wire. Immediately he cut the wire. Several projectiles closed in on our boy. Helmut was shocked to see what was coming towards him. When Fascio released the trap on our boy, the boys at the camp heard a loud sound and noticed a mild vibration in the area. James asked his teammates if the sound was caused by a landslide. Asuka was surprised to hear James' question. He told the boy that a landslide cannot happen since there hasn't been any rain. While Asuka was setting the fire, Andro asked him about where Helmut went to do his business. The boy found it odd that Helmut had not returned. The mad dog told the boy that Helmut might be heavily constipated. Asuka could not comprehend why Andro would be worried about our boy. He was certain that nothing bad could happen to Helmut. While the boys were talking, Dino returned to them with a large amount of hay in his hands. James was surprised to see the hay in Dino's hand. He remembered that the boy took the hay to the horses in order to feed them. James asked Dino to tell him why he brought the food back. The boy asked James if he moved their horses from their original location. James was surprised to hear this. He told Dino that he did not move the horses away from the pond. The boy told his teammate that the horses are no longer there. James was shocked to hear this. The team decided to confirm Dino's words. When they arrived at the pond, they saw that someone had cut the ropes of their horses. The boys were shocked to see this. James did not understand what was going on. He was certain that none of them moved the horses. It did not make sense to Asuka that someone could move 5 horses without any sound or traces. While the boys were talking, they hear the sound of something moving in the bushes. The boys were startled when they heard this sound. Asuka and James carefully turned around to see who was coming towards them. When the boys turned around, they saw a shadow-like figure walking towards them. James and Asuka were horrified to see this. The figure came out of the dark. It turned out to be Helmut. Our boy was panting heavily. Asuka yelled at Helmut when he saw him. He told him that he scared them. Asuka wanted to ask Helmut to look at their horses, but he quickly noticed that our boy was not looking well. he asked Helmut if something happened to him. Helmut asked James if anyone is missing. The boy was shocked to hear this. He asked our boy if something is wrong. Upon seeing the worried looks on the faces of the boys, Helmut decided to reveal the truth to them. Our boy asked his teammates to gather around. He told them that he has something to share with them. The boys gathered around the fire and Helmut explained everything to them. The team could not believe what they were hearing. James could not believe that the Black Hawk sent an assassin after Helmut because he incurred their wrath. He was more shocked to find out that the assassin is also trying to kill them. James began to tremble when he realized this. Andro asked Helmut if the 3 people who got hurt were injured by the assassin. The moment Andro asked this question, James lashed out on Helmut. He told our boy that they did not do anything to provoke the Black Hawk. James told Helmut that it is unfair that they have to die for his mistake. Immediately he said this. Asuka smacked him on the head. He told James that they are not going to die. Asuka asked Helmut if Sabbat was the one who sent the assassin to him. He believed that Sabbat could still hold a grudge against them. Our boy told the Mad Dog that Sabbat is not involved in the issue. He revealed to Asuka that he worked as a mercenary before entering the academy. He told the Mad Dog that he killed a few members of the Black Hawk while working. Helmut was certain that the Black Hawk is after him for revenge. The boys were shocked to hear this. They could not believe that Helmut actually killed someone. James asked our boy about the number of men he killed. He believed that the fight must have been difficult for Helmut because the men were adults with a lot of combat experiences. Our boy told James that the men were not particularly strong. He explained to him that the men were as strong as rank 3 mercenaries. The moment Helmut said this, he realized that he should have never mentioned anything about killing someone. When our boy looked at the faces of his teammates, he noticed that they were amazed. Andro was impressed to see that Helmut had more experience than the other students. Dino believed that our boy was stronger than the other students because he gained his skills through real combat. Helmut could not believe that his teammates were not shocked to hear about his situation. Our boy realized that his teammates were also swordsmen. It was natural for them to be impressed about such things. Helmut believed that what James said was right. He told the boys that it is not fair for them to suffer because of him. He assured them that he would take responsibility for the situation. Andro believed that it would not be right for our boy to face the assassins alone. He told Helmut that it is better they contact their instructors. James turned to the Mad Dog and asked him to hand over the communication marble. When Asuka looked into his pocket, he noticed that it was empty. The Mad Dog felt silly. He did not understand what was happening. He told his teammates that he does not have the marble. James and Dino yelled at the Mad Dog. Dino called him an idiot. He could not believe that Asuka lost the marble. The Mad Dog did not know what to say. He told his teammates that the assassin might have stolen it. Asuka explained to them that the assassin can steal anything if he is able to steal horses. Andro asked Helmut for their next step. He asked our boy if they should just leave immediately. Our boy told Andro that Fascio has probably set traps all over the mountain. Helmut believed that it would not be smart to move in the dark where their sight is affected. After thinking for a while, Helmut told the boys that they will leave the camp in the morning. He explained to them that they will arrive at the base in 12 hours without their horses. Our boy revealed to his teammates that the assassin is avoiding a direct confrontation with him. He explained to them that Fascio knows that he cannot win in a fair fight. Our boy told his teammates that he will watch their backs from the rear. With a serious look on his face, Helmut assured them that he will take Fascio out if he shows himself. The boys were shocked to hear this. After explaining the plan to them, Helmut stood up. He asked his teammates to rest up. He explained to them that it will be hard to run for 12 hours while also staying cautious. Our boy told the boys that they need to eat less and save for tomorrow. After the meeting was done, the boys went into their tent and Helmut sat outside to guard the tent. While our boy was on the lookout, Dino and James came out of the tent. Helmut was surprised to see them. He asked them about why they are awake. James explained to our boy that the group has decided to watch the area in pairs of 3. They believed that it was more efficient to watch in pairs. Our boy believed that his teammates were being stupid. He asked them to stop doing unnecessary things and save their strength. James reminded Helmut that he and the other boys are also swordsmen. He told our boy that their pride will not allow them to stay still while someone else is protecting them. He asked Helmut if he will not sleep at all. Our boy told his teammate that he can survive without sleeping for a few days. James realized that he was talking to a monster. With a smile on his face, the boy told Helmut that Fascio must be really scared of him for him to not show himself. Our boy asked James to never let his guard down. He told him that Fascio is not the type to give up on his prey. James understood what our boy was trying to say. He was about to ask Helmut something when he noticed something odd. Helmut signaled the boys to keep quiet. Our boy looked towards the bush. The other boys and Helmut hear something moving inside the bush. They quickly place their hands on their swords. The boys slowly approached the bush with their swords in their hands. When they got closer to the bush, Helmut signaled them with his hand. To the boys' surprise, there was nothing in the bush other than a horse. James immediately recognized the horse. He told Helmut and Dino that the horse belongs to him. The moment James said this, Helmut felt something. He quickly turned around and asked James and Dino to get away from the area. Before the boys could take a step, Fascio appeared from above. He appeared right above Dino. He used his hand to grab the boy. Helmut and James were shocked to see this. The moment Fascio grabbed the boy, he threw some balls at Helmut and James. These balls turned out to be smoke bombs. As the smoke bombs blinded their vision, James called out to Dino. Upon hearing the sound that came from outside, Asuka and Andro stood up to see what happened. They were shocked to see smoke outside the tent. James lost his cool and began to scream. Our boy asked him to calm down. He told him that they are simply surrounded by smoke. He asked James to stay alert because they do not know when Fascio will attack again. While trembling, James told Helmut that Fascio has Dino. Our boy explained to him that Dino was dragged away while he was still conscious. Helmut believed that Fascio would have killed Dino if he really wanted to. He asked James to think rationally. Helmut reminded James that he told him that he cannot allow someone to take responsibility for his life. He asked the boy to focus his wits on himself. Upon hearing what Helmut said, James slowly began to calm down. As the smoke slowly went away, Asuka and Dino ran to their teammates. They asked them to explain what is happening. Upon seeing how rattled his teammates were, Helmut realized that they might be in trouble. He understood that Fascio is good at exploiting the human psychological state. Our boy did not like the fact that Fascio was more experienced than them. Asuka asked James about where the assassin went. With a shaky tone in his voice, James told the mad dog that the assassin might still be nearby. The boy told his teammates that they cannot leave Dino with the assassin. Andro reminded the boy that they are in a situation where they do not know what to do. James was annoyed to hear this. He asked Andro if he wants to leave Dino and run away. The boy turned to Helmut and asked him if he is thinking of leaving Andro behind. Our boy told him that he has not yet given up on Dino. He explained to James that if they rush to attack Fascio together, they will be doing exactly what he wants. Helmut was worried because the camp would be defenseless if he goes to meet the assassin alone. James fell to the ground when he heard what our boy said. He could not believe that they were in such a terrible situation. The boy got angry and grabbed Helmut's shirt. Our boy was not moved by his teammates' action. James told Helmut that it is his fault that they are in such a terrible situation. He asked our boy to never think of abandoning Dino. Andro quickly grabbed James when he saw what he was doing. He told the boy that it is pointless to blame Helmut. He asked his teammate to let go of our boy and cool off his head. With a cold look in his eyes, Helmut explained to James that he has no intentions of abandoning Dino. He told the boy that he simply does not want to put the three of them in danger, all to save one person. He explained to James that the only way he can take responsibility is by saving as many of them as he can. James was shocked to hear this. He realized that Helmut was willing to leave Dino if the situation called for it. The boy raised his hand. He wanted to punch our boy. Andro held James tightly and asked him to calm down. He told the boy that he is getting too worked up. Andro managed to drag James away from our boy. After James entered the tent, Andro asked Helmut if he is okay. Our boy told his friend that James is not wrong. Andro calmly explained to our boy that he does not disagree with his reasoning. However, he was not okay with leaving Dino behind. The boy told his friend that they can think of a plan once James has calmed down. He assured Helmut that they can come up with a plan if they think together. Our boy decided to follow his friend's idea. The scene shifts and we see Helmut sitting next to the fire. While Helmut was sitting down, James walked up to him. The boy apologized to Helmut for his behavior. He explained to our boy that he was not thinking straight. Helmut stood up and told the boys that he has something to tell them. Our boy told them that they have no way of knowing where Dino is. He told them that he cannot guarantee their safety if they all fight together. Helmut believed that it is almost impossible for them to resolve this issue. However, they still cannot leave Dino behind. James explained to our boy that he has known Dino since they were kids. He told him that he cannot leave him in such a place. Andro told our boy that it is a huge disgrace to abandon a comrade in danger. The mad dog explained to Helmut that he does not have any form of grand loyalty to the boys. He simply hated the idea of chickening out. Upon hearing the opinions of his teammates, Helmut decided to take action. He told the boys that they can no longer sleep because they need to figure out a way to get Dino. While our boy was talking, he felt something coming closer to him. Helmut immediately used his sword to hit the thing when it got close to him. The object went up and landed in front of the boys. The boys were shocked to see an arrow. Asuka told the boys that there is something tied to the arrow. The group gathered around Helmut to see what was inside the bag attached to the arrow. When Helmut opened the bag, he and the boys saw something terrible. They saw a finger inside the bag. Andro was horrified to see a human finger. Helmut asked James to take a look at the finger. He asked the boy if the finger belongs to Dino. James was surprised to hear this. He told Helmut that the finger most likely belongs to Dino. James asked our boy if his friend is already dead. When our boy took a look at the finger, he could tell that Dino's blood was still circulating before the finger was cut off. He told James that Dino is still alive. Our boy realized that Fascio does not plan on killing them yet. While Helmut was looking at the finger, Andro noticed something in the bag. He asked our boy to look into the bag. He told him that there is something else inside. Our boy took out a map from the bag. Fascio marked a location on the map. He asked Helmut to come to the marked location alone if he wants to save Dino. Helmut and Dino did not recognize the marked location. Asuka asked our boy to hand over the map. He told him that he saw the place on their way to the camp. When Asuka and James looked at the map, James was able to identify the location. He told Helmut that the place is a hill with a lot of rocks. Asuka noticed that the marked location is quite far. He asked Helmut about the amount of time it would take him to get to the location. Our boy revealed to Asuka that it will take him 15 minutes if he runs at his top speed. The mad dog was shocked to hear this. He thought that our boy was messing with him. Helmut assured his friend that he is quite serious. Andro asked his teammates if they have any idea about what the assassin is planning. Asuka believed that this question was stupid. He told the boy that the assassin is trying to separate Helmut from them. James told our boy that he does not need to go alone. He told Helmut that they can all go together and take the assassin down. Andro asked James to calm down. He explained to the boy that they can put Dino in more danger if they leave together. He told him that it is better they play along with the assassin. Andro told the group that the only option for them is to allow Helmut to save Dino while they wait for him to return. Helmut did not have any objection against going alone. He told his teammates that Fascio will try to kill them once he leaves. Asuka was annoyed to hear this. He believed that Helmut was being proud. He told our boy that he and the other boys can hold Fascio down for 30 minutes until he returns. The mad dog was excited to fight Fascio. He had been aching for a fight. With a smile on his face, Asuka told his teammates that he has thought of a great plan. The boys were surprised to hear this. In the next scene, we see our boy running through the forest. After running for a while, Helmut is able to find Dino. Our boy saw Dino lying on the ground. Helmut quickly rushed to meet the boy. Our boy looked around the area to see if Fascio was hiding. Helmut did not sense the assassin in the area. Our boy already expected this. He knew that Fascio would go after the others the moment he left them. Helmut realized that he had to take Dino back immediately. When our boy placed his hand on Dino's body, he was surprised to see that Dino was not injured. Helmut tapped the boy and asked him to wake up. He told Dino that they have to return to the camp immediately. The moment our boy said this, he saw something shocking. The color of Dino's eyes had changed. Helmut was quite shocked to see this. He did not understand what was happening. Dino's veins popped out and the boy began to scream in pain. The boy rose up by himself and his body began to increase in size. He slowly tore his clothes. Helmut quickly stepped back when he saw what was happening to Dino. Our boy immediately recognized the energy in Dino's body. Helmut realized that Fascio gave Dino demonic energy. He never expected that the assassin would resort to using demonic energy. Demonic energy is a pure berserk energy. If unrefined demonic energy is injected into an ordinary human, the pure human energy and the demonic energy will clash until they annihilate each other. The human body will inevitably stop working once all the energy is exhausted. After Dino had fully transformed, the boy stood in front of Helmut. His body had now completely changed and he looked like the Hulk. Helmut was shocked to see his teammate's new form. He carefully placed his hand on his sword. Dino, who seemed to have lost his mind, stared at Helmut with a terrifying set of eyes. After staring at our boy for a while, Dino rushed to attack him. Helmut quickly drew his sword when he saw the boy coming. When Dino closed the gap between Helmut and himself, he tried to punch our boy. Fortunately, Helmut was able to block the attack with his sword. Dino was still able to send Helmut flying with his punch. While Helmut was still moving back, Dino rushed to attack him. When he got close to our boy, he stretched out his hand and tried to grab him. While trying to grab Helmut, The boy smashed the ground with his fist. Helmut was able to dodge this attack by jumping. When our boy landed on the ground, he took a look at the boy. Although Dino took in a significant amount of demonic energy, it only transformed him into a humanoid monster. Helmut did not see any difficulty in killing Dino. Our boy did not know what to do because he did not want to kill Dino. While Helmut was thinking, Dino screamed and released some waves of demonic energy. The moment the waves were released, Helmut's seed of darkness began to resonate with it. Our boy was shocked to see this. He did not understand what was happening. When the waves went away, the seed of darkness became calm again. Our boy placed his hand on his chest. He realized that his seed of darkness is reacting to pure demonic energy in the air. While he was on the ground, Helmut took a look at Dino. He also looked at his chest. An idea emerged in our boy's head thanks to his seed of darkness. While Helmut was looking at him, Dino rushed to attack him. When Dino got close to our boy, he used his fist to attack him. Helmut was able to block the attacks. Dino began to attack our boy more fiercely. Unfortunately for him, Helmut was able to match his speed and block each one of his attacks. The Hulk Dino became more enraged when he saw this. He tightened his fist and attacked our boy at a frightening speed. The attack got close to Helmut's face. Unfortunately for Dino, his opponent is Helmut. Our boy easily dodged the attack by moving to the side. Dino's hand hit the cliff behind Helmut. The moment his punch landed on the cliff, it broke it apart. Dino looked up when he saw that he was under the shadow of something. The moment Dino was distracted, our boy activated his vis. He used his sword to cut Dino in the leg. The boy's leg went down and he screamed out in pain. Helmut assured the boy that he would take him out later. He asked Dino to meditate while he is buried under the stones. Dino watched as the cliff fell on him. A loud sound echoed throughout the area. When the cliff fell, the area was covered in dust. As the dust slowly cleared up, Helmut found Dino in a rubble. Our boy went down on his knees to check the boy's condition. He placed his hand on Dino's head. The moment our boy placed his hand on Dino's head, he closed his eyes and activated his seed of darkness. Helmut used his seed of darkness to slowly take away the demonic energy in Dino's body. Our boy thought of this idea when he realized that the seed of darkness was capable of absorbing demonic energy. Although Dino had a lot of demonic energy in him, it was much weaker than the demonic energy that was in the forest of roots. Our boy felt relieved because he could easily burn the energy with his vis. As Helmut slowly absorbed the demonic energy, Dino's body slowly began to transform back to his normal self. When our boy was done absorbing the energy, Dino's body completely returned back to normal. After absorbing the energy, Helmut closed his eyes and used his vis to burn some of the demonic energy. When our boy opened his eyes, he realized that he still had a lot of energy to burn. Helmut was not worried because he knew that the energy was weak and he can easily burn it over time. Our boy was relieved that Fascio was not in the area. It would have been hard for him to fight both Dino and Fascio. Since Dino was already fine, Helmut decided to take him back to the camp. While trying to pull his teammate out, Helmut asked Dino to put himself together. He told the boy that they are in a dire situation and they need to head back to the camp. While trying to pull Dino out, Helmut saw something shocking. The ground began to break apart. Our boy realized that there was a lot of impacts from the fight. He immediately understood that he and Dino have ruined the ground. Before Helmut could do anything, the ground broke apart. The scene shifts and we see Asuka, Andro and James standing side by side. James asked the Mad Dog about the amount of time Helmut has spent. Asuka asked James to forget about Helmut. He told the boy that they need to focus because the fight is about to start. The moment the Mad Dog said this, we see Fascio step out of the forest. When Fascio came out of the shadows, James turned to see him. He told Asuka that Fascio is the person who kidnapped Dino. Asuka asked James to pay attention to his front. He told James that he needs to focus in order to not mess up their plan. Before Helmut went to save Dino, he and the boys tried to come up with a plan. Our boy explained to the group that Fascio's stealth skills are on another level. He told them that it is not possible for humans to detect the assassin. Asuka was surprised to hear this. He asked Helmut if it is possible for them to handle such a skilled assassin. In order to counter Fascio, Helmut explained to the boys that they need to stand side by side to cover each other. Our boy believed that this method was effective because it allows the boys to watch all three directions at the same time, and they can also counter Fascio's attacks too. Helmut told the Mad Dog to use his plan if the need arises. The scene shifts and we are taken back to the present. Fascio pointed his finger at the boys and counted them. He told the boys that even though Helmut is not with them, They are now 4 people left. James was shocked to hear this. The boy turned around and asked if Dino is dead. Asuka was annoyed to see how James behaved. He asked the boy if he is going to believe everything that their enemy says. Upon seeing how bold the mad dog was, Fascio was able to deduce that he is Asuka. He realized that James and Andro are the ones who are nobles. Fascio greeted the boys and introduced himself as Fascio the Entertainer. He told them that he came to hunt them down because they made a wrong friend. Fascio explained to the boys that although he wants to kill Helmut, it will be difficult for him to kill 2 nobles. He told them that he does not like to take unnecessary risks. The assassin told James and Andro that he has a proposal for them. He asked the 2 boys to assist him in dealing with the commoner among them. He assured them that he would let them go if they deal with Asuka. The 2 boys were shocked to hear this. Fascio told the boys that they finally have an opportunity to deal with the commoner who has been a nuisance in the swordsmanship department. He told them that they can simply say that Asuka died while fighting the assassin alone. He assured them that they will receive convincing injuries that will help them avoid suspicion. James and Andro became quiet when they heard this. Asuka became nervous when he saw how quiet the boys were. He could not believe that James and Andro might actually believe Fascio's lie. The mad dog asked the boys to not do anything stupid. He told them that Fascio is trying to fool them. Asuka did not like the fact that the boys were quiet. He asked them to respond to him. With a stern look on his face, James told the mad dog that his head is much clearer than it has ever been. Asuka was surprised to hear this. Andro smiled when he heard what James said. James raised his sword and told Fascio that there is no swordsman stupid enough to abandon his own comrade. The redhead told the assassin that they will defeat him and they will all return alive. Fascio was annoyed to hear this. The assassin realized that he should have never tried to reason with the blockheads of the swordsmanship department. The assassin went down and told the boys that he will bury all of them. Upon seeing that Fascio had taken a stance, Asuka warned the boys that the assassin is about to attack. He asked them to stay focused. The moment he said this, Fascio disappeared into the air in front of him. Asuka was shocked to see this. James was shocked to see that Fascio actually disappeared. Asuka asked the boy to focus. He reminded him that Fascio is hiding his presence and not his body. He told James that they can take on Fascio if they maintain their current positions. The boys looked around carefully. After waiting for a while, James and Andro began to breathe heavily. The swords in their hands were also shaking. James did not understand why Fascio was not attacking. Asuka explained to the boy that Fascio wants them to break their focus. He asked James to never let his guard down. James did not like the fact that Fascio was toying with them. While James was talking to Asuka, Fascio appeared before him and tried to attack him. Fortunately, James was able to block the attack. Fascio jumped back when James blocked his attack. Andro immediately called out to James when he heard the sound of his sword. James told the boy that he is fine. While he was in the air, Fascio told James that he is the weak link in the group. He told the boy that he will eliminate him first. The moment the assassin said this, Andro turned to James. He asked the boy to hold on tight. The moment Andro turned to James, Fascio appeared in front of him. Andro was horrified to see the assassin in front of him. Fascio rushed to attack him. The boy was barely able to block the attack. Fascio was able to land a hit on him. The assassin stepped back after landing the attack. James called out to Andro when he heard the sound of his sword. Asuka was annoyed to see what was happening. He did not like the fact that Fascio was simply toying with them. When he landed on the ground, the assassin told the boys that their skills are very disappointing for students of the swordsmanship department. The entertainer was annoyed to see that he would not enjoy his hunt. The assassin raised his blade and told the boys that he is about to speed the fight up. He asked them not to break easily. The moment he said this, Fascio cut Asuka on his shoulder at a crazy speed. The mad dog was not able to react to Fascio's speed. Fascio began to attack the boys at a frightening speed. He made several cuts on their body. The boys tried to react to the attacks, but they were not good enough. As the sunlight slowly came into sight, we see the boys covered in blood and injuries. While looking at them from a tree, Fascio laughed at them. He told them that they finally looked like praise. The boys could not respond. They were too tired and injured. Asuka pulled himself together and told Fascio that he is not enjoying himself to the fullest. He told the assassin that he will regret it if he ends the fight early. With a confident smile on his face, Asuka asked Fascio to let Andro and James go. He told the assassin that he can give him another level of thrill. Asuka explained to Fascio that he cannot use his full strength if he has to carry 2 deadweights. Andro called out to the mad dog when he heard his idea. Fascio could not believe that Asuka wanted him to spare James and Andro. He told the mad dog that he is asking for a very tearful favor. Fascio did not see a reason to grant Asuka his request. The mad dog told the assassin that he will have more fun fighting him alone. He explained to Fascio that he wants Andro and James to leave in order for him to be able to swing his sword freely. Fascio was not convinced when he heard this. He told Asuka that he does not look capable enough. The mad dog was annoyed to hear this. He asked Fascio if he has been lied to his entire life. He told the assassin that he does not know about his skills. Asuka told the entertainer that he has no problem with him picking on weaklings. He explained to Fascio that he will never be able to beat Helmut if he is not able to defeat him. The sentence pissed off the assassin. Fascio came down from the tree. He told Asuka that his provocation was poor. He explained to the mad dog that although his provocation was poor, he still managed to anger him. Fascio placed his blade on his shoulder and told the mad dog that he likes seeing his prey resisting. Fascio did not care whether Asuka had a plan or if he was being arrogant. He simply wanted to enjoy himself. He asked Asuka to get rid of Andro and James. Asuka turned to the boys and asked them to fall back. While struggling to stand, James tried to question Asuka. Andro immediately stops the boy. He told James that he will be in real danger if he is not able to stop his bleeding. He asked James to let Asuka take over. He told the boy that he needs to get treated. James leaned on Andro, and they slowly dragged themselves away from the area. After his teammates left, Asuka got the space to himself. The mad dog began to stretch his body. After stretching his body, Asuka picked up his sword and told Fascio that he is ready. The moment the boy said this, Fascio appeared behind him. The assassin swung his blade and aimed for Asuka's neck. Fortunately, the mad dog was able to sense the attack. He quickly turned around and dodged the attack. Although Asuka was able to dodge the attack, Fascio still managed to slash his back. The moment he turned around, Asuka swung his sword. Unfortunately for the mad dog, Fascio is quite fast. The assassin saw Asuka's sword coming towards him. He quickly jumped and disappeared. Asuka was annoyed to see this. The mad dog quickly placed his hand on his back in order to stop his bleeding. While Asuka was looking around, Fascio reappeared in the air. The assassin attacked the mad dog from above. Asuka tried to block the attack. Unfortunately, Fascio was too fast for him. The assassin landed an attack on the mad dog's shoulder. The moment Fascio landed on the ground, Asuka rushed to attack him. Fascio easily dodged the attack by moving back. Fascio reappeared in the air and stared at Asuka from above. The mad dog decided to change his stance. He stood up and placed his hand at his back. This is the exact stance Charlotte uses. While staring at Asuka, Fascio noticed that the mad dog had left a cut on his mask. When the entertainer landed on the ground, he noticed that Asuka had changed his sword style. He was surprised to see this because he did not hear anything about the mad dog having another style. Fascio began to wonder if Asuka actually had a plan for the fight. The entertainer decided to ignore his instincts. He rushed to attack Asuka. He left another cut on the mad dog's body. Asuka grit his teeth and withstood the pain. The mad dog calmed himself and began to focus on his vis. Asuka decided to enhance his nerves with vis. He did this in order to be able to strike immediately. He feels Fascio's sword next to him. Asuka realized that only Charlotte would be able to perfectly execute the technique. Fascio easily closed the gap between Asuka and himself. He left another cut on Asuka's body. The mad dog had no choice but to take the hit. As Andro and James watched their teammate fight, they realized that he was using Charlotte's technique. Fascio tried to attack Asuka again. The mad dog was able to sense the attack. He used his hand to block it. He was barely able to stop Fascio from cutting his neck. Upon seeing that his attack was not successful, the assassin stepped back. The moment the assassin stepped back, Asuka tried to catch his breath. The mad dog was breathing heavily. Fascio began to laugh like a crazy person. Asuka asked the assassin to tell him why he is laughing. Fascio told Asuka that he is really enjoying his fight. The assassin was impressed to see that Asuka's senses became sharper the more he was cornered. Fascio commended the mad dog on his improvement. He told Asuka that he has become a prey that is on the same level as Helmut. With a creepy tone in his voice, Fascio told the mad dog that he would love to continue fighting. Unfortunately for the assassin, his main dish will soon be arriving. This means that he has to end the fight now. The entertainer took a stance and told Asuka that he has had enough fun. He told the mad dog that he will allow him to rest in peace. Asuka was annoyed to hear this. He took a stance and told the assassin that he will not die simply because he wants him to. The moment Asuka said this, Fascio appeared in front of him and was about to use his blade to cut off his neck. Asuka quickly put his hand next to his neck and let the blade hit something. James and Andro were shocked to see what happened. They thought that Fascio managed to kill their teammate. To Fascio's surprise, Asuka covered his hand in vis and used it to stop the blade. The assassin could not believe what he was seeing. He noticed that his blade was stuck in between something that was in Asuka's hand. With a confident smile on his face, the mad dog called Fascio a highly esteemed assassin. He asked the entertainer if he is well trained in holding his breath. Fascio was surprised to hear this question. The scene shifts and we see Asuka explaining his plan to the team. The mad dog took out a vacuum magic scroll he bought when he went shopping. The scroll will be activated if it is torn or damaged. Asuka wrapped the scroll around his arm. He knew that Fascio would try to finish the fight if he played along with him. The mad dog planned to make Fascio attack the arm which he wrapped the scroll around. Asuka made this plan because he believed that it would grant him an opening. The scene shifts and we are taken back to the present. The scroll which Fascio tore created a small barrier around them. The assassin struggled to catch his breath inside the barrier. With the opening he created, Asuka rushed to attack Fascio. The assassin took out his blade and used his hand to block the attack. Asuka's sword went into Fascio's hand. However, the assassin was able to stop the attack by covering his hand with his energy. The mad dog was annoyed to see this. He did not like the fact that Fascio stopped his sword with the same method he used to stop his attack. As Asuka tried to forcefully cut off the assassin's hand, Fascio stood up and kicked the mad dog away. The moment Fascio kicked Asuka away, the barrier got dispelled. The mad dog fell and rolled on the ground. While his hand was losing a large amount of blood, Fascio's body began to shake. With a tone of anger in his voice, the assassin called Asuka an arrogant monkey. While Fascio was shaking, he saw a ball on the ground. Asuka was surprised to see the communication marble next to him. Fascio immediately realized that he was looking at the communication marble. He did not understand what was going on. He was certain that the boys had lost the marble. Fascio remembered that Asuka did not see the marble when he checked his pocket. When the assassin took a look at Asuka, he noticed something odd about his vest. The entertainer realized that the marble was at the back pocket of the mad dog's vest. Asuka quickly reached out to the marble and grabbed it. He called his instructors the moment he grabbed the communication marble. He asked them to save his team from an assassin that is trying to kill them. Fascio threw his blade at Asuka to stop him from talking. His blade shattered the team's communication marble. The moment the marble shattered, an instructor called out to Asuka and asked him about what is happening. The mad dog began to laugh when he heard the instructor's voice. He told Fascio that he does not have the time to be resting on the ground. He explained to the assassin that their instructors will soon be able to get their location with Professor Dwayne's teleportation magic. Fascio clenched his fist out of anger. He quickly rushed to attack Asuka. He told the mad dog that he will take his life before their instructors arrive. While running towards Asuka, Fascio felt something odd in the forest. The assassin immediately recognized the terrifying, suffocating aura. He realized that Helmut is back from the cliff. Before the assassin could reach Asuka, someone landed in front of him. Fascio jumped to avoid the person from hitting him. The area was covered in dust when the person landed on the ground. When the dust cleared up, the assassin saw someone glaring at him. This person turns out to be Helmut. Our boy held Dino in his hands. Fascio immediately stepped back when he saw Helmut. Upon seeing how the situation was, the assassin considered the operation to be a failure. Fascio knew that he would die if he continues to fight. The entertainer decided to run away. Fascio disappeared in front of the boys. Andro was surprised to see this. He could not believe that Fascio actually ran away. James was happy to see Dino. Helmut told the boys that they looked terrible. Asuka was annoyed to hear this. He reminded our boy that he told them that he would spend 30 minutes. The mad dog told Helmut that they almost died because he was a little late. Our boy apologized to Asuka. He told him that he was delayed by an unexpected variable. Helmut carefully laid Dino on the ground. He told Asuka that they still managed to hold on to the end. James and Andro laughed when they heard this. Asuka grunted when he heard what Helmut said. Andro revealed to our boy that they found the communication marble and they were able to contact the instructors. He told Helmut that their instructors should be arriving soon. Helmut stood up and asked the boys to wait at the camp. With a terrifying look on his face, our boy said that he has to tie up a loose end. The scene shifts and we see Fascio running in the forest. The assassin was annoyed to see that he was only able to recover one blade. While running, Fascio realized that Helmut would chase after him. He knew that our boy would already be chasing him. The assassin believed that Helmut was stupid to do this. This is because he already covered the forest with traps. While Fascio did not like the fact that he would return to the base with the shame of failure, he assured himself that he would get rid of Helmut. While the assassin was thinking, something moved towards him. Fortunately for him, he was able to sense this thing. Fascio turned around and used his blade to block the object. Although he blocked the attack, the impact of the attack damaged his body. This is because the object was covered in vis. When the assassin blocked the attack, he saw that someone shot the object at him from a tree. When Fascio looked clearly, he realized that Helmut was the one who shot him. Our boy was standing on a tree with a bow in his hand. The entertainer hit a tree and fell to the ground. While struggling to get up, Helmut congratulated the assassin. He told him that he is the first person in the Black Hawk to survive the attack. While he was on the ground, the assassin spat out some blood. He asked our boy to tell him how he was able to avoid his traps. Helmut was disappointed to hear this. With a cold gaze in his eyes, our boy asked Fascio if he has ever fallen for any of his traps. The assassin was shocked to hear this. When he looked into the forest, he noticed that Helmut blazed through the traps with brute force. Fascio could not believe that Helmut actually faced the traps head-on. While the assassin was looking at his traps, Helmut shot at him again. The assassin was able to dodge the attack. The object hit the ground. When Fascio took a look at the object Helmut shot him with, he was surprised to see that our boy shot him with a tree branch. He realized that this was what Helmut used to kill the members of his organization. As Fascio slowly disappeared into the air, he commended Helmut on pushing him to a corner. He told our boy that such tricks will not work on him. Helmut explained to the assassin that it is quite amusing to see a prey struggling when it is cornered. With a horrifying look on his face, our boy apologized to Fascio. He told the entertainer that he does not plan to hunt like him. Our boy moved to the ground. The moment Helmut landed on the ground, Fascio moved into the forest. The assassin believed that our boy made a mistake by chasing him into the forest confidently. He was certain that Helmut would not be able to handle his attacks in the dark forest. Fascio circled around our boy. While moving around, the assassin noticed that Helmut had a blind spot behind him. He quickly moved close to our boy and tried to attack him from behind. The moment Fascio got close to him, Helmut turned around. He covered his sword with vis and swung it at the entertainer. Fascio was shocked to see the attack. He did not understand what was happening. The assassin went down and rolled on the ground to dodge the attack. Immediately, he dodged the attack. Fascio stood up. The entertainer did not understand how Helmut was able to sense his presence. With a terrifying aura around him, Helmut glared at the man. Fascio was surprised to see this. He assumed that our boy was simply lucky to sense his presence. He decided to use his full power to end the fight. Fascio jumped on the trees at a frightening speed. He began to cut the branches. The entertainer planned to use the darkness and tree shadow to obscure Helmut's vision. The falling leaves were to hide his presence. Fascio was certain that our boy's eyes and ears will not be functioning properly. He believed that Helmut will not be able to sense his presence because he is moving at a high speed. As the leaves surrounded Helmut, Fascio rushed to attack him from behind. Unfortunately for the assassin, Helmut turned around and swung his sword. The entertainer was shocked to see this. He could not comprehend what was happening. He barely dodged the attack by moving back into the forest. As Fascio ran into the forest, he turned around to see our boy. He realized that Helmut could actually sense his presence. This did not make sense to the assassin. He believed that it was impossible for a human to see through his stealth. The entertainer landed on a tree and took a look at Helmut. He noticed that our boy's eyes were closed. Fascio was shocked to see this. He decided to check something. He ran to attack Helmut. Our boy covered his sword with vis and used it to block the assassin's attack. The entertainer moved away from our boy when he blocked the attack. He immediately understood how Helmut was able to sense his presence. According to the entertainer, no matter how advanced a stealth skill is, it is impossible to completely hide murderous intent that is released when attacking. Fascio realized that Helmut was sensing the murderous aura in an instant. He pinpointed the location and quickly countered the attack. The assassin could not believe what he was seeing. Fascio had expected our boy to be tired because he fought a berserk human and was forced to overcome many traps. The entertainer realized that Helmut was performing a feat that is beyond human sensory capabilities. Our boy turned to the assassin and asked him about why he is no longer attacking. He asked Fascio if he has run out of tricks. The moment he said this, Helmut told the assassin that it is now his turn to attack. Immediately he said this, our boy covered his sword with a large amount of vis. Fascio was shocked to see this. He could not believe that Helmut was able to use the embodiment of vis. He realized that our boy is already as strong as a rank 1 mercenary. The entertainer realized that he has lost a lot of blood. He knew that he will no longer be able to use his vis very soon. Fascio understood that it will be dangerous for him to continue using stealth. Although the assassin was getting weaker, he believed that our boy will not be able to embody his vis around his sword for long. The assassin moved behind a tree. He decided to wait for Helmut's vis to run out. The moment he went behind the tree, our boy used his sword to attack the tree. Fascio managed to dodge the attack, but the tree was cut down. The entertainer was shocked to see this. Helmut moved close to the man and landed a heavy hit on him. The attack sent Fascio flying. When the assassin crashed on the ground, a large explosion occurred. As the entertainer slowly pulled himself up, he began to cough out some blood. Before Fascio could take a step, our boy appeared in front of him. With a menacing look on his face, Helmut asked the assassin if he has anything to show him now that his weapon is gone. Fascio began to laugh when he heard this. He realized that he only had one thing left to do. The assassin raised his hand up and told Helmut that he wants to surrender. Our boy was surprised to see this. He used his leg to kick the assassin. When Fascio fell to the ground, he began to laugh. He asked our boy if a student of the swordsmanship department is allowed to treat surrendered people in such a way. Helmut reminded the entertainer that they are not in a duel. He raised his leg up and used it to break one of Fascio's legs. The assassin screamed out in pain. Our boy told him that he should not plan to run away. The entertainer raised his head up and told our boy that he will stop chasing after him if he spares his life. He assured him that the Black Hawk will stop chasing after him. Helmut did not see a reason to trust Fascio's words. He reminded the assassin that his immediate pursuer will be dead if he kills him. This action benefits our boy more. The entertainer asked our boy to think carefully. He reminded him that he is only one member of the Black Hawk. He revealed to Helmut that other members will come after him if he dies. He assured him that the members will not come alone. Fascio asked our boy if he will be able to protect his friends when he gets into that situation. Helmut moved closer to Fascio and used his leg to break the assassin's hand. He also used his sword to stab him in his hand. The entertainer screamed out in pain. With a horrifying look on his face, Helmut asked Fascio to not misunderstand things. He assured the assassin that he is definitely going to die in the forest. He told him that he will kill the other members who come after him. With a horrifying tone in his voice, our boy asked the entertainer to accept his fate. Fascio became terrified when he heard this. He could tell that he was going to die. Helmut raised his sword up and told the assassin that he will end the fight since he has nothing to say. Before our boy could stab the assassin, a man in a hood appears behind him. The person referred to Helmut as the boy from the swordsmanship department. He asked our boy to not kill the entertainer. Helmut was shocked to hear this person's voice. He quickly turned around. With a smile on the man's face, he told our boy that it will be a problem for the organization if he kills Fascio. Helmut did not understand what was happening. He wondered about who the man was. Our boy was surprised to see that it is harder to detect the man's presence than Fascio's. Even though the man was right in front of Helmut, he could not tell if the man was alive or if he is a corpse. With a shaky tone in his voice, Fascio referred to the man as Talon. Upon seeing how Fascio was trembling, our boy realized that the man is the leader of the Black Hawk. Talon told our boy that he will pay him if he spares Fascio's life. Helmut told the man that the assassin needs to pay the price for his actions. He told him that no other price will be meaningful other than Fascio's death. Talon was surprised to hear this. He believed that he could not lose Fascio because their organization was already suffering from a shortage of manpower. The man did not want to lose someone as competent as the entertainer. He told our boy that the only thing he can provide would be money and information that is valuable. He asked Helmut if he can overlook the situation for such a price. The moment he said this, our boy took a look at the man. Helmut could tell that Talon is very strong. Seeing that he was not in a good condition, our boy could not see any openings to attack the man. Helmut realized that there will be a recoil from the Seed of Darkness if he kills the entertainer. Our boy could tell that Talon did not want to fight. He believed that it would not be smart for him to put himself in a fight that would be difficult for him to win. Talon promised our boy that he will cancel the pursuit on him. He assured him that he would refuse any request that has something to do with him. He told Helmut that the offer is very favorable for him. Upon hearing Talon's offer, Helmut took a look at Fascio. Our boy did not like his situation. He turned to Talon and told him that he wants both the money and the information. The man accepted our boy's offer. He threw a bag at Helmut. He told him that there is 300,000 marks in the bag. He asked him to check the bag himself. Our boy used his sword to open the bag. He was able to confirm the amount. Talon told Helmut that he is willing to give him any information for free. Our boy told the man that the deal is off if he is only willing to share one piece of information. He pointed his sword at Fascio and told Talon that he needs at least 5 pieces of information from both him and Fascio. Talon glared at Helmut when he heard this. The man was not surprised to see that our boy made such a request. Talon revealed to our boy that he has met countless customers as he bought and sold information for decades. The man could tell when someone has a lot of questions by the look on their face. He told our boy that he is making a curious face. Helmut was surprised to hear this. Talon raised his hand up and explained to our boy that he and Fascio will give him a combined total of 5 pieces of information. He told Helmut that he cannot go higher than his current offer. He explained to him that he cannot make any more loss from the deal. Our boy decided to take the offer. He pointed his sword at Fascio and asked him about the place he hid the horses. The entertainer revealed to Helmut that he will find the horses tied up in a large cave. He explained to our boy that he needs to move east from their current location. Our boy asked Fascio if there is a chance that the Hawkeye's members will retaliate if they believe that he killed him. The entertainer explained to Helmut that the Hawkeyes usually operate on a one-man basis. Although the group occasionally teams up for a mission, they do not chat with one another. Fascio revealed to Helmut that some members might actually be happy that he died because there will be less competition. He told our boy that the Hawkeyes does not understand the concept of a team. Helmut was surprised to hear this. Our boy decided to confirm something. He moved his sword closer to Fascio's mask and slowly used it to remove the mask. The entertainer begged Helmut to not take off his mask, unfortunately for him. Our boy did not listen. When Helmut took off the mask, he saw an ugly man who had a huge scar on one part of his face. The man had crooked teeth. Our boy was shocked to see the assassin's face. He turned around and asked Fascio to keep wearing his mask. Helmut told Talon that he did not want the last information he received. He told the man that he still has 3 questions left. He asked Talon to tell him the kind of information he can provide. Talon placed his hand into his hood and took out a communication marble. He explained to our boy that he is holding a top-secret communication marble that will allow him to directly talk to the head of the Black Hawk. He told Helmut to contact him with the marble when he knows the information he wants. He assured our boy that he will give him any 3 pieces of information that he wants, even if the information is on the level of a country's top secret. Talon explained to Helmut that the communication marble can only be used within 10 years. He told our boy that he will not be obligated to provide him any information after 10 years. Seeing that Talon took out money and a communication marble from his hood, Helmut realized that the man's hood has a storage magic built into it. Our boy asked the man to give him the hood. He explained to the man that people will suspect him if he walks out of the forest holding a bag of cash and a communication marble. The man took off the hood and threw it at our boy. As the hood came closer to Helmut, it obstructed his vision. Our boy quickly bent his head to see the face of the leader. Helmut was surprised to see that the leader of the Black Hawk was an old man. He was certain that the old man is the camp manager. He asked the man about how he was able to hide his energy. The man placed his hand on his face and revealed to our boy that his forte is disguise. He told our boy that it is hard for him to explain his skill. Talon told Helmut that he wants to show him his face as a show of faith in order to gain his trust. Immediately the man said this. He removed his hand from his face, and we see his true appearance. The leader turns out to be a handsome young man with dark red eyes and 2 cross signs on his face. The moment he saw Talon's face, Helmut picked up Fascio and threw him at the man. Talon easily caught his subordinate. With a look of anger on his face, our boy told Talon that he will definitely kill Fascio if he ever appears in front of him. With a smile on his face, the man thanked Helmut for letting the entertainer go. Talon was surprised to see how wounded his subordinate was. He realized he needed to get Fascio treated immediately. Our boy put his sword back into its sheath and turned around. Before Helmut could walk away, Talon called out to him. The man told our boy that he has a question for him. Based on our boy's actions and behavior, Talon could tell that Helmut has no qualms with taking another person's life. The man told our boy that he often hesitates right before he swings his sword. He asked Helmut if he is trying to act innocent or if he has a lot of things on his mind. The man explained to our boy that there are times when he needs to swing his sword without any hesitation. Helmut was surprised to hear this. He asked Talon if he is giving him advice. The man was shocked to hear this. He realized that he actually gave Helmut advice without knowing. He apologized to our boy for making him uncomfortable. Helmut assured the man that his words are correct. He told Talon that he cannot act as he wishes because he is currently a student of Greta Academy. Talon laughed when he heard this. He could not believe that our boy will not kill because he is a student. He told Helmut that he is quite funny. The moment he said this, he and Fascio's body began to slowly fade away. Before he completely faded, the man told our boy that he will be waiting for him to contact him. The scene shifts and we see Talon and Fascio riding a horse out of the forest. While on the horse, Fascio told his leader that he is ashamed. He could not believe that Talon had to give out some money, his hood, and 3 pieces of information simply to save him. Talon asked his subordinate if the price he paid was too high. The entertainer told his master that he will remember the favor for the rest of his life and work to pay it back. He assured Talon that he would kill Helmut and get back the things he paid. Talon smiled when he heard this. The man asked his subordinate if he believes that his mission was almost successful. He told Fascio that he was not even close to succeeding. He told him that the Black Hawk will no longer be involved in anything relating to Helmut. Fascio was surprised to hear this. He explained to his master that they can get more people to take down Helmut. He assured him that they would be able to take down our boy if they gather all their fighting power. The entertainer told Talon that they need to get rid of Helmut before he becomes a bigger threat to them. Talon laughed when he heard this. He realized that Fascio was quite angry that our boy took off his mask. He believed that the entertainer was angry for him to say such an irrational thing. The leader told Fascio that they can certainly kill Helmut if they use the organization's entire fighting power. However, they would have to use a large amount of manpower and resources to carry out such a mission. Talon did not believe that our boy was a threat worth sacrificing a large amount of resources on. The man reminded Fascio that Helmut spared his life earlier. He told the assassin that someone who can show his enemies mercy is not the kind of person who would betray his allies. He assured the entertainer that they will benefit more from building a friendly relationship with our boy than being hostile to him. Talon told Fascio that he still has a lot of work to do. He asked the assassin to focus on his recovery. With a smile on his face, the leader told his subordinate that our boy is actually like a wild beast. The scene shifts and we see Helmut return to the camp. When our boy returned, Instructor Alan and Instructor Patricia ran to meet him. Alan asked him if he is all right. He asked our boy if he is hurt. Helmut told the instructor that he is fine. The moment he said this, our boy took a look around. He saw Andro and James lying on a tree while Asuka was stretching his body. He also saw Dino getting healed by Professor Dwayne. While Helmut was looking around, Alan began to scold him for chasing after Fascio. He asked our boy to tell him the reason why he did something so reckless. Our boy assured the instructor that nothing happened. He told him that he could not catch up to Fascio because he was too fast. Alan told our boy that something awful could have happened to him. Helmut told the instructor that everything is fine as long as nothing happened. Alan did not like our boy's response, but he had to accept it. After Professor Dwayne was done using his healing magic on Dino, Helmut walked up to him and asked him about Dino's condition. The professor was surprised to see that our boy has returned. He explained to Helmut that Dino's finger has been reattached and his external injuries have been taken care of. However, there is still some traces of demonic energy in his body. This energy cannot be removed by the professor. Professor Dwayne remembered that our boy was the one who saved Dino. He asked Helmut to tell him what happened. According to Helmut, Dino suddenly transformed into a monster and went on a rampage. After that, he suddenly collapsed. Our boy told the man that Dino had used up all his energy. Alan was surprised to hear that there is demonic energy in his student's body. Professor Dwayne was surprised to hear this. He knew that the veins of any human who has been injected with demonic energy usually gets burned up and the host will die. Dwayne assumed that Dino's body must have leaked out the energy because only a small amount of it was put into his body. He could not believe that Dino would be so fortunate. Dwayne revealed to our boy that Dino will recover if they send him to the temple and purify the remaining demonic energy. Instructor Patricia placed her hand on her head out of anger. She could not believe that an assassin would be sent to the area. She realized that she should have guarded the place where the first trap was found. The instructor apologized to Helmut. She told him that the incident occurred because they got complacent. Although Patricia said this, Our boy knew that he was the one who endangered everyone because of the danger he brought upon himself. At first, Helmut simply liked the fact that there was a strong enemy around him. However, the blades also went for the people around him, so he no longer enjoyed the situation. After our boy saved Dino and returned to the camp, he felt an unknown surge of anger within him when he saw his teammates injured. Helmut wondered if he has slowly began to change after entering the academy. While our boy was thinking, Professor Dwayne waved to someone. Helmut turned around to see the person the man was waving to. He was surprised to see Aaliyah. Alan was also surprised to see the girl. He knew that she was a student of the magic department. He asked her about the reason why she came to the camp. Aaliyah explained to Alan that Professor Dwayne asked her to come to the camp urgently. She asked the instructor to tell her what she needs to do. Instructor Alan looked around and noticed that our boy was next to him. He asked the girl to help Helmut since he has not received any treatment. Aaliyah walked up to Helmut and asked him to rest on a tree next to them. She told him that she needs to see his arm. Aaliyah asked our boy if the situation was quite chaotic. The mage asked this question because she believed that things must have been bad for someone as skilled as Helmut to get injured. While she was healing his arm, Helmut reminded our girl about the time she taught him ethics. He reminded her that she told him that it is a virtue to save the life of someone that is in danger. Our boy asked Aaliyah to tell him why people would go out of their way to save others. He told her that the person will face a life of suffering if they fail to save the other person. Aaliyah was surprised to hear Helmut's question. Our girl turned to see Asuka and the other boys. She realized that the situation must have been quite bad. She told our boy that he does not need to have such thoughts. Aaliyah told Helmut that the boys are alive. Our boy revealed to her that the boys almost died because of him. He reminded her that he is not related to any one of the boys. He told Aaliyah that he is not certain that he can save everyone next time. While looking at his hand, Helmut told the mage that he is not strong enough to save everyone. Aaliyah was surprised to hear what our boy said. The girl asked Helmut if he believes that he is doing charity work by saving people. She explained to our boy that people give help because they expect to receive help. Helmut was surprised to hear this. The mage told our boy that humans are creatures that survive by helping each other because there are limits on what an individual can do alone. Aaliyah told him that there are not a lot of people who can help him. She asked our boy if his teammates did not play any role that contributed to their survival. Although Helmut did most of the work today, Aaliyah assured him that the boys will be of help to him one day in the far future. Helmut asked our girl if the boys will not hate him after almost nearly losing their lives because of him. The mage let go of Helmut's hand and told him that she is done with the healing. She asked our boy to talk to his teammates if he is curious about their opinions. She told him that she needs to talk to Professor Dwayne. After Aaliyah left, Helmut walked up to his teammates. He apologized to them for putting them in danger. Andro was surprised to see our boy apologizing. He told Helmut that he does not need to blame himself. He reminded him that they all survived. Andro explained to our boy that the fight made him understand that he and the other students are quite powerless in the real world. The boy believed that he and the other boys will still experience such a situation as long as they continue to live as swordsmen. He told our boy that they were lucky that he was around to save them. Andro explained to Helmut that his goals have now become clearer. With a smile on his face, Andro thanked Helmut for showing him a new path. Our boy was shocked to hear this. He never expected such a response. While Helmut was having a surreal moment, Asuka comes to interrupt him. The mad dog asked our boy if he managed to catch Fascio. Helmut told him that he did not catch the entertainer. He assured him that Fascio will never appear in front of him. Asuka was fine with our boy's response. With a smile on his face, the mad dog explained to Helmut that he had an easier time fighting Fascio because he had severely damaged his arm. Our boy did not know how to respond to this. He did not really care about what Asuka did. After the mad dog was done talking, James walked up to Helmut and stretched out his hand. Our boy was surprised to see this. He shook the boy's hand. James explained to Helmut that he heard about Dino going berserk. The boy told Helmut that he actually thought that he was going to die. James remembered that our boy wanted to save the people that he could, but he did not allow him. He remembered that he insisted that Helmut should bring Dino with them. James told our boy that he was the one who put them in their current situation. The boy told Helmut that he regret his actions a little. He could not believe that our boy managed to save everyone. Helmut was shocked to hear what his teammate was saying. With a smile on his face, James told Helmut that he will never forget his debt. He asked our boy to run to him if a day comes where he can help him. He assured Helmut that he will help him without hesitation. Our boy did not feel comfortable hearing this. He told James that they survived because of what they did. The moment he said this, Helmut remembered how Wesley thanked him for saving Bashir's life. He remembered that Aaliyah told him that helping people is not charity work. He also recalled the time instructor Alan told him that both weak and strong people are all humans. Alan told our boy that he will find his answers one day if he remembers this. Helmut realized that he had found a new form of strength. It was not the strength for suppressing others. Instead, it was a strength that connects hearts and hands, a strength that supports one another. Our boy finally understood the strength of humans. While Helmut was staring in wonder, James told him that he feels stronger after overcoming such a complex situation. The boy realized that the spars he had at school were simply child's play. Asuka did not understand what James was talking about. He reminded the boy that he was simply getting beat up by Fascio. James was annoyed to hear this. He could not believe that the mad dog would be so harsh to someone who just went through a life and death situation with him. While the boys were talking, Andro told them that it feels good to be alive. The boys began to smile when they heard this. While the boys were talking, Helmut took a look at his hand. The next day, we see our boy sitting on a rock. Aaliyah walked up to him and informed him that she is leaving the camp with Professor Dwayne using teleportation magic. She asked Helmut if he wants to leave with them. She explained to our boy that he has enough justification to go back first as the witness of the incident. With a smile on his face, Helmut told our girl that he is fine. He told her that he wants to leave with his team. Aaliyah was shocked to see this. It was her first time seeing our boy smile brightly. The mage turned around and told our boy that she will see him at the academy. As Aaliyah walked away, her face turned red. When Helmut walked up to his teammates, Asuka asked him about what Aaliyah wanted. Our boy revealed to the mad dog that Aaliyah wanted him to leave with her using magic. The mad dog was annoyed to hear this. He could not believe that Aaliyah only gave Helmut the offer. He asked our boy if Aaliyah is giving him preferential treatment because he is her roommate. Our boy told the mad dog that he declined the offer. Asuka told him that he made the right choice. The boys smiled as the brilliant light that shined through the Petica forest made them feel refreshed. Unfortunately, no one could have known that this was just a feeling. No one could have known that very soon they would come to hate the sight of the sunlight. The scene shifts and we are taken to a kingdom in the desert. We see a boy in a hood outside the gates of the kingdom. The boy takes off his hood and we see that he has white hair and green eyes. The boy seemed excited to step into the Basor kingdom. His grandfather used to live in this kingdom. Guys, we have come to the end of Season 2 of Helmut the Forsaken Child. The new season will start in November. I will start working on it the moment it is released. If you are worried about what to watch next, you can check out my channel. I have got a lot of recaps and more recaps still coming. I hope you guys enjoyed this episode. See you guys later.